The closet under the stairs. The Dursley family of number 4, Privet Drive, had always prided themselves on being perfectly normal, thank you very much. They were the last people you'd expect to be involved with anything strange or mysterious, because they simply didn't hold with such nonsense. At least, that's what Vernon Dursley told himself as he stared across the dinner table at his nephew, who had just dropped what he considered to be the most abnormal bombshell in the history of abnormal bombshells. "I'm transgender," Harry had announced, fork halfway to mouth, as casually as one might comment on the weather. Vernon's face turned the precise shade of purple that usually preceded his most spectacular tantrums. His walrus mustache quivered with barely contained rage. "You what now?" "Transgender, Uncle Vernon." "It means—" "I know what it bloody well means," Vernon bellowed, slamming his meaty fist on the table so hard that the peas jumped. "More of this modern PC rubbish. What's next? You going to tell me you identify as a bloody helicopter?" Petunia Dursley, ever the picture of suburban propriety, nearly choked on her roast beef. She set down her knife and fork with the careful precision of someone defusing a bomb. Now, Vernon," she said in her most diplomatic tone, the one she usually reserved for speaking to the neighbours about their slightly overgrown hedge. "Perhaps Harry is just exploring different aspects of themselves." She said the word themselves like she was handling a particularly venomous snake. "Aunt Petunia," Harry said patiently, "this isn't exploration. I've known for a while now. I'm not the gender everyone assumed I was when I was born. My pronouns are they, them." "You're what now?" Vernon's mustache was practically vibrating at this point. "Pronouns. Instead of calling me he or him, I'd prefer if you used they and them." Dudley, who had been watching this exchange with the fascination of someone witnessing a particularly entertaining car crash, suddenly snorted with laughter. "So what, freak, now you multiple people? Like you've got split personality or something." "That's not how it works, Dudley," Harry said, their voice tight with frustration. "Singular they has been used in English for centuries. It's not about being multiple people. Don't you start lecturing us about the English language, you little," Vernon began, but Petunia cut him off with a sharp look. "Harry, dear," Petunia said, her voice dripping with the kind of false sweetness that made Harry's skin crawl, "are you quite sure about this? I mean, at your age, it's perfectly normal to be confused about things. When I was 15, I thought I wanted to be a ballet dancer, but that phase passed quickly enough." Harry felt their jaw clench. "This isn't a phase, Aunt Petunia. This is who I am." Vernon had been building up pressure like a tea kettle, and now he finally exploded. "Phase? Phase? The whole bloody world's gone mad with this woke nonsense. Back in my day, girls were girls and boys were boys, and none of this ridiculous switching about. You were born a girl, you'll die a girl, and that's the end of it. Actually, Uncle Vernon, I was assigned female at birth, but—" "Assigned?" Vernon's voice cracked like a whip. "Nobody assigned you anything. You came out with girl parts, so you're a girl. It's basic biology." Harry took a deep breath, trying to summon the patience they'd been practicing for weeks in preparation for this moment. "Biology is actually much more complex than that, Uncle Vernon. Sex and gender are different concepts, and—" "Oh, for crying out loud." Vernon threw his napkin down and reached for the television remote. "I'm not listening to another word of this perverted nonsense. There's football on." The television blared to life, drowning out any possibility of further conversation. Vernon turned the volume up vindictively high, as if the sound of grown men kicking a ball around could somehow drown out the reality of his nephew's identity. Harry stared at their untouched dinner, feeling the familiar burn of rejection settling in their chest. They'd expected this reaction, of course, but somehow hoping for better had made the reality sting even more. Over the next few days, the Dursley household became a battlefield of passive-aggressive warfare. Harry, determined to live authentically regardless of their family's reaction, had quietly rearranged their tiny bedroom under the stairs. Where once hung a grudging school photo, now a small rainbow flag was tacked to the wall, a splash of colour in the otherwise drab space. Vernon discovered it on day 3. "What?" he roared, his voice echoing through the house like thunder. "Is that?" Harry looked up from their homework to find Vernon standing in the doorway, pointing at the flag as if it were a particularly venomous spider. "It's a pride flag, Uncle Vernon." "Not in MY House, it isn't." Vernon lunged forward and ripped the flag down, crumpling it in his beefy fist. "I won't have this propaganda in a decent Christian household." "Since when are you Christian?" Harry asked mildly. "You haven't been to church since Dudley's christening." Vernon's face went through several interesting colour changes before settling on a deep magenta. "That's not the point. The point is, I won't have my house turned into some sort of activist headquarters." Harry calmly reached into their school bag and pulled out another flag. "Good thing I bought several, then." Vernon made a sound like a deflating balloon. By day 5, Vernon had confiscated 4 pride flags, 2 pronoun pens, and a book titled Understanding Gender Identity that Harry had checked out from the library. Harry simply kept replacing them, leading to what Petunia nervously referred to as the Great Flag War of Privet Drive. "Where do you keep getting these things?" Vernon demanded, waving the latest confiscated flag like a weapon. "The internet is a wonderful resource, Uncle Vernon. Amazon delivers very quickly these days." "With whose money?" "I do odd jobs for the neighbours. Mrs. Fick pays quite well for cat-sitting." Vernon looked like he was about to have an aneurysm. The neighbours, his precious, normal neighbours, were funding what he saw as Harry's descent into madness. Meanwhile, Petunia had taken a different approach. She'd clearly been doing research, though her understanding was about as accurate as Vernon's was non-existent. "Harry, sweetie," she said one morning over breakfast, her voice dripping with the kind of concern usually reserved for discussing terminal illnesses. "I've been reading about this condition online." "It's not a condition, Aunt Petunia." Of course. But I found some very interesting articles about how this sort of thing can be caused by trauma. Now, you did have a very difficult childhood before you came to us. My childhood has been difficult since I came to you too, Harry pointed out. Petunia blinked, clearly not having expected that response. "Well, yes, but what I mean is, perhaps if we found you a nice therapist, someone who could help you work through whatever issues are causing this confusion." "I'm not confused, Aunt Petunia. And I don't need conversion therapy." "It's not conversion therapy," Petunia said quickly. "It's just guidance. To help you understand your natural role as a young woman." Harry stared at her. "My natural role?" "Well, yes. You're at the age where you should be thinking about boys, and marriage, and having children someday. It's what women do, dear. Not all women want those things. And I'm not a woman." Petunia's eye twitched. "Of course you are, dear. You just think you're not because of all this modern influence. Social media, probably. Or that terrible school of yours, filling your head with ideas." Dudley, who had been listening to this exchange while shoveling cereal into his mouth, suddenly spoke up. "Maybe the freak's just doing it for attention. You know how weird kids online do anything to be special." Harry turned to look at their cousin with genuine curiosity. "Dudley, do you honestly think I would invite years of discrimination, harassment, and potential violence just for attention?" Dudley blinked slowly, his limited cognitive abilities clearly struggling with the concept. "Well, yeah." "Right." Harry turned back to their breakfast. "That makes perfect sense." Vernon, who had been listening to this conversation while reading his morning paper with increasingly violent page-turning, finally snapped. "That's enough. I won't have this nonsense discussion corrupting breakfast. Hurry, you are a girl, you will dress like a girl, act like a girl, and stop filling our house with this rainbow rubbish, or you can find somewhere else to live." The kitchen fell silent except for the sound of Dudley's aggressive cereal consumption. Harry looked up at Vernon calmly. "Are you throwing me out, Uncle Vernon?" Vernon's mustache twitched. He clearly wanted to say yes, but the legal implications of kicking out a minor probably occurred to him. "I'm saying that if you want to live in this house, you'll follow this family's values. And those values include not accepting family members for who they are. Those values include not encouraging mental illness." Harry set down their spoon with deliberate care. "Uncle Vernon, being transgender isn't a mental illness. The World Health Organization declassified it years ago. But you know what is associated with poor mental health outcomes? Family rejection, lack of support, hostile home environments." Vernon stared at them, his face cycling through colors like a broken traffic light. Are you threatening me? I'm educating you. Though I realize that might feel threatening, given your relationship with learning." Petunia gasped. Dudley stopped chewing. Vernon looked like he was about to spontaneously combust. "Right," Vernon said, his voice deadly quiet. "That's it. No more internet. No more library books. No more flags or pins or any of this transgender nonsense. You want to live in my house, you'll be the girl you were born to be." Harry looked at him for a long moment. "Will you use my pronouns? Now? Will you use my chosen name when I pick one? Absolutely not. Will you support me in any way?" Vernon's silence was answer enough. Harry nodded slowly. "Then I guess we understand each other perfectly." They stood up from the table, leaving their breakfast half finished. "I'll be in my room, organizing my pride flags." As they walked away, they could hear Vernon sputtering behind them, but for the first time in days, Harry felt something that might have been peace. They told their truth. The Dursleys' inability to accept it was their problem, not Harry's. Though as they settled into their small room under the stairs, surrounded by the latest batch of pride flags they'd hidden under their mattress, Harry couldn't help but wonder if there was somewhere in the world where being different wasn't treated like a crime. They were about to find out that there was, and it was more magical than they could possibly imagine. But first, they had to survive the rest of the summer with the Dursleys, who were clearly gearing up for what Vernon had begun calling Operation Normal Nephew. Harry suspected it was going to be a very long few weeks. The next morning, Harry woke to find that Vernon had installed a lock on the computer room. That afternoon, Petunia announced that Harry would be spending the summer helping with traditional feminine activities like gardening and cooking. By evening, Dudley had been recruited as an enforcer, tasked with reporting any weird behavior to his parents. "This is ridiculous," Harry muttered, scrubbing potatoes while Petunia supervised with the intensity of a military drill sergeant. "What's ridiculous is thinking you can change your gender like you changing clothes," Petunia replied crisply. "Now, these potatoes need to be perfectly peeled. Cooking is an essential skill for young ladies. I'm not a young lady. You will be if I have anything to say about it." Harry looked at their aunt, really looked at her, and saw something that might have been desperation beneath the determination. Petunia Dursley had built her entire identity around being normal, acceptable, proper. Having a transgender nephew threatened the very foundation of her carefully constructed world. Almost, Harry might have felt sorry for her. Almost. Instead, they just peeled potatoes and planned their next act of quiet rebellion. Because if there was one thing the Dursleys were about to learn, it was that Harry Potter, whatever name they eventually chose, was not going to disappear just to make other people comfortable. The war for Harry's identity had begun, and they intended to win it. Even if they had to do it one pride flag at a time. Letters and resistance. The first letter arrived on a Tuesday morning, sliding through the mail slot with the casual confidence of correspondents that had no idea it was about to trigger World War III. Vernon Dursley, who had been enjoying his morning ritual of reading the newspaper while muttering about bloody millennials ruining everything, nearly choked on his tea when he saw the envelope. It was addressed in emerald green ink to MX H. Potter. The cupboard under the stairs. 4. Privet Drive. Little whinging. Surrey. Petunia. Vernon's bellow shut the windows. Petunia, get down here now. Petunia came hurrying downstairs, still in her dressing gown, her horse-like face creased with worry. What is it, Vernon? What's wrong? Vernon held up the letter like it was contaminated with plague. Look at this. Look at the bloody address. Petunia squinted at the envelope and her face went pale. MX? What's MX? It's one of those made-up pronouns. Vernon sputtered. They're using their gender-neutral title nonsense. And how do they know about the cupboard? We've never told anyone Harry sleeps there. Harry, who had been listening from their usual spot at the breakfast table, felt their heart skip. A letter addressed to them with a gender-neutral title? Someone, somewhere, had not only acknowledged their identity but had gone out of their way to use appropriate language. Can I see? Harry began, but Vernon was already tearing the envelope to shreds. Absolutely not. I won't have this transgender propaganda in my house. Vernon threw the pieces into the bin with the violence of someone disposing of evidence. Probably some perverted organization trying to recruit confused children. Well, they won't get their hooks into you, not while I'm alive. But the letters kept coming. By Wednesday, there were 3 more, each with increasingly creative variations. Davin Potter. H. A. Potter, any pronouns. Future Wizard H. Le Potter. Future Wizard. Vernon shrieked, waving the latest letter around like a weapon. Now they're trying to brainwash Harry with fantasy nonsense too. What's next? Are they going to claim magic is real? Don't be ridiculous, Vernon, Petunia said nervously, though she was eyeing the letters with something that looked suspiciously like recognition. Magic isn't real. Everyone knows that. Of course it's not real. But these perverted organizations will use anything to corrupt children's minds. First they confuse them about their gender, then they fill their heads with impossible nonsense about being special. Harry watched in fascination as their uncle's face went through its usual spectrum of colours. Uncle Vernon, maybe if you'd just let me read one. Over my dead body. By Thursday, the mail slot was practically vomiting letters. They came addressed to the spectacular H. Potter. H. Potter, gender fluid extraordinaire. H. and Potter, they them wizard. H. the Potter, future terror of transphobes. Vernon had taken to stationing himself by the front door each morning, armed with a cricket bat and a face like thunder. The moment a letter appeared, he would pounce on it with the fury of a man protecting his home from invasion. This is harassment, he ranted to Petunia, who was nervously wringing her hands. I'm going to call the police. This is clearly some sort of organized campaign. What would you tell them, dear? Petunia asked weakly. That we're being attacked by letters. Letters promoting the transgender agenda. Letters that somehow know our private business. Letters that are trying to fill Harry's head with ridiculous ideas about being special. I'm special, Harry said mildly, earning themselves a glare that could have melted steel. You are not special. Vernon roared. You are a confused teenage girl who needs proper guidance, not encouragement for your delusions. But Harry had managed to retrieve one letter from the chaos, a particularly creative one addressed to H. and Potter, pronoun royalty, and had hidden it in their room. That night, by the light of their small lamp, they read it with growing amazement. The letter was from something called Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and it was inviting Harry to attend. Not only that, but it was written in language that seemed to understand exactly who Harry was. Dear future student. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We understand that identity is a journey, and we are committed to supporting all our students as they discover who they truly are. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. We look forward to welcoming you to our inclusive magical community. Term begins on the 1st of September. We await your alibi no later than the 31st of July. Yours sincerely, Professor M. McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. P.S. Our dormitory assignments are flexible and can accommodate any housing needs. Please don't hesitate to discuss your preferences with your head of house. Harry read the letter 3 times, their hands shaking. Magic? Wizardry? A school that not only accepted different identities but actively welcomed them? It had to be too good to be true. But as the days passed and the letters continued arriving in increasingly impossible numbers, Harry began to wonder if maybe, just maybe, there was more to this than elaborate pranks. By Friday, Vernon had boarded up the mail slot with 3 planks of wood and enough nails to build a small boat. There, he announced triumphantly, "Let's see them get through that." The letters started coming down the chimney. Vernon's roar was cut off as dozens of envelopes cascaded into the fireplace like confetti. How are they doing this? Petunia was staring at the letters with a look of growing panic. Vernon, maybe we should just. Now. I will not surrender to the woke mafia. Vernon began stuffing newspapers up the chimney with manic determination. If they think they can intimidate Vernon Dursley, they've got another think coming. Saturday brought letters through the bathroom window, the kitchen vent, and somehow through the gaps around the electrical outlets. Vernon responded by taping plastic bags over every opening in the house, creating what looked like a crime scene investigation. "This is mental," Dudley observed, watching his father duct tape the cat flap shut. "Are you sure the freak isn't just ordering these themselves?" "With what money?" Vernon demanded. "And how would they coordinate this kind of campaign? This is clearly the work of professionals." "What kind of professionals?" Harry asked innocently. "The International Transgender Wizard Conspiracy." Vernon paused in his taping. "Don't mock me, girl. There are powerful organizations out there with deep pockets and radical agendas. They prey on confused children like you. By offering them free education. By filling their heads with nonsense about being special and different. By encouraging their delusions instead of helping them accept reality." Harry wanted to point out that reality seemed to include letters that materialized out of thin air, but they suspected Vernon wasn't in the mood for logical observations. By Sunday, the house looked like a hurricane had hit it. Every window was boarded, every vent was sealed, and Vernon had even disconnected the phone in case they tried to contact us that way too. "Vernon," Petunia said nervously, "the neighbors are starting to talk." Mrs. Figg asked if we were fumigating for some sort of infestation. "We are." Vernon replied grimly. "A woke infestation." That's when the letters started appearing inside the house. Harry woke Monday morning to find 17 letters tucked under their pillow, 3 more in their school bag, and 1 actually folded inside their copy of Understanding Gender Identity, which Vernon had given up trying to confiscate after Harry kept replacing it faster than he could destroy it. The sound Vernon made when he discovered letters scattered throughout his precious living room was inhuman. "Right," he bellowed. "That's IT. We're leaving." "Leaving?" Petunia squeaked. "Leaving where?" "Somewhere they can't find us." "Pack your bags. We're going somewhere so remote, so isolated, that no woke wizard organization will be able to reach us." "Woke wizard organization?" Harry repeated. "Uncle Vernon, are you feeling all right?" "I am perfectly fine." "It's the rest of the world that's gone insane." Which was how, on the eve of Harry's 16th birthday, the Dursley family found themselves huddled in a rickety hut on a rock in the middle of a storm-tossed sea, while Vernon patrolled the single room like a demented sentry. "Perfect," he announced, surveying their miserable accommodations. "No mail service, no internet, no way for those perverted recruiters to reach us." "Vernon," Petunia said weakly, "this is madness. We are hiding from letters. We're making a strategic retreat." Vernon corrected. "Sometimes you have to take drastic action to protect your family from corrupting influences." Dudley, who had been forced to abandon his PlayStation and video games for this adventure, was sulking in the corner. "This is stupid. Why can't the freak just ignore the letters?" "Because," Vernon said darkly, "they're designed to be irresistible to impressionable minds. They probably use psychological techniques developed by the same people who create cult recruitment materials." Harry, who was sitting on the mouldy mattress that constituted the hut's only furniture, couldn't help but be impressed by their uncle's creativity. "So your theory is that there's a massive transgender wizard cult that's targeting me specifically?" "Mock me all you want," Vernon said grimly. "But when you're older, you'll thank me for protecting you from their influence." "I'm almost 16, Uncle Vernon. How much older do I need to be before I'm allowed to make my own decisions about my identity and education? Old enough to see through obvious manipulation. And when will that be? 18? 21? 30? Vernon's mustache twitched. "When you stop believing in fairy tales about changing your gender and becoming a wizard." Harry lay back on the disgusting mattress and stared at the leaking ceiling. In a few hours, it would be their birthday. 16 years of living with people who saw their very existence as a problem to be solved. They closed their eyes and tried to imagine what it would be like to be somewhere they were actually wanted. Somewhere people used their pronouns without making it sound like a personal favor. Somewhere being different wasn't treated like a contagious disease. The storm outside seemed to be getting worse, and Harry found themselves hoping that maybe, just maybe, one of those impossible letters would find its way to this godforsaken rock. Not because they necessarily believed in magic, though at this point they were willing to consider it, but because the alternative was spending the rest of their life watching Vernon's face turn purple every time they dared to exist authentically. As they drifted off to sleep, Harry dreamed of green ink and acceptance letters, of a place where they could be themselves without apology, where their identity was celebrated rather than pathologized. They dreamed of belonging somewhere to someone who wouldn't see them as a problem that needed fixing. Little did they know that at the stroke of midnight, their dreams were about to become spectacularly, impossibly real. But first, they had to survive Vernon's increasingly unhinged attempts to protect them from their own authentic self. The irony, Harry thought drowsily, was that Vernon was so busy fighting imaginary enemies that he'd never noticed he'd become the real threat to his own family. Outside, the storm raged on, and somewhere in the distance, something very large was making its way across the choppy waters toward their pathetic refuge. Harry's 16th birthday was about to become the most memorable day of their life. Whether Vernon liked it or not, Hagrid's awkward arrival. The hut on the rock in the middle of the sea was not, by any stretch of the imagination, designed for comfort. It was barely designed for existence. The Dursleys had fled here in their desperation to escape the avalanche of Hogwarts letters, and now they huddled in the drafty structure like refugees from their own mailbox. Vernon sat in the corner, muttering darkly about woke wizards and politically correct post owls, while Petunia tried to make the best of their situation by unpacking a thermos of tea with the grim determination of someone maintaining civilization in the face of chaos. Dudley had claimed the only semi-comfortable chair and was working his way through a bag of crisps with mechanical efficiency. Harry, meanwhile, sat on the floor near the window, watching the storm rage outside and wondering if running away to join a circus might be preferable to spending another moment with their relatives. The past few weeks since their coming-out dinner had been a masterclass in passive-aggressive warfare, and frankly, Harry was exhausted. It was nearly midnight when the knock came. Them. The entire hut shook with each impact, as if someone were trying to knock down the door with a battering ram. Who the devil could that be? Vernon spluttered, his face going pale. We're in the middle of nowhere. Them. Maybe it's the Coast Guard, Petunia suggested hopefully. Come to rescue us from this dreadful storm. Or pirates, Dudley added helpfully, because his understanding of maritime law came entirely from Disney movies. Them. The door splintered and fell inward with a crash that made everyone jump. Through the doorway stepped the largest human being Harry had ever seen, easily 8 feet tall, with wild black hair and a beard that could house a family of badgers. He was soaking wet, carrying what appeared to be a bright pink umbrella, and looked absolutely furious. Sorry about that, the giant said, not sounding sorry at all as he propped the ruined door against the frame. They were locked. Vernon, who had gone from pale to purple to a sort of greenish-white that suggested imminent vomiting, managed to stammer, Who are you? What do you want? The giant turned to look at him, and Vernon actually whimpered. Name's Hagrid. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. His beetle-black eyes swept the hut until they landed on Harry. And you must be Harry Potter. My word, you've grown. Actually, Harry said, getting to their feet, I prefer the heathen pronouns now. I'm transgender. There was a moment of complete silence, broken only by the sound of the storm outside and Vernon's laboured breathing. Hagrid blinked his enormous eyes several times, like an owl trying to process particularly complex information. Right, he said slowly. Deithem. Got it. He paused. Though I'll be honest, that's going to take some getting used to. We don't get much training on that sort of thing at Hogwarts. Yet. Training. Vernon exploded, apparently finding his voice again. You need training to recognize basic biology? What kind of lunatic institution are you running? Hagrid turned to look at Vernon, and something dangerous flickered in his dark eyes. I beg your pardon. Don't you beg your pardon of me. Vernon was working himself into one of his legendary rages. I've had quite enough of this nonsense. First, these bloody letters invading my house, and now some. Giant shows up in the middle of the night talking about pronouns and training. It's political correctness gone mad. Uncle Vernon, Harry said tiredly, maybe you should. Don't you start. Vernon whirled on them. This is all because of your confused phase. Now even the wizards are infected with this woke mind virus. Hagrid's eyebrows, which were roughly the size and density of small hedgehogs, drew together in a frown. Confused phase. The boy, a girl, whatever it is now, has decided for crying out loud, I can't even speak properly anymore. Vernon threw his hands up in exasperation. They think they're transgender. That's 15. It's all this modern nonsense filling their head. Hagrid looked from Vernon to Harry and back again. Right, he said carefully. And that's bad. Vernon stared at him as if he'd just declared his intention to marry a houseplant. Bad? Of course it's bad. It's unnatural. It's perverted. It's who I am, Harry said quietly. Hagrid's expression softened. Well then, he said, I suppose that's what matters, isn't it? He turned back to Vernon. Though I have to say, you're being a right git about it. Vernon's mustache quivered with indignation. How dare you? This is my family. You can't just barge in here and... Actually, Hagrid interrupted, pulling out his pink umbrella and pointing it directly at Vernon's chest. I can. You see, Harry here is a wizard. Sorry, which? Actually, what's the gender-neutral term for that? Wizard is fine, Harry said quickly, sensing that this conversation could spiral into linguistic chaos very rapidly. For which? I'm not picky about magical titles. Right then. Harry's a witch, and they've got a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Been accepted since they were born, actually. Witchcraft and wizardry. Petunia squeaked from her corner. But that's... Magic, Hagrid said firmly. Which is real, by the way. Sorry if that upsets your world view. Vernon was making sounds like a kettle about to boil over. Magic isn't real. And even if it were, I wouldn't let that confused child anywhere near a school that encourages their delusions. Uncle Vernon, Harry said, being transgender isn't a delusion. It bloody well is. Just like this magic nonsense. Hagrid raised his umbrella slightly, and the tip began to glow with a soft pink light. Perhaps you'd like a demonstration. Vernon went very, very quiet. Now then, Hagrid continued, lowering his umbrella but keeping it visible. Let's start over, shall we? Harry, you said you prefer they them pronouns. Yes, Harry said, feeling a warm flutter of gratitude in their chest. Right. They them it is. Hagrid nodded decisively. Though I'll warn you, I might slip up occasionally. Old habits and all that. But I'll do my best to remember. That's all I ask, Harry said, and meant it. Excellent. Now, about Hogwarts. I am not paying for some woke wizard school. Vernon interrupted. I don't care how many magic tricks you can do. I won't have my nephew, niece, whatever, indoctrinated with more of this gender ideology nonsense. Hagrid sighed deeply. Mr. Dursley, with all due respect, you're being an absolute pillock. How dare? Oh, I dare. Hagrid's voice had gone dangerously quiet. You see, I've known Harry since they were a baby. Watched over them from afar all these years. And let me tell you something about your nephew. He turned to look at Harry with genuine warmth. They're brave, and kind, and more magical than you can possibly imagine. And if they say they're transgender, then they're transgender. End of discussion. Harry felt their eyes prickle with unexpected tears. They couldn't remember the last time an adult had defended them so completely. Vernon, meanwhile, was turning interesting shades of red. You can't just decide these things. There are rules. There's science. There's magic, Hagrid said simply, which tends to make all sorts of things possible that narrow-minded muggles think are impossible. Muggles? Petunia whispered. Non-magical folk, Hagrid explained. No offence meant, but you are all muggles. I'll show you a muggle. Vernon roared, lunging forward. Hagrid flicked his umbrella, and Vernon froze mid-lunge, suspended in midair with his arms windmilling frantically. Now that's just embarrassing, Hagrid muttered. He flicked the umbrella again, and Vernon crashed to the floor in a heap. Dudley had been watching this entire exchange with the fascination of someone discovering that reality was far more entertaining than television. Can you do more magic? He asked eagerly. Dudley! Petunia hissed. What? This is brilliant. He made Dad fly. Hagrid grinned. Well, I suppose one more wouldn't hurt. He turned to Harry. Would you like to see some magic, Harry? Harry nodded eagerly, and Hagrid pointed his umbrella at the cold, empty fireplace. With a soft whoosh, cheerful flames sprang to life, instantly warming the draughty hut. Blimey, Harry breathed. That's nothing, Hagrid said proudly. Wait until you see Hogwarts. Though I should mention, the school's been making some updates recently. Trying to be more, what's the word, inclusive. Harry's heart skipped. Inclusive how? Hagrid scratched his beard thoughtfully. Well, they've updated all the policies, for one thing. Gender-neutral housing options, updated medical facilities, that sort of thing. Professor McGonagall, she's the deputy headmistress, she insisted on it after some research about transgender students in magical schools. There are other transgender students. Harry asked hopefully. Oh yes, several. Though I'll be honest, I'm still learning all the proper terms and such. Had to attend a workshop last spring. Inclusive Magical Education, it was called. Very informative, though I did fall asleep during the bit about pronouns. Not because it was boring, he added quickly. Just had a long day with the hippogriffs. Vernon, who had been ominously quiet during this exchange, suddenly exploded again. Workshops? You had to attend workshops to learn how to indulge children's fantasies. They are not fantasies, Mr. Dursley, Hagrid said patiently. They're people. And treating people with respect shouldn't require a workshop, but apparently some folks need the extra instruction. He looked pointedly at Vernon, who turned an even deeper shade of purple. Besides, Hagrid continued, Hogwarts has always been a place for students who don't quite fit in elsewhere. Students who are different. Special. Magical. He smiled at Harry. Seems to me that being transgender just makes you fit in even better. Harry felt something warm and bright unfurl in their chest. For the first time in months, they felt hopeful. Now, there is one thing, Hagrid said, looking slightly uncomfortable. The Hogwarts letters were addressed to Miss Harry Potter. That's because our records are a bit outdated, based on birth certificates and such. But Professor McGonagall assured me that can all be updated once you're enrolled. New name, if you want one. Correct pronouns in all the records. The works. Really? Harry's voice came out slightly strangled. Really? Hogwarts may be old, but it's not stuck in the past. Well, not entirely stuck, anyway. Vernon made a sound like a dying walrus. This is insane. Completely insane. Magic schools with transgender policies. What's next? House elves demanding workers' rights. Hagrid winced. Actually, that's been a bit of an issue lately. I knew it. Vernon shrieked. The whole world's gone completely balmy. Political correctness has infected even the bloody wizards. Uncle Vernon, Harry said, maybe if you actually listened. I will not listen to more propaganda. Not from you, not from this giant, not from anyone. Vernon was practically foaming at the mouth now. I've spent 15 years trying to stamp out the freakishness in you, and I'm not about to let some woke wizard school and do all my hard work. The hut went very, very quiet. Hagrid's expression had gone from patient to dangerous. What did you just say? Vernon, apparently too angry to recognize mortal peril when it was staring him in the face, doubled down. You heard me. 15 years of trying to make that child normal, and now you want to send them to a school that will encourage their delusions. Well, I won't have it. I won't pay a single penny for this nonsense. Uncle Vernon, Harry said quietly, you don't have to pay. I have my own money. What? My parents left me money. Quite a lot, actually. Harry looked at Hagrid for confirmation, and the giant nodded. Vault full of it at Gringotts, Hagrid confirmed. Your parents were quite well off. Vernon's face went through several colour changes, settling on a sort of greyish-green that suggested nausea. Money? How much money? Enough, Hagrid said firmly. More than enough for school fees and supplies. But? Vernon spluttered. And their guardian. I control their finances. Actually, Hagrid said, pulling out a letter from his coat, that's not quite true. According to this letter from Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Harry gains access to their trust vault at age 11 and full access to their inheritance at 17. No Muggle guardianship required. Harry stared at the letter. I have my own money. Loads of it, Hagrid said cheerfully. Your parents made sure you'd be taken care of. The implications hit Harry like a thunderbolt. They had money. Their own money. Money that Vernon couldn't control or threaten to withhold. Money that meant freedom. Vernon, meanwhile, looked like he was about to have a heart attack. This is impossible. I demand to see proof. I demand to speak to a lawyer. I demand. Uncle Vernon, Harry interrupted, you demand a lot of things, but you don't actually get to control my life anymore. The silence that followed was deafening. Petunia was the first to speak. Harry, dear, surely you don't mean. I mean exactly what I said, Aunt Petunia. I'm going to Hogwarts. I'm going to learn magic. And I'm going to be who I really am, with or without your approval. Hagrid beamed at them. That's the spirit. Though I should mention, term starts September 1st. We'll need to get you to Diagon Alley for supplies first. Diagon Alley. Magical shopping district in London. We can go tomorrow if you like. Get you sorted with books, robes, a wand. Hagrid paused. Though I should warn you, some of the shopkeepers are a bit old-fashioned. Might take some getting used to the pronoun situation. Unused to that, Harry said dryly. Right then. It settled. Hagrid clapped his enormous hands together. We'll head to London first thing in the morning. I'll show you the magical world, and you can see for yourself what Hogwarts has to offer. Vernon made one last desperate attempt at control. Now see here. Harry is not going anywhere with you. I forbid it. Hagrid turned to look at him with something that might have been pity. Mr. Dursley, let me explain something to you. Harry Potter is one of the most famous names in the wizarding world. They're a hero to our people. And you spent 15 years trying to make them feel ashamed of who they are. Vernon's mustache quivered. Now, I'm not saying you're a bad person, Hagrid continued, though his tone suggested he thought exactly that. But I am saying that your opinion on Harry's life choices carries about as much weight as a feather in a hurricane. But I'm their guardian. Vernon protested weakly. And you've done a bang-up job of that, haven't you? Hagrid's voice was mild, but there was steel underneath. Locking them in cupboards, starving them, making them feel like a burden. Real Guardian of the Year material. Harry blinked. How do you know about the cupboard? Hagrid's expression softened. We've been keeping an eye on you, Harry. Not as closely as we should have, perhaps, but we knew. And I'm sorry. Sorry we didn't step in sooner. Vernon had gone very pale. You've been watching? Oh yes, Hagrid said cheerfully. Magical surveillance is quite advanced these days. Though I'll admit, we didn't expect the pronoun situation. That's a new development. It's not a development, Harry said firmly. It's just something I finally had the courage to admit. Right you are, Hagrid agreed. And good for you for having that courage. The warmth in his voice made Harry's chest feel tight with emotion. When was the last time an adult had praised them for being brave instead of calling them difficult? So, Hagrid continued, turning back to Vernon, here's what's going to happen. Tomorrow morning, Harry and I are going to London. We're going to buy school supplies, have a nice lunch, and I'm going to answer all their questions about the magical world. Then, on September 1st, they're going to board the Hogwarts Express and start their magical education. And if I refuse to let them go? Vernon asked weakly. Hagrid smiled, but it wasn't a particularly friendly smile. Well, that would be kidnapping, wouldn't it? Keeping a young witch from attending their rightful school. The Ministry of Magic takes a very dim view of that sort of thing. Vernon deflated like a punctured balloon. Besides, Hagrid added, Harry's 15. Old enough to make their own decisions about their education. Especially when they have the means to pay for it themselves. Harry felt a surge of something that might have been actual happiness. Freedom. Independence. A chance to be themselves without having to justify their existence every day. Hagrid, they said quietly, thank you. The giant's weather-beaten face creased into a genuine smile. Don't mention it, Harry. It's about time someone stood up for you properly. As the storm raged outside and the fire crackled in the grate, Harry Potter sat in a draughty hut on a rock in the sea and felt, for the first time in their life, like they might actually have a future worth living. Even if that future involved explaining pronouns to confused wizards, it had to be better than staying with the Dursleys. And besides, if the magical world could accept that people could turn into animals and fly on broomsticks, surely they could accept that gender was more complicated than what was written on a birth certificate. Couldn't they? Tomorrow, Harry would find out. Diagon Alley Discoveries. Hagrid had been nervous before, but now he looked like a man who'd been asked to perform neurosurgery with a spoon. As they approached the entrance to Diagon Alley, he kept glancing at Harry with the expression of someone who'd volunteered to guide a live grenade through a china shop. Right then, Hagrid said, wiping his sweaty palms on his enormous coat, "Here we are. Diagon Alley. Most magical place in Britain, it is. You'll love it, Harry." But is it still Harry? Should I be calling you something else now? Harry smiled at the giant's genuine concern. Harry works fine for now, Hagrid. I haven't chosen a new name yet. Right. Underteater, the pronouns thing. They and 'em, wasn't it? Not gonna lie, it's a bit confusing for an old codger like me, but I'll do my best. I appreciate that, Hagrid. Really? Hagrid tapped the brick wall with his pink umbrella, and Harry watched in amazement as the entrance to Diagon Alley opened before them. But their wonder quickly turned to something else as they stepped into the bustling magical shopping district. Hagrid, Harry said slowly, scanning the crowded street, is it just me, or is everyone here really white? Hagrid followed Harry's gaze, looking around as if seeing the place for the first time. The street was indeed packed with shoppers, vendors, and workers, and Harry was right, it was like someone had dipped the entire magical population in bleach. Well, Hagrid scratched his beard thoughtfully. You know, I never really noticed before. But now that you mention it. It's like a Victorian Christmas card, Harry muttered. A very white Christmas card. As they walked down the cobblestone street, Harry's social justice senses were pinging like a broken smoke detector. Every shop owner was pale, every clerk was European-looking, and every person of authority appeared to have been selected from a very narrow genetic pool. Hagrid, where are all the non-white wizards? Harry asked, genuinely curious. Oh, they're around, Hagrid said uncomfortably. I mean, there's that fellow who runs he moved to France. And there's him. Actually, now that I think about it, most of the diverse wizarding families tend to keep to themselves. Different communities, you know. Traditional and all that. Traditional segregation, you mean? Hagrid looked deeply uncomfortable. I wouldn't put it quite like that. But that's what it is, isn't it? The magical world is just as segregated as the model world, except here it's probably been going on for centuries without anyone questioning it. Well, look. Gringotts. Harry allowed themselves to be distracted by the impressive white marble building, but they made a mental note to investigate the magical world's diversity issues later. Right now, they had other concerns, namely, the small mountain of gold that apparently belonged to them. The goblins at Gringotts proved to be an interesting challenge. When Hagrid explained that they needed to access Harry's vault, the goblin behind the counter, whose nameplate read Griphook, looked at Harry with the professional assessment of someone evaluating livestock. And you are Harry Potter? Griphook asked in his gravelly voice. Yes, though I use they-them pronouns, Harry said, deciding to test the waters early. Griphook blinked slowly. I beg your pardon. Pronouns. Instead of seaports him, I'd prefer they and them. The goblin stared at Harry for a long moment, then looked at Hagrid as if hoping for clarification. Hagrid shrugged helplessly. Is this not a wizard thing? Griphook asked carefully. It's a human thing, Harry replied. Some humans, anyway. Griphook appeared to process this information with the speed of a computer running on dial-up internet. Finally, he nodded slowly. Very well. You will need to provide identification to access their vault. Harry grinned. Thank you. I really appreciate the effort. The effort is noted, Griphook said dryly. Though I confess, Goblin society has never concerned itself much with such distinctions. We are primarily interested in an individual's financial worth and their ability to pay interest on loans. How refreshingly honest, Harry said. The cart ride down to the vaults was stomach-churning in more ways than one. When Griphook opened Harry's vault to reveal the enormous pile of gold, silver, and bronze coins, Harry felt something twist uncomfortably in their chest. This is all mine?" they asked weakly. "Inherited from your parents, yes," Griphook confirmed. "Quite a substantial fortune. The Potter family was always excellent at investments." Harry stared at the glittering hoard and felt sick. "Hagrid, how much money is this?" "Oh, enough to keep you comfortable for life, I'd say," Hagrid replied cheerfully. "Your parents wanted to make sure you be taken care of." "But Hagrid, there are people who don't have enough money for food or housing. There are probably magical people living in poverty right now, and I'm sitting on a mountain of gold I didn't earn." Hagrid looked confused. "Well, yes, but it's your inheritance, Harry. Your parents left it to you." "That doesn't make it fair," Harry said, scooping some coins into their bag with all the enthusiasm of someone handling contaminated waste. "This is literally wealth inequality in action. I have more money than I could spend in 10 lifetimes just because of who my parents were." Griphook watched this exchange with the fascination of someone observing a particularly interesting species of exotic bird. "Most young wizards are considerably more excited about their inheritance," he observed. "Most young wizards probably haven't thought about the systemic inequality that allows some people to hoard generational wealth while others struggle," Harry replied. "No," Griphook agreed. "They generally have not." As they rowed the cart back up to the surface, Harry was already making mental plans for wealth redistribution strategies. Surely there had to be magical charities, or educational funds, or something they could contribute to. The idea of hoarding money while others suffered made them feel physically ill. Their next stop was Ollivander's, and Harry approached the dusty one-shop with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The man who emerged from the shadows between the towering shelves looked exactly like what central casting would order if they needed mysterious old wizard. "Ah, yes," Mr. Ollivander said, his pale eyes taking in Harry's appearance. "I was wondering when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter. It seems only yesterday that your mother and father were in here buying their first ones." "Actually, it's just Potter," Harry said. "And I use they them pronouns." Ollivander paused, a measuring tape frozen halfway to Harry's arm. "I beg your pardon." Harry explained the pronoun situation again, watching as Ollivander processed this information with the careful consideration of someone translating ancient runes. "I see," Ollivander said slowly. "Well, ones are remarkably unconcerned with such distinctions. They choose the wizard, regardless of anything, really. The one chooses the wizard, MX Potter. MX. The gender-neutral honorific. I may be old, but I'm not ignorant. Now, which is your wand arm?" Harry was touched by the old man's effort to adapt. "Right arm, sir." What followed was a bizarre ritual of wand testing that reminded Harry of the world's most magical speed dating session. Wand after wand failed to produce the desired effect, with results ranging from disappointing fizzes to what appeared to be a small explosion that singed Harry's eyebrows. "Curious," Ollivander murmured, disappearing into the back of the shop. "Very curious indeed." Harry waited nervously, wondering if perhaps their gender identity was somehow interfering with the wand selection process. Maybe magical objects were more binary than people? But when Ollivander returned with a long, thin box, Harry felt something shift in the air around them. "Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, nice and supple," Ollivander said, presenting the wand with ceremonial gravity. "Try this one." The moment Harry's fingers closed around the wand's handle, they felt a warmth spread up their arm and through their entire body. Golden sparks shot from the wand's tip, swirling around them like fireflies. "Excellent," Ollivander exclaimed, clapping his hands together. "How curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." Harry's hand went instinctively to their forehead. "Its brother." "Oh yes, 13.5 inches, you, Phoenix Feather Core. Voldemort's wand. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. Very curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." Harry stared at the wand in their hand, feeling the weight of destiny and symbolism. So my wand and Voldemort's wand are siblings. In a manner of speaking, yes. Though I suspect your wand will serve you very differently than his served him. Want to reflect the character of their wielders, you see. Your wand will grow with you, learn from you, adapt to who you become. Even if who I become is different from who people expect me to be. Ollivander smiled, and for the first time, it reached his pale eyes. Especially then, I suspect. After paying for the wand, and leaving a substantial tip that made Ollivander blink in surprise, Harry and Hagrid made their way to Madame Morkin's roads for all occasions. This proved to be the most challenging stop of their shopping trip. Madame Morkin herself was a squat, smiling witch who immediately began fussing over Harry like they were her favourite grandchild. Hogwarts uniform, dear? Oh, you look lovely. Now, just step up here and I'll get you sorted. Actually, Harry said carefully, I was wondering if you had any robes that were more gender-neutral. Madame Morkin's needle-holding hand froze in mid-air. I beg your pardon, dear. Gender-neutral robes. Something that doesn't emphasize traditionally masculine or feminine characteristics. The shop fell silent except for the sound of other customers turning to stare. Harry could feel the weight of their attention like a physical thing. Well, Madame Morkin said slowly, we do have standard school robes, of course. They're fairly uniform. But traditionally, young ladies prefer robes with a more fitted waist, and young gentlemen prefer. I'm neither a young lady nor a young gentleman, Harry said patiently. And non-binary. So something right in the middle would be perfect. A woman browsing dress roads nearby dropped her selection entirely. Her companion, a thin wizard with a pointed beard, audibly gasped. From somewhere behind them, Harry heard someone whisper, what in Merlin's name isn't a non-binary? Madame Morkin, to her credit, recovered quickly. Well then, let's see what we can do, shall we? I'm sure we can find something suitable. As Madame Morkin bustled around, pulling various robes from racks and muttering to herself about modern fashion trends, Harry became increasingly aware of the whispered conversations happening around them. Never heard of such a thing in my day. What are they teaching children these days? Probably just a phase, poor thing. In my opinion, it's all this Muggle influence. Harry felt their cheeks burning with embarrassment and anger, but they held their ground. They were not going to let other people's discomfort dictate their clothing choices. Here we are, dear, Madame Morkin said, holding up a set of robes that looked comfortably androgynous. These should work nicely. Not too fitted, not too loose, very practical. They're perfect, Harry said gratefully. Thank you for being so accommodating. Oh, well, Madame Morkin blushed slightly. It's not often I get to create something truly custom. It's rather exciting, actually. As Harry tried on the robes, they caught sight of themselves in the mirror and felt a surge of happiness. For the first time, their reflection looked like how they felt inside. Excellent choice, said a drawling voice from behind them. Harry turned to see a pale, sharp-faced boy about their own age, flanked by two larger boys who looked like they'd been carved from blocks of concrete. Though I have to wonder what your parents would think of their child dressing like that. My parents are dead, Harry said matter-of-factly. And I think they'd want me to be happy and authentic. The pale boy blinked, clearly not having expected that response. Fun. Well. Still, it's rather unusual, isn't it? All this gender confusion. Seems like a very Muggle problem to me. Seems like a very human problem to me, Harry replied. Which last I checked, most wizards still are. Some more than others, the boy said with a sneer. And Draco Malfoy, by the way. And you are? Harry Potter. Draco's entire demeanour changed in an instant. The sneer vanished, replaced by something that might have been awe or calculation. Harry Potter? The Harry Potter. Just Harry, Harry said firmly. And yes, I'm the one with the scar, if that's what you're asking. Incredible, Draco breathed. Wait until my father hears about this. Harry Potter, the boy who lived turning out to be whatever you are. I'm a person, Harry said, their patience wearing thin. Just like everyone else. Are you thou? Draco asked, and there was something unpleasant in his tone now. I mean, first you defeat the Dark Lord as a baby, now you're claiming to be some sort of, what did you call it? Non-binary? Seems like you're trying very hard to be special, Potter. Harry felt something hot and angry coil in their chest. Right, because choosing to face discrimination and prejudice is definitely the easy path to attention. Well, isn't it though? Draco pressed. I mean, nobody would care about some random student, but Harry Potter making a big fuss about pronouns and gender. That's front-page news, isn't it? Before Harry could respond, Hagrid's massive hand landed on Draco's shoulder. I think that's quite enough of that, Hagrid rumbled dangerously. Harry's been through enough without some spoiled brat making it worse. Draco looked up at Hagrid's towering form and apparently decided that discretion was the better part of valor. Come on, he said to his companions. Let's go somewhere with better class of customer. As the three boys left, Harry slumped against the changing room wall. Does it ever get easier, Hagrid? What's that? Being different. Having people stare and whisper and judge. Hagrid's expression softened. Well, I reckon it depends on what kind of different you are. But Harry, I've been different my whole life, half giant, you see, and I can tell you that the people worth knowing don't care about your differences. They care about your heart. And the people who aren't worth knowing. Well, Hagrid grinned, they're not worth knowing, are they? As they finished their shopping and prepared to leave Diagon Alley, Harry reflected on their first real introduction to the wizarding world. It was magical, certainly, but it was also flawed in ways that felt depressingly familiar. The lack of diversity, the inherited wealth inequality, the immediate judgment of anything that didn't fit traditional expectations, it seemed that prejudice was just as much a part of the magical world as it was the Muggle one. But there had been bright spots too. Gripholt's practical acceptance, Ollivander's respectful adaptation, Madame Malkin's willingness to accommodate. Maybe the wizarding world wasn't perfect, but at least some of its inhabitants were trying to do better. Ready to go home? Hagrid asked as they approached the leaky cauldron. Harry looked back at Diagon Alley one more time, taking in the bustling street with all its wonders and problems. Actually, Hagrid, I don't think Privet Drive is home anymore. Though? Where's home then? Harry smiled, touching the wand in their pocket and thinking about the castle that awaited them in September. I think I'm about to find out. As they stepped back into the Muggle world, Harry felt like they were carrying a piece of magic with them, not just their wand and their new robes, but something more important. The knowledge that there was a place where being different wasn't just tolerated, but where it might actually be an advantage. Even if that place had its own problems to work through. After all, nobody said fighting for acceptance was going to be easy. But then again, Harry Potter had never been one to back down from a fight. Especially when the fight was for the right to simply exist as themselves. Platform 9 3/4 encounters. King's Cross Station was exactly as chaotic as Hagrid had warned it would be, a seething mass of muggles rushing about with their wheeled suitcases and takeaway coffees, completely oblivious to the magical world that existed parallel to their own. Harry pushed their trolley through the crowd, Hedwig hooting indignantly at every jostle, while scanning the barriers between platforms 9 and 10 for any sign of the magical entrance Hagrid had described. Packed with muggles, of course, came a voice from nearby, speaking in what sounded like Arabic. Harry turned to see a large family group gathered near the barrier, their appearance immediately catching the eye in the sea of typical British commuters. The family patriarch was a tall, thin man with olive skin and kind eyes, his greying hair covered by a small white kufi. He wore traditional robes that somehow managed to look both wizard-like and distinctly Middle Eastern, embroidered with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer slightly in the station's fluorescent lighting. Next to him stood a woman completely covered in a black niqab, only her eyes visible, but those eyes crinkled with warmth as she spoke in rapid Arabic to what appeared to be her children. Now, Ramad, the woman was saying in accented English, her voice muffled but clearly maternal, you have packed the prayer rug, yes. And a halal snacks? You know how terrible the food can be at these British schools. Harry found themselves openly staring at the family, not out of prejudice but out of sheer fascination. In the predominantly white, aggressively normal world of Privet Drive, they'd rarely encountered such obvious diversity, and certainly never in connection with magic. "Mama, you packed enough food to feed half of Hogwarts," replied a boy about Harry's age, his skin the same warm olive tone as his father's, with striking red hair that looked almost auburn in the station lighting. He was tall and lanky, wearing jeans and a t-shirt that read, "Inshallah, I'll pass my OWLS. Besides, I checked with the house elves, they can prepare halal meals." "House elves?" The woman's voice rose in alarm. "They are not forcing slave labor on these poor creatures, are they? Because if they are, Habibi, you will be making your own meals." "No, Mama, well, actually, that's complicated. But they're not technically slaves." Harry couldn't help but smile at the familiar sound of a teenager trying to explain something they didn't fully understand themselves to a concerned parent. It was such a normal interaction that it made their chest ache a little with longing. "Excuse me," Harry said, approaching the family with their trolley. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but are you by any chance looking for platform 9 3/4? The woman in the kneecap turned toward them, and Harry could see her eyes widen slightly in recognition. "You are Harry Potter," she said, her voice filled with wonder. "The boy who lived." "Actually," Harry said carefully, "I prefer they heathen pronouns. And I'm not sure about the whole boy who lived thing anymore." Without missing a beat, the woman nodded. "Of course, forgive me. I am Amina Al-Waziri, and this is my husband Farid. We are most honored to meet you." She gestured to the red-haired boy. "This is our son Ramad. He will be starting Hogwarts this year as well." Harry felt a surge of relief at the casual acceptance. "Nice to meet you all. And yes, I'm looking for the platform. I'm a bit lost, to be honest." "First time?" Ramad asked, grinning. "Same here. Mama's been giving me instructions for the past hour, but I think she's more nervous than I am." "I'm not nervous," Amina protested, but her hands were clearly fidgeting with her robes. "I am simply thorough in my preparations." "There is a difference." Farid chuckled, a warm sound that made Harry think of what a real father's laugh might sound like. "Your mother has been preparing for this day since your Hogwarts letter arrived. She has enough supplies in your trunk to establish a small halal restaurant." "Dada!" Ramad protested, but he was grinning. "It is true," Farid continued, winking at Harry. "She has packed prayer rugs, a compass for finding Mecca, enough halal snacks to feed an army, 3 copies of the Quran, and a detailed schedule of prayer times for every day of the school year." "And extra hijabs," added a voice from behind them. Harry turned to see several more children, all with the same distinctive red hair and olive skin. "Don't forget the extra hijabs, in case any of the girls at school want to try wearing one." Amina's eyes crinkled with what Harry assumed was a smile behind her kneecap. "Knowledge and understanding begin with exposure, Layla. If these British children have never seen a hijab before, how can they learn to respect it?" Harry found themselves genuinely impressed by the family's approach to diversity. "That's actually really thoughtful. Our mother believes in building bridges," Ramad explained. "She says that most prejudice comes from ignorance, and ignorance can be cured with education and kindness. A philosophy I imagine you understand well," Amina said gently to Harry. "From what I have read, you too know what it is like to be different, to be misunderstood." Harry felt their throat tighten unexpectedly. "Yeah. I guess I do." "Then you know that we must support each other," Amina continued. "The world can be unkind to those who do not fit into its narrow definitions of normal. But Allah teaches us that diversity is a gift, not a burden." Farid nodded. "The Quran says, 'We have created you from male and female and made you into nations and tribes so that you may know one another.'" He looked at Harry with kind eyes. "I believe this includes all the ways people can be different from each other." Harry felt tears prick at their eyes. After weeks of fighting with the Dursleys, this casual acceptance from strangers felt like a lifeline. "Thank you," they said quietly. You have no idea how much I needed to hear that. We all need to hear it sometimes, Amina replied warmly. Now, shall we figure out this platform situation together? I confess, the idea of running at a brick wall makes me quite anxious. The letter said to run straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, Rahmat said, consulting a piece of parchment. Don't stop and don't be scared you'll crash into it. Subhanallah, Amina muttered. And I thought Muggle transportation was dangerous. Harry couldn't help but laugh. I think that's the point. If you're not sure you want to be there, you shouldn't be able to get through. Like a test of faith, Farid mused. Interesting. Very Islamic, actually, the idea that true commitment requires a leap of faith. Baba, you find Islamic parallels in everything, Rahmat said with fond exasperation. Because they are everywhere, my son. Truth is universal. Harry watched the family dynamic with fascination. Despite their obvious differences from the typical British family, despite the cultural and religious elements that would probably send Vernon Dursley into apoplectic fits, they seemed so normal. Loving. Functional. Would you like to go together? Amina asked Harry. Sometimes these things are less frightening when you have someone beside you. Harry nodded gratefully. I'd like that very much. They positioned themselves in front of the barrier, Harry and Rahmat with their trolleys, the rest of the family gathered around them. Farid had apparently decided to document the moment, pulling out what looked like a magical camera. On 3, Rahmat said, gripping his trolley handle. 1, 2. Wait. Amina called out. Bismillah. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Mama, I don't think Allah is particularly concerned with magical train platforms, Rahmat said, but he was smiling. Allah is concerned with all our journeys, her baby. Now, 3. They ran forward together, and Harry felt the familiar sensation of passing through the magical barrier, like walking through a curtain of cool water. On the other side, platform 9 3/4 spread out before them in all its chaotic glory. The Hogwarts Express sat gleaming and scarlet, steam rising from its engine, surrounded by hundreds of students and their families. The noise was incredible, owls hooting, cats yowling, parents shouting last-minute instructions, and underneath it all, the excited chatter of children about to embark on their magical education. Mashallah, Amina breathed, her voice filled with wonder. It is more beautiful than I imagined. Harry had to agree. After the sterile normalcy of King's Cross, platform 9 3/4 felt like stepping into a dream. Students were loading trunks onto the train, some wearing robes, others in Muggle clothes, all of them vibrating with excitement. Come, Farid said, let us find you boys a good compartment before the train fills up. As they made their way through the crowd, Harry noticed the stairs. Not the usual stairs they were used to as the boy who lived, but the curious, sometimes wary glances directed at the El-Waziri family. It was subtle, a mother pulling her child closer, a father's slight frown, whispered conversations that stopped when they passed. You get used to it, Rahmat said quietly, noticing Harry's expression. The staring. It's not all bad, sometimes people are just curious. But yeah, it happens. That's not fair, Harry said, feeling a familiar surge of anger at injustice. Life rarely is, Amina replied philosophically. But we do not let the ignorance of others determine our joy. Today, my son begins his magical education. I will not let prejudice dim that light. They found an empty compartment halfway down the train, and Farid helped them load their trunks. Amina immediately began unpacking what appeared to be a small grocery store's worth of snacks from her bag. Mama, I told you, they have food on the train, Rahmat protested. They have British food on the train, Amina corrected. These are proper snacks. Dates, nuts, halal jerky, and your favourite marmol cookies. Also, I packed some extra to share with new friends. She turned to Harry, pressing a small package into their hands. For you, dear. I was not sure of your dietary restrictions, but these are made with love. Harry felt their eyes water again. Thank you. Nobody's ever packed me food before. The compartment fell silent at that admission. Farid and Amina exchanged a look that spoke volumes. Well, Amina said firmly, now someone has. And you will never go hungry again if I have anything to say about it. Mama's already adopted you, Ramad said with a grin. Fair warning, she's going to want to feed you constantly now. There are worse fates, Harry said, clutching the package of cookies. The train whistle blew, and parents began saying their goodbyes. Amina hugged Ramad tightly, whispering prayers and instructions in Arabic that made him roll his eyes but hug her back just as fiercely. Remember, she said, switching to English, pray 5 times a day, eat only halal food, respect your teachers, make good friends, and study hard. But most importantly, remember who you are and where you come from. I will, Namar. I promise. Farid clasped his son's shoulder. Be proud of your heritage, but do not let it become a wall between you and others. Build bridges, not barriers. Yes, Baba. As the family prepared to leave, Amina turned to Harry one last time. You too, dear. Remember that you are not alone in this world. There are people who will accept you for exactly who you are, you just have to be brave enough to find them. Harry nodded, not trusting their voice. The train began to move, and Harry and Ramad leaned out the window to wave goodbye to the Al-Waziri family. As the platform disappeared behind them, Harry felt something they hadn't experienced in a long time, hope. So, Ramad said, settling back into his seat, want to share those cookies while you tell me what it's like being famous? Harry laughed, opening the package. The cookies were incredible, sweet and nutty and still warm. Honestly? It's not that great. I'd rather just be normal. Normal is overrated, Ramad said, accepting a cookie. Normal is boring. Normal is what people say when they're too lazy to understand something different. The Dursleys would hate you, Harry said with a grin. Good. I'd hate them right back. Ramad paused. Your family, they're not accepting of your identity. Harry's smile faded. That's putting it mildly. They think I'm mentally ill. Or doing it for attention. Or both. I'm sorry, Ramad said simply. That must be incredibly difficult. It is. But meeting your family, it gives me hope that maybe there are people out there who will understand. There are, Ramad assured them. Trust me, as someone who's dealt with prejudice my whole life, I can tell you that for every person who hates you for being different, there's another person who will love you for exactly the same reason. Harry felt a warmth in their chest that had nothing to do with the cookies. Your parents seem amazing. They are. They immigrated here when I was little, and they've always taught us that our differences make us stronger, not weaker. When I told them I was going to a magical school, Mama immediately started researching Islamic perspectives on magic. Did you know there are actually Quranic verses about jinn and supernatural abilities? Really? Yeah. She's convinced that magic is just another one of Allah's gifts, like intelligence or artistic ability. She says it would be disrespectful not to use it to help others. Harry marveled at the contrast between Ramad's accepting family and their own situation. The Dursleys think magic is evil. They hate everything about the wizarding world. Well, they're wrong. And you know what? Once you get to Hogwarts, you'll never have to go back to them if you don't want to. The wizarding world becomes your home. You really think so? I know so. My parents did their research. Hogwarts has a surprisingly good track record with students from unconventional backgrounds. Apparently, there are already several openly LGBTQ+ students, and the school has policies about preferred names and pronouns. Harry's heart leaped. Really? Really? The magical world might be old-fashioned in some ways, but they've always been more accepting of what Muggles consider abnormal. After all, we can turn people into toads. Gender identity is hardly the weirdest thing they've dealt with. For the first time since coming out to the Dursleys, Harry felt genuinely excited about their future. This is going to be amazing, isn't it? Absolutely, Ramad agreed, pulling out a small prayer rug. Speaking of which, it's time for Dear Prayer. Do you mind if I? Of course not, Harry said quickly. Do what you need to do. As Ramad began his prayers, speaking quietly in Arabic, Harry looked out the window at the British countryside rushing past. They thought about the Al-Waziri family's kindness, about Ramad's easy acceptance, about the possibility of finding a place where they could be themselves without apology. Maybe, just maybe, this was the beginning of something wonderful. The train carried them toward Hogwarts, toward a future where being different might actually be a strength rather than a burden. And for the first time in months, Harry Potter allowed themselves to truly believe that everything was going to be okay. Allahu Akbar, Ramad murmured, finishing his prayers. Amen to that, Harry whispered, and meant it with all their heart. The Hogwarts Express journey. The Hogwarts Express chugged along through the English countryside, its scarlet steam engine pulling carriage after carriage of chattering students toward their magical destination. Harry pressed their face to the window of their compartment, watching the landscape blur past while trying to process everything that had happened at King's Cross Station. Now, settled into a compartment with Ramad al-Wazir, Harry was beginning to think that maybe, just maybe, the wizarding world might be different. So, Ramad said, settling back into his seat and adjusting his prayer cap, "My mother says you're starting Hogwarts too." First year. Yeah, Harry replied, still feeling slightly surreal about the entire situation. This is all pretty overwhelming, to be honest. Ramad grinned, revealing straight white teeth. Tell me about it. I've grown up knowing about magic, but actually going to school for it. That's different. He glanced at his watch, a simple affair that Harry noticed was set to show prayer times along with regular hours. Only to do dear in about 2 hours. Hope the train has somewhere quiet I can pray. Harry blinked. You just mentioned that so casually. Why wouldn't I? Ramad looked genuinely puzzled. It's part of who I am. 5 times a day, every day. Has been since I was 7 and decided I was ready to commit properly. He tilted his head curiously. Is that weird to you? No, not weird, Harry said quickly. Just refreshing, I guess. My family, the people I live with, they act like anything that makes you different is something to be ashamed of. Ramad's expression darkened slightly. One of those families. He leaned forward, his voice taking on a conspiratorial tone. Let me guess, they think being different is some sort of disease that can be cured with enough disapproval and forceful normalcy. Harry stared at him. That's exactly right. How did you? Because I've dealt with it too, just from a different angle, Ramad said with a rueful smile. You wouldn't believe some of the things people have said to my family. Everything from go back where you came from to you're oppressing your women to asking my mother if she's being forced to dress the way she does. He rolled his eyes. As if Mama couldn't hex someone into next week if she wanted to. She chose to cover because it makes her feel closer to Allah, not because anyone's making her. Harry felt a warm flash of recognition. People always think they know better than you do about your own life. Exactly. Ramad's eyes lit up. So what's your story? If you don't mind me asking. Mama always says that people who look like they're carrying heavy burdens usually are. Harry took a deep breath. They told the Dursleys they'd survived the disaster, and Ramad seemed genuinely kind. I'm transgender, they said, watching carefully for Ramad's reaction. Ramad nodded thoughtfully. That explains the careful pronoun checking. They them. Yeah. Harry felt some of the tension leave their shoulders. You're taking this very well. Why wouldn't I? Ramad shrugged. Allah made all of us exactly as we're meant to be. Who am I to question that? Besides, he grinned, my cousin Layla transitioned 3 years ago. Family was confused at first, but love wins out over confusion pretty quickly when you actually care about someone. Harry felt something tight in their chest begin to loosen. Your family sounds amazing. They are, Alan Julilla. Not perfect, we've got our share of drama and arguments, but we support each other. Ramad's expression grew more serious. What about yours? Are they not supportive? Harry let out a bitter laugh. That's putting it mildly. My Uncle Vernon thinks I'm mentally ill. My Aunt Pagia thinks it's a phase that can be cured with enough cooking lessons and feminine activities. And my cousin Dudley just thinks I'm doing it for attention. That's rough, Archie, Ramad said sympathetically. But you know what? You're going to Hogwarts now. 7 years away from that kind of negativity, surrounded by people who are learning that magic comes in all forms. He paused. Well, hopefully. I mean, wizards can be just as prejudiced as muggles, unfortunately. Great, Harry muttered. More people to disappoint with my existence. Hey, Ramad said firmly, your existence isn't disappointing anyone worth knowing. And anyone who has a problem with it can take it up with me, inshallah. Before Harry could respond to this unexpected offer of protection, the compartment door slid open with a sharp bang. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost, oh. The girl who'd burst in stopped mid-sentence, taking in Harry and Ramad with sharp, analytical eyes. She was about their age, with bushy brown hair and an expression that suggested she was constantly thinking about 17 things at once. I haven't seen a toad, Ramad said politely. But you're welcome to check under the seats if you'd like. Thank you, but I've already checked this entire car twice. The girl stepped fully into the compartment, and Harry noticed she was wearing a pin that read "Smash the Patriarchy" in bold letters. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. First year. You? Ramad al-Waziri, Ramad replied with a slight nod. And this is Harry. Harry Potter, Harry added, then immediately regretted it as Hermione's eyes widened. The Harry Potter? The one who survived you know who. Hermione's voice took on an excited edge. I've read about you in The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts and Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century, Anne. I really wish people would stop doing that, Harry interrupted. I don't remember any of it. If I was a baby. Hermione had the grace to look slightly abashed. Sorry. I love learning about magical history, and you're such an important figure. I'm just a person, Harry said firmly. A person who'd prefer to be known for who they are now, not what happened to them as an infant. Of course, absolutely, Hermione said quickly. What pronouns do you use? Harry blinked in surprise. That was twice in one day. Apparently the wizarding world was more progressive than they dared hope. They, them. Noted. Hermione settled into the seat across from them without invitation, her expression shifting into what Harry was already recognizing as her lecture mode. It's so refreshing to meet someone who's openly challenging gender norms. The entire concept of gender is really just a social construct designed to maintain patriarchal power structures, you know. Ramad raised an eyebrow. That's certainly one perspective. It's not a perspective, it's fact, Hermione said with the confidence of someone who had clearly spent considerable time thinking about this topic. The gender binary is a tool of oppression used to keep people in neat little boxes that serve the interests of those in power, primarily cisgender, heterosexual men who benefit from maintaining the status quo. Harry and Ramad exchanged glances. I mean, Harry said carefully, I do think gender roles can be restrictive, but... Exactly. Hermione leaned forward enthusiastically. And it's not just gender rules, it's the entire system. The expectation that people with certain anatomy must behave in certain ways, must want certain things, must fulfill certain societal functions. It's all designed to perpetuate male dominance and female subjugation. Okay, Ramad said slowly, but what about people who do genuinely identify with traditional gender roles? Are they just wrong? Hermione waved a dismissive hand. They've been conditioned by patriarchal messaging. No one in a truly free society would choose to conform to such restrictive binaries if they hadn't been brainwashed from birth. Harry felt a flicker of irritation. So you're saying that anyone who identifies as traditionally masculine or feminine is just brainwashed? Not brainwashed, Hermione corrected, conditioned. There's a difference. But yes, essentially. The patriarchy is incredibly insidious in how it shapes our understanding of ourselves from the moment we are born. Pink for girls, blue for boys, dolls versus trucks, nurturing versus aggressive. It's all arbitrary nonsense designed to maintain power imbalances. What about my mother? Ramad asked quietly. She chooses to cover, she enjoys traditional homemaking, she finds fulfillment in caring for her family. Are you saying she's been brainwashed? Hermione's expression faltered slightly. Well, that's more complicated because of religious and cultural factors. So it's only brainwashing when it's Western women making traditional choices. Ramad's tone was mild, but Harry caught the edge beneath it. That's not what look, internalized misogyny affects all women, regardless of culture, Hermione said, her cheeks reddening. The fact that women have been convinced that their oppression is actually their choice doesn't make it less oppressive. Right, Harry said, feeling increasingly uncomfortable with the direction of this conversation. So basically, any woman who doesn't agree with your analysis is just too oppressed to know better. You're oversimplifying. Am I? Harry crossed their arms. Because it sounds like you're saying that your way of understanding gender and society is the only correct way, and anyone who disagrees is just suffering from false consciousness. Hermione opened her mouth, then closed it, looking genuinely conflicted for the first time since she'd entered the compartment. Ramad leaned back in his seat. Look, I'm not saying patriarchy isn't real or that gender-based oppression doesn't exist. But maybe the solution isn't to declare that everyone who doesn't fit your model of liberation is just confused. I never said that, Hermione said, though she sounded less certain than before. You kind of did, Harry pointed out gently. And honestly? It reminds me a lot of how my relatives talk about me being transgender. They're convinced they know better than I do about my own identity, and any evidence to the contrary is just proof that I've been corrupted by outside influences. Hermione stared at them, her face cycling through a series of expressions. I see what you mean. An awkward silence settled over the compartment, broken only by the rhythmic clacking of the train wheels on the tracks. I'm sorry, Hermione said finally. You're right. I was being presumptuous. And probably a bit condescending. A bit? Ramad asked with a slight smile. Okay, very condescending, Hermione admitted with a rueful laugh. It's just, I get so passionate about these issues, and I've read so much theory, and sometimes I forget that real people are more complicated than academic frameworks. Harry felt their irritation beginning to fade. I get it. You care about justice and equality. That's admirable. But maybe listen to people's actual experiences instead of telling them what their experiences mean. That's fair, Hermione nodded. Can we start over? Sure, Harry said. I'm Harry, I use they them pronouns, and I'm transgender. I also think gender is complicated and personal, and people should be free to express themselves however feels authentic to them. I'm Ramad, I use he, him pronouns, I'm Muslim, and I believe Allah made each of us exactly as we are meant to be, Ramad added. I also think that respecting people's choices, even when we don't understand them, is more important than being ideologically pure. Hermione took a deep breath. I'm Hermione, I use she, her pronouns, I'm still figuring out my sexuality but definitely queer, and I'm passionate about fighting oppression in all its forms. I also apparently need to work on not being a know-it-all who steamrolls over other people's perspectives. We all have things to work on, Harry said diplomatically. So, Ramad said, clearly trying to steer the conversation towards safer waters, what are you most excited about at Hogwarts? The library, Hermione said immediately, then caught herself. Sorry, is that too stereotypical bookworm of me? Only if you think being a bookworm is a bad thing, Harry replied. I'm excited about, well, everything, really. Learning magic, being somewhere I might actually fit in, getting away from people who think my existence is a personal affront to the natural order. That's not too much to ask for, Ramad said sympathetically. I'm excited about transfiguration. The idea that you can change the fundamental nature of something just by understanding it well enough and having enough willpower, there's something beautiful about that. Harry looked at him with new interest. That's a lovely way to think about it. What can I say? I'm a poet at heart, Ramad grinned. Much to my father's despair. He keeps hoping I'll develop an interest in the family business. Which is? Importing magical carpets and flying apparatus from the Middle East, Ramad said. Legitimate business, completely above board, though you wouldn't know it from the way the ministry treats us. Apparently having an Arabic surname automatically makes you suspicious. Hermione frowned. That's terrible. And completely racist. Welcome to being a minority in magical Britain, Ramad said with a shrug that didn't quite hide his bitterness. At least at Hogwarts I'll just be another student, right? Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, both apparently thinking the same thing, if only it were that simple. I hoped so, Harry said. Though I have a feeling we're all going to stand out whether we want to or not. True, Hermione said. You because of your fame, Ramad because. She gestured vaguely. Because I'm brown and Muslim in a predominantly white, Christian society. Ramad supplied dryly. I was going to say because you're obviously intelligent and thoughtful, but yes, unfortunately, probably that too. And you'll stand out because you're brilliant and unafraid to show it, Harry told Hermione. Plus the whole feminist thing. Is being a feminist really that unusual? Hermione asked. Calling out patriarchy in your first conversation with strangers might be, Ramad pointed out with amusement. Hermione winced. Point taken. The train began to slow, and Harry glanced out the window to see they were pulling into a small station. A few older students got off to stretch their legs and buy snacks from a cart, but most remained in their compartments. How long is this journey? Harry asked. Several more hours, Ramad replied, checking his watch again. Which reminds me, I need to find somewhere to pray soon. Do you think they'd mind if I used part of this compartment? Why would we mind? Harry asked, genuinely puzzled. Some people get uncomfortable around religious practices they don't understand, Ramad said with a slight shrug. Or they think I'm being performative or trying to make a statement. The only statement you'd be making is that you take your faith seriously, Hermione said firmly. Which is admirable. Thanks. Ramad smiled. You know, when I was worried about making friends at Hogwarts, I wasn't expecting to find people who were so understanding. Maybe that's because we all know what it's like to be misunderstood, Harry suggested. Probably, Hermione agreed. Though I should warn you both, I have a tendency to lecture people about social justice issues. It's apparently very annoying. Only when you assume you know better than the people you're trying to help, Ramad said gently. Passion for justice is good. Assuming you have all the answers, less good. I'm working on it, Hermione said. My parents say I need to learn the difference between being right and being helpful. Your parents sound wise, Harry said. They are. They're dentists, muggles, and they've been incredibly supportive about the whole magic thing. Even bought me extra books so I could learn about wizarding culture before starting school. Hermione's expression grew more serious. What are your families like? Harry and Ramad exchanged glances again. My family's amazing, Ramad said. Supportive, loving, chaotic in the best way. My parents have been nothing but encouraging about Hogwarts, even though it means I'll be the first Al-Waziri to attend a British wizarding school instead of studying abroad. That sounds wonderful, Hermione said wistfully, then turned to Harry. What about yours? Harry was quiet for a long moment. The people I live with aren't really my family, they said finally. They're my relatives, but they don't understand me. Don't want to understand me. They think I'm broken or confused or going through a phase. That's their loss, Ramad said firmly. And their failure, not yours. I know that intellectually, Harry said. It's just hard sometimes, feeling like the people who are supposed to love you see you as a problem to be solved instead of a person to be supported. Hermione leaned forward, her expression earnest. You know what? We'll be your family at Hogwarts. When we, Ramad. Absolutely, Ramad nodded. Found family is just as valid as biological family. Sometimes more so. Harry felt their throat tighten with unexpected emotion. You barely know me. We know enough, Hermione said. We know you're brave enough to be yourself despite opposition. We know you're thoughtful and kind. We know you're willing to stand up for others. You defended Ramad when I was being presumptuous about his mother. And we know you're going to need allies at Hogwarts, Ramad added. Just like we will. So why not stick together? Harry looked at these two people, so different from each other, so different from Harry, and yet somehow exactly what they hadn't known they were looking for. Okay, they said softly. Yeah, I'd like that. The train whistle blew, signaling their departure from the station, and the Hogwarts Express resumed its journey north. But somehow, Harry felt like they'd already arrived at the most important destination, friendship. As Ramad quietly began his afternoon prayers in the corner of the compartment and Hermione pulled out a book titled Magical Feminist Theory, a Critical Analysis, Harry settled back in their seat and watched the Scottish countryside roll past. For the first time in their life, Harry Potter felt like they might actually belong somewhere. Even if that somewhere was a magical school filled with unknown challenges and potential prejudices, at least they wouldn't be facing it alone. And that, Harry thought, made all the difference. Draco's introduction. The Hogwarts Express was chugging along at a comfortable pace, and Harry was just beginning to feel like they might actually fit in somewhere for once in their life. Ramad had just finished explaining the intricacies of scheduling prayer times around a Quidditch practice schedule, and Hermione was passionately detailing her plans to revolutionize the wizarding world's approach to house elf labor rights, when their compartment door slid open with unnecessary force. Well, drawled a pale, pointed-faced boy with slick-back platinum hair, flanked by two enormous boys who looked like they'd been carved from particularly unintelligent stone. What do we have here? The freak's compartment. Harry felt their stomach drop. They'd encountered this type before, the kind of person who walked into rooms like they owned not just the space, but everyone in it. Can we help you? Hermione asked icily, her tone suggesting that helping was the last thing she intended to do. The pale boy ignored her entirely, his grey eyes scanning the compartment with obvious disdain. I'm Draco Malfoy, he announced, as if this should mean something significant to everyone present. And you are? Leaving, Harry said pointedly, but Draco had already settled himself across from them without invitation, his two companions blocking the doorway like particularly thick-necked gargoyles. Oh, come now, Draco said with a smirk that would have looked at home on a shark. We're all going to be at Hogwarts together. Might as well get acquainted. Though I have to say, I'm surprised they're letting just anyone on the train these days. His eyes lingered on Ramad in a way that made Harry's skin crawl. What's that supposed to mean? Ramad asked, his voice carefully controlled. Draco shrugged with practiced casualness. Oh, nothing personal. It's just that Hogwarts used to have standards, you know? Now they're letting in all sorts. Mudbloods, half-breeds. His gaze flicked to Harry. Gender-confused freaks. The temperature in the compartment seemed to drop several degrees. Excuse me, Harry said, their voice dangerously quiet. Oh, don't look so offended, Draco continued, apparently oblivious to the mounting tension. I'm just saying what everyone's thinking. All this modern nonsense about choosing your gender, it's destroying the fabric of wizarding society. Back when my father was at school, people knew what they were and stuck with it. Hermione's eyes had gone very bright and very dangerous. And what exactly do you think you are, Malfoy? I'm a pureblood wizard from one of the oldest families in Britain, Draco said proudly. Which, unfortunately, puts me in an increasingly rare category these days. Do you know how hard it is for someone like me in this climate? Hard for you? Ramad repeated incredulously. Absolutely. Draco warmed to his theme, apparently mistaking their horrified fascination for genuine interest. Girls these days have been completely brainwashed by all this feminist propaganda. Hermione was staring at him like he was a particularly fascinating species of toxic fungus. Let me get this straight. You think girls don't like you because they've been brainwashed by feminism? Exactly. Draco said, apparently thrilled that someone was finally understanding him. It's not natural, you see. Women are supposed to be attracted to masculinity, to men who can offer them stability and status. But all this modern equality nonsense has confused their natural instincts. Their natural instincts, Hermione repeated slowly. Right. See, you get it. Women are naturally submissive, it's biological. But feminism has poisoned their minds, made them think they want careers and independence when what they really want is a strong man to take care of them. It's actually quite sad when you think about it. The compartment had gone dead silent except for the rhythmic clacking of the train wheels. Harry and Ron were staring at Draco with the kind of horrified fascination usually reserved for particularly gruesome accidents. So, Harry said carefully, girls don't like you because feminism has brainwashed them into not recognizing what a catch you are. Precisely. Draco beamed. Finally, someone with sense. You wouldn't believe how many times I've been perfectly gentlemanly to a girl, held doors, complimented her appearance, explained things she clearly didn't understand, only to have her act like I was being condescending or something equally ridiculous. Shocking, Hermione said flatly. I know, right? And don't get me started on how they dress these days. Back in my parents' time, witches knew how to present themselves properly. Now they're all trying to look like men, or wearing robes that are far too practical instead of flattering. It's like they don't even want male attention anymore. Gee, I wonder why, Harry muttered. Draco was on a roll now, apparently taking Harry's comment as encouragement. And the worst part is, they all claim to want the nice guys, but then they ignore perfectly decent wizards like me in favor of some Gryffindor Quidditch player who's probably never read a book in his life. It's completely illogical. Maybe, Ramad said slowly, they're not attracted to you for reasons that have nothing to do with feminism or brainwashing. Maybe they just don't like your personality. Draco's face darkened. My personality is perfectly fine, thanks. I'm intelligent, well-educated, from a good family. And incredibly modest, Hermione added sarcastically. Modesty is overrated, Draco snapped. False modesty is just another symptom of this culture of weakness that's infected everything. Real men aren't afraid to acknowledge their own worth. Real men, Harry repeated. Right. And what makes a real man, exactly? Draco straightened up, clearly delighted to share his expertise. Well, for starters, real men don't let women walk all over them. They maintain their authority in relationships. They don't apologize for being masculine or having natural leadership instincts. And they certainly don't pretend that men and women are the same when they're obviously completely different. He shot a pointed look at Harry. Real men also don't get confused about basic biological facts. The atmosphere in the compartment shifted from uncomfortable to actively hostile. Okay, Harry said, their voice taking on the dangerously calm tone that had always preceded their most spectacular arguments with the Dursleys. Let me see if I understand your worldview correctly. Women are naturally submissive and should be grateful for male attention, regardless of how that attention is delivered. Girls who don't like you have been brainwashed by feminism rather than making their own rational choices. And anyone who doesn't fit into your narrow definition of gender roles is confused about the basic biological facts. Well, when you put it like that, it sounds like the ramblings of someone who's never had a genuine human connection in their life. Hermione suggested sweetly. Draco's face flashed red. I'll have you know I've had plenty of connections. It's just that girls these days don't know how to appreciate a guy who thinks they're too stupid to make their own decisions. Ramad interrupted. I never said they were stupid. No, you just said they've been brainwashed into not recognizing their natural submissive instincts, Harry pointed out. Totally different. Look, Draco said, his voice rising, I know this might be hard for your confused mind to understand, but there are natural differences between men and women. It's not sexist, it's just biology. Hermione laughed, but it wasn't a pleasant sound. Oh, biology. Well, why didn't you say so? Tell me, what's your educational background in biology? Have you studied endocrinology? Genetics? Neuroscience? Behavioral psychology. Well, it's just common sense. Common sense, Hermione repeated. Right. So when you say biology, what you actually mean is half-remembered stereotypes that conveniently support your existing prejudices. That's not, look, you don't need a degree to understand that men are stronger and women are more emotional And there it is, Harry said with grim satisfaction. The real problem isn't that girls have been brainwashed by feminism. The problem is that you have incredibly outdated and insulting views about half the human population, and you're confused about why they don't want to date you. Draco stood up abruptly, his face now the color of an overripe tomato. You know what? I don't have to listen to this from a bunch of freaks and social justice warriors. You all learn soon enough what the real world is like. When you're older, you'll understand that some people are just naturally better than others, and all this equality nonsense is just feel-good propaganda. Millimeter whom, Hermione said, examining her fingernails with exaggerated boredom. And I'm sure the girls will be lining up to date you once they realize how naturally superior you are. They will. Draco sputtered. Once all this feminist brainwashing wears off, they'll see that traditional relationships are the only ones that actually work. Men lead, women follow, that's how it's always been. In your fantasies, maybe, Harry said dryly. Draco glared at all three of them, his carefully styled hair now slightly mussed from his agitation. You'll see. All of you. When this whole social justice warrior phase burns itself out, people will remember what real values look like. And when that happens, don't come crying to me about how unfair the world is. We'll try to contain our devastation, Ramad said solemnly. Sign. Draco spun on his heel and stalked toward the door, his two silent companions lumbering after him like trained bears. Enjoy your little diversity club. Just remember, Hogwarts isn't going to coddle you forever. The real wizarding world doesn't care about your feelings. He paused in the doorway, apparently unable to resist one final parting shot. And Potter? Good luck finding someone desperate enough to date a confused freak. You're going to need it. The compartment door slammed shut behind him with enough force to rattle the windows. For a long moment, the three remaining occupants sat in stunned silence, listening to the sound of Draco's voice fading down the corridor as he apparently continued his rant to anyone within earshot. Well, Hermione said finally, that was educational. Is he always like that? Harry asked weakly. I've known him for exactly 17 minutes, Ramad pointed out, but I'm going to guess yes. Hermione was shaking her head in amazement. I've read about people like that, but I've never actually encountered one in the wild. It's like meeting a living, breathing stereotype. The scary part, Harry said slowly, is that he genuinely doesn't understand why people don't like him. He really thinks the problem is everyone else. Classic narcissistic behavior, Hermione agreed. Combined with a hefty dose of misogyny and what appears to be some sort of bizarre entitlement complex. It's actually fascinating from a psychological perspective. It's terrifying from a we have to go to school with him a perspective, Ramad muttered. Harry slumped back in their seat, feeling suddenly exhausted. Great. So not only do I have to worry about fitting in as a transgender student, now I also have to deal with. They gestured vaguely toward the door. That. Hey, Hermione said firmly, don't let him get to you. Guys like Malfoy are all bluster and no substance. He's probably just insecure about his own masculinity and taking it out on everyone else. Plus, Ramad added with a slight grin, did you see his face when you started dismantling his arguments? I thought he was going to spontaneously combust. Despite everything, Harry found themselves smiling. He did look pretty upset when you asked about his biology education. That's because he doesn't have one, Hermione said with satisfaction. People like him love to cite science and biology to support their prejudices, but they've never actually studied either subject. The moment you ask for specifics, they fall apart. Still, Harry said, is probably not the only one at Hogwarts who thinks like that. Probably not, Hermione agreed. But he's also not representative of everyone. Look at us, we just met, we're all completely different, and we're getting along fine." "Better than fine," Rahmed said. "I mean, bonding over our shared horror at Draco Malfoy's worldview isn't exactly how I pictured making friends, but I'll take it." Harry looked at their two new friends, Rahmed with his earnest brown eyes and careful consideration of everyone's feelings, Hermione with her fierce intelligence and passionate commitment to justice, and felt something warm settle in their chest. "You know what?" they said. "Maybe Hogwarts won't be so bad after all. Just promise me," Hermione said with mock seriousness, "that if I ever start sounding like Malfoy, you'll stage an intervention." "Deal," Harry and Rahmed said simultaneously. Although, Rahmed added thoughtfully, "I don't think we have to worry about that. I'm pretty sure you'd have to suffer some kind of massive head injury to develop that level of self-delusion. Or be raised by people who told you that your inherent worth was determined by your bloodline and gender," Harry said quietly. The others looked at them with surprise. "What?" Harry shrugged. "I mean, he's awful, but he didn't get that way in a vacuum. Someone taught him that stuff." "That's actually a really good point," Hermione said slowly. "It's easy to write him off as just a terrible person, but those attitudes come from somewhere. Doesn't make him any less insufferable to deal with," Rahmed pointed out. "No," Harry agreed, "but it does make him more predictable. And if we understand where he's coming from, we can probably figure out how to handle him." "Look at you, being all wise and analytical," Hermione said with approval. "I like that." "Thanks," Harry said, feeling their cheeks warm slightly. "I've had a lot of practice dealing with people who think I'm fundamentally wrong for existing." The train began to slow, and through the window, they could see the lights of what must be Hogsmeade Station approaching. "Well," Rahmed said, gathering his things, "whatever else happens at Hogwarts, at least we know we are not the worst people there." "The bar is apparently very low," Hermione observed. "I'm okay with low bars," Harry said, standing and reaching for their trunk. "Low bars are easier to clear." As they made their way off the train and toward whatever awaited them at Hogwarts, Harry couldn't help but feel cautiously optimistic. Yes, there would be people like Draco Malfoy to deal with, people who saw their very existence as a threat to the natural order. But there would also be people like Hermione and Rahmed, people who saw them as just another human being trying to figure out their place in the world. For someone who had spent most of their life feeling like an outsider, that was more than enough to be going on with. Even if they did have to occasionally deal with entitled bigots who thought feminism was a conspiracy to prevent them from getting dates. Harry had handled worse. They'd survived the Dursleys, after all. How much more difficult could one obnoxious rich boy really be? As they walked toward the boats that would carry them across the lake to Hogwarts, Harry had the distinct feeling they were about to find out. Boat ride of awkwardness. The Hogwarts Express had finally wheezed to a stop at Hogsmeade Station, and Harry felt their stomach doing nervous flips that had nothing to do with the train's jerky braking. Through the window, they could see other students grabbing their trunks and filing off onto the platform, chattering excitedly about finally arriving at school. "First years." "First years over here," boomed a familiar voice over the commotion. Harry spotted Hagrid's massive form through the crowd, his wild hair and beard making him look like a friendly giant among the nervous 11-year-olds clustering around him. Harry, Rahmed, and Hermione made their way over to the group, dragging their trunks behind them. The platform was chaos, parents giving last-minute hugs, older students shouting greetings to friends, and what appeared to be at least 3 different owls having a territorial dispute near the luggage cart. Right then, Hagrid called out, clapping his enormous hands together. "Everyone got their trunks?" "Good, good. Now, before we head to the boats, I've got a few things to go over with ye." He pulled out what looked like a scroll that had been rolled and unrolled so many times it was falling apart at the edges. "Been asked to give ye all a bit of a, whatcha-call-it, cultural orientation before we get to the castle." Hermione immediately perked up. "Cultural orientation? That sounds very progressive." Well, Hagrid scratched his head, looking uncomfortable. "Professor McGonagall gave me this list of things I'm supposed to mention. Something about making sure everyone feels earthy included and whatnot." He squinted at the scroll, holding it at arm's length. Right, first item, acknowledge the traditional inhabitants of the land. Well, I suppose that'd be the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest, though they're not exactly what you'd call friendly to visitors. Oh, and the giant squid in the lake, been there longer than any of us. The giant squid piped up a small girl with blonde pigtails. Is it dangerous? Dangerous? Nah, not really. Mostly just minded its own business for the past few centuries. Though I suppose we never did ask if it wanted us sailing boats over its head all the time. Harry noticed Hermione starting to look concerned. Hagrid, are you saying we're disturbing the squid's natural habitat without its consent? Well, I wouldn't put it quite like that. Hagrid mumbled, consulting his scroll again. But now that you mention it, we do sort of just use the lake without asking. That's terrible. Hermione exclaimed. We should establish some kind of communication protocol with the squid before we proceed. Ah, how exactly would we do that? He asked Ramad, adjusting his prayer cap nervously. We could try sign language, suggested a boy with enormous front teeth. Or maybe interpretive dance? Hagrid looked increasingly panicked. Look, I don't think we need to be doing any dancing at the squid. Let's just all move on, shall we? He consulted his scroll again. Next item, respect for diverse magical creatures. Right, well, we've got all sorts living around the castle. House elves in the kitchens, ghosts in the corridors, portraits on the walls, and I'm supposed to mention that they all have feelings and deserve to be treated with dignity. House elves. Hermione's eyes lit up with what Harry was beginning to recognize as her crusading expression. Are they paid fair wages? Paid wages. Hagrid looked baffled. They're house elves. They like to work. Nobody likes to work without compensation. That's slavery. Now hold on, Hagrid said, waving his hands frantically. The house elves are perfectly happy. Been with wizarding families for centuries. It's traditional. Tradition doesn't justify exploitation. Hermione declared, pulling out a notebook and starting to scribble furiously. I'm going to research this immediately. A red-headed boy near the back of the group raised his hand. Excuse me, but are we supposed to be getting to the castle? My mum said something about a feast. Right, yes, the boats, Hagrid said gratefully, rolling up his scroll. Follow me, everyone. And stick together, don't want anyone falling in the lake. They followed Hagrid down a steep, narrow path that led to the edge of the Great Lake. In the growing dusk, Harry could see a fleet of small boats bobbing gently at a wooden dock. The castle loomed on the far shore, its windows glowing warmly in the darkness. For to a boat. Hagrid called out. And be careful getting in, they're a bit wobbly. Harry, Ramad, and Hermione naturally gravitated toward the same boat, along with a nervous-looking boy who'd asked about the feast. As they settled into their seats, the boat rocked alarmingly. I'm Neville Longbottom, the boy introduced himself quietly. Are you really Harry Potter? Yeah, that's me, Harry replied, trying to sound casual about it. And I'm Ramad Weasley, Ramad added. My family's new to the wizarding world. Well, new to the British wizarding world, anyway. I'm Hermione Granger, Hermione said, though she was distracted by examining the boat's construction. These vessels appear to be self-navigating. I wonder if they're powered by enslaved water spirits. Enslaved water spirits. Neville squeaked. It's entirely possible, Hermione said seriously. We really should investigate the ethical implications of magical transportation before we just assume it's acceptable. Forward. Hagrid shouted from his own boat, which was considerably larger than the student boats and looked like it was struggling to stay afloat under his weight. The boats began to move on their own, gliding smoothly across the dark water. It should have been magical and peaceful, but their boat's enchantments apparently included some kind of automated announcement system. Welcome aboard the Hogwarts Express Lake Shuttle Service, a cheerful voice announced from somewhere near the bow. Please ensure all passengers have fastened their safety harnesses and stated their preferred pronouns for the journey manifest. Harry looked around the boat in confusion. Safety harnesses? I don't see any safety harnesses. Pronouns? Neville looked terrified. What pronouns? I don't understand what's happening. This boat is asking for our pronouns, Hermione explained matter-of-factly. It's actually quite progressive. I use she's her pronouns. He came for me, Ramad added. They them, Harry said, though they felt slightly ridiculous talking to a boat. All eyes turned to Neville, who looked like he was about to faint. I don't. Is this a test? Am I failing already? Just say he's him, Harry whispered. It's okay. He's him. Neville practically shouted at the boat. Thank you for your cooperation, the boat announced cheerfully. Please be advised that this vessel operates in accordance with the International Magical Creature Rights Convention of 1892. Any harassment of lake-dwelling entities will result in immediate ejection from the boat. See? Hermione said triumphantly. They do have protections for magical creatures. From Hagrid's boat came a loud splash, followed by his voice booming across the water, sorry about that. Didn't mean to splash here. A moment later, something large and tentacled broke the surface of the water near their boat. The giant squid's massive head emerged, water streaming from its ancient-looking eyes as it regarded the flotilla of boats with what appeared to be mild annoyance. Oh my, Hermione breathed. It's magnificent. The squid made a sound that was somewhere between a whale song and a very large person clearing their throat. Several boats rocked in the waves created by its movement. I think it's trying to communicate, Hermione said excitedly. We should respond. Respond how? Harry asked, though they had a sinking feeling they already knew what Hermione was going to suggest. Hello, beautiful creature. Hermione called out across the water. We come in peace. We acknowledge your sovereignty over this lake and apologize for any disturbance. The squid's enormous eye fixed on their boat specifically. It made another sound, this one distinctly less melodic. I don't think it's happy, Neville whispered. Of course it's not happy, Hermione said. Probably decades of boats disturbing its habitat without so much as a by your leave. We should establish a proper dialogue. Hermione, Ramad said carefully, maybe we shouldn't antagonize the giant magical creature. But Hermione was already leaning over the side of the boat, trying to get closer to the squid. We're very sorry about the intrusion. Is there anything we can do to make this more comfortable for you? The squid responded by shooting a jet of water directly at their boat, soaking all for passengers. I think that was a no, Harry said, wiping lake water from their glasses. Or maybe it was a greeting. Hermione said optimistically, despite being dripping wet. Different species have different communication methods. From across the water, they could hear other boats having similar encounters. One boat full of first years was apparently trying to sing what sounded like a peace song at the squid, while another group was attempting to perform what looked like synchronized swimming motions while still sitting in their boat. This is mental, muttered a girl with black hair from a nearby boat. Are we going to spend the whole year apologizing to every magical creature we meet? It's called respect. Hermione called back. Something previous generations clearly didn't understand. Previous generations managed to get to school without conducting diplomatic negotiations with the lake life, the girl replied. Hagrid's voice boomed across the water. Everyone just try to be polite to the squid. And don't make any sudden movements. Be polite to the squid, Neville repeated faintly. This is not what my gran said Hogwarts would be like. The squid, apparently tiring of the attention, sank back beneath the surface with a final dismissive splash that sent more water cascading over the boats. Well, Hermione said, wringing out her robes, I think that went rather well. Rather well. Harry stared at her. We got soaked, and I'm pretty sure the squid told us to bugger off. At least we established contact, Hermione replied defensively. That's more than previous generations ever did. As they approached the castle, their boat's announcement system kicked in again. Thank you for choosing Hogwarts Express Lake Shuttle Service. Please rate your experience on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being completely satisfied with our cultural sensitivity protocols. How are we supposed to rate a boat? Ramad asked. I think we just ignore it, Harry suggested. Ignoring it would be rude, Hermione said. The boat is clearly trying to provide good service. It's a boat, Hermione. It doesn't have feelings. How do you know? Just because something is enchanted doesn't mean it lacks consciousness. Warning, passengers who fail to provide feedback may be subject to additional cultural sensitivity briefings, the boat announced ominously. Sign. Harry said quickly. 8 out of 10. Very culturally sensitive. 7 out of 10, Ramad added. Lost points for the soaking. 10 out of 10. Hermione said enthusiastically. Excellent creature writes awareness. 2 out of 10, Neville whispered. I'm wet and confused and we haven't even gotten to school yet. Thank you for your feedback, the boat replied. Your responses have been logged for quality improvement purposes. As they finally reached the shore, Harry couldn't help but notice that the older students watching from the castle windows were pointing and laughing at the soddy first years climbing out of the boats. Well, Ramad said, trying to wring out his roads, at least we survived our first magical creature encounter. Survived? Hermione looked indignant. We established respectful first contact. We got told off by a squid, Harry corrected. Semantics, Hermione waved dismissively. Hagrid was helping students out of boats, apologizing profusely to anyone who'd gotten particularly wet. Sorry about that, everyone. The squid's usually more, less splashy. Must be having an off day. Or maybe, suggested the black-haired girl from the other boat, it's tired of being treated like a tourist attraction. That's entirely possible, Hermione agreed. We should really establish some kind of formal treaty with the lake's inhabitants. A treaty, Harry repeated. With a squid. Why not? Indigenous peoples have treaties with governments. This is just interspecies diplomacy. As they made their way up the path toward the castle, Harry couldn't help but wonder if their entire Hogwarts experience was going to be this complicated. They'd barely made it through the boat ride without an international incident involving aquatic wildlife. Right then, Hagrid said, consulting his battered scroll one more time. Everyone ready for the sorting? Oh, and just so you know, the sorting hat's been updated with some new, considerations. Something about making sure everyone feels properly represented. Updated how? Hermione asked immediately. Well, I'm not entirely sure, Hagrid admitted. But Professor McGonagall mentioned something about it taking longer than usual these days. Something about consultations and considerations and, you'll see. Harry exchanged glances with Ramad and Neville. If the boat ride was any indication, the sorting ceremony was going to be very interesting indeed. As they approached the massive oak doors of Hogwarts Castle, Harry took a deep breath and tried to prepare themselves for whatever came next. They had a feeling that their first year at Hogwarts was going to be unlike anything they could have imagined. And they were absolutely right. Hagrid's woke welcome. The boats had barely touched the shore when Hagrid cleared his throat with a kind of nervous energy that suggested he'd been dreading this moment all summer. In his massive hands, he clutched what appeared to be a crumpled piece of parchment covered in notes written in different coloured inks, clearly the product of multiple editorial sessions. Right then, first years, he began, his voice carrying across the group of nervous 11-year-olds who were still trying to wring lake water out of their roads. Before we head up to the castle, I've been asked to give you all a little, what's the word? He squinted at his notes. Cultural sensitivity briefing. Harry exchanged glances with Ramad, who was busy trying to determine which direction was east for his evening prayers. Hermione immediately perked up and pulled out a quill, apparently ready to take notes on whatever Hagrid was about to say. Now, I know you're all excited to see Hogwarts, Hagrid continued, but it's important that you understand that this castle has a. He struggled with the parchment, holding it at arm's length like it might bite him. A problem at IC history. What's problematic about it? Asked a small girl with pigtails. Hagrid looked relieved to have a specific question. Well, you see, Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago by 4 wizards who, He consulted his notes again. Who failed to center the voices of marginalized communities in their educational framework. Did silence from the first years. I'm sorry, said a boy with a pronounced lisp, but what the hell does that mean? Language, Timothy, Hagrid said automatically, then caught himself. Actually, no, that's good. You're expressing yourself authentically. That's encouraged now. He cleared his throat again and continued reading. The founders, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, were all white, presumably straight, and definitely privileged members of the magical community who created an institution that. He squinted at the parchment. That perpetuated systems of oppression through their house-based hierarchical structure. But I thought the houses were just for organizing students, said another first year. Well, yes, but you see, sorting people into categories based on personality traits is actually a form of Aurav. Hagrid flipped the parchment over. Psychological violence that enforces rigid social expectations and limits personal growth. Hermione's hand shot up. Hagrid, are you saying the sorting hat is problematic? I'm not saying anything, Hermione. I'm just reading what Professor McGonagall and the Diversity Committee wrote for me. He held up the parchment as evidence. Says here that the hat needs to be decolonized and that students should be able to choose their own houses based on their authentic self-expression. But then what's the point of the hat? Asked Harry. Good question, Hagrid said, looking genuinely confused. I think the hat's supposed to ask you about your trauma now instead of just looking at your personality. My trauma, squeaked a small boy who couldn't have been more than 11. Well, not your trauma specifically, Nigel. More like societal trauma. Generational trauma. The trauma of existing in an oppressive system. Hagrid was clearly reading directly from the parchment now. The hat will now take into account your intersectional identity and lived experience when making sorting decisions. What if I don't have any trauma? Asked a girl with blonde curls. Hagrid looked stumped. Well, everyone has trauma, don't they? I mean, you're all from the Muggle world, so you've experienced the trauma of Aurav. He flipped through his notes frantically. Of magical suppression and heteronormative conditioning. I don't know what any of those words mean, said Timothy. Neither do I, to be honest, Hagrid admitted. But apparently it's important that you know about them before you enter the castle. Ramad raised his hand. Hagrid, is there a place for me to pray in the castle? I need to face Mecca 5 times a day. Oh, yes. Hagrid said, looking relieved to have a practical question. The castle now has a multi-faith prayer room on the 3rd floor. It's got prayer mats, meditation cushions, crystals for the Wiccans, and a little altar for the what do you call them, in the people who worship trees? Druids, suggested Hermione. That's the one. Though I'm not sure we have any Druid students this year. Mostly it's just used by the Hufflepuffs for their emotional support circles. What about gender-neutral bathrooms? Asked a student with short hair and an androgynous appearance. Hagrid brightened. Oh, we've got loads of those now. Every bathroom in the castle has been converted to all-gender facilities. Caused quite a stir with the portraits, I can tell you. The fat lady was particularly upset about having to share with the men's room passwords. Are there still separate dormitories? Harry asked, thinking about their own situation. Well, that's complicated, Hagrid said, consulting his notes again. The dormitories are still technically divided by gender, but students can request alternative arrangements based on their gender identity and personal comfort levels. There's a whole process involving forms and meetings with the school counsellor. The school counsellor? Hermione perked up. Oh yes, we've got a full-time counsellor now. Professor Trelawney was retrained over the summer. She's still rubbish at predicting the future, but apparently she's very good at helping students process their feelings about systemic oppression. What about the ghosts? Asked a boy who'd been quiet until now. Are they diverse? Hagrid paused. Well, They're all dead, so I suppose that's one kind of diversity. But now that you mention it, they are all pretty white and British. The Diversity Committee has been trying to recruit some international ghosts, but apparently most spirits prefer to haunt places where they actually lived. That seems reasonable, Harry said. You'd think so, but the committee wrote a strongly worded letter to the International Confederation of Wizards about spectral segregation and the need for posthumous cultural exchange programs. Did they respond? Hermione asked. They sent back a form letter saying they don't handle ghost immigration issues. There was a moment of silence as the first years processed this information. Finally, a small voice piped up, "Are we going to get sorted tonight, or are we just going to stand here talking about dead people's feelings?" Hagrid looked down at the speaker, a tiny girl with fierce eyes and muddy roads. "Well, we do need to get you up to the castle, but first I'm supposed to go over the new school policies regarding... He flicked through several pages of notes. Microaggressions, cultural appropriation, and inclusive language practices. A collective groan arose from the first years. I know, Hagrid said sympathetically. But the thing is, the castle itself has been having some issues with inclusivity. Some of the portraits have been saying things that are, well, they're from different times, aren't they? They don't always understand that certain words and attitudes aren't acceptable anymore. What kind of things? Asked Timothy. Oh, you know. Commenting on students' appearances, making assumptions about their backgrounds, using outdated terms for various groups of people. Sir Cadogan is particularly bad about it. He keeps referring to everyone as wenches and knaves and challenging people to duels over perceived slights. That actually sounds kind of fun, said the fierce-eyed girl. Well, it's not fun for the students who feel threatened by aggressive masculine behavior, Hagrid said, reading from his notes. The portraits have all been required to attend sensitivity training, but some of them are more resistant to change than others. How do you give sensitivity training to a painting? Harry asked. Very carefully, Hagrid said. Professor McGonagall spent 3 hours explaining privilege theory to the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black, and by the end of it, he was threatening to permanently leave his frame and haunt the Ministry of Magic instead. Did he? No, but he did demand that his portrait be moved to a location where he wouldn't have to interact with students. He's currently hanging in a broom closet on the 7th floor, where he spends most of his time muttering about the good old days and ungrateful children. What about the house ghosts? Hermione asked. Have they been problematic too? Hagrid winced. Well, nearly headless Nick has been fine. He's very polite and accommodating. But the Bloody Baron, well, he's called the Bloody Baron for a reason, isn't he? His whole backstory involves stalking and murdering a woman who rejected him. The Feminist Alliance has been petitioning to have him exorcised. The Feminist Alliance? Harry asked. Student organization. Very active. They meet every Tuesday to discuss the patriarchal structures within the wizarding world. Hermione, you'd probably like them. Hermione was scribbling furiously in her notebook. Are there other student organizations I should know about? Oh, loads, Hagrid said, warming to the topic. There's the Quistrate Alliance, the Magical Students of Colour Coalition, the Neurodivergent Wizard Support Group, the Body Positivity Club, and the Sustainable Magic Initiative. They're all very enthusiastic. What about sport? Asked a boy who'd been eyeing the Quidditch pitch in the distance. Well, Quidditch is still popular, but there's been some discussion about whether it's too aggressive and whether having separate teams for different houses promotes unhealthy competition. The Sustainable Magic Initiative has also raised concerns about the environmental impact of all that flying around. Environmental impact? Harry asked. Something about carbon emissions from the broomsticks and the potential disruption to local bird populations. They've proposed replacing Quidditch with a more collaborative, ground-based sport called Cooperative Magical Movement. That sounds terrible, said the fierce-eyed girl. I'm not supposed to express opinions about school policies, Hagrid said carefully, but between you and me, I think Quidditch is fine as it is. Are the professors all on board with these changes? Hermione asked. Hagrid looked uncomfortable. Well, most of them are trying their best to adapt. Professor McGonagall has been very supportive of the diversity initiatives. Professor Flitwick is taking classes in cultural competency. Professor Sprout has been working with the Sustainable Magic Initiative to make herbology more environmentally conscious. What about Professor Snape? Harry asked, remembering their earlier encounters with the man. Hagrid's expression darkened. Professor Snape has been resistant to some of the changes. He's been written up several times for inappropriate language and insensitive comments. The administration has been trying to work with him, but... The what? But he keeps saying things like, I don't give a damn about your feelings and apolitical correctness is ruining education, and if you can't handle harsh criticism, you shouldn't be in my class. That doesn't sound that bad, said Timothy. Well, it's not just what he says, it's how he says it. He's got this way of making students feel stupid and worthless, which creates a hostile learning environment. The Diversity Committee has been trying to get him to change his teaching methods, but he just says that if students can't handle his class, they should drop out. Has anyone actually dropped out? Harry asked. Not yet, but several students have filed complaints about feeling unsafe in his classroom. The administration is in a difficult position because he's the only qualified potions teacher we have, but his teaching style is definitely not aligned with our current educational philosophy. What's the current educational philosophy? Hermione asked. Hagrid consulted his notes again. It says here that we're committed to creating a safe, inclusive, and supportive learning environment where all students can thrive regardless of their background, identity, or learning style. That sounds nice, said the small girl with pigtails. It is nice, in theory, Hagrid agreed. But in practice, it means a lot of meetings and paperwork and sensitivity training and committee meetings about having more committee meetings. Are you on any committees, Hagrid? Harry asked. 3 of them, Hagrid said wearily. The Diversity and Inclusion Committee, the Sustainable Practices Committee, and the Committee for Magical Creature Rights and Dignity. They all meet at different times and they all want me to fill out different forms about the same things. What kind of forms? Hermione asked. Well, the Diversity Committee wants me to report any incidents of bias or discrimination I witness. The Sustainable Practices Committee wants me to track my carbon footprint and document my use of magical resources. And the Magical Creature Rights Committee wants me to submit monthly reports on the treatment and welfare of all the creatures in the Forbidden Forest. That sounds like a lot of work, Harry said. It is. I spend more time filling out forms than I do actually teaching about magical creatures. Last week, I had to write a 3-page report about whether the unicorns in the forest are experiencing any psychological trauma from being observed by humans. Are they? Timothy asked. How would I know? I can't read their minds. But apparently saying the unicorns seem fine to me isn't a sufficient response. I had to bring in a specialist in magical creature psychology to do a full assessment. What did the specialist say? Hermione asked. That the unicorns are experiencing a mild existential anxiety related to their role as symbols of purity in human mythology, and that they would benefit from a species-affirming therapy to help them develop a more authentic sense of self. The first years stared at Hagrid in stunned silence. Are you serious? Asked the fierce-eyed girl. Dead serious. Cost the school 300 galleons for the consultation, and now we're supposed to provide ongoing therapy for the unicorns. Professor Trelawney has been assigned to counsel them twice a week. How do you provide therapy to a unicorn? Harry asked. Very carefully, apparently. Professor Trelawney has been working with them on the releasing limiting beliefs about their magical nature and embracing their authentic unicorn experience. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, said Timothy. Language, Timothy, Hagrid said automatically, then caught himself again. Actually, no, that's a valid emotional response. You're entitled to your feelings about unicorn therapy. Are we going to get in trouble for having the wrong feelings about things? Asked the girl with pigtails. Well, that's complicated, Hagrid said, looking increasingly uncomfortable. The school has a zero-tolerance policy for hate speech and discriminatory behavior, but there's been some confusion about what exactly constitutes hate speech. Like what? Harry asked. Well, last month a student got detention for saying that Quidditch was better than cooperative magical movement. The student claimed it was just a sports preference, but the administration said it was promoting toxic competitive values that marginalized students who weren't athletically inclined. That's mental, said the fierce-eyed girl. Is it thou? Hermione asked. I mean, if you think about it, preferencing one activity over another does imply that one is better than the other, which could make people who prefer the other activity feel excluded. Everything makes someone feel excluded, Timothy pointed out. You can't say anything without someone getting upset about it. That's not true, Hermione said. You just have to be more thoughtful about how your words might affect others. But who decides what's thoughtful? Harry asked. I mean, what if I think something is thoughtful but you think it's offensive? Then we have a conversation about it, Hermione said. We listen to each other's perspectives and try to understand where the other person is coming from. And if we still disagree, asked the fierce-eyed girl. Then. Hermione faltered. Then you file a complaint with the diversity committee and let them sort it out, Hagrid said helpfully. They have a whole process for handling conflicts related to bias and discrimination. What kind of process? Timothy asked. Well, first there's a formal complaint form. Then there's an investigation where both parties are interviewed separately. Then there's a mediation session where you try to work things out with the help of a neutral facilitator. If that doesn't work, there's a formal hearing where the committee makes a decision about what happened and what the consequences should be. How long does all that take? Harry asked. 3 to 6 months, depending on how complicated the case is. 6 months. The fierce-eyed girl looked incredulous. What are you supposed to do for 6 months while they're deciding whether something you said was offensive? Well, you are supposed to reflect on your behavior and engage in self-education about the issues involved, Hagrid said, reading from his notes. The committee has a whole library of recommended reading materials about privilege, oppression, and cultural sensitivity. What if you don't want to read them? Timothy asked. Then you get points deducted from your house and you have to attend mandatory sensitivity training sessions. What if you don't want to do that either? Then you get suspended and your parents are called in for a conference about your attitude problem. This is insane, said the fierce-eyed girl. Now, Hagrid said nervously. The committee is just trying to create a safe and inclusive environment for everyone. Sometimes that means having difficult conversations about behavior and attitudes. But what if the committee is wrong? Harry asked. What if they decide something is offensive when it's really not? Well, there's an appeals process, Hagrid said. You can petition to have your case reviewed by a different committee. How many committees are there? Hermione asked. Let me think. There's the Diversity and Inclusion Committee, the Student Conduct Committee, the Academic Integrity Committee, the Bias Response Team, the Conflict Resolution Committee, the Mental Health and Wellness Committee, and the Committee Oversight Committee, which monitors all the other committees. The Committee Oversight Committee. Timothy asked. Someone has to make sure all the committees are following proper procedures, Hagrid explained. They meet once a month to review committee reports and make recommendations for improving committee effectiveness. Who's on the Committee Oversight Committee? Harry asked. Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and 3 student representatives elected by the student body. How do you get elected to represent students on a Committee Oversight Committee? The fierce-eyed girl asked. You have to submit an application explaining your qualifications and your vision for committee improvement. Then there's a school-wide vote. This is getting really complicated, said the girl with pigtails. I know it seems overwhelming, Hagrid said kindly, but once you get used to it, it's really not that bad. Most students go through their entire time at Hogwarts without ever having to deal with any of the committees directly. Unless they say something wrong, Timothy pointed out. Well, yes, but if you're respectful and considerate, you shouldn't have any problems. But who decides what's respectful and considerate? Harry asked. The committees, Hagrid said. So the committees decide what's acceptable, and if you disagree with the committees, you go to other committees, who might send you to more committees. That's a bit of an oversimplification, but essentially yes. This is mental, said the fierce-eyed girl again. Language, Chloe, Hagrid said, then caught himself. Actually, no, that's fine. You're processing a lot of new information and having an emotional response is completely normal. Are we going to be tested on any of this? Hermione asked. Well, not exactly tested, but there will be a mandatory workshop during your first week called Understanding Privilege and Oppression in the Magical World. It's part of the new student orientation program. How long is the workshop? Harry asked. For hours. It covers topics like unconscious bias, microaggressions, cultural appropriation, and allyship. For hours? Timothy looked horrified. I know it sounds like a lot, but the material is really important. You'll learn about the history of discrimination in the wizarding world, how to recognize and interrupt bias, and how to be an effective ally to marginalized communities. What if we already know about that stuff? Asked the fierce-eyed girl. Then you'll be a great resource for your classmates who are still learning, Hagrid said brightly. The workshop includes small group discussions where students can share their experiences and perspectives. So we have to talk about our personal experiences with discrimination in front of other students. Harry asked. Only if you're comfortable doing so. Participation is voluntary, but the facilitators do encourage everyone to engage with the material. What if someone says something problematic during the discussion? Hermione asked. Then the facilitators will address it in the moment and use it as a learning opportunity for the group. What if the person who said something problematic gets upset about being corrected? Timothy asked. Then the facilitators will work with them to process their feelings and help them understand why their comment was problematic. What if they don't want to be helped? Asked the fierce-eyed girl. Then they'll be asked to leave the workshop and meet with a counselor to discuss their resistance to learning about these issues. This is getting really complicated, said the girl with pigtails again. I know, Hagrid said sympathetically. But the thing is, creating an inclusive community requires everyone to participate. You can't just ignore issues of bias and discrimination and hope they'll go away. But what if trying to address them makes them worse? Harry asked. What if all these rules and committees and workshops just make people more divided instead of bringing them together? Hagrid looked genuinely troubled by this question. That's a good point, Harry. I don't know if I have a good answer for that. Has anyone asked the committees about it? Hermione suggested. Actually, yes. The Committee Oversight Committee commissioned a study last year to evaluate the effectiveness of the diversity and inclusion initiatives. What did the study find? Timothy asked. Well, the results were mixed. Some students reported feeling more aware of bias and discrimination, while others reported feeling more anxious about saying or doing the wrong thing. Some students said the workshops were helpful, while others said they were preachy and divisive. So nobody knows if any of this is actually working, asked the fierce-eyed girl. The study recommended more research, Hagrid said. They formed a new committee to study the effectiveness of the committees. A committee to study the committees. Harry asked. It's called the Committee Effectiveness Research Committee. They're working on a comprehensive evaluation of all the school's diversity and inclusion programs. How long will that take? Hermione asked. 2 to 3 years, depending on funding and staffing. So for the next 2 to 3 years, we're going to have all these rules and committees and workshops, but nobody knows if they're actually helping. Timothy asked. Well, when you put it like that, it sounds kind of silly, Hagrid admitted. But the intention is good, right? We want to create a school where everyone feels welcome and included. But what if the way we're trying to create inclusion is actually creating exclusion? Harry asked. What if some students feel like they can't be themselves because they're afraid of breaking the rules? That's a very thoughtful question, Harry. I think you should bring it up during the workshop. What if the workshop facilitators think the question is problematic? Asked the fierce-eyed girl. Then I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Hagrid said weakly. There was a long silence as the first years absorbed this information. Finally, the girl with pigtails raised her hand. Hagrid, are we going to get sorted tonight, or are we going to stand here all night talking about committees? Hagrid looked at his watch and gasped. Blimey, you're right. We're already 20 minutes late for the sorting ceremony. Professor McGonagall is going to have my head. Will she report you to a committee? Timothy asked innocently. Very funny, Hagrid muttered, but he was smiling as he led the group of first years up the winding path toward the castle, their heads spinning with visions of committees and workshops and forms and policies that awaited them in their new magical education. As they walked, Harry couldn't help but wonder if this was really what they'd signed up for when they'd learned they were a witch. But then again, maybe this was just what growing up was like, discovering that even magical places were full of adults who spent more time arguing about rules than actually teaching magic. At least the castle looked impressive in the moonlight, even if it was apparently full of traumatized unicorns and committee meetings. The sorting ceremony. The Great Hall was everything Harry had imagined and more, if Harry had imagined a space that looked like it had been designed by a committee of overly cautious administrators with access to unlimited ceiling enchantments. Ancient stone walls stretched upward into what appeared to be a starry night sky, though Harry noticed several small plaques mounted discreetly around the room reading. Trigger warning, simulated weather patterns may cause distress to those with meteorological trauma. Professor McGonagall stood at the front of the hall, holding an ancient scroll that appeared to have been edited multiple times with different coloured inks. She cleared her throat nervously, glancing toward the staff table where Dumbledore sat looking like he was about to facilitate the world's most indecisive book club meeting. Welcome, first years, to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, McGonagall began, then immediately corrected herself. I mean, welcome to Hogwarts Educational Collective of Magical Arts and Crafts, pending the results of our ongoing Institutional Name Review Committee, which has been meeting weekly for the past 3 years without reaching consensus. At the staff table, Dumbledore rose slowly, his long silver beard adorned with what appeared to be several small buttons reading coexist and to question authority, respectfully. He spread his arms wide in a gesture that seemed designed to include everyone while offending absolutely no one. My dear students, and when I say I of course mean our collectively shared, Dumbledore paused, consulting a small card from his pocket. Welcome to our learning community. Before we begin this evening's sorting ceremony, though I want to emphasize that being sorted doesn't define you and all houses are equally valid expressions of diverse learning styles, I'd like to acknowledge that Hogwarts Castle sits on the ancestral lands of the Highland Brownies, the Loch Merpeople, and various displaced magical creatures whose voices have been historically marginalized. Several ghosts floating near the ceiling nodded approvingly, though nearly headless Nick appeared to be trying to applaud and failing due to his precarious neck situation. Now, Dumbledore continued, I understand that our traditional sorting process may seem exclusionary. That's why we've implemented several new protocols. The Sorting Hat has completed extensive bias training and is now equipped to consider not just magical aptitude, but also intersectional identity factors, learning differences, dietary restrictions, and preferred conflict resolution styles. Professor Snape, slouched in his chair at the far end of the staff table, rolled his eyes so hard that Harry worried they might fall out entirely. Man, this fool been talking for 10 minutes and ain't said nothing yet, he muttered, loud enough for the nearby students to hear. Professor McGonagall shot him a warning look, but Harry noticed she didn't actually correct him, presumably because, as Ramad had whispered earlier, you can't tell a black man how to speak, even if he's being completely inappropriate. The ancient sorting hat sat on its store, looking somehow both magical and deeply exhausted. As McGonagall lifted it, Harry could swear they heard it sigh. Before we begin, McGonagall announced, the sorting hat would like to address some concerns that have been raised about its traditional song. The hat's brim opened like a mouth, and it began to speak in a voice that sounded like it had been through several HR sensitivity workshops. Oh, please don't think I'm old and stale, I've learned new things beyond the pale. For centuries I sorted based on traits so stark, but now I know that left some students in the dark. I used to think in binary ways, brave or smart or sly or loyal days, but now I see the spectrum wide, where all identities can reside. So if you're trans or non-binary friend, my sorting skills I'll gladly bend, for Hufflepuffs not just for loyal hearts, but those who champion marginalized arts. And Gryffindors not just for brave, but those who fight systems that enslave, while Ravenclaw values wisdom true, including perspectives fresh and new. Even Slytherin's changed its tune, no longer just for power's boon, but those who question systems old, and new hierarchies wish to mold. So step right up, don't be afraid, your complex self won't be betrayed, though I must warn, this process might take longer now to get it right. The hat finished its song and immediately looked like it wanted to disappear into its own fabric. Scattered applause echoed through the hall, though Harry noticed many students looked confused about whether they were supposed to clap or not. Right then, McGonagall said, unrolling her scroll. "When I call your name, please come forward, sit on the stool, and place the hat on your head. Please also note that we've added a consent form. The hat will now ask permission before accessing your thoughts, and you have the right to request a different sorting method if you're uncomfortable with mental intrusion." The first few sortings took an unusually long time. When Abbot Hannah was called, the hat spent several minutes asking about her family background, her relationship with authority figures, her preferred pronouns, and whether she had any trauma related to badgers before finally declaring her a Hufflepuff. Hannah looked relieved but slightly confused as she made her way to the cheering Hufflepuff table. Brute Terry resulted in a 5-minute conversation about the problematic nature of the name Ravenclaw and whether Terry felt comfortable being associated with a house named after a bird of prey, which some might consider violent. Terry assured the hat that he was fine with it, and was eventually sorted into Ravenclaw, though the hat made him promise to engage critically with the house's ornithological symbolism. By the time they reached Granger, Hermione, the sorting process was running significantly behind schedule. Hermione approached the stool with the confident stride of someone who had already researched every possible outcome and prepared accordingly. The hat had barely touched her head when it recoiled slightly. "Oh my," it muttered. "This one's got a lot of opinions." "I certainly do," Hermione said firmly. "And I hope you're prepared to discuss the inherent patriarchal structure of this entire sorting system, which reduces complex human personalities to 4 simplistic categories while simultaneously reinforcing outdated gender stereotypes and Gryffindor, the hat shouted, practically throwing itself off her head. "Please, for the love of Merlin, just go to Gryffindor." Hermione looked slightly disappointed that her lecture had been cut short, but made her way to the Gryffindor table where she immediately began explaining to nearby students why the house system was a fascinating example of institutionalized tribalism that perpetuates in-group bias while marginalizing those who don't fit neatly into prescribed categories. The Gryffindor students nodded politely, though Harry could see their eyes glazing over. Longbottom, Neville, was sorted into Gryffindor after the hat spent considerable time assuring him that bravery came in many forms and that his anxiety was a valid response to systemic pressures rather than a character flaw. Then came the moment Harry had been dreading. "Potter, Harry," McGonagall called, though she pronounced it carefully, as if she'd been coached on the proper way to say it. Harry walked forward on shaking legs, aware that every eye in the great hall was following them. The whispers started immediately. "That's Harry Potter. Doesn't look like what I expected." "Are they?" "Sure, don't assume." Harry sat on the stool and McGonagall placed the hat on their head. It was much too large and slipped down over their eyes, blocking out the great hall and the hundreds of staring faces. "Well, well, well," the hat's voice echoed in Harry's head, sounding suddenly much more like its old self. "Harry Potter. Or should I say, this is rather complicated, isn't it? Please," Harry thought desperately, "just sort me quickly. I don't want everyone staring." "Oh, my dear child," the hat said gently, "I'm afraid it's not that simple anymore. You see, I've been through quite a lot of training since my last sorting. 17 workshops on unconscious bias, 12 seminars on gender identity, and don't get me started on the mandatory course about decolonizing magical education. I'm supposed to consider all aspects of your identity now. Can't you just put me in Gryffindor like my parents?" Harry pleaded. Ah, but that's exactly the kind of thinking we are trying to move away from, the Hat said enthusiastically. Hereditary house placement perpetuates class structures and assumes that children are identical to their parents. Very problematic. Now, no, we need to consider you as a complete individual. Harry felt the Hat rummaging around in their thoughts, but more gently than they'd expected. Yes, I see the bravery, definitely there. Standing up to your relatives about your identity, that takes courage. But there's intelligence too, and cunning, and my goodness, the loyalty you feel toward your friends. This is exactly why the old system was so limiting. Please, Harry thought, people are staring. Right, yes, of course. Let me see, you identify as transgender, correct? And your pronouns are they them? Excellent, excellent. Now, I need to consider how each house would support your journey of self-discovery while also challenging you academically and socially. The Hat fell silent for a long moment. Harry could hear the murmurs growing louder in the great hall. This is quite complex, the Hat finally admitted. On one hand, Gryffindor would celebrate your courage in being authentic. On the other hand, Hufflepuff values acceptance and loyalty, which might provide a more nurturing environment for someone navigating identity questions. Then again, Ravenclaw appreciates the intelligence required to understand oneself, and Slytherin, well, Slytherin values those who challenge existing power structures, which you are certainly doing. Just pick one. Harry thought frantically. I'm trying. But I want to make sure I'm not perpetuating any harmful stereotypes. What if I put you in Gryffindor and everyone assumes it's because of your famous parents? What if I choose Hufflepuff and people think I'm stereotyping transgender students as needing extra emotional support? The implications are staggering. Harry could practically feel the entire school waiting. Someone coughed. A chair scraped against stone. You know what, the Hat said suddenly. Forget all the training. You want to know what I really see in you? Someone who's brave enough to be themselves in a world that wants them to be someone else. Someone who stands up for what's right even when it's difficult. Someone who values friendship and loyalty above personal glory. The Hat paused dramatically. Gryffindor. The relief that flooded through Harry was almost overwhelming. They pulled off the hat and practically ran to the Gryffindor table, where Hermione was still lecturing nearby students about house stereotypes. That took forever, she said as Harry sat down beside her. The Hat's clearly overcompensating for centuries of problematic sorting practices. Did you know that historically, Gryffindor has been disproportionately male? It's obviously a result of societal conditioning that associates bravery with masculinity, which is exactly why. Hermione, Harry interrupted gently, maybe we could discuss educational theory after I've recovered from having my entire identity analysed in front of the whole school. Yes, of course. Sorry. I get excited about systemic inequality. Hermione beamed at them. Welcome to Gryffindor. We're going to change everything. The sorting continued. Al-Waziri, Rahmed caused another lengthy delay as the Hat struggled to pronounce the name correctly, then spent several minutes asking about Islamic perspectives on magical education and whether Rahmed felt comfortable in a school that served pork at feasts. It's cool, man, Rahmed said aloud, causing several students to giggle. My family's been doing magic for generations. We just do halal magic, you know. Halal magic, the Hat asked, sounding genuinely curious. Yeah, like, we don't use pig parts in potions, we face Mecca when we cast certain spells, stuff like that. It's not that complicated. Fascinating. And you comfortable being sorted into a house system that was established by medieval Christians? Rahmed shrugged. My dad went to Hogwarts. My granddad went to Hogwarts. They all ended up in Gryffindor. Inshallah, I will too. Gryffindor, the Hat announced, sounding pleased with itself. Rahmed grinned and jogged over to their table, his traditional keffiyeh flowing behind him. Alhamdulillah, he said, sitting down next to Harry. I was worried they were going to put me in Hufflepuff just because I mentioned being peaceful. The sorting continued at its glacial pace. By the time they reached Malfoy, Draco, students were openly checking pocket watches, and some of the older students looked like they might faint from hunger. Draco swaggered up to the stool with his usual arrogance, but Harry noticed he looked slightly nervous. The hat had barely settled on his platinum blonde head when it recoiled. "Oh dear," the hat muttered, loud enough for nearby students to hear. "This one's got some rather concerning thought patterns. What's that supposed to mean?" Draco snapped. "Well, there's a lot of resentment toward women, for starters. And some rather entitled attitudes about, well, everything really. Also, I'm detecting some concerning ideologies about genetic superiority and—" "Just sort me already," Draco interrupted. "My father said I'd be in Slytherin, so put me in Slytherin." "I'm afraid it's not that simple," the hat said patiently. "You see, Slytherin has been working very hard to rebrand itself. They're no longer just about ambition and cunning, they're about challenging unjust systems and fighting for the marginalized. Your current worldview doesn't really align with their new mission statement." Draco's face was turning red. "This is ridiculous. You're discriminating against me because I'm a pureblood male." "Actually," the hat said thoughtfully, "your gender and blood status aren't the issue. It's more about your apparent belief that women owe you attention and your tendency to blame others for your social difficulties rather than engaging in self-reflection." The Great Hall had gone completely silent. Even the ghosts had stopped floating to listen. However, the hat continued, "Slytherin House believes in the power of transformation. Perhaps being surrounded by peers who will challenge your assumptions will help you grow. After all, the best way to combat problematic ideologies is through education and community support. Slytherin." Draco yanked off the hat and stomped toward the Slytherin table, where he was greeted with polite but notably unenthusiastic applause. Harry could see several Slytherin students whispering to each other with concerned expressions. "That's going to be interesting," Hermione observed. "Slytherin's been doing a lot of work to improve their reputation. Having someone with obvious misogynistic tendencies is going to create some internal conflicts. Maybe they'll help him," Harry suggested hopefully. "Or maybe they'll just make him worse," Ramad added. "Some people don't want to change, you know? They just want everyone else to accommodate their bad behavior." Finally, the last student was sorted into Ravenclaw after a brief discussion about whether her interest in divination was cultural appropriation or legitimate magical study. Professor McGonagall rolled up her scroll with visible relief, and Dumbledore rose once again. "Excellent. Wonderful. Now, before we begin our feast, I have just a few announcements," Dumbledore began, consulting several different pieces of parchment. "First, the Forbidden Forest is still forbidden, though we are currently reviewing whether that name is too exclusionary and might be changed to the temporarily inaccessible due to safety concerns forest." Professor Snape could be heard muttering, "This fool really gonna rename the whole damn school before the year's over." Second, Dumbledore continued, "We've made several updates to our meal service to accommodate various dietary needs, religious requirements, and ethical preferences. Our house elves, our domestic magical associates, have prepared vegan, vegetarian, halal, kosher, gluten-free, and keto-friendly options for every meal." At this, the table suddenly filled with an overwhelming abundance of food. Harry's eyes widened as they saw not just the traditional roast beef and Yorkshire pudding, but also falafel, quinoa salads, tofu steaks, and what appeared to be cauliflower rice shaped to look like regular rice. Additionally, Dumbledore added, "We've implemented a new policy regarding dietary restrictions. Please note that each dish is clearly labeled, and we ask that students respect each other's food choices without judgment or proselytizing." Ramad immediately reached for a plate of what was clearly halal chicken, while Hermione examined a colourful array of vegetables that had been prepared without any animal products. Harry, who was just grateful for food that wasn't prepared by Aunt Petunia, grabbed a bit of everything. "This is actually amazing," Harry said, tasting something that appeared to be shepherd's pie but was made entirely with plant-based ingredients. "I had no idea vegetarian food could taste this good." "It's all about proper seasoning and preparation," Hermione explained, launching into what sounded like the beginning of a lecture on the environmental benefits of plant-based eating. Did you know that animal agriculture is one of the leading causes of environmental destruction? And the ethical implications of factory farming are. Hermione, Ramad said gently, pausing in his consumption of perfectly spiced rice, maybe we could just enjoy the food for now. It's been a long day. You're right, Hermione agreed, though she continued to eye the meat dishes with obvious disapproval. But I do think it's important that we think critically about our food choices and their impact on. Girl, pass the hummus and chill, came a voice from the staff table. Professor Snape was apparently enjoying his own dinner and had overheard Hermione's commentary. Some of us just trying to eat. Professor McGonagall looked mortified, but Harry noticed that several students were nodding in agreement with Snape's sentiment, even if they wouldn't have expressed it quite so bluntly. As the feast continued, Harry began to relax for the first time all day. The food was delicious, their new friends were interesting if occasionally overwhelming, and for the first time in their life, they felt like they might actually belong somewhere. So, Ramad said, loading his plate with more of the halal options, what do you think our first classes will be like? Probably amazing, Hermione said immediately. I've read all our textbooks already, of course, and I have so many questions about the practical applications of transfiguration theory, especially as it relates to gender expression. She stopped mid-sentence, looking at Harry with sudden concern. Oh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to assume anything about your relationship with transfiguration magic. That was insensitive of me. Harry blinked in surprise. I hadn't really thought about it that way. Do you think magic could help with, transition stuff? Well, theoretically, Hermione said, immediately brightening at the opportunity to share research, there are several branches of transfiguration that deal with permanent physical changes. Obviously, it would require extensive study and probably adult supervision, but the possibilities are fascinating from both a magical and a gender studies perspective. Hold up, Ramad interrupted, looking between his new friends with interest. Are you all seriously gonna turn magic class into some kind of, gender workshop? Is that a problem? Harry asked, suddenly worried. Nah, man, I think it's cool, Ramad grinned. My sister back home is always talking about this stuff. She'll probably be jealous that I get to learn magic and social justice at the same time. As the feast wound down, Dumbledore stood once more. Before we retire to our dormitories, I want to remind everyone that Hogwarts is a community built on mutual respect, understanding, and continuous learning. We all come from different backgrounds, different experiences, different identities. What matters is not how we differ, but how we choose to support each other in our shared magical education. He paused, looking around the great hall with what appeared to be genuine warmth. That said, if anyone has concerns about rooming arrangements, dietary needs, or any other accommodations, please don't hesitate to speak with your head of house. We want every student to feel safe, supported, and free to be their authentic selves. As the students began filing out of the great hall, Harry felt a mixture of excitement and nervousness about what lay ahead. The sorting ceremony had been overwhelming, but they'd ended up in Gryffindor with friends who seemed to accept them exactly as they were. Ready for the common room? Hermione asked, practically bouncing with excitement. Inshallah, Ramad said with a grin. Harry nodded, following their new friends toward their first night in what might actually be home. Behind them, they could hear Professor Snape commenting to another teacher, "Them kids gonna be all right. Least they ain't boring." For once, Harry thought, being interesting might actually be a good thing. First week adjustments. The first morning at Hogwarts dawned crisp and golden, streaming through the dormitory windows like batter on toast. Harry stretched in their four-poster bed, momentarily forgetting where they were until they heard the unmistakable sound of Seamus Finnegan trying to explain to Dean Thomas why he couldn't share a bathroom with someone who might be, looking. "I'm just saying," Seamus whispered loudly. "It's weird, innit? Like, what if they're checking us out?" Harry rolled their eyes so hard they nearly fell out of bed. Day one of navigating dormitory life, and they were already being treated like some sort of predatory bathroom lurker. They sat up and cleared their throat. "Seamus, I can hear you." And just so we're clear, I have absolutely zero interest in your pasty Irish arse. The dormitory fell silent except for Neville's nervous giggle. Dean Thomas, ever the peacemaker, jumped in. Right then, we're all sorted. Harry, you can use whatever bathroom you want, when you want. Seamus, stop being a tosser. I wasn't being a tosser. Seamus protested. I was just asking reasonable questions. Reasonable questions like whether I'm going to assault you with my eyeballs while you brush your teeth. Harry shot back, pulling on their roads. Because that's definitely how transgender people work, Seamus. We all just bathroom predators lying in wait. The other boys shifted uncomfortably. Most of them seemed genuinely supportive, just confused. Like they wanted to do the right thing but weren't quite sure what that was. It reminded Harry of those nature documentaries where baby animals try to figure out how to walk, lots of good intentions, questionable execution. Look, Harry said, sitting on the edge of their bed, I get that this is new for everyone. But I'm the same person who got sorted into Gryffindor yesterday. I'm not suddenly going to turn into some pervert because we are sharing a sleeping space. Neville nodded enthusiastically. That makes perfect sense, Harry. You're just you. Exactly, Harry smiled. Though I appreciate everyone's creative concerns about bathroom logistics. Dean grinned. Seamus is just worried because he takes forever to do his hair. Doesn't want anyone witnessing his beauty routine. Oi. Seamus threw a pillow at Dean. My hair is naturally perfect, thank you very much. The tension broke as the boys descended into typical dormitory chaos, pillow fights, arguing over who used whose toothbrush, and Neville somehow managing to trip over absolutely nothing. Harry felt a warm surge of belonging. These weren't bad kids, just awkward ones trying to figure things out. The feeling lasted exactly until they got to breakfast. Professor McGonagall approached the Gryffindor table with class schedules, her tartan robe swishing officiously. Potter, Harry, she called out, then paused, her lips pursing slightly. Razzle? Potter, Harry, correct. Just Harry is fine, Professor, Harry said, accepting their schedule. Right, of course. Terry. McGonagall's Scottish accent made the name sound like she was chewing on it. I do hope you'll forgive any slip-ups. Old habits and all that. Harry could see she was genuinely trying, which made it harder to be annoyed when she inevitably messed up. Which she did. Repeatedly. Miss Potter, sorry, Harry, could you demonstrate the proper wand movement? If you would, Harry. Potter, if you could just, blast it all, what do I call you? By the third class, Harry was starting to feel like a walking pronoun correction service. They appreciated McGonagall's efforts, but the constant attention was exhausting. Every mistake became a classroom event, with other students turning to stare as the professor stumbled through another awkward apology. At least it was better than potions. Professor Snape swept into the dungeon like a bat with an attitude problem, his black robes billowing dramatically. Harry had been prepared for the man's infamous intimidation tactics, but nothing had quite prepared them for this. "Aight, listen up, you little shits," Snape announced, dropping into a chair with his feet up on the desk. "You're about to learn some real magic, not that Disney princess bullshit they've been feeding you." The first years exchanged bewildered glances. This was not the Professor Snape of legend, the cold, formal, terrifying dungeon master. This was something else entirely. "Now, I know what you're thinking," Snape continued, picking his teeth with his wand. "How this brother gonna teach us proper magic when he talking like he just rolled up from the streets? Well, let me educate your narrow-ass minds about something. I got more magical knowledge in my left black nut than most these uptight professors got in their whole bodies." Hermione raised her hand tentatively. "Professor, shouldn't we be starting with basic potion theory, Anne?" "Did I ask you, little Miss Know-it-all?" Snape interrupted. "Nah, I don't think I did. See, this what I'm talking about. You'll come in here with your preconceived notions about how a professor's supposed to sound, how they supposed to act. Well, surprise, Motherfuckers, I do me. Harry glanced around the room. The other professors, visible through the dungeon windows, were pointedly not looking in their direction. Students from other houses whispered and pointed when Snape walked by in the corridors, but nobody, absolutely nobody, had the courage to say anything to his face. Now, Snape continued, we bout to brew a simple healing potion. And when I say simple, I mean simple for me. For y'all sorry asses, it's gonna be harder than quantum physics. Potter. Harry jumped. Yes, Professor. You got something to prove, being all, whatever the hell you is now. So you gonna be my demonstration dummy. Come up here. Harry stood slowly, unsure whether this was standard Snape intimidation or something else entirely. The professor's use of language made them deeply uncomfortable, but the way everyone else was pretending not to notice made it even weirder. Don't look so scared, kid, Snape said, not unkindly. I ain't gonna bite you. Much. Just need someone to show these other fools how it's done. The lesson proceeded with Snape's unique blend of genuine expertise and completely inappropriate commentary. He knew his potions, that much was clear. His instructions were precise, his corrections helpful, and his knowledge encyclopedic. But his delivery... Malfoy, you stirring that potion like you trying to pleasure your girlfriend, Snape called out. Which, let's be real, probably ain't happening anytime soon anyway. Draco turned bright red. Professor, that's what? True? Yeah, I thought so. Speed up that stirring, you weak-ass nigger. Harry caught Hermione's eye across the room. She looked like she was having some sort of internal crisis, her mouth opening and closing like a fish. This was clearly not the educational environment she'd been expecting. After potions, the trio reconvened in the common room, shell-shocked. Did it just happen? Hermione whispered, settling into a chair by the fire. Did our professor just call Draco a weak-ass, that word? Multiple times, Harry confirmed. Along with several other words I'm pretty sure aren't in the Hogwarts handbook. Ramad looked up from his prayer rug, where he'd been performing his afternoon prayers. At least he's not discriminating. He insulted everyone equally. That's not the point. Hermione hissed. The language he uses is completely inappropriate for an educational setting. Someone should report this. Report what? Harry asked. That the black professor doesn't talk like a proper English gentleman. That sounds problematic. Hermione's face cycled through several different expressions as she worked through the implications. But he can't just say whatever he wants because of his race. There are standards of professional conduct. Though? Ramad asked, rolling up his prayer rug. I mean, who's going to tell him? McGonagall? Dumbledore? They're all too terrified of looking racist. It's like he's got some sort of immunity, Harry mused. He can say absolutely anything, and everyone just pretends it's normal. It's not normal. Hermione insisted. Education should be conducted in a respectful, professional manner that doesn't rely on what? Harry prompted. Hermione struggled visibly. On inappropriate language and unprofessional conduct. But what if that's just how he talks? Ramad suggested. What if that's his authentic voice, and asking him to change it would be, cultural imperialism? Hermione looked like her brain was short-circuiting. But the educational environment, professional standards. Harry had to admit, it was fascinating watching Hermione try to navigate the contradiction between her progressive ideals and her desire for proper academic conduct. She clearly wanted to object to Snape's teaching style, but couldn't figure out how to do it without sounding like she was policing a black man's way of speaking. Maybe, Harry suggested carefully, we just see how it goes. I mean, he obviously knows his stuff. And it's not like he's actually hurting anyone. He called Draco a weak-ass N-word in front of the entire class. Hermione protested. Yeah, Harry grinned. That was pretty great, actually. Ramad chuckled. I got to admit, seeing Malfoy's face was worth the culture shock. You two are impossible, Hermione huffed. This is a serious pedagogical issue. Pedagogical. Harry raised an eyebrow. It means relating to teaching and education, Hermione explained automatically, then caught herself. And don't try to distract me with vocabulary. The point is... She was interrupted by a group of second-year girls approaching their corner of the common room. Harry recognized the leader, Lavender Brown, a girl with bouncing curls and the kind of aggressive friendliness that immediately put Harry on guard. Parry. Lavender chirped. We heard about your situation. And we just wanted to say that we think it's so brave of you to be living your truth. Harry blinked. Our situation. You know, Lavender Stage whispered, the whole transgender thing. We've been reading about it, and we think it's amazing how you're challenging the gender binary. That's thanks. Harry said uncertainly. We wanted to start a support group. Another girl, Parvati Patil, chimed in. For students dealing with gender identity issues. Would you like to be our first member? I'm not dealing with gender identity issues, Harry said slowly. I know exactly who I am. Of course you do. Lavender agreed enthusiastically. That's what makes you such an inspiration. Living authentically despite societal pressure. Harry felt a familiar exhaustion creeping in. Right. Well, thanks for the support. But I think I'm good. Are you sure? Parvati pressed. We could have weekly meetings. And share resources. And discuss the challenges of existing in a heteronormative patriarchal society. Hermione perked up at this. Did someone say patriarchy? Oh yes. Lavender turned to her eagerly. We're very interested in intersectional feminism and the ways that gender oppression intersects with other forms of systemic discrimination. Harry watched with growing alarm as Hermione's eyes lit up like Christmas morning. This was not going to end well. Have you read Judith Butler's work on performative gender? Hermione asked, leaning forward intensely. We're working through gender trouble right now. Parvati replied. Though some of the theoretical framework is quite challenging. Oh, you have to start with Simone de Beauvoir first, Hermione insisted. The second sex is foundational to understanding how patriarchal structures construct feminine identity as the other. Harry caught Ramad's eye and saw their own panic reflected there. Hermione was off and running, and there would be no stopping her now. The thing is, Hermione continued, warming to her theme, most people don't realize how deeply embedded these oppressive structures are in our daily lives. Even here at Hogwarts. I mean, why are there separate dormitories for boys and girls? Why does the Sorting Hat assume binary gender categories? Why are all the portraits of famous wizards predominantly male? Exactly. Lavender squealed. The wizarding world is just as patriarchal as the Muggle world. Maybe even more so. Have you noticed, Hermione said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, how many of our professors are men? And how the few female professors tend to be in nurturing subjects like herbology and healing? Harry tried to interrupt. Hermione, Professor McGonagall teaches transfiguration, which is hardly. McGonagall is the exception that proves the rule. Hermione declared. One woman in a position of academic authority doesn't negate the systemic. What about Professor Sprout? Ramad attempted. Herbology. Hermione and Lavender said in unison, as if this proved their point completely. And don't get me started on the house system, Hermione continued. Gryffindor values are bravery and daring, traditionally masculine traits. Ravenclaw prizes intelligence, but whose definition of intelligence? The patriarchal academic establishments. Hufflepuff gets dismissed as the nice house, feminized and therefore devalued. And Slytherin, well, Slytherin embodies toxic masculinity in its purest form. Oh my God, you're so right. Parvati gasped. The house system is literally a microcosm of patriarchal power structures. Harry stood up abruptly. Right, well, This has been educational. But I think I'm going to go anywhere else. Wait. Lavender called after them. Don't you want to join our consciousness-raising group? I'm conscious enough, thanks. Harry called back, fleeing toward the dormitory stairs. They could hear Hermione's voice following them, and another thing, why is Quidditch gender segregated? There's no biological reason why. Harry climbed the stairs 2 at a time, desperate to escape. They loved Hermione dearly, but when she got started on social justice topics, she became like a runaway train of academic theory and righteous indignation. It was exhausting to be around, especially when Harry just wanted to exist without being a walking political statement. In the dormitory, they found Neville sitting on his bed, looking shell-shocked. "You all right, Neville?" Harry asked, settling onto their own bed. "Dean and Seamus are having an argument about whether it's okay to change clothes in front of you," Neville said weakly. "Seamus says it's inappropriate and Dean says that's discriminatory, and now they're both asking me to take sides." Harry groaned and flopped backward onto their bed. "What did you tell them?" "I said I change under my covers anyway because I don't like anyone seeing my underwear, regardless of their gender identity," Neville replied. "I don't think that was the answer they wanted." "Probably not," Harry agreed. "But it's honest, which is more than most people are managing right now." They lay in silence for a moment, listening to the distant sounds of Seamus and Dean's continued debate drifting up from the common room. "Harry?" Neville said quietly. "Geth? Do you think it gets easier? All this navigating stuff?" Harry considered this. "I hope so. I mean, it has to, right? People can't stay this weird about everything forever." "My Gran says change is always hard for people," Neville offered. "She says the older you get, the more you like things to stay the same." "Your Gran sounds wise." "She also says anyone who has a problem with how other people live their lives needs to find a hobby," Neville added with a small smile. Harry laughed despite everything. "I like your Gran already." "She'd like you too," Neville said. "She's always going on about how people should mind their own business and let others be." From somewhere below, they heard Hermione's voice rising in passionate argument. The very concept of a biological sex is a patriarchal construct designed to maintain binary power structures. Harry pulled a pillow over their head. "Think it's too late to transfer to Beauxbatons?" "Probably," Neville said sympathetically. "But hey, at least tomorrow's a new day." With new opportunities for awkward conversations about gender and identity, Harry said into their pillow. "Look on the bright side," Neville said. "At least you are not Ramad. I heard some Slytherins asking if he's got a bomb in his trunk." Harry sat up abruptly. "They what?" "Oh, you know how they are," Neville said quickly. "Just being stupid." Dean told them off pretty good. But Harry was already up and heading for the stairs. Some things were more important than avoiding Hermione's feminist theory lectures. Like making sure their friend wasn't dealing with racist harassment alone. The first week of Hogwarts was definitely not going as expected. But then again, Harry reflected as they descended the stairs toward what was sure to be another complicated conversation. When had anything in their life ever gone as expected? At least this time, they weren't facing it alone. Diversity and Inclusion Committee. It was a Tuesday morning when Professor Dumbledore made the announcement that would doom every student at Hogwarts to hours of their lives they'd never get back. As part of our ongoing commitment to creating a more inclusive magical learning environment, Dumbledore said during breakfast, reading nervously from a piece of parchment that looked like it had been written by a committee of lawyers, "I am pleased to announce the formation of the Hogwarts Diversity and Inclusion Student Committee, or as we'll call it, HDISC. "That sounds like a skin condition," Draco muttered from the Slytherin table. "The committee will be comprised of representatives from each house, as well as students from various, identity backgrounds," Dumbledore continued, clearly uncomfortable with his own words. "Our first meeting will be this Thursday at 7 p.m. in classroom 3B. Harry looked at Hermione, who was already scribbling notes and looked like Christmas had come early. Finally, she whispered excitedly. A chance to implement real systemic change at Hogwarts. Hermione, Harry said carefully. You know it's just going to be a bunch of students sitting around complaining, right? That's called advocacy, Harry. And someone needs to address the problematic power structures in this school. 2 days later, Harry found themselves reluctantly trudging toward classroom 3B, having been voluntold by McGonagall to represent transgender students on the committee. They tried to argue that being the only openly trans student didn't automatically make them a spokesperson for all trans people everywhere, but McGonagall had given them the look that meant resistance was futile. The classroom was already packed when they arrived. Hermione sat at the front with a stack of books titled things like Decolonizing Magical Education and Intersectionality in Wizarding Spaces. Ramad was there representing religious minorities, though Harry suspected he'd volunteered himself. Luna Lovegood sat in the corner, presumably representing whatever Luna represented. Draco Malfoy was there too, slumped in a chair with his arms crossed, clearly having been forced to attend as the privileged student perspective or something equally ridiculous. Right then, said Dumbledore, entering the room and looking like he'd rather be having his beard professionally detangled. Welcome to our first H-Disc meeting. I think we should start by either going around the room and sharing our pronouns. Oh, for fuck's sake, came a voice from the back of the room. Everyone turned to see Professor Snape leaning against the door frame. You're really about to spend 2 hours talking about pronouns when half these kids can't even brew a basic healing potion. Professor Snape, Dumbledore said nervously, we discussed this. Faculty supervision is required for student committees. Nah, what we discussed is you dumping this diversity bullshit on me because I'm the only black professor in this whole damn school, Snape replied, strolling into the room. Now I gotta babysit y'all while you play social justice warriors. Hermione's hand shot up immediately. Professor Snape, with respect, this committee is about creating meaningful change. Girl, the only meaningful change gonna happen is y'all wasting my time for the next month, Snape interrupted, dropping into a chair and pulling out what appeared to be a flask. But go ahead, share them pronouns. I got nowhere else to be. Dumbledore cleared his throat awkwardly. Perhaps we should start with introductions? I'm Albus Dumbledore, he Tim, and I'm here to facilitate this process as an ally. The way he said allies made it sound like he was asking a question. Hermione Granger, sheet her, representing feminist perspectives and intersectional analysis, Hermione announced proudly. Harry Potter, they them, I guess I'm here for trans students, Harry mumbled. Ramad al-Weasley, he's him, representing the Islamic community at Hogwarts, Ramad declared with unnecessary gravitas. Luna Lovegood, sheet her, I'm here because the Naggles told me I should be, Luna said dreamily. Everyone turned to look at Draco, who was glaring at the ceiling. Draco Malfoy. Male. I'm here because apparently someone decided I need to check my privilege or whatever. What are your pronouns, Mr. Malfoy? Hermione asked pointedly. My pronouns are Facklorth, Draco replied. That's not a real pronoun set. Then use he, him, I don't care. This is stupid. Snape took a swig from his flask. Aight, you're done with the pronoun circle jerk? Can we move on to pretending this committee gonna change anything? Dumbledore shuffled his papers nervously. Perhaps we should discuss our goals for the committee? What changes would we like to see at Hogwarts? Hermione's hand shot up so fast she nearly fell out of her chair. First, we need to address the gender binary in dormitory assignments. Students should be able to choose their housing based on their gender identity, not their assigned sex at birth. So you want boys and girls sharing dormitories? Draco asked with a smirk. I want students in dormitories that match their gender identity. What if someone's gender identity changes daily? Then we accommodate that. So we gonna rebuild the entire castle every time someone has a gender crisis. It's not a crisis, it's personal growth. It's a fucking nightmare for whoever has to manage room assignments, Snape interjected. You'll think Professor McGonagall got time to be moving beds around every other day. Professor Snape, language. Dumbledore protested weakly. My bad, Headmaster. You'll think Professor McGonagall got time to be moving beds around every other dang day. Harry raised their hand tentatively. Maybe we could start with something smaller? Light? I don't know. Gender-neutral bathrooms. Excellent suggestion. Dumbledore said, looking relieved to have something concrete to discuss. Gender-neutral facilities. Very progressive. Wait, said Draco, are we talking about bathrooms where everyone goes together? Yes, said Hermione firmly. Absolutely not, said Draco equally firmly. Why not? Luna asked with genuine curiosity. Because I don't want to piss next to Crabbe and Goyle, let alone random girls. That's incredibly transphobic. Hermione declared. How is not wanting to share a toilet transphobic? Because you're excluding people based on their gender identity. I'm excluding people based on not wanting to hear them shit. Language, Mr. Malfoy. Dumbledore squeaked. Oh, so when he swears it's a problem, but when Snape does it, it's fine. Draco demanded. That's different, Dumbledore said weakly. How is it different? Because, well, Professor Snape is, that is to say. Because I'm black. Snape asked with dangerous quiet. Now? No, of course not. I would never. Sounds like you saying I can't be held to the same standards as these kids because of my race, Snape continued. That's not what I meant at all. Then what did you mean? Dumbledore opened and closed his mouth like a fish, clearly realizing he'd walked into a trap. Rama chose this moment to interject. Perhaps we could discuss the lack of halal options in the Great Hall. Oh, come on. Draco exploded. Why do we have to conform to your stupid religion? Do not call my religion stupid. What's next? Are you going to demand they build a mosque next to the school? What do you know about religion? Your religion is performative bullshit. Gentlemen. Dumbledore shouted, then immediately looked embarrassed by his own volume. Please, let's try to keep this constructive. How is this constructive? Harry asked. We've been here 20 minutes and we've already argued about bathrooms, dormitories, and lunch meat. These are important issues. Hermione insisted. Are they though? Luna asked thoughtfully. I mean, the house elves don't have any of these problems, and they seem happy enough. Everyone stared at her. Luna, Hermione said slowly, the house elves are enslaved. Are they? They seem to enjoy their work. That's because they've been conditioned to accept their oppression. Have you asked them? Well, no, but... Maybe we should ask them what they think about diversity and inclusion, Luna suggested. We are not surveying the house elves about their opinions on social justice. Hermione snapped. Why not? Draco asked. If we're representing everyone, shouldn't we include the actual servants? They're not servants, they're enslaved beings. Same difference. It is not the same difference. Snape took another drink from his flask. You know what? I'm about to peace out. You can sit here arguing about elf rights and bathroom politics. I got potions to brew. Professor Snape, you can't leave. Dumbledore protested. Faculty supervision is required. Then supervise this, Snape said, standing up and heading for the door. You'll need Jesus. For therapy. Or both. Professor Snape, that's incredibly inappropriate. Hermione called after him. So is this whole damn meeting, Snape replied without turning around. Holler at me when you're ready to talk about something that actually matters. He left, slamming the door behind him. The room fell silent for a moment. Well, Dumbledore said eventually, that was productive. How was that productive? Harry asked. We've identified some areas of disagreement. We identified that this committee is a joke, Draco said flatly. It's not a joke. Hermione protested. We just need to establish some ground rules, Anne. Hermione, Harry interrupted gently, what exactly are we trying to accomplish here? We are trying to make Hogwarts more inclusive. To who? To everyone. But everyone wants different things, Luna pointed out. Harry wants gender-neutral bathrooms, Ramad wants halal food, Draco wants to be left alone, and I want the faculty to stop pretending the Thestrals don't exist. We can address all of those issues. Can we, though? Harry asked. Because it seems like every solution we come up with creates a new problem for someone else. That's exactly the kind of thinking that perpetuates systemic oppression. Hermione declared. Or it's just reality, Draco muttered. Reality is what we make it. No, reality is what actually happens when you try to implement your ideas in the real world. The real world is flawed. Yeah, well, it's the only world we've got. Dumbledore looked around the room at the arguing students and seemed to age about 10 years in as many seconds. Perhaps, he said quietly, we should schedule another meeting to continue this discussion. When? Hermione asked eagerly. How about his next Thursday? Same time. Sure. Yes. Next Thursday at 7. As they filed out of the classroom, Harry caught up with Draco in the hallway. That was a disaster, Harry said. Yeah, no shit, Draco replied. You know what the worst part is. What? We have to do it again next week. Maybe it'll be better. Draco gave Harry a look of pure disbelief. Potter, I know you're optimistic, but you're not stupid. That meeting is gonna be the exact same clusterfuck, except longer. Harry sighed. Yeah, you're probably right. Of course I'm right. Want to know why? Why? Because Hermione's gonna spend the next week preparing a 40-page presentation on microaggressions, Ramad's gonna research Islamic educational law, and Luna's gonna bring actual house elves to the meeting. Harry paused. Do you think Luna would actually bring house elves? Potter, this is Luna we're talking about. She once brought a live bowtruckle to arithmancy because she thought it would help with the calculations. Fair point. The only question is whether Snape's gonna show up drunk or not show up at all. He had a flask. He always has a flask. That doesn't mean anything. They walked in comfortable silence for a moment before Harry spoke again. Draco. Geth? Do you think this committee is actually going to accomplish anything? Draco stopped walking and turned to look at Harry with an expression of genuine sympathy. Potter, he said gently, this committee is going to meet every Thursday for the rest of the school year, argue about the same 5 topics in circles, accomplish absolutely nothing, and then Dumbledore's gonna put out a press release about how committed Hogwarts is to diversity and inclusion. That's depressing. That's bureaucracy. Harry sighed again. I hate bureaucracy. Welcome to the real world, Potter. It's all bureaucracy from here on out. As they reached the point where they had to split off to their respective common rooms, Draco paused. Hey, Potter. Yes? For what it's worth, the gender-neutral bathroom thing isn't a terrible idea. I just don't want to be forced to use them. Thanks, Draco. That's surprisingly reasonable of you. Don't get used to it. Next week I'm probably gonna argue that we should bring back house elf fighting rings or something equally horrible. Why? Because if this committee's gonna be a joke, it might as well be an entertaining joke. And with that, Draco headed off toward the dungeons, leaving Harry to contemplate the horrifying possibility that the next meeting might somehow be even worse than the first one. They were right, of course. It was Moving Staircases Accessibility Crisis. It had been 3 weeks since the term started, and Harry was finally getting used to the rhythm of life at Hogwarts. Well, as used to it as anyone could get when every conversation seemed to turn into a debate about systemic oppression and your potions professor kept calling female students bitches while somehow being completely immune to consequences because he was black. Harry was walking back from Transfiguration with Hermione, who was in the middle of explaining why Professor McGonagall's teaching methods were reinforcing patriarchal power structures through authoritarian classroom management, when they encountered their first real crisis of the day. Oh, for crying out loud, came a frustrated voice from ahead of them. Not again. They rounded the corner to find Neville Longbottom standing at the bottom of what had, moments ago, been a perfectly normal staircase leading to the third floor. The staircase was now slowly rotating away from them, leaving Neville stranded on the ground floor with his arms full of herbology textbooks. "Neville, what's wrong?" Harry asked, though they could pretty clearly see the problem. The bloody staircase moved again. Neville said, looking close to tears. "I've been trying to get to the library for 20 minutes, but every time I start climbing, the stairs decide to bugger off somewhere else." Hermione immediately perked up, her social justice radar apparently pinging. "Neville, how often does this happen to you?" "Every day. Sometimes multiple times a day. I've been late to 3 classes this week because I can't predict where the staircases are going to be." "And how does this make you feel?" Hermione asked, pulling out a notebook that Harry was starting to recognize as her problematic situations a journal. "Frustrated? Tired? Like maybe I should just drop out and become a florist." "Neville," Hermione said seriously, "I think you're experiencing systematic discrimination." Neville blinked. "What?" "No, I'm just trying to get to the library." "Think about it," Hermione continued, her voice taking on the dangerous tone that meant she was about to launch into a full analysis. "These moving staircases create an inherently hostile environment for students with mobility issues, spatial processing difficulties, or anxiety disorders. They're essentially an accessibility nightmare disguised as whimsical school architecture." What?" Neville looked confused. "She's saying the stairs are ableist," Harry translated, having learned to speak Hermione over the past few weeks. "The stairs are what now?" "Ableist," Hermione repeated, warming to her theme. "They discriminate against people based on physical and cognitive ability. Neville, you clearly have anxiety issues that make it difficult for you to navigate unpredictable environments. These moving staircases are essentially a form of architectural oppression." Neville stared at her. "Hermione, I just want to get to the library without having to take a 40-minute detour through the dungeons." "Exactly. You're being denied equal access to educational resources because of your neurological makeup." At this point, they were joined by Ramad, who had apparently overheard the conversation while coming back from his third prayer break of the day. "What's all this about discrimination?" "The moving staircases are ableist," Hermione explained quickly. "They're creating an inaccessible environment for students with mobility and anxiety issues." Ramad nodded seriously. "You know, I've been having trouble with them too. Sometimes they move right in the middle of my prayers, and I have to start over because I lost my concentration." "See?" Hermione said triumphantly. "Religious discrimination too." "Actually," said a new voice behind them, "I think you're all being a bit dramatic." They turned to see Draco Malfoy approaching, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, who looked as confused as ever. "Draco, this is a serious issue," Hermione said, bristling. "No, it's not," Draco replied with his usual smirk. "It's just stairs. If Longbottom can't handle a few moving stairs, maybe he shouldn't be at a magical school. That's exactly the kind of ableist thinking that perpetuates exclusion." Hermione shot back. "Or maybe," Draco said slowly, "some people are just naturally better at things than others, and we shouldn't have to dumb everything down for the weakest students." The group fell silent. Even by Draco's standards, that was pretty harsh. "Draco," Harry said carefully, "that's not really fair. The staircases are genuinely difficult to navigate." "For you, maybe," Draco shrugged. "I've never had a problem with them. Neither has anyone else in Slytherin. We just pay attention and plan ahead." "Well, congratulations on your staircase privilege," Hermione said acidly. "My what privilege?" "Your ability to navigate the staircases easily gives you advantages that other students don't have. That's literally the definition of privilege." Draco looked like he was trying to process this concept and failing. "So, being good at something is now a bad thing." "It's not bad, but you should acknowledge that your success isn't just due to your own abilities. You're benefiting from a system that works in your favor." "A system that works in my favor." Draco repeated slowly. It's stairs, Granger. They're not conspiring for or against anyone. They just move around. But they move around in ways that some people can adapt to more easily than others, Hermione insisted. So what are you suggesting? That we make all the staircases stop moving? Actually, yes. That would be a reasonable accommodation. Draco laughed. Right, so we should change centuries of Hogwarts tradition because Longbottom gets nervous around moving objects. It's not about tradition, it's about inclusion. It's about making everything boring so nobody's feelings get hurt. Their argument was interrupted by the arrival of Professor McGonagall, who looked like she'd rather be literally anywhere else. What's all this shouting about? She asked wearily. Professor. Hermione immediately launched into her explanation. We need to talk about the accessibility issues with the moving staircases. They're creating an exclusionary environment for students with mobility and anxiety issues. McGonagall blinked slowly. Miss Granger, the moving staircases have been part of Hogwarts for over 1,000 years. And for over 1,000 years, they've been discriminating against students with disabilities. What? Professor, Neville has been consistently late to classes because he can't predict the staircase movements. This is affecting his academic performance and his mental health. McGonagall looked at Neville, who was still standing there holding his books and looking increasingly uncomfortable with being the centre of attention. Mr. Longbottom, is this true? Well, yes, Professor, but I wouldn't call it discrimination exactly. It's just frustrating. Frustrating because the system is designed to exclude you. Hermione interjected. Miss Granger, McGonagall said firmly, I think you may be overthinking this situation. I'm not overthinking anything. I'm applying a critical analysis to an obviously problematic system. It stares, Miss Granger. They moves. Students adapt. That's how it's always been. Just because something has always been done a certain way doesn't mean it's right. McGonagall looked like she was getting a headache. What exactly are you proposing? Full accessibility accommodations. Static staircases, predictable routes, and alternative transportation methods for students who need them. Alternative transportation methods. Magical elevators, flying carpets, teleportation circles, anything that provides equal access to all areas of the castle. McGonagall stared at her. Miss Granger, do you have any idea what that would cost? Or how it would affect the castle's magical infrastructure? Professor, you can't put a price on inclusion. Actually, you can, said a new voice. They turned to see Professor Snape approaching, looking annoyed as usual. And it's about 50,000 galleons for a basic lift system, not including the structural modifications needed to accommodate it. Professor Snape. Hermione said. Surely you understand the importance of making Hogwarts accessible to all students. Snape looked at her with his usual disdain. What I understand, Miss Granger, is that you're trying to solve a problem that don't exist by spending money the school don't have. How can you say the problem doesn't exist when Neville is clearly struggling? Because Longbottom ain't the first clumsy white boy to come through here, and he won't be the last. Most of them figure it out after a few weeks. But what about the ones who don't? They learn to deal with it, or they find alternative routes. That's called adaptation, not discrimination. Hermione looked scandalized. Professor, that's an incredibly insensitive way to talk about students with disabilities. Who said anything about disabilities? Snape asked. The boy's just uncoordinated. Half the first years have trouble with the stairs at the beginning of term. Difficulty with spatial navigation can be a sign of various learning differences and anxiety disorders. Or it can be a sign of not paying attention to where you're going. You're being deliberately obtuse. And you're being deliberately dramatic. Look, little girl, not every inconvenience is oppression. Sometimes stairs just move, and you got to work around it. Little gal. Hermione's voice rose to a dangerous pitch. Did you just call me a little girl? Snape realized his mistake immediately. I meant. That's incredibly sexist and patronizing. Now hold on. You're dismissing my concerns because of my age and gender. And dismissing your concerns because they're stupid. The group gasped. Even by Snape's standards, that was pretty direct. Professor McGonagall said quickly, perhaps we should continue this discussion in private. Nah, we can finish it right here, Snape replied. Miss Granger, you want to know why I ain't taking your accessibility crusade seriously? Because you're trying to fix something that ain't broke. These stairs been moving for 1,000 years, and somehow students keep managing to get around the castle. You think maybe, just maybe, the problem ain't with the stairs. The problem is with a system that doesn't accommodate different needs. The problem is with kids who think the world should bend over backwards to make their lives easier instead of learning to deal with minor inconveniences. Minor inconveniences. Hermione was practically shouting now. Neville is missing classes. Then maybe Neville should leave earlier. That's not a solution, that's victim blaming. Victim blaming. Snape laughed, but it wasn't a pleasant sound. Girl, you really think Longbottom is a victim because he got to walk up some stairs? He's being systematically excluded from equal educational opportunities. He's being mildly inconvenienced by architecture. At this point, a small crowd had gathered to watch the argument. Harry noticed several students whispering and taking notes, probably for social media posts about the accessibility debate happening at Hogwarts. Neville, meanwhile, looked like he wanted to disappear entirely. Excuse me, he said quietly. Could we maybe not make this about me? I just wanted to go to the library. Neville, Hermione said passionately, this is about standing up for your rights. I don't really need anyone to stand up for me, Neville replied. I just need to figure out how to get upstairs. But don't you see how the current system is oppressing you? Not really? It's just stairs. They move. It's annoying, but it's not the end of the world. Hermione looked devastated. Neville, you've internalized your oppression. I've what now? You've been conditioned to accept discrimination as normal. Hermione, they're just stairs. They are symbols of systemic exclusion. They're bloody stairs. The crowd was getting bigger now, and Harry could see that some of the older students were placing bets on how long the argument would continue. Professor McGonagall finally stepped in. That's enough. Miss Granger, while I appreciate your passion for student welfare, I think this situation may be getting a bit out of hand. Professor, I'm simply advocating for basic accessibility accommodations. You're advocating for a complete restructuring of the castle's architecture because one student occasionally gets lost. It's not about getting lost, it's about equal access. Miss Granger, McGonagall said firmly, I understand your concerns, but implementing the changes you're suggesting would require approval from the Board of Governors, the Ministry of Magic, and probably the International Confederation of Wizards, given the historical significance of the castle. So you're saying bureaucracy is more important than student welfare? I'm saying that major architectural changes require careful consideration and planning. How much consideration do you need to realize that moving staircases are problematic? At this point, Dumbledore arrived, looking like he'd been summoned by some kind of administrative crisis alert system. He said carefully, I understand there's been some discussion about the castle's accessibility features. Headmaster, Hermione immediately launched into her explanation again. We need to address the discriminatory nature of the moving staircases. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. I see. And what sort of accommodations are you suggesting? Complete structural modifications to ensure equal access for all students. That's quite comprehensive. Have you considered that perhaps we might start with smaller steps? Maybe a mapping system to help students predict staircase movements. A mapping system doesn't address the fundamental issue of exclusion. But it might help students navigate more effectively while we consider larger changes. Headmaster, we can't just put a band-aid on systemic oppression. Dumbledore looked around at the gathered crowd, clearly calculating the political implications of whatever he said next. Perhaps, he said slowly, we could form a committee to study this issue. Staircase Accessibility Task Force. Several students groaned audibly. With representatives from all houses and input from students, staff, and relevant experts. Who would be the relevant experts? Hermione asked suspiciously. Well, perhaps architectural specialists. Disability rights advocates. Students who have successfully navigated the current system. And how long would this committee process take? Oh, I imagine we could have preliminary recommendations by next term. Next term. Hermione looked outraged. Students are being discriminated against right now. Miss Granger, institutional change takes time. We want to make sure we consider all perspectives and implications. The only perspective that matters is that of the students being harmed by the current system. Well, perhaps we should also consider the perspectives of students who aren't having difficulties. Why would we prioritize the comfort of privileged students over the needs of marginalized ones? Dumbledore looked like he was starting to regret becoming headmaster. I think perhaps we're all getting a bit heated about this issue. Maybe we should take some time to reflect on our different viewpoints. There's nothing to reflect on, Hermione declared. Either you believe in equal access or you don't. It's not that simple, Miss Granger. It absolutely is that simple. The argument continued for another 20 minutes, with various students and professors joining in with their own opinions. By the end of it, approximately half the school had gathered to watch. Hermione had threatened to contact the Ministry's Department for Magical Accidents and Catastrophes about unsafe architectural practices. Snape had called at least 3 more people stupid, and Neville had given up entirely and gone back to his dormitory. The only resolution reached was Dumbledore's promise to carefully consider the issue and seek input from relevant stakeholders, which satisfied absolutely no one. As the crowd finally dispersed, Harry found themselves walking back to Gryffindor Tower with Hermione, who was still muttering angrily about institutional resistance to change. Hermione, Harry said carefully, do you think maybe you came on a bit strong back there? Harry, when people are being oppressed, there's no such thing as coming on too strong. But Neville said he didn't really see it as oppression. That's because he's internalized the discrimination. It's a classic symptom of systemic oppression. Or maybe he just doesn't think it's that big a deal. Hermione stopped walking and stared at Harry. Are you taking their side? I'm not taking anyone's side. I'm just wondering if maybe the solution doesn't have to be quite so dramatic. Harry, I'm disappointed in you. I thought you of all people would understand what it's like to be marginalized. I do understand. But I also understand that sometimes you have to pick your battles. This is exactly the kind of thinking that allows oppressive systems to continue. Harry sighed. They had a feeling this was going to be a very long year. Meanwhile, in the dungeons, Professor Snape was grading papers and muttering to himself about overeducated little activists and kids who think everything is a hate crime. And somewhere in Gryffindor Tower, Neville Longbottom was successfully using a simple mapping charm he'd learned from a 7th year to predict the staircase movements, completely unaware that he had become the unlikely center of Hogwarts' first major accessibility rights controversy. The moving staircases, for their part, continued moving exactly as they had for the past 1,000 years, blissfully unaware that they had been declared problematic by the forces of social justice. Differently headed Nick. It was a particularly dreary Tuesday morning in December when Harry woke up to find a glittering, rainbow-coloured notice floating above their bed. The parchment was covered in what appeared to be holographic inclusion symbols and smelled faintly of lavender and social justice. Mandatory sensitivity training, the notice proclaimed in swirling, politically correct font. All students are required to attend a workshop on the respectful interaction with the differently alive community presented by Sir Nicholas de Windsor-Porpington, now known as Differently Headed Nick. Failure to attend will result in mandatory enrollment in our new unconscious bias against ghosts rehabilitation program. Harry groaned and rolled over, accidentally knocking the notice onto Neville's bed. Neville woke up with a start, read the notice, and immediately began hyperventilating. Oh no, oh no, oh no, Neville wheezed. I called him nearly headless Nick just last week. Do you think he heard me? Am I going to be reported to the Diversity Committee? Neville, Calm down, Harry said, though they weren't feeling particularly calm themselves. It's just sensitivity training. How bad could it be? Famous last words. The training was scheduled for the Great Hall immediately after breakfast, which meant everyone was trapped. There was no sneaking out, no claiming illness, no convenient emergencies. Even the professors looked like they'd rather be grading essays on the most boring possible topics than attending whatever this was about to become. Differently headed Nick had really gone all out for the occasion. The Great Hall had been transformed into what could only be described as a safe space nightmare. Rainbow banners hung from the ceiling, each one proclaiming different variations of ghostly pride, differently alive and proud. Transparency is beautiful, ectoplasm positivity, and most bizarrely, my corporeal status is not your business. The ghost himself floated at the front of the hall, looking more dramatic than Harry had ever seen him. His usual Tudor-era ruff had been replaced with what appeared to be a pride flag worn as a cape, and he'd somehow managed to make his translucent form even more translucent, presumably to make a point about visibility. "Welcome, welcome, my living friends," Nick began, his voice echoing with newfound confidence. "I want to start by saying how brave you all are for being here today. I know that confronting your unconscious bias against the differently alive community can be challenging, but growth often is." Draco Malfoy, who was sitting in the front row looking like he'd swallowed a particularly sour lemon, raised his hand immediately. "Excuse me, but isn't this a bit much? I mean, we've all been perfectly polite to you for years." Nick's expression became what Harry could only describe as the disappointed but not surprised. "Draco, may I call you Draco, what you've just demonstrated is a perfect example of what we call ghost lighting. You're dismissing my lived experience as a member of the differently alive community by claiming that your behavior has been perfectly polite. But politeness, Draco, is not the same as acceptance." "But you're a ghost," Draco said, looking genuinely confused. "What else would we call you?" "I prefers differently alive person," Nick replied patiently. "The term ghost has centuries of negative connotations. It implies that I'm somehow lesser than, or that my existence is inherently frightening or unwelcome." Hermione, who had been frantically taking notes since the moment Nick started speaking, raised her hand enthusiastically. "This is fascinating. I had no idea that the differently alive community faced such systemic discrimination. Are there other terms we should avoid?" Nick beamed at her, or at least, Harry assumed he was beaming. It was hard to tell with the whole translucent thing. "Excellent question, Hermione." "Yes, there are many problematic terms. Spook, spectre, phantasm, wraith, all of these carry negative implications. We prefer differently alive persons or transparency-positive individuals." "What about the dead?" asked Seamus innocently. The temperature in the Great Hall dropped noticeably. Nick's form flickered with what appeared to be righteous indignation. "Seamus," Nick said slowly, "that is perhaps the most offensive term you could use. I am not dead. I am differently alive. My corporeal status may have changed, but I am still a person with feelings, thoughts, and experiences. Using the D word perpetuates the harmful binary between living and differently alive individuals." "But you literally died," Seamus pointed out. "I mean, your head was nearly cut off. That's usually considered fatal." "My head is differently attached," Nick corrected firmly. "And yes, I experienced a transition from traditional life to transparent life, but that doesn't make me dead. It makes me evolved." Harry glanced around the hall and saw that most of the students looked as confused as they felt. Even Professor McGonagall appeared to be questioning her life choices. "Now," Nick continued, floating closer to the students, "I want to address some of the microaggressions that the differently alive community faces on a daily basis. How many of you have ever walked through a ghost?" Several hands went up sheepishly. "And how did that make you feel?" "Cold," offered Ramad tentatively. "Exactly," Nick exclaimed. "You felt cold and uncomfortable. But did any of you stop to think about how I felt? About how violating it is to have living persons walk through my personal space without consent?" "But you're see-through," Draco said. "How are we supposed to know where your personal space is?" That's transparentism, Nick replied matter-of-factly. The assumption that because someone is transparent, they don't have the same rights to personal space as opaque individuals. Hermione was practically vibrating with excitement. Oh my gosh, this is opening up so many new areas of study. Are there other forms of discrimination against the differently alive community? Oh, Hermione, where do I even begin? Nick sighed dramatically. There's the assumption that all differently alive persons are scary or malevolent. There's the expectation that we should be constantly available for entertainment, though, Nick, float through this wall for us. Nick, can you make that spooky noise? It's exhausting. I never thought about it that way, Harry admitted. I'm sorry if I ever made you feel uncomfortable. Thank you, Harry, Nick said warmly. That's exactly the kind of growth I'm hoping to see today. Now, let's talk about some practical ways you can be better allies to the differently alive community. He conjured a glittering chart that appeared to be made of condensed ectoplasm. First, never assume someone's corporeal status. Just because someone appears solid doesn't mean they identify as fully living. Second, always ask for consent before walking through someone's personal space, regardless of their transparency level. Third, use inclusive language. Instead of a living room, try existent room. Instead of dead serious, try indifferently alive serious. This is mental, muttered Ramad under his breath. Excuse me. Nick said sharply, his form flickering with offense. Did you just use ableist language to describe my presentation? Ramad went pale. What? I just meant it was crazy. And there's another one. Crazy is a harmful term that stigmatizes those with mental health differences. Really, Mr. Ulwazer, I expected better from you. But I didn't mean. Impact matters more than intent, Nick interrupted. Your words have power, and using language that marginalizes vulnerable communities contributes to systemic oppression. At this point, Professor Snape, who had been sitting in the back row looking like he'd rather be anywhere else in the universe, stood up slowly. The entire hall held its breath. Nick, Snape said in his most dangerous voice, with all due respect, and I mean that in the most minimal way possible, this is some straight-up bullshit. The collective gasp from the students was audible. Several first years looked like they might faint. Professor Snape. McGonagall hissed. You can't say that. What me? Snape replied calmly. I've been dead, excuse me, differently alive, for periods of time myself, and let me tell you something, being dead doesn't make you special. It doesn't give you the right to police everyone else's language or demand that the entire school restructure their vocabulary around your feelings. Professor Snape, that's incredibly problematic, Hermione began. Sit down, Granger, Snape snapped. I'm not finished. Nick, you've been floating around this castle for 500 years complaining about your nearly severed head. Now you want to rebrand yourself as differently-headed and lecture teenagers about microaggressions? Get a grip, man. Nick's form was practically vibrating with indignation. Professor Snape, I'm going to have to report this conversation to the Diversity and Inclusion Committee. Your language is creating a hostile environment for differently alive individuals. Good luck with that, Snape said dryly. I'm sure they'll be very interested in your complaint about someone pointing out that being dead doesn't make you the victim of systemic oppression. I am not dead. You're talking to us through a severed head that's hanging on by a thread of ghost skin. I'm pretty sure that qualifies as dead in most dictionaries. My head is differently attached. Your head is fact up, is what it is. The silence that followed lasted for hours, it seemed. Even the portraits on the wall seemed to be holding their breath. That's it, Nick declared dramatically. I'm calling an emergency meeting of the Hogwarts Diversity Committee. This level of discrimination cannot be tolerated in our learning environment. You do that, Snape replied, sitting back down. I'll be in my office, not giving a damn about your feelings. As Snape swept out of the hall, his black robes billowing behind him, Nick turned back to the students with what appeared to be renewed determination. This, he said, gesturing toward the door where Snape had exited, is exactly the kind of systemic discrimination that the differently alive community faces every day. Professor Snape's reaction demonstrates the deeply ingrained biases that exist in our society. But Professor Snape is black, pointed out a confused third year. Isn't he discriminated against too? Discrimination is not a competition, Nick replied firmly. We must recognize that individuals can experience multiple forms of oppression simultaneously. However, that doesn't excuse Professor Snape's transparentism and differently alive phobia. Can we talk about something else? Harry asked desperately. Maybe some practical tips for interacting with ghosts, differently alive persons. Certainly. Nick brightened immediately. Let's discuss proper etiquette. First, always announce your presence when entering a room where a differently alive person might be present. We don't always notice living persons immediately, and it can be startling. How are we supposed to know if there's a ghost in the room if we can't see them? Asked Neville. That's a great question. You should always assume that there might be a differently alive person present. It's better to err on the side of inclusion. So we should announce ourselves every time we enter any room. Hermione asked, still taking notes. Exactly. A simple hello, any differently alive persons present, will suffice. That seems a bit excessive, Draco muttered. Excessive is thinking that your convenience is more important than someone else's comfort, Nick replied sharply. Now, let's talk about appropriate conversation topics. Please don't ask us how we died, that's very personal information. Don't ask us to demonstrate our abilities for your entertainment. And please don't make assumptions about our emotional state based on our appearance. But you're always floating and moaning, pointed out Lavender Brown. How else are we supposed to interpret that? That's a harmful stereotype, Nick said patiently. Not all differently alive persons moan. Some of us sigh wistfully. Some of us hum. Some of us are perfectly quiet. And floating is simply our natural state of being. It doesn't indicate our emotional state any more than your walking indicates yours. This is getting ridiculous, Ramad whispered to Harry. I heard that, Mr. Elwayser, Nick said sharply. And I want to address something important here. The word ridiculous is often used to dismiss legitimate concerns about discrimination. When you call someone's lived experience ridiculous, you're essentially saying that their feelings don't matter. But some things are actually ridiculous, Ramad protested. Who gets to decide what's ridiculous? Nick challenged. You? The living community? Don't you think the differently alive community should have a say in determining what constitutes reasonable accommodation? I think everyone's losing their minds, Draco said loudly. This is completely insane. Ableist language again, Nick sighed. Really, students, we need to do better. Insane is a harmful term that stigmatizes mental health differences. What are we supposed to say instead? Harry asked, genuinely trying to be helpful. Try unreasonable or illogical or problematic, Nick suggested. There are many alternatives that don't perpetuate harmful stereotypes. This is unreasonable, Draco said pointedly. Thank you for adjusting your language, Nick beamed. That's exactly the kind of growth I'm hoping to see. The training continued for another hour, covering topics like inclusive seating arrangements for differently alive persons. Apparently they needed to reserve empty chairs for ghosts who might want to sit. Culturally sensitive Halloween celebrations, ghost costumes were now considered offensive, and creating welcoming environments for transparent positive individuals, which seemed to involve a lot of temperature adjustments and special lighting. By the time Nick finally dismissed them, most of the students looked like they'd been through a particularly brutal defense against the dark arts lesson. Remember, Nick called out as they filed out of the hall, this is just the beginning of your journey toward becoming better allies to the differently alive community. I'll be posting additional resources in the common rooms, and I'm available for one-on-one consultations if anyone wants to discuss their unconscious bias. I need a drink, muttered Professor McGonagall as she passed Harry. Professor, Harry said quickly, isn't drinking during school hours against the rules? Mr. Potter, McGonagall replied wearily, after what I've just witnessed, I'm beginning to think that rules are just social constructs designed to perpetuate systemic oppression. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to go re-evaluate my entire approach to education. As the students dispersed, Harry couldn't help but notice that nearly headless differently headed Nick, looked remarkably pleased with himself. He was floating near the entrance, handing out what appeared to be informational pamphlets about transparent rights and differently alive activism. "Harry," he called out as they tried to sneak past. "I wanted to thank you for your participation today. Your questions showed real engagement with the material." Thanks. Harry replied uncertainly. "I hope you'll consider joining our new student organization, Students for Differently Alive Acceptance. We meet every Tuesday in the abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor. Well, I say abandoned, but that's really just another example of living-centric language. The classroom isn't abandoned, it's just waiting for the right transparent community to make use of it." "Oh, think about it," Harry said diplomatically. "Wonderful. And remember, being an ally is a verb, not a noun. It's something you do, not something you are." As Harry finally escaped the Great Hall, they found Ramad waiting in the corridor, looking deeply troubled. "Harry," he said seriously, "I think I need to have a conversation with Nick about intersectionality. As a Muslim, I'm also part of a marginalized community, and I feel like the Differently Alive rights movement could benefit from a more inclusive approach that recognizes religious discrimination as well." Harry stared at him. "Ramad, please tell me you're not going to start another awareness campaign." "Well, I hadn't planned on it, but after today's presentation, I'm realizing that there's a real opportunity here to build bridges between different oppressed communities. Maybe we could organize a joint event, solidarity between the differently alive and religiously diverse communities." "I'm going to go lie down," Harry said faintly. "That's probably for the best," Ramad agreed. "Confronting your privilege can be emotionally exhausting. But don't worry, the discomfort you're feeling is just your unconscious bias being challenged. It's a sign that you're growing." As Harry trudged up to Gryffindor Tower, they couldn't help but wonder if maybe the Dursleys had been right about one thing: the wizarding world was definitely getting stranger every year. Behind them, they could hear Nick's voice echoing through the corridor as he continued his impromptu activism session. "Remember, students, silence is violence. If you're not actively supporting the differently alive community, you're complicit in our oppression." Harry picked up their pace. They had a feeling that this was just the beginning of what was going to be a very long year. Slytherin Blackpill community. Draco Malfoy had been having what he would later describe as his great awakening for the past 3 weeks. It had started innocently enough, well, as innocently as anything involving Draco could start, with him simply trying to understand why Pansy Parkinson had chosen to go to the Yule Ball with Marcus Flint instead of him. "I mean, look at Flint," Draco had muttered to his reflection in the dormitory mirror for the 100th time that morning. "He's got the jawline of a troll and the personality of a wet flobberworm. What does he have that I don't?" The mirror, which had been enchanted to boost students' self-esteem, tried its best. "Well, you're quite handsome, dear, and your hair is—" "Shut up," Draco snapped. "I don't want platitudes. I want answers." This had led him down a rather dark path of late-night research in the restricted section of the library, but not the kind of research his professors would have approved of. Instead of studying dark arts texts, Draco had discovered something far more sinister: a collection of Muggle self-help books that had somehow found their way into the magical world. The Rational Alpha Male, Alpha Game, The Art of Seduction, Draco had devoured them all with the same intensity he once reserved for Quidditch strategy guides. But it was when he'd stumbled upon some underground Muggle internet forums, accessed through a highly illegal magical-to-digital interface charm, that everything had clicked into place. The Black Pill. The truth about female nature. The brutal reality of the sexual marketplace. It all made sense now. Draco had spent the better part of 2 weeks measuring his facial features with calipers he'd stolen from the arithmancy classroom. His canthal tilt was slightly negative, but death sentence in the modern dating world. His jaw, while not terrible, lacked the pronounced square shape that marked true genetic superiority. His wrists were a devastating 6.8 inches in circumference, practically screaming beta genetics to any female within a 50-foot radius. But worst of all, he discovered his fatal flaw. At 5 feet 9 inches, he was below the magical 6-foot threshold that separated the Chads from the Incels. It was over. It had always been over. "Crad," he'd said one evening, looking up from his measurements, "how tall are you?" "Dunno," Crab had replied, stuffing another chocolate frog into his mouth. "Tall enough to reach the good snacks on the high shelves." "That's not an answer, you absolute mogger." "What's a mogger?" Draco had sighed. The terminology was wasted on these normies. Crab was probably 6 feet 2 inches without even realizing he was living life on tutorial mode. Meanwhile, Draco was stuck in the genetic lottery's consolation prize category, destined to watch from the sidelines as inferior men with superior bone structure claimed the women that should have been his by right of intelligence and breeding. But Draco Malfoy was nothing if not resourceful. If he couldn't change his genetics, he could at least educate his fellow genetic unfortunates about the brutal reality of their situation. Which is how he'd come to be standing in the Slytherin common room at 11:40 p.m. on a Tuesday, holding a stack of carefully prepared presentation materials and waiting for his audience to arrive. "Gentlemen," he announced to the handful of younger Slytherins who had responded to his cryptic invitation, "please take your seats. Tonight, your eyes will be open to the truth about the sexual marketplace and why everything you've been told about dating is a lie." Theodore Nott raised his hand. "Draco, is this about why you've been carrying around those weird measuring tools?" "Those weird measuring tools," Draco replied with dignity, "are calipers, and they're essential for accurate facial analysis. But we'll get to that. First, let me ask you all a question. How many of you have been rejected by a girl recently?" Several hands went up reluctantly. "And how many of you have been told that it's because you just need to be more confident or work on your personality?" More hands. "Gentlemen," Draco said, pulling out his first visual aid, a hand-drawn chart that he'd spent 3 hours perfecting, "you've been lied to. Tonight, I'm going to teach you about the 90/10th rule, why looks are everything, and how female hypergamy has destroyed the dating market for subs hate males like ourselves." Goyle, who had been half asleep, suddenly perked up. "Sub-late? Are we talking about potions grades?" "No, you absolute brainlet," Draco said, though not unkindly. "We're talking about the 1 to 10 rating scale for male attractiveness. And I hate to break it to you, but most of us are operating in the 4 to 6 range at best." "I thought I was quite handsome," said Blaise Sabini, looking genuinely confused. Draco turned to him with the patient expression of a teacher about to deliver devastating news. "Blaise, you're probably a 7, maybe a 7.5 on a good day. But here's the thing, in today's sexual marketplace, even 7s are struggling. Women have been so hypergamous that they only go for chads now." "What's a chad?" asked a second year who had wondered in looking lost. Draco's eyes lit up. This was exactly the kind of question he'd been hoping for. He flipped to his next chart, which showed a crude drawing of a square-jawed, tall figure next to a hunched, smaller figure. "A chad," he began, "is a genetically superior male with hunter eyes, a strong jaw, good height, usually 6 feet 2 inches or above, and the kind of bone structure that makes females lose all rational thought. They're the top 10% of men who are getting all the female attention." He pointed to the smaller figure. "This is a beta. Betas are told that personality matters, that they should just be themselves, and that there's someone out there for everyone. But the truth is, betas are just being used for their resources while the women fantasize about chads. That seems rather cynical, not observed." "It's not cynical, Theodore. It's realistic. It's the black pill, the final pill that reveals the true nature of female sexuality and the genetic hierarchy that determines our romantic success." Draco pulled out his piece to resistance, a PowerPoint presentation he'd somehow managed to create using a combination of magical copying spells and sheer determination. The title slide read, "The Black Pill, Why It's Over for Subs Rate Males," in bold, dramatic letters. "Gentlemen," he announced, "welcome to your first lesson in looks maxing, the sexual marketplace value hierarchy, and why everything you thought you knew about attraction is cope." The presentation began with a slide showing various facial measurements and ratios. "As you can see here," Draco continued, pointing with a modified quill, "facial aesthetics follow specific mathematical principles. The golden ratio, facial thirds, canthal tilt, these aren't just arbitrary measurements. They're the biological markers that determine whether you're a Chad, a normie, or, well, let's just say you might want to start developing other interests. Goyle raised his hand. What if we don't want to measure our faces? Then you're blue-pilled, Draco replied matter-of-factly. You're living in denial about your genetic reality. Look, I know this is hard to hear, but ignorance isn't bliss when you're wondering why that Hufflepuff girl chose to go out with a Ravenclaw instead of you. The next slide showed a pyramid diagram labeled the sexual marketplace hierarchy. At the top was a small section labeled the Chads, top 10%, followed by larger sections for high-tier normies, mid-tier normies, low-tier normies, and at the bottom, a section that simply read it's over. Now, where do you think most of us fall on this pyramid? Draco asked. Hopefully not the bottom, muttered a third year. Hope is cope, Draco replied. We need to be realistic about our SMV, that sexual market value, and understand that in the current dating environment, even average-looking guys are struggling to compete. He clicked to the next slide, which showed a graph with the title Female Hypergamy Through the Ages. The line showed a dramatic upward trend in recent years. You see, gentlemen, female hypergamy, that's women's tendency to seek partners of higher social and genetic status, has been accelerated by modern dating culture. Women can now easily access the top 10% of men, so why would they settle for anything less? But what about personality? Asked Not, who was clearly struggling with these concepts. Draco's expression grew serious. Theodore, that's the biggest cope of all. Personality matters is what they tell sub-3 males to keep us participating in a rigged system. The truth is, personality only matters if you meet the minimum looks threshold. If you're ugly, your personality is irrelevant. If you're good-looking, your personality is automatically assumed to be great. He flipped to a slide titled The Halo Effect in Action. This is why Marcus Flint, despite having the conversational skills of a brick wall, can date successfully while intelligent, cultured gentlemen like ourselves are relegated to the friend zone or complete invisibility. The room had grown quiet as the younger students absorbed this information. Draco could see he was making an impact. Now, he continued, I know this is a lot to process. You're probably experiencing what we call black pill grief, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and finally acceptance. But once you accept the truth about genetic determinism and female nature, you can stop wasting time on futile pursuits and focus on other aspects of life. So what do we do? Asked Goyle, who had been surprisingly attentive throughout the presentation. Well, Draco said, brightening slightly, there are a few options. First, you can try looks maxing, improving your appearance through various means. Skincare, exercise, better clothing, maybe even some minor cosmetic procedures if you're desperate enough. He flipped to a slide showing before and after photos he'd found in one of his research materials. But let's be honest, looks maxing can only take you so far. If you're a 4, you might be able to become a 5 or 6 with significant effort. But you're never going to Chad Max unless you have the bone structure for it. What's the second option? Not asked. MGTOWE men going their own way. Basically, you accept that the dating market is rigged and focus on other pursuits. Money, career, hobbies, whatever. You opt out of the whole system. And the third option. Draco's expression grew darker. Well, there's always the possibility of ascending through other means. Status maxing, money maxing, dark triad game, basically exploiting the few remaining weaknesses in female psychology to overcome genetic disadvantages. He clicked to his final slide, which simply read, the choice is yours. Gentlemen, Draco concluded, I can't make this decision for you. But I can give you the tools to see reality clearly. The black pill isn't comfortable, but it's the truth. And the truth, as they say, will set you free. The room sat in stunned silence for a moment before a first year raised his hand tentatively. Draco, is this why you've been so angry lately? Draco considered the question seriously. I'm not angry, he said finally. I'm enlightened. There's a difference. Anger is what you feel when you still believe the system is fair. Enlightenment is what you feel when you realize it never was. But don't you think maybe not began? No, Draco cut him off. No more coping, no more blue-pill thinking. The data doesn't lie. The bone structure doesn't lie. The rejection doesn't lie. Everything else is just cope. He began packing up his presentation materials with the satisfaction of someone who had just delivered an important truth to the masses. Same time next week, gentlemen. Next session, we'll be covering the importance of height maxing and why prey eyes are a death sentence in the modern dating world. As the younger students filed out, looking dazed and somewhat traumatized, Draco couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. He'd planted the seeds of truth in their minds. Soon, they too would understand the brutal reality of genetic determinism and female hypergamy. It was, he reflected, probably the most important educational service anyone had ever provided at Hogwarts. Even if the professors would never understand its value. Body-positive lady. Harry had been at Hogwarts for exactly 3 weeks, and they were beginning to think that perhaps the Dursley suburban hell wasn't actually the worst place on earth. At least Vernon's bigotry was straightforward and predictable. Here at Hogwarts, navigating the social minefield required a PhD in whatever the hell intersectional theory was, and Harry was pretty sure they were failing the class spectacularly. It had started innocently enough. During their second week, Harry had overheard a group of 7th-year girls talking about the portrait that guarded the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. Apparently, someone had filed a complaint with the newly formed Student Wellness Committee about body-shaming terminology being used to describe school fixtures. "It's just so problematic," one of the girls was saying as Harry passed by in the corridor. "Like, calling her the fat lady is literally violent against people who don't conform to conventional beauty standards." "Totally," agreed another. "I mean, she's a person too, even if she's just a painting. She probably has feelings about being reduced to her body size." Harry had paused, genuinely confused. But she's a painting. Of someone who's been dead for like 400 years. The girls had turned to stare at Harry with the kind of horrified expression usually reserved for people who kicked puppies or supported the Tories. "That's incredibly insensitive," the first girl had said. "Dead people deserve respect too. And just because she's a painting doesn't mean she doesn't have agency." Agency? Harry had repeated, feeling like they were missing something fundamental about how portraits worked. The right to define herself on her own terms, the second girl explained with the patience of someone talking to a particularly slow child. Instead of being labelled by her physical appearance. Harry had walked away from that conversation feeling like they'd accidentally stepped into some sort of alternate reality where basic logic had been suspended. But that was before they learned about the committee's official recommendation. The Student Wellness Committee, it turned out, was a new institution created by Dumbledore in response to what he called the evolving needs of our diverse student body. It was comprised of 12 students from different houses, backgrounds, and lived experiences, and it met twice weekly to discuss issues of inclusion, representation, and emotional safeties within the school. Harry had learned all this from Hermione, who had naturally been elected as the committee secretary within its first week of existence. She'd been absolutely glowing with purpose when she'd explained the committee's first major initiative over breakfast. "We're going to transform the way students interact with the school's portrait community," she'd announced, unrolling what appeared to be a scroll containing several pages of densely written text. Starting with the discriminatory naming conventions that have been perpetuated for centuries. What discriminatory naming conventions? Harry had asked, though they were beginning to suspect they didn't want to know. Well, for starters, referring to the Gryffindor Tower Guardian as of the fat lady is obviously problematic. It reduces her entire identity to a single physical characteristic, which is both dehumanizing and reinforces harmful beauty standards. Ramad had looked up from his halal breakfast sausages with interest. "So what are you going to call her instead?" The committee voted unanimously to use body-positive ladies as a transitional term while we work with her to determine what she preferred to be called. Harry had nearly choked on their pumpkin juice. "You're going to ask a painting what it wants to be called." "She's not a nit, Harry. She's a person with agency and dignity. She's literally oil on canvas." That's incredibly reductive. Magical portraits contain the essence and personality of the original person. They deserve the same respect would give to any member of our community. At this point, Snape had wandered over from the high table, presumably drawn by the sound of someone saying something stupid. "You're really about to rename the fat lady?" he'd asked, shaking his head. "There's some next-level nonsense right here." Professor Snape, Hermione had said stiffly, the committee's recommendations are based on extensive research into best practices for inclusive language. Best practices according to who? Some dusty-ass textbook written by people who ain't never had a real job? According to leading experts in social justice and educational equity. Snape had laughed, a sound like broken glass. Social justice? Baby girl, that painting been hanging in the same spot for 300 years singing opera and drinking wine. She don't give a damn what you'll call her as long as you remember the password. That's exactly the kind of dismissive attitude that perpetuates systemic oppression, Hermione had replied, her voice rising. Systemic oppression? Of a painting? Girl, you need to get out more. Harry had watched this exchange with growing fascination. There was something almost beautiful about the way Hermione's commitment to social justice collided with Snape's complete refusal to engage with political correctness. It was like watching an unstoppable force meet an immovable object, if the unstoppable force was powered by righteous indignation and the immovable object was powered by not giving a single fuck. But the real entertainment had started 3 days later, when the committee's recommendations were officially implemented. Harry had been returning to Gryffindor Tower after a particularly exhausting defense against the dark arts class. Professor Quirrell had spent the entire period stammering through a lecture about the problematic colonial implications of certain defensive spells when they'd encountered the first group of students trying to navigate the new system. "Excuse me, body-positive lady," a nervous-looking second year was saying to the portrait, "could you please open the passage to Gryffindor Tower?" The painting, who had been introduced to Harry 3 weeks ago as simply the fat lady, looked down at the student with obvious confusion. "I'm sorry, dear, but I don't know what you're talking about. Are you looking for someone?" "We're looking for you," the second year replied. "We need to get into Gryffindor Tower." "Well, of course you are, sweetie. But I'm the fat lady. I don't know anyone called body-positive lady." A third year stepped forward, looking embarrassed. "The school administration has decided that your previous name was inappropriate. So now we're supposed to call you body-positive lady." The fat lady's expression shifted from confusion to something that might have been amusement. "Oh, how delightfully modern. And who exactly decided that my name was inappropriate?" "The Student Wellness Committee." "I see. And did anyone think to ask me what I thought about this change?" The students exchanged glances. "Well, no. But the committee did extensive research on inclusive language practices." "How thoughtful of them. And what happens if I choose not to respond to this new name?" I don't know." The fat lady smiled, and Harry couldn't help but notice it wasn't a particularly nice smile. "Well, this should be interesting. What's the password, dears?" "Caput Draconis," the third year replied quickly. "I'm sorry, but I don't hear anyone I recognize asking for entry. Perhaps you should try addressing me properly." The students looked at each other in panic. But we called you body-positive lady." "Indeed you did. But I'm the fat lady, and I've been the fat lady for 3 centuries. I'm not particularly interested in changing my identity to accommodate the political sensibilities of 12-year-olds. But the committee said, "The committee can say whatever it likes. I'll be here when they've all graduated and moved on to find new things to be offended about." Harry had watched this standoff with growing amusement. Leave it to Hogwarts to find a way to make entering your own dormitory a political statement. Excuse me," Harry had said, stepping forward. "Fat lady, could you please let us in? The password is Caput Draconis." The portrait had swung open immediately. "Of course, dear. Welcome home." As the students filed through the passage, Harry could hear the second year muttering, "But that's not inclusive language." "Tough shit," Harry had muttered back, and immediately felt guilty for being so blunt. But honestly, at what point did accommodation become absurdity? The situation had only gotten worse over the following days. The Student Wellness Committee had apparently anticipated resistance from the portrait because they'd implemented what Hermione called a comprehensive education and engagement strategy. This turned out to mean that every morning, a rotating group of committee members would visit the fat lady's portrait to conduct what they called affirmation sessions. Harry had witnessed the first one entirely by accident. They'd been returning from an early morning run, a habit picked up during their time with the Dursleys, when exercise was the only acceptable way to leave the house, when they'd encountered Hermione standing in front of the portrait with a clipboard and what appeared to be a prepared speech. "Good morning, body-positive lady," Hermione had said brightly. "I'm here for today's affirmation session." The fat lady had looked down at her with the expression of someone who had reached the absolute limit of their patience. "Young lady, I have told you repeatedly that I am the fat lady. I have been the fat lady since 1672. I will continue to be the fat lady until someone paints over me or burns down the castle." "I understand that change can be difficult," Hermione had replied, consulting her clipboard. "That's why we're implementing a gradual transition process. Today's affirmation is about embracing body positivity and rejecting harmful societal beauty standards." "I beg your pardon." The committee has prepared a series of daily affirmations designed to help you internalize more positive self-image concepts. Would you like to begin? The fat lady had stared at Hermione for a long moment. "Are you suggesting that I have a negative self-image?" "Well, not exactly, but the language you use to describe yourself does reflect internalized fat phobia and satphobia." The fat lady's voice had risen to a pitch that made several nearby portraits cover their ears. "I'm a 300-year-old painting of a woman who enjoyed food, wine, and life. I'm fat and I am proud of it. I have never, in 3 centuries, met anyone more comfortable with their body than I am." But using the word fat as a descriptor perpetuates negative stereotypes about. "The only negative stereotype I see here is the one that suggests I need a teenage girl to teach me how to feel about my own body." Harry had backed away slowly, recognizing the signs of an impending explosion. They'd seen that same look on Aunt Petunia's face right before she'd thrown Vernon's breakfast at the wall. The committee's research indicates that positive affirmations can help individuals overcome internalized bias. "Get out," the fat lady had screamed, her voice echoing through the corridor. "Get out and take your patronizing nonsense with you." Several other portraits had started shouting in support. Sir Cadogan had drawn his sword and was waving it enthusiastically. The knight in the 3rd-floor corridor had started singing what sounded like a medieval battle hymn. Hermione had stood her ground, clutching her clipboard like a shield. "I understand you're experiencing some resistance to change, but if we could just work through today's affirmation exercise." "I'll show you resistance to change," the fat lady had shrieked, and suddenly wine had started pouring from her portrait like a waterfall, drenching Hermione from head to toe. "This is assault." Hermione had sputtered, dripping with what smelled like very expensive burgundy. "This is communication," the fat lady had roared back. "I am communicating, in the clearest possible terms, that I want you to leave me alone." Harry had helped Hermione back to the common room, where she'd spend the next hour writing what she called an incident report for the Student Wellness Committee. The report, which Harry had glimpsed over her shoulder, was 6 pages long and included phrases like violent resistance to inclusive language practices and internalized oppression manifesting as aggressive behavior. Maybe, Harry had suggested carefully, the fat lady just likes being called the fat lady. That's exactly the problem, Harry. She's been conditioned by centuries of patriarchal beauty standards to accept derogatory language about her body. But what if she actually doesn't think fat is derogatory? Then she's suffering from false consciousness. False consciousness? When people from marginalized groups internalize oppressive ideologies and believe they're acting freely when they're actually reinforcing their own oppression. Harry had stared at Hermione, trying to process this logic. So, if she says she likes being called the fat lady, she's wrong about her own feelings. She's been programmed by societal conditioning to accept harmful language. But if she says she doesn't like being called body-positive lady, that's also wrong. That's resistance to positive change. So basically, whatever she says, she's wrong. Hermione had looked uncomfortable. It's more complex than that, Harry. Is it thou? But the Student Wellness Committee had been undeterred by the wine incident. If anything, they seemed to interpret the fat lady's resistance as proof that their intervention was necessary. The affirmation sessions had continued, despite the portrait's increasingly creative methods of expressing her displeasure. By the end of the week, students attempting to enter Gryffindor Tower had to navigate not only the password system but also whatever chaos the fat lady had decided to unleash in response to that morning's affirmation session. Monday had been wine. Tuesday had been opera sung at volumes that shattered windows 3 floors away. Wednesday had been a dramatic recitation of every curse word she'd learned in 3 centuries, delivered in 5 different languages. Thursday had been her refusing to acknowledge anyone who didn't address her as Her Magnificent Fatness, Queen of the Abundant and Destroyer of Dietary Restrictions. Friday had been the worst yet. Harry had approached the portrait that evening to find a crowd of students gathered outside, all looking deeply uncomfortable. The fat lady was engaged in what appeared to be a heated argument with a nervous-looking 4th year who was holding the committee's daily affirmation script. "I don't understand why you're being so resistant to this process," the 4th year was saying. "We're trying to help you develop a more positive relationship with your body." "A more positive relationship with my body," the fat lady had repeated, her voice dangerously quiet. "Child, I have been inhabiting this body for 300 years. I have sung arias that made grown men weep. I have consumed wine that cost more than your family's annual income. I have flirted with kings and told jokes that scandalized courts across Europe. I have lived more fully in this painted form than most people manage in their entire flesh and blood existences. And you think I need help developing a positive relationship with my body? The committee's research shows that positive affirmations can help overcome internalized negative self-perception. My self-perception is magnificent. I'm a glorious, abundant, fabulous woman who has never met a pleasure I didn't embrace or a song I couldn't sing better than anyone else. The only negative thing in my existence is having to listen to teenagers tell me how I should feel about myself." The 4th year had consulted the script desperately. "But wouldn't you feel better if people used more inclusive language when referring to you? I would feel better if people minded their own bloody business. The committee feels that creating a more welcoming environment for all body types requires. The committee can feel whatever it likes. I require nothing from you except the password and the basic courtesy of being addressed by my chosen name. But fat lady isn't inclusive of. It's my name." At this point, Professor McGonagall had appeared, looking like she'd rather be doing literally anything else. "What exactly is going on here?" she'd asked, surveying the crowd of students and the clearly agitated portrait. "The body-positive lady is being resistant to the committee's inclusion initiatives," the 4th year had explained. "I am the fat lady," the portrait had screamed. "I have been the fat lady for 3 centuries. I will die the fat lady." McGonagall had pinched the bridge of her nose. "Miss Thompson, perhaps you could explain to me why you're attempting to rename a centuries-old portrait." The Student Wellness Committee determined that the current naming convention perpetuates harmful beauty standards and creates an unwelcoming environment for students who don't conform to conventional body ideals. "I see. And did anyone consult the portrait about this decision?" "We've been conducting daily affirmation sessions to help her overcome internalized bias." "She doesn't have internalized bias." Harry had burst out, unable to stay quiet any longer. "She's been telling you for a week that she likes her name." "Harry, you don't understand the complexities of internalized oppression," Hermione had said, appearing at Harry's elbow with her ever-present clipboard. "I understand that you are driving everyone mental with this nonsense." Harry had sought back. "It's not nonsense, it's social justice. It's harassment. It's education. It's bloody stupid is what it is." Professor McGonagall had held up a hand for silence. "Perhaps we could ask the portrait herself what she prefers to be called." "We've been trying to do that," the 4th year had said. "But she's been resistant to embracing more positive self-image concepts. Have you considered that she might actually prefer her current name?" That would be internalized fat phobia. McGonagall had turned to the portrait. Fat lady, what would you like to be called? I would like to be called the Fat Lady, as I have been for 300 years, and I would like these children to stop trying to fix problems that don't exist. There, you see. McGonagall had said. Problem solved. But Professor, Hermione had protested, we can't just ignore the harmful implications of body-shaming language. Miss Granger, the only person being harmed here is the portrait, who is being subjected to daily harassment by well-meaning students who refuse to listen to her clearly expressed preferences. It's not harassment, it's inclusive education. It's harassment, McGonagall had said firmly. And it stops now. But the committee's research. The committee's research can be used to write a very nice essay for extra credit in Transfiguration. It will not be used to torment portraits who have explicitly requested to be left alone. Harry had watched Hermione's face go through several expressions: confusion, indignation, hurt, and finally a kind of desperate righteousness. Professor McGonagall, with respect, this attitude is exactly what perpetuates systemic oppression. When marginalized voices speak out against harmful language, they're dismissed as being difficult or unreasonable. The Fat Lady's resistance to change is a perfect example of how internalized bias prevents people from recognizing their own oppression. Miss Granger, McGonagall had said, her voice taking on the dangerously quiet tone that every student learned to fear, are you suggesting that I don't understand oppression? I'm suggesting that even well-meaning people can perpetuate harmful systems without realizing it. I see. And you believe that you, at 16 years old, understand the complexities of oppression better than a portrait who has been observing human behavior for 3 centuries, or a professor who has been teaching for longer than you've been alive. I believe that education and awareness are ongoing processes for everyone. Indeed they are. Which is why you're about to learn something very important about the difference between activism and arrogance. Harry had winced. They'd seen McGonagall in this mood before, usually right before someone got detention for the rest of the term. The Fat Lady has clearly and repeatedly expressed her preference for how she wishes to be addressed. She has explained that she finds your attempts to rename her patronizing and offensive. She has asked you to stop. Your response has been to ignore her stated preferences and continue forcing your agenda on her against her will. Tell me, Miss Granger, how exactly does that represent respecting marginalized voices? Hermione had opened her mouth, then closed it again. The Fat Lady is not internalized anything. She is a confident, self-assured woman who knows her own mind and has chosen her own identity. Your inability to accept her choice reveals far more about your own biases than it does about hers. But the language she has chosen for herself. Which is her right, not yours. Harry had watched this exchange with growing respect for McGonagall and growing concern for Hermione, who looked like she was about to cry. Furthermore, McGonagall had continued, your assumption that anyone who disagrees with your methods must be suffering from false consciousness is exactly the kind of intellectual arrogance that gives activism a bad name. You're not liberating anyone. You're imposing your worldview on others and calling it justice. And trying to create a more inclusive environment. You're trying to force everyone to conform to your definition of inclusion, which is neither inclusive nor respectful. True inclusion means listening to people and respecting their choices, even when those choices don't align with your preferred terminology. The Fat Lady had started applauding. Signally. Someone with sense. The daily affirmation sessions will stop immediately, McGonagall had announced. The portrait will be addressed by her chosen name. And the Student Wellness Committee will focus on actual student welfare rather than harassing school fixtures. The Professor. The matter is closed, Miss Granger. Now, I believe you all have homework to complete. As the crowd had dispersed, Harry had lingered, watching Hermione stare at the Fat Lady with a mixture of hurt and confusion. I don't understand, she'd said quietly to Harry. I was trying to help. I know you were, Harry had replied. But maybe help looks different than you thought it would. She's internalized so much harmful messaging about her body. Or maybe she just likes being called the Fat Lady. But how can she like something that's objectively harmful? Harry had looked at their friend, brilliant and passionate and absolutely convinced that she was right about everything, and felt a wave of something that might have been pity. Maybe it's not objectively harmful, Hermione. Maybe it's just different from what you would choose. But the research is about other people. Know her. Hermione had stood there for a long moment, clutching her clipboard like a lifeline. I just wanted to make things better. I know. But sometimes making things better means leaving them alone. As they'd headed up to the dormitory, Harry had turned back to see the fat lady settling into her frame with obvious relief. "Good night, fat lady," Harry had called. "Good night, dear. Sweet dreams." It had been the most normal interaction Harry had had at Hogwarts in weeks. Dumbledore's white guilt confession. It all started during what was supposed to be a routine Monday morning assembly. Dumbledore had called the entire school together to discuss important matters of community dialogue, which everyone knew meant another one of his rambling, indecisive speeches where he'd ask for student input on whether they should change the colour of the toilet paper in the bathrooms. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, watching as Dumbledore approached the podium with his usual collection of notes, scrolls, and what appeared to be a self-help book titled Decolonizing Your Mind, A White Person's Guide to Not Being Problematic. "Students, faculty, and IPAth non-binary members of our community," Dumbledore began, his voice already shaking slightly. "I have called you here today because I have been doing some very important self-reflection, and I realize that is to say, primarily I." He stopped, took off his half-moon spectacles, and wiped them nervously. "I need to address the elephant in the room," he continued, his voice getting higher. "And that elephant is my whiteness." The great hall went completely silent. Even the ghost stopped floating around to stare. "For too long," Dumbledore said, gripping the podium, "I have used my position of privilege, my white, male, cisgender, heterosexual privilege, to make decisions for this school without properly centering marginalized voices. And I am so very sorry." Professor McGonagall looked like she wanted to crawl under the head table. Professor Snape, who had been lounging in his chair, suddenly sat up straight. "Oh, hell no," Snape muttered loudly enough for everyone to hear. "This old fool about to have a whole breakdown over being white." "Professor Snape," Dumbledore said, turning toward him with tears actually forming in his eyes, "your comment perfectly illustrates the problem. As a black educator, you shouldn't have to witness my white fragility on display like this. I'm centering my own guilt instead of listening to your lived experience." "My lived experience right now is watching you lose your damn mind," Snape replied. "And I ain't signed up for this therapy session." Dumbledore nodded vigorously. "Yes, exactly. You see how I immediately made it about my feelings instead of acknowledging the harm I've caused? This is textbook white supremacy behavior?" In the audience, Draco Malfoy raised his hand. "Professor, aren't you being a bit dramatic? You're not exactly running a plantation here." "Draco." Hermione gasped. "That's incredibly insensitive." No, Dumbledore said, waving his hands frantically. "Mr. Malfoy raises an important point, even if it's problematically phrased. You see, I may not be running a plantation, but I am perpetuating systems of oppression through my very existence in this position of power." He pulled out what appeared to be a prepared list and unrolled it dramatically. "I have made a comprehensive inventory of my privileges and the harm I have caused," he announced. "First, I am white in a position of authority, which automatically makes me complicit in white supremacy." "But sir," piped up a confused first year, "isn't everyone supposed to be equal?" "There." Dumbledore pointed at the child triumphantly. "That's colorblind racism. The belief that we're all equal ignores the very real differences in our lived experiences and the structural advantages I possess." Professor Flitwick, who was roughly 3 feet tall, looked around in bewilderment. "Albus, what exactly are you trying to accomplish here?" "I'm trying to use my privilege to amplify marginalized voices, Phileas. But I realize now that even doing that centers my own white savior complex. So what the hell do you want us to do about it?" Snape called out, clearly fed up. You want us to pat you on the head and tell you it's okay to be white. Now, Dumbledore cried out, actually starting to hyperventilate. That would be asking for emotional labor from people of color. I need to do the work myself. But what? Harry called out, genuinely confused. Dumbledore turned to face the students, his beard quivering with emotion. The work of dismantling my internalized white supremacy. I have been researching, and I discovered that everything I've ever done has been problematic. He began pacing back and forth, his robes billowing dramatically. The house system? Segregation. The points system? Capitalist competition. My position as headmaster? Hierarchical oppression. Even my beard, this long, white beard, is a symbol of patriarchal authority. Your beard is a symbol of patriarchal authority. McGonagall asked weakly. Yes. Haven't you read A Facial Hair and the Masculine Gaze, How Beards Perpetuate Gender Binaries? It's very enlightening. Rahmed leaned over to Harry. Is he having some sort of mental breakdown? I think so, Harry whispered back. Should we do something? What are we supposed to do? This is way above our pay grade. Meanwhile, Dumbledore had moved on to item number 2 on his list. Second, he continued, I have consistently failed to acknowledge that my magical ability is a form of privilege that oppresses non-magical peoples. That's literally what being a wizard means, said a Ravenclaw 6th year. Exactly. We are all complicit in a system that marginalizes muggles. We should be using our magic to serve them, not to separate ourselves in hidden communities. Serve them. Draco repeated. Like slaves. No, not like slaves. Like allies. Magical allies working to dismantle the wizard-muggle hierarchy. Professor Snape had heard enough. He stood up from his chair and walked toward the podium. All right, old man, that's enough, he said, reaching for Dumbledore's arm. You need to sit your craziest down before these kids think you completely lost it. But Severus, Dumbledore protested, I haven't finished acknowledging my complicity in the oppression of house elves, centaurs, goblins, and other magical creatures who... I don't give a damn about your guilt trip, Snape interrupted. These kids got classes to go to, and you up here having a whole identity crisis like you just discovered racism was invented yesterday. I'm trying to be accountable. You trying to be crazy. Sit down. But Dumbledore wasn't finished. He pulled away from Snape and turned back to the microphone. Third item on my accountability list, he announced breathlessly, I have failed to examine how my heteronormative assumptions have created an unsafe environment for LGBTQ+ students. We have LGBTQ+ students, asked a confused Hufflepuff. Everyone is potentially LGBTQ+ until they explicitly state otherwise. Dumbledore declared. Assuming heterosexuality is a form of violence. Assuming heterosexuality is violence. McGonagall repeated faintly. Yes. And I've been doing it for decades. Every time I've assumed a student was straight without asking their sexual orientation, I've been perpetuating heteronormative oppression. Hermione, who had been frantically taking notes this entire time, suddenly stood up. Professor Dumbledore, while I appreciate your commitment to social justice, don't you think you might be overcorrecting a bit? The entire hall turned to stare at her. Hermione advocating for moderation was like seeing a unicorn tap dance. Miss Granger, Dumbledore said, his eyes wild with the fervour of the newly woke, there is no such thing as overcorrecting when it comes to dismantling systems of oppression. Every day that I don't actively challenge my privilege is another day I'm complicit in harm. But sir, Harry called out, if you are so worried about your privilege, why don't you just quit? The question hung in the air like a particularly awkward silence charm. Dumbledore blinked several times, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. Well, you see. I can't quit because then I wouldn't be able to use my privilege to help marginalized communities, but if I stay, I'm perpetuating the very systems I'm trying to dismantle, but if I leave, that's just white flight, which is also problematic. He stood there for a moment, trapped in his own circular logic, before his eyes rolled back and he fainted dead away, crashing to the floor behind the podium. Professor McGonagall rushed forward while Professor Snape just shook his head. "Told you all this fool was crazy," Snape announced to the hall. Man done thought himself into a coma worrying about being white. As McGonagall revived Dumbledore with a splash of water, he sat up groggily and looked around at the concerned faces surrounding him. Did I finish my accountability statement?" he asked weakly. "You got about halfway through before you passed out from white guilt," Snape replied. Which, I gotta say, is probably a first in the history of education. Dumbledore struggled to his feet, still looking dazed. "But I haven't addressed my complicity in the gender binary, or my failure to acknowledge indigenous magical practices, or my participation in the able-bodied supremacy of requiring students to physically attend classes." Albus, McGonagall said firmly, "I think that's quite enough consciousness-raising for one day. Perhaps you should rest." "But the work is never finished," Dumbledore protested. "I need to schedule individual apology meetings with every marginalized student, faculty member, and house elf in the castle." "What you need," said Snape, "is some damn perspective. And maybe a hobby that don't involve crying about being white." As they helped Dumbledore off the stage, he continued muttering about his privilege and the need for reparations. The students slowly filed out of the great hall, most of them looking thoroughly confused. "Well," said Rumard as they walked to their first class, "that was something." "I kind of feel bad for him," Harry admitted. "I mean, he's trying to do the right thing." "He's trying to do something," Hermione corrected. "I'm just not sure what." Behind them, they could hear Dumbledore's voice echoing down the corridor, "I should resign." "No, wait, that's white flight." "I should stay and do better." "No, that's centering my white feelings." "Maybe I should." "Somebody needs to hide his social justice books," Snape's voice boomed in response. "Before he guilt himself to death." And with that, Hogwarts officially became the first magical school in history where the headmaster had a nervous breakdown over his own race. The worst part? It was only Monday. Quidditch tryouts. The morning of Quidditch tryouts dawned crisp and clear, which Harry took as a good omen until they remembered that omens were probably a patriarchal construct designed to oppress women's intuition. They had spent the previous evening in the common room with Hermione, who had somehow turned a simple "good luck tomorrow" into a 47-minute dissertation on how competitive sports were inherently designed to reinforce toxic masculinity and capitalist exploitation of the working class. "I mean, think about it, Harry," Hermione had said, pacing back and forth while gesticulating widely with a copy of Hogwarts, a history that she'd apparently annotated with feminist theory. "The entire concept of Quidditch is based on the male fantasy of penetrating goals with phallic objects while riding symbols of masculine power. The golden snitch is obviously a metaphor for the elusive female orgasm that men think they can just catch." Harry had tried to point out that maybe sometimes a flying ball was just a flying ball, but Hermione had given them such a withering look that they'd quickly agreed that yes, the snitch was definitely problematic. Now, standing on the Quidditch pitch in their hastily modified robes, they'd sewn rainbow patches onto the sleeves and added a small pronoun pin that caught the morning sunlight. Harry felt a mixture of excitement and dread. The other hopefuls were stretching and warming up, shooting curious glances at Harry's colourful additions to the standard uniform. "All right, everyone," Oliver Wood called out, jogging over with his usual enthusiasm. He stopped short when he saw Harry, his eyes widening as he took in the Pride-themed modifications. That's very colourful, Potter." "I thought it would be important to represent authentic identity expression in athletics," Harry explained earnestly. "Sport should be inclusive spaces where all marginalised communities can see themselves reflected." Oliver blinked several times, clearly trying to process this. "Right. Well, that's a progressive of you." He cleared his throat awkwardly. "Though I'm not sure the uniform regulations." "Are you saying there's something wrong with Pride colours?" Harry interrupted, their voice rising slightly. "Because that sounds like discrimination to me." "Now." "No, of course not." Oliver backpedaled frantically, his face reddening. "Pride colours they're brilliant. Very prideful. I just meant. Oliver, came Professor McGonagall's crisp voice as she approached the group. She was flanked by several other faculty members who had apparently come to observe the tryouts. Is there a problem here? Professor McGonagall. Harry brightened. I was just explaining to Oliver how important it is to have inclusive representation in sports. Did you know that Quidditch has a long history of gender-based discrimination? I've been researching it with Hermione. McGonagall's lips twitched in what might have been amusement. Have you indeed? Well, I think your modifications to the standard uniform are quite thoughtful, Potter. Very forward-thinking. From the stands, a loud voice boomed out, Allahu Akbar. Go, Harry. Everyone turned to see Rahmed Ulwazer waving enthusiastically from the Gryffindor section. He was indeed wearing what appeared to be the largest turban anyone had ever seen, a magnificent purple and gold creation that looked like it could house a small family. His younger sister Ginny, now Jalila, sat beside him, also in traditional dress, holding a sign that read Diversity in Sports Mashallah. Up in the stands, Rahmed was now leading what appeared to be a chant. Parry. Harry. Break the binary. Parry. Parry. Smash the patriarchy. Several other students had joined in, though most of them looked confused about what they were actually chanting. Hermione, who had positioned herself in the front row with a stack of books and a banner reading "Sports are a tool of oppression, but go Harry anyway," was furiously taking notes. Perhaps we should begin the tryouts, McGonagall suggested diplomatically. Yes, right, Oliver nodded, grateful for the redirect. Everyone grab a broom and we'll start with some basic flying drills. Harry mounted their Nimbus 2000, a hammer down from their cousin Dudley, who had received it as part of Vernon's guilt-driven attempt to buy Harry silence about their identity. As they kicked off from the ground, they felt the familiar rush of freedom that came with flying. This was something that transcended gender, politics, and social justice. This was just pure joy. Potter. Oliver called out. Let's see how you handle the snitch. Harry zoomed toward the tiny golden ball that Oliver had released, their rainbow patches streaming behind them like a pride parade in miniature. The snitch was fast, darting left and right with unpredictable movements, but Harry found themselves anticipating its path almost instinctively. Yara's Queen, came a shout from the stands. Hermione had apparently abandoned her scholarly note-taking in favor of enthusiastic support. Show them that gender is a social construct. As Harry dove toward the snitch, another voice cut through the cheering, a snide, familiar drawl that made their stomach clench. Oh, look everyone. Potter's putting on quite the show. Draco Malfoy had arrived with his usual entourage of Slytherin cronies. I suppose this is what passes for talent when you get special treatment for being different. Harry nearly missed the snitch, their concentration broken by the comment. They pulled up sharply, hovering about 20 feet above Draco's sneering face. What's that supposed to mean, Malfoy? Harry called down. Draco's smirk widened. Oh, come now, Potter. We all know you're only being considered because the school needs to fill some kind of diversity quota. Can't have the team looking too traditional, can we? The other students had stopped their own tryout activities to watch the confrontation. Oliver looked torn between maintaining order and avoiding getting involved in what was clearly about to become a social justice incident. That's enough, Malfoy, Oliver said half-heartedly. Bizard thou. Draco continued, warming to his theme. I mean, how do we even know Potter's eligible? What bathroom does they even use? Are we going to have separate changing rooms now? Maybe separate teams for people who can't make up their minds about what they are. Silence followed. Even the wind seemed to have stopped blowing. Then Rahmed's voice boomed out from the stands, Why-oh, Malfoy. Your mom's so ugly, even the prophet wouldn't cover her face. This was followed immediately by Hermione shouting, Draco Malfoy, your internalized misogyny is showing and it's not a good look. And then, unexpectedly, Professor Snape's distinctive drawl cut through the chaos. Yo, Malfoy, sit your basicus down before I make you disappear like your daddy's hairline. Everyone turned to stare at Professor Snape, who was leaning against the stadium wall with his arms crossed. His presence at a Quidditch tryout was unusual enough, but his comment had left everyone speechless. Professor Snape, McGonagall said carefully, perhaps we could maintain a more professional atmosphere. Snape shrugged. Just keeping it real, Minnie. Kids got talent. Don't care what bathroom they use long as they can catch that little gold ball. Harry felt a surge of unexpected gratitude toward the potions professor, despite his generally problematic approach to everything else. Right then, Oliver said, clearly desperate to regain control of the situation. Potter, if you could demonstrate your snitch-catching abilities without the commentary. Harry nodded and refocused on the golden ball, which had taken advantage of the drama to flatter near the goal posts. This time, they blocked out everything else, Draco sneering, Hermione shouting, Ramat's enthusiastic chanting, and simply flew. The snitch zigged. Harry zagged. The snitch dove. Harry followed in a perfect spiral. The snitch attempted a sharp turn around the goal post. Harry anticipated the move and cut it off, fingers closing around the struggling golden ball with a satisfying snap. The stands erupted. Ramat was on his feet, his massive turban wobbling dangerously as he jumped up and down. That's my friend. Mashallah. Allahu Akbar. Hermione had apparently started crying. That's what authentic self-expression looks like, she sobbed. You're dismantling the patriarchy one snitch at a time. Even some of the Slytherins in the stands were clapping, though they stopped abruptly when Draco shot them murderous looks. Oliver flew over to Harry, his face split by an enormous grin. Potter, that was bloody brilliant. Welcome to the team. Really? Harry asked, still clutching the snitch. Really, Oliver confirmed. Though we might need to have a team meeting about uniform standards. He gestured vaguely at Harry's rainbow patches. Actually, came Professor McGonagall's voice, I think Potter's modifications are rather inspired. Perhaps the entire team should adopt a more inclusive aesthetic. Oliver's face went pale. You mean rainbow uniforms? To everyone. Why not? McGonagall smiled. I think it would send a wonderful message about Gryffindor values. From the stands, Hermione shouted, Professor McGonagall, you're an icon. A legend. The moment. Meanwhile, Draco had turned an alarming shade of purple. This is ridiculous, he spattered. What's next? Participation trophies? Safe spaces on broomsticks? Trigger warnings before matches? Actually, Harry said thoughtfully, still hovering nearby, trigger warnings aren't a bad idea. Some people might have trauma related to competitive sports or... Oh, for fuck's sake, Draco exploded. Language, Mr. Malfoy, McGonagall snapped. Sorry, Professor, Draco mumbled. I meant, oh, for crying out loud. Snape snorted. Kid's got a point, though. Y'all are doing the most over a damn uniform. Professor Snape, McGonagall said warningly. What? I'm just saying. Let the kid wear their rainbow patches. If it makes them fly better, who cares? We got bigger problems than fashion choices. Harry landed gracefully, still glowing from their successful tryout. The other hopefuls were looking at them with a mixture of admiration and confusion, clearly unsure whether Harry's acceptance was due to skill or politics. Oliver clapped his hands. Right. Well, that's our new seeker sorted. Everyone else, let's continue with. Wait. Hermione's voice cut across the pitch as she jogged down from the stands, her books clutched to her chest. I need to interview Harry for my essay on gender performance in magical athletics, a post-colonial feminist analysis. Hermione, Harry said patiently, can't this wait until after? This is important, Harry. You've just struck a blow against the heteronormative sporting establishment. The implications are enormous. Ramat had also made his way down from the stands, his turban slightly askew from his enthusiastic cheering. Habibi. You were amazing. My mother always says, those who fly with authentic hearts soar highest, Mashallah. Your mother says that? Harry asked. Well, she said it once. Last week. About her souffle. But it applies here too. Oliver looked around at the chaos, Hermione setting up what appeared to be an impromptu interview station complete with quill and parchment, Ramad organizing the other students into what might have been a prayer circle, Draco arguing with anyone who would listen about special treatment, and Professor Snape providing commentary that would probably get anyone else fired. You know what? Oliver said finally. Practice is cancelled. Potter, welcome to the team. Everyone else, just try not to make this more complicated than it already is. As the crowd began to disperse, Harry felt a hand on their shoulder. They turned to see Professor McGonagall smiling at them. Well done, Potter, she said quietly. Your parents would be proud. Really? Really. They always believed that magic was strongest when it came from being true to oneself. She paused. Though I suspect they might have drawn the line at rainbow Quidditch uniforms. Harry grinned. We'll see about that, Professor. As they walked back toward the castle with Ramad and Hermione, Harry felt something they hadn't experienced in a long time, belonging. Sure, it was complicated, and sure, there would probably be more drama ahead, but for the first time since coming out, Harry felt like they might actually have found their place in the world. Even if that place involved rainbow Quidditch uniforms and friends who chanted about dismantling the patriarchy. So, Hermione said, pulling out her quill again, tell me about the exact moment you felt the gender binary crumbling beneath your feet as you caught that snitch. Harry sighed. It was going to be a long interview. P's redemption arc. The rumours started during breakfast on a particularly dreary Tuesday morning in late October. Harry was mechanically spooning their ethically sourced porridge while half listening to Hermione's latest dissertation on the problematic nature of house elf labour when Dean Thomas came running into the Great Hall, looking like he'd seen a ghost. Which, given that this was Hogwarts, wasn't particularly unusual. But Dean's expression suggested this was a different kind of ghost encounter. His back, Dean announced breathlessly to anyone who would listen. Peeves is back, and his different. The Great Hall fell into that particular kind of silence that only came when someone mentioned Peeves the poltergeist. It was the same silence that occurred when someone brought up an embarrassing family member at a dinner party. Everyone knew who you were talking about, but nobody really wanted to discuss it. Who's Peeves? Harry asked, genuinely confused. In their weeks at Hogwarts, they'd heard whispers about various ghosts, but Peeves hadn't come up in conversation. Oh, you sweet summer child, sighed Seamus Finnegan, shaking his head. Peeves was the poltergeist who used to terrorize this place. Used to drop dung bombs on first years, throw things at professors, generally make everyone's life miserable. Where's he been? Ramad asked, looking up from his halal breakfast selection. Banned, said Neville Longbottom quietly. About 3 years ago. There was an incident. The way Neville said incident made it clear this wasn't just about typical poltergeist pranks. This was something more serious. What kind of incident? Hermione asked, her investigative instincts immediately activated. The older students exchanged glances. Finally, Fred Elwayser, or was it George, cleared his throat. Well, you see, P's always had a bit of a, how do we put this delicately, a problem with boundaries. He was a complete nightmare, added his twin. Made jokes about everyone's appearance, called people names, pulled pranks that went way too far. Classic toxic behaviour, really. But the final straw, continued Fred, was when he started making jokes about students' identities. You know, mocking people's pronouns, making fun of dietary restrictions, that sort of thing. He called Professor Sprouter a man-hating feminist after she asked him to stop outskirting the female students, George added. Then he started a whole campaign about how the political correctness was ruining Hogwarts. Harry felt their stomach drop. They'd encountered people like this before, the type who thought basic human decency was somehow an attack on their freedom of expression. So what happened? They asked. Massive protest, said Hermione, who had clearly done her research. The student body organized a boycott of classes until something was done about Peeves' behavior. Professor Dumbledore finally had to ban him from most areas of the school. "But you can't really ban a ghost," pointed out Ramad, who had been listening from the next table over. "They're already dead. Where's he supposed to go?" "Sensitivity training," said nearly headless Nick, who had been floating nearby and apparently eavesdropping. "He's been in sensitivity training for the past 3 years, learning about appropriate behavior and respectful communication. And now he's back?" Harry asked. "Apparently he's completed his rehabilitation program," Nick continued, looking deeply skeptical. "He's been approved for a phased reintegration into the school community." "Jesus Christ," muttered Snape from the high table, loud enough for everyone to hear. "Next thing you know, they'll be giving the Whomping Willow therapy for its anger issues." Several professors shot him warning looks, but nobody actually contradicted him. The new politically correct environment at Hogwarts meant that even the most outrageous behavior had to be addressed through proper channels and sensitivity training rather than, common sense. "So what's he like now?" Harry asked. "That's what we're about to find out," said Dean, pointing toward the entrance to the Great Hall. "He's supposed to make his official reappearance today. Some kind of apology tour." As if summoned by their conversation, the doors to the Great Hall suddenly burst open with unnecessary dramatic flair. But instead of the chaos that usually accompanied Peeves' arrivals, there was an eerie calm. The poltergeist floated in slowly, almost solemnly, wearing what appeared to be a name tag that read, "Hello, my name is Peeves, heat him." The entire hall turned to stare. Peeves looked different. His usual manic grin had been replaced by what appeared to be a carefully practiced expression of contrite sincerity. His wild hair had been somewhat tamed, and he was wearing what looked like a workshop t-shirt that read accountability and growth, a journey, not a destination. "Good morning, Hogwarts community," Peeves said, his voice uncharacteristically subdued. "I want to start by acknowledging that I am entering this space as someone who has previously caused harm, and I want to center the voices of those I have wronged." The silence in the Great Hall was great. Even the portraits on the walls seemed to have stopped chattering. "Over the past 3 years," Peeves continued, "I have engaged in intensive self-reflection and education about the impact of my actions on marginalized communities within our school. I have come to understand that my behavior was not just pranks or jokes, but rather a manifestation of my own unchecked privilege and internalized oppression." Harry glanced around the hall. Every single person was staring at Peeves with the kind of horrified fascination usually reserved for car crashes or reality TV shows. "I want to specifically acknowledge the harm I caused to Wonxen and non-binary students through my inappropriate behavior," Peeves went on. "I now understand that what I dismissed as harmless fun was actually a form of harassment rooted in patriarchal power structures." "Is he reading from a script?" whispered Hermione. "I think he's been brainwashed," Ramad whispered back. Peeves floated closer to the Gryffindor table, his expression still unnaturally sincere. "I also want to acknowledge my previous dismissal of students' dietary restrictions and religious observances. I now understand that mocking someone's faith or cultural practices is a form of violence that perpetuates systems of oppression." Ramad looked genuinely uncomfortable. "I mean, I appreciate the apology, but this is weird, right? Like, really weird." "Furthermore," Peeves continued, apparently not finished with his prepared remarks, "I want to commit to doing better. I have developed a comprehensive plan for making amends, which includes monthly check-ins with the Diversity and Inclusion Committee, ongoing education about intersectionality, and a commitment to using my platform as a poltergeist to amplify marginalized voices." "His platform?" Harry muttered. "He's a ghost who throws things at people. I would like to begin my reintegration process by offering a community-building activity," Peeves announced. "I have prepared a guided meditation on acknowledging our shared humanity and the ways in which we are all interconnected despite our differences." The entire hall was now staring at Peeves like he'd grown a second head. This was not the chaotic, manic poltergeist they remembered. This was something far more disturbing, a poltergeist who'd been through corporate sensitivity training. "Would anyone like to participate in this healing circle?" Peeves asked, his voice still unnaturally calm. The silence stretched on for what felt like hours. Finally, Professor Dumbledore stood up from the high table, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else in the world. "Well," he said carefully, "this is certainly a different approach than we've seen before. Perhaps we should take some time to process this new information." "I understand that trust must be rebuilt," Pease replied. "I am committed to doing the work, even if it takes time. I have also prepared a series of educational workshops on topics such as a allyship in the afterlife and a dismantling supernatural supremacy." "Dismantling what now?" asked Professor McGonagall. "Supernatural supremacy," Peeves repeated earnestly. "The belief that ghosts, poltergeists, and other supernatural beings are inherently superior to living humans. It's a form of systemic oppression that I have been complicit in perpetuating." Harry looked around the table at their friends. Hermione was frantically taking notes, probably for another one of her social justice papers. Ron looked like he was questioning his life choices. Even the portraits on the wall seemed to be having existential crises. "Right," said Dumbledore slowly. "Well, perhaps we should adjourn breakfast and give everyone time to adjust to this new dynamic." But Pease wasn't finished. "Before we disperse, I would like to offer a land acknowledgement. We are gathered here on land that was historically occupied by various magical creatures who were displaced by the establishment of Hogwarts. I want to acknowledge their suffering and commit to learning about the ongoing impacts of magical colonialism." "For fuck's sake," Snape muttered, standing up from the high table. "I'm out. This is too weird, even for me." As Snape stalked out of the Great Hall, several other professors followed, leaving Dumbledore to deal with the increasingly surreal situation. "Perhaps," Dumbledore said carefully, "we could continue this conversation at a more appropriate time." "Of course," Pease replied. "I don't want to center my own healing journey at the expense of the community's well-being. I'll be available for restorative justice conversations whenever anyone feels ready." As the students began to file out of the Great Hall, Harry found themselves walking alongside nearly headless Nick, who was shaking his head in bewilderment. "In 500 years of being dead," Nick said, "I have never seen anything like that." "What did they do to him?" "I think they sent him to sensitivity training," Harry replied. "Well, it's certainly effective," Nick mused. "Also completely terrifying." Over the next few days, Peeves' rehabilitation became the primary topic of conversation throughout Hogwarts. The poltergeist had established what he called accountability hours in various common rooms, where he would sit, or rather, float, and engage in difficult conversations with any students who wanted to discuss his previous behavior. The problem was, nobody actually wanted to have these conversations. They were weird, uncomfortable, and somehow more disturbing than Peeves' original pranks had been. "It's like he's been replaced by a corporate diversity trainer," complained Seamus during lunch. "At least when he was throwing dung bombs, you knew where you stood." "I tried to have a conversation with him about his previous behavior," Hermione said, looking frustrated. "But he just kept apologizing and asking me to hold space for his growth journey. It was impossible to have an actual discussion. He asked me about my experience as a Muslim student," Rahmed added. "But when I told him I was fine and didn't need his allyship, he started crying about how he was failing as an advocate for marginalized communities." "He cried?" Harry asked. "Ghostly tears," Rahmed confirmed. "Very unsettling." The situation reached peak absurdity during Defense Against the Dark Arts class, when Peeves floated into the classroom wearing a t-shirt that read, "This is what a feminist poltergeist looks like." "Good afternoon, Professor Quirrell," Peeves said politely. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything important. I wanted to offer my services as a guest speaker on the topic of reformed supernatural beings and their role in social justice." Professor Quirrell, who was already nervous on a good day, looked like he was about to have a panic attack. We're actually in the middle of a lesson on hexes." "Hexes?" Pease looked genuinely concerned. "I hope we're addressing the problematic history of curse-based violence and its disproportionate impact on marginalized magical communities." What?" "Many traditional hexes contain language and concepts that are rooted in ableism, racism, and other forms of systemic oppression," Peeves explained earnestly. I would be happy to lead a discussion on more inclusive approaches to magical defense. Quirrell looked around the classroom helplessly. The students were all staring at this bizarre interaction with the kind of fascinated horror usually reserved for train wrecks. Perhaps, Quirrell said carefully, we could stick to the approved curriculum. Of course, Pease replied. I don't want to impose my perspective without proper consultation with the affected communities. I'll just observe quietly and learn from this space. But Peeves' idea of observing quietly involved providing a running commentary on the problematic aspects of everything they were studying. Oh, that's the leglocker curse, he said when Quirrell demonstrated a hex. I used to use that one a lot. Very ableist, really. It mocks people with mobility issues. The tickling charm might seem harmless, he continued, but it's actually a form of non-consensual physical contact that could be triggering for survivors of assault. And the stunning spell is basically magical police brutality when you think about it. By the end of class, both Quirrell and the students looked like they'd been through a psychological ordeal. As they filed out, Harry overheard several conversations that all seemed to center on the same theme. The old Peeves had been annoying, but this new version was somehow much worse. At least when he was throwing things at us, we could duck, said Dean Thomas. How do you duck a lecture about intersectionality? I kind of miss the dong bombs, admitted Neville. They were gross, but at least they were honest about being gross. The final straw came during dinner that evening, when Peeves announced that he was launching what he called the Peeves Accountability Project, a series of public forums where students could share their experiences of harm and he could practice active listening and restorative justice. I want to create a brave space, he explained to the assembled students, where we can have honest conversations about the impact of supernatural privilege and the ways in which I have been complicit in systems of oppression. Nobody wants to have these conversations with you, said Draco Malfoy, speaking for possibly the first time in his life for the entire student body. We just want you to go back to being a normal poltergeist. I understand that my previous behavior created trauma, Pease replied, and I want to acknowledge that some people may not be ready to engage in this healing process. I'm committed to meeting people where they are. Where we are, said Harry, standing up from the Gryffindor table, is wanting you to stop talking about healing and growth and just be a poltergeist. Throw some things around. Make some noise. Be chaotic. This weird therapist speak thing is more disturbing than anything you did before. The entire great hall erupted in applause. Students at every table were clapping and cheering, finally having someone voice what they'd all been thinking. Pease looked genuinely confused. But I thought you wanted me to change. We wanted you to stop being a creep, said Hermione. Not to become a walking diversity seminar. Yeah, added Ramad. There's a difference between not being a dick and being, whatever this is. For the first time since his return, Peeves' carefully composed expression cracked slightly. But I completed the program. I learned about accountability and growth and you learned how to be really, really weird, Harry finished. Look, we appreciate that you're trying to be better, but this isn't better. This is just different kinds of annoying. Plus, added Seamus, nobody believed it's real anyway. You're clearly just saying what you think we want to hear. Pease floated there for a moment, looking lost. Then, slowly, his expression began to change. The artificial sincerity started to fade, replaced by something that looked almost like relief. You know what, he said, his voice returning to its normal pitch. You're absolutely right. This is bollocks. Complete and utter bollocks. The great hall fell silent again, but this time it was anticipatory rather than horrified. I mean, supernatural supremacy. Pease continued, his grin starting to return. What kind of pretentious twaddle is that? I'm a poltergeist. I throw things. It's what I do. Thank God, muttered someone from the Ravenclaw table. But, Peeves added, holding up a finger, I did learn a few things during my sensitivity training. Like, maybe I shouldn't comment on people's bodies without permission. And maybe making fun of people's religions is a bit much. And definitely no more upskirt nonsense. The students looked at each other. This seemed reasonable. So, Harry said carefully, "You're going to go back to being a poltergeist, but just dial back the creepy stuff." "Exactly," Peeves exclaimed, doing a little loop in the air. "I can be chaotic without being a complete wanker about it." "And you'll stop with the therapy speak?" asked Hermione. "God, yes. Do you know how exhausting it is to talk like that? Every sentence has to be qualified with 17 different disclaimers about intersectionality and power structures. It's mental." The relief in the Great Hall was palpable. Students were actually smiling for the first time since Peeves' return. "Right then," said Peeves, cracking his knuckles. "Who wants to see me drop a stink bomb on the Slytherin table?" "Now that's more like it," said Professor Snape from the high table, grinning for the first time anyone could remember. And with that, Peeves launched himself toward the ceiling, grabbed a handful of stink bombs from somewhere in the rafters, and began his campaign of cheerful, non-discriminatory chaos. It was, everyone agreed, a vast improvement over the accountability seminars. As the evening descended into the familiar chaos of Peeves-induced mayhem, Harry found themselves reflecting on the strange lesson they'd all learned. Sometimes, they realized the solution to problematic behavior wasn't complete personality reformation. Sometimes it was just being a little less awful while still being yourself. "You know," said Hermione, dodging a flying dinner roll, "I think this might actually be what growth looks like." "What, getting pelted with food?" asked Ramad. "No," she replied, grinning as she caught a bread roll and threw it back at Peeves. "Learning to be better without losing who you are entirely." Harry had to admit she had a point. As they watched Peeves terrorize the Slytherin table with what appeared to be his entire collection of stink bombs, they couldn't help but feel that this was somehow more honest than the 3 years of sensitivity training. At least now they all knew where they stood, in the middle of a food fight, covered in stink bomb residue, and somehow happier than they'd been in weeks. Sometimes, Harry thought as they ducked under a flying pudding, the most woke thing you could do was just be authentic. Even if your authentic self happened to be a chaos-loving poltergeist with boundary issues. "Duck!" shouted Ramad, as a particularly large stink bomb sailed over their heads toward the Hufflepuff table. Harry ducked, laughing despite themselves. Whatever else you could say about Peeves, at least he was consistent. And in a world where everything seemed to be constantly shifting and changing, there was something almost comforting about that. Even if it did smell like rotten eggs. Mirror of desired identity. Harry had been sneaking around the castle at night for weeks now, partly because they enjoyed the thrill of potentially getting caught, but mostly because the Gryffindor common room had become unbearable. Hermione had started holding nightly consciousness-raising sessions where she forced everyone to examine their internalized biases, and Ramad kept waking up at 4 a.m. for morning prayers, which would have been fine except he insisted on doing them in the dormitory while loudly chanting in Arabic. "It's called Fajr, Harry," he'd explained when Harry had politely asked if maybe he could pray somewhere else. "It's one of the 5 daily prayers." "Would you ask a Christian not to pray?" "I'd ask anyone not to pray at 4 in the bloody morning," Harry had replied, but Ramad had just given them a look that suggested this was exactly the kind of Islamophobic attitude he'd expected from someone raised by Muggles. So Harry had taken to wandering the corridors after curfew, using their invisibility cloak to avoid Filch and his increasingly unhinged rants about woke students ruining his beautiful detention system with their trauma responses and emotional needs. It was during one of these late-night wanderings that Harry discovered the abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor, and more importantly, the enormous mirror that dominated the far wall. The mirror was obviously ancient, with an ornate gold frame covered in strange inscriptions. Harry approached it cautiously, half expecting it to start lecturing them about their appearance or demanding to know their pronouns like everything else at Hogwarts seemed to do these days. But when Harry looked into the mirror, they froze. The reflection looking back at them wasn't Harry as they were now, confused, tired, and wearing robes that never quite fit right. Instead, the mirror showed Harry as they'd always dreamed of being, confident, successful, and surrounded by well, this was where it got weird. In the reflection, Harry was standing in what appeared to be a massive pride parade, but they were clearly the Grand Marshal. They wore a crown made of tiny rainbow flags and a sash that read the ultimate oppression overcomer. Behind them stood their parents, James and Lily Potter, but they weren't just alive, they were holding signs that read, "We are so proud of our trans child and deaf to the patriarchy." What the hell? Harry whispered. But the reflection wasn't finished. As Harry watched, more figures appeared behind their parents. There was Hagrid, but instead of his usual shabby appearance, he was wearing a perfectly tailored suit with a badge that read Ally of the Year. Professor McGonagall stood beside him, but she was younger somehow, and holding a sign that said, "I always knew Harry was special." Even more bizarre, there was a figure that looked like Snape, but this version of Snape was smiling and holding a banner that read, "Sorry I was such a dick, love, your favourite professor." "This is mental," Harry muttered, but they couldn't look away. The Mirror Harry raised their hand, and the entire crowd behind them cheered. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Speech!" Speech, and Mirror Harry stepped forward to a podium that had apparently materialized out of nowhere. "My fellow oppressed individuals," Mirror Harry began, their voice carrying despite the fact that Harry's lips weren't moving, "today we celebrate not just my personal journey of self-discovery, but the dismantling of every system of oppression that has ever existed." The crowd went wild. Harry noticed that somehow everyone they'd ever wanted approval from was there, their teachers, their classmates, even the Dursleys were in the back looking absolutely miserable while holding signs that read, "We were wrong and Harry is the best." "Through my courage and authenticity," Mirror Harry continued, "I have single-handedly defeated not just Voldemort, but racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, and that thing where people don't put trigger warnings on their casual conversations." Real Harry blinked hard. This is absolutely ridiculous. But they kept watching. Mirror Harry was now wearing what appeared to be a cape made of every pride flag that had ever been created, and the crowd had grown to include what looked like representatives from every marginalized group in history. There was a banner stretched across the back that read, "Harry Potter, the ultimate intersectional hero." Furthermore, Mirror Harry announced, "I have created a world where everyone's pronouns are automatically known through telepathy, where all bathrooms are gender neutral, and where every conversation begins with a land acknowledgement." The crowd was going absolutely mental with excitement. Someone started chanting, "Harry! Hurry! Harry!" and soon the entire reflection was filled with people cheering their name. Real Harry felt a strange mix of embarrassment and longing. Part of them wanted to live in that ridiculous fantasy world where they were the ultimate social justice warrior, celebrated by everyone for their incredible wokeness. But another part of them realized how absolutely insane the whole thing was. "Right," Harry said aloud, "I'm definitely spending too much time around Hermione." But they couldn't bring themselves to leave. The mirror was like a drug. Every time they tried to look away, something new and even more absurd would appear in the reflection. Now Mirror Harry was apparently giving awards to people. They handed a trophy to Mirror Dumbledore that read a White Ally of the Year, and another to Mirror Snape that said Most Sensitive Black Professor of the Year. "This is getting out of hand," Harry muttered, but they were transfixed. The scene shifted, and now Mirror Harry was apparently running some kind of school, but it wasn't Hogwarts. This school had classrooms labelled Decolonizing Potions, Feminist Transfiguration, and Inclusive Defense Against the Dark Arts. All the students looked absolutely thrilled to be there, and they were all wearing t-shirts with Mirror Harry's face on them. "Oh, come on," Real Harry said. "That's just narcissistic." But Mirror Harry wasn't done. They were now giving a TED talk to what appeared to be the entire wizarding world. The title on the screen behind them read, "How I Saved Magic Through Intersectionality." The key, Mirror Harry was saying to the rapt audience, is to understand that all oppression is connected. You cannot fight transphobia without also fighting speciesism against house elves. You cannot challenge racism without also examining the problematic power dynamics inherent in the house system. The audience was taking notes. Furious, detailed notes. Real Harry realized they'd been standing there for over an hour, completely mesmerized by their own ridiculous power fantasy. Right, this is definitely not healthy. But as they turned to leave, they caught one more glimpse of the mirror. This time, the reflection showed something different. Mirror Harry was sitting at a dinner table with their parents, just the three of them. No crowd, no awards, no speeches. Just a family having dinner together. Mirror Janes was asking about Harry's day at school. Mirror Lily was reminding them to eat their vegetables. It was completely ordinary and completely perfect. Rael Harry felt their throat tighten. Fun. They stood there for another few minutes, watching their mirror family eat dinner and talk about nothing important. It was so much more appealing than the circus of social justice activism from before. Perry? Harry spun around, heart hammering. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, looking tired and somehow smaller than usual. Professor? I couldn't sleep, and I found this room, and there was this mirror. Dumbledore walked over slowly, his eyes fixed on the mirror. Ah, I see you've discovered the mirror of Erist. Erist? Desire spelled backwards. It shows us the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. Dumbledore's voice was unusually quiet. Tell me, Harry, what do you see? Harry hesitated. They could hardly explain the elaborate fantasy about being the ultimate social justice warrior. I see, well, first I saw myself as some kind of activist, with crowds cheering and my parents being proud of me for being who I am. But then I just saw my family. My parents and me having dinner. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The mirror shows us what we think we want, and then what we actually want. The former is usually much more complicated than the latter. What do you see, Professor? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. I see myself, he said finally, having a normal conversation with a colleague without having to worry about whether every word I say will be interpreted as a microaggression. I see myself making decisions based on what I think is right, rather than what I think won't get me accused of bias. He paused. And then I see myself as a young man, with my sister alive and my brother not hating me. They stood in comfortable silence for a moment. Professor, Harry said eventually, is it bad that I wanted all that attention and recognition? It's human, Dumbledore replied. We all want to be seen and valued. The danger comes when we lose ourselves in the fantasy of being seen. He turned to face Harry. You are not your causes, Harry. You are not your identity categories or your struggles or your activism. You are simply Harry, and that is more than enough. Harry felt something loosen in their chest. Sometimes I feel like I have to be the perfect example of everything I represent. That's a terrible burden to place on yourself, Dumbledore said gently. And it's not your job to be perfect for other people's comfort. But everyone at school is figuring out their own identity and projecting their own anxieties onto you. That's not your responsibility to manage. Harry looked back at the mirror one more time. The reflection now showed them simply as they were, a kid in pajamas, standing next to an old man in a ridiculous nightgown covered in stars. It's not very exciting, Harry said. Reality rarely is, Dumbledore agreed. But it's real, which is more than can be said for most things these days. As they left the room together, Harry felt lighter somehow. The mirror had shown them their deepest desires, but it had also shown them something else, that maybe, just maybe, they didn't need to be anyone other than exactly who they were. Professor, Harry said as they reached the corridor, do you think I'll ever stop feeling like I have to prove myself? When you stop caring so much about what other people think, Dumbledore replied, which, if you're anything like me, should happen sometime around your 70th birthday. Harry laughed, and for the first time in weeks, it felt completely genuine. Flying lessons and body-positive broomsticks. The notice appeared on the Gryffindor Common Room bulletin board on a Tuesday morning, wedged between a flyer for Hermione's decolonizing defense against the dark arts study group and someone's passive-aggressive note about leaving dirty socks in the shower. Flying lessons, reimagined for the modern wizard. Harry squinted at the announcement, which was written in what appeared to be rainbow-colored ink that shifted through the entire spectrum as you read it. Dear students, the notice began, due to recent feedback from our Accessibility and Inclusion Committee, founded last Tuesday by Miss Granger, Madam Hooch has been working tirelessly to redesign our flying curriculum to be more inclusive of all body types, abilities, and comfort levels. No longer will flying lessons be dominated by traditional notions of what constitutes proper a flying technique. What the hell does that even mean? Rahmed asked, reading over Harry's shoulder. He'd been in a particularly foul mood ever since his attempt to get halal meal options in the Great Hall had resulted in a 3-hour committee meeting that resolved nothing. "It means," Hermione said, appearing behind them with an armload of books that somehow seemed to be multiplying, "that Madam Hooch is finally addressing the problematic nature of traditional flying instruction. Do you realize how many students have been traumatized by the emphasis on height and speed in flying lessons? The entire curriculum is based on outdated notions of aerial supremacy." Harry blinked. "Hermione, it's flying. The whole point is to go up in the air. But why should going higher be considered a better than staying closer to the ground? That's just vertical hierarchy reinforcing problematic power structures." "Because," said Dean Thomas, who'd been eavesdropping from the couch, "if you don't go up, you're just running around with a stick between your legs like a lunatic. That's exactly the kind of ableist thinking that's been holding back magical education." Hermione shot back. "What about students who are afraid of heights? Or students whose body types don't conform to traditional broomstick ergonomics? Or students who identify as ground-dwelling rather than aerial?" "People don't identify as ground-dwelling," Harry said weakly. "They might. You don't know." Ramad shook his head. "I swear, Hermione, you could find oppression in a bowl of cereal. Actually, breakfast cereals are a perfect example of how consumer capitalism—" "Please don't," Harry interrupted quickly. "I haven't had enough coffee for a lecture about the political implications of cornflakes." The notice continued, "All first-year students are required to attend these revolutionary new flying lessons this Thursday at 3:30 p.m. Please come prepared with an open mind and a willingness to challenge your preconceived notions about aerial mobility." "Revolutionary flying lessons," Neville repeated nervously. He'd been lurking near the bulletin board, probably hoping someone would tell him what this was all about so he wouldn't have to ask. "That doesn't sound ominous at all." "Don't worry, Neville," Harry said, patting him on the shoulder. "How bad could it be?" This turned out to be a question they would all regret asking. Thursday afternoon arrived with a kind of grey, drizzly weather that made everyone want to stay inside and pretend they had important homework to do. Unfortunately, Madam Hoot's flying lessons were mandatory, so at 3:25 p.m., a group of very reluctant first-years trudged out to the Quidditch pitch. What they found there defied all expectations. The first thing Harry noticed was that the traditional neat rows of broomsticks had been replaced by what appeared to be a circular arrangement of things. Some were clearly broomsticks, but others looked like they'd been modified with cushions, back supports, and what appeared to be training wheels. "Sweet Allah," Ramad muttered. "What has she done?" Madam Hooch stood in the centre of the circle, but she looked different from the stern, no-nonsense flying instructor they'd expected. Instead of her usual practical flying robes, she wore what appeared to be a rainbow-coloured cape that kept shifting between different pride flag patterns. Her hair, usually pulled back in a severe bun, was now adorned with what looked like tiny broomsticks made of various materials: wood, metal, and what appeared to be recycled plastic. "Welcome, welcome," she called out in a voice that was somehow both enthusiastic and slightly manic. "Please, everyone, form a circle around our reimagined flying implements." The students shuffled into a reluctant circle, most of them staring at the modified broomsticks with expressions of bewilderment. "Now," Madam Hooch continued, "I know what you're thinking. These don't look like the broomsticks I've seen in Quidditch matches." And you're absolutely right. Traditional broomsticks are designed with a very narrow definition of what constitutes an ideal flying body. Draco Malfoy, who had been examining one of the cushioned broomsticks with obvious disgust, raised his hand. "Madam Hooch, what's wrong with normal broomsticks?" "Ah, excellent question, Mr. Malfoy. Tell me, what makes a broomstick to normal?" Draco looked confused. "Well, it's a stick, and you sit on it, and it flies. But who decided that sitting is the only acceptable flying position? What about students who are more comfortable lying down? For standing? Or who need additional support for their back, their legs, their other areas?" Several students shifted uncomfortably. Harry was pretty sure no one had ever thought about the ergonomics of broomstick design before. Furthermore, Madam Hooch continued, warming to her theme, traditional flying instruction has always emphasized speed and height as markers of success. But what if a student prefers to fly slowly? What if they're more comfortable staying close to the ground? Why should their flying style be considered inferior? Because, said Pansy Parkinson slowly, if you're not going fast or high, you're not really flying. You're just hovering. And what's wrong with hovering? Madam Hooch demanded. Hovering is a perfectly valid form of aerial engagement. Just because it doesn't conform to traditional flying hierarchies doesn't make it less valuable. Hermione was frantically taking notes, nodding along with everything Madam Hooch said. This is brilliant, she whispered to Harry. She's completely deconstructing the patriarchal assumptions built into flying instruction. The what now? Harry whispered back. Think about it. Traditional flying emphasizes dominance, aggression, competition, all traditionally masculine traits. But what about cooperation? What about mindfulness? What about flying as a form of self-expression rather than conquest? Harry looked around at the modified broomsticks again. One appeared to have been fitted with what looked like a meditation cushion and a small candle holder. Another had training wheels and what appeared to be a safety harness. A third had been decorated with flowers and seemed to be designed for reclining rather than sitting. Right, Madam Hooch said, clapping her hands together. Let's begin with some mindfulness exercises. Everyone, please select a flying implement that speaks to your authentic self. The students looked at each other uncertainly. Nobody wanted to be the first to choose what was clearly the most ridiculous option, but nobody wanted to be accused of being closed-minded either. Neville, perhaps recognizing a kindred spirit in the safety-modified broomsticks, tentatively approached the one with training wheels. Is this one okay? Neville, darling. Madam Hooch exclaimed. That's our stability-enhanced aerial mobility device. It's designed for students who prioritize safety and gradual skill development over reckless speed. Right, Neville said, looking like he wasn't sure if he'd been complimented or insulted. That's definitely me. Encouraged by Neville's example, the other students began selecting their broomsticks. Harry found themselves drawn to what appeared to be a fairly normal broomstick, but when they picked it up, they realized it had been modified with some kind of cushioning charm that made it feel like sitting on a cloud. Excellent choice, Harry. Madam Hooch said. That's our gender-neutral comfort-optimized model. It adapts to any body type and provides emotional support through its built-in empathy enchantments. It has empathy enchantments. Harry asked weakly. Oh yes. It can sense when you're feeling anxious or uncertain and provides gentle reassurance through subtle vibrations. Harry was beginning to understand why traditional flying instructors stuck to basic broomsticks. Ramad had selected what appeared to be a standard broomstick, but Madam Hooch informed him that it was actually a culturally sensitive multi-faith model, which had been blessed by religious leaders from 12 different traditions and was designed to face Mecca during flight. But I don't want to face Mecca while flying, Ramad protested. I want to face where I'm going. But this allows you to maintain your spiritual connection even while engaging in recreational activities. Madam Hooch explained. Isn't that wonderful? It's bloody annoying is what it is, Ramad mattered. Hermione, naturally, had chosen the broomstick decorated with flowers and feminist symbols. This is amazing, she declared. It's like flying, but with a critique of traditional gender roles. What does that even mean? Asked Ramad, who had shown up later and was staring at the remaining broomsticks with obvious horror. It means, said Hermione, that instead of flying being about dominance and conquest, it becomes about harmony and collaboration with the natural world. Right, Ramad said. And how exactly does that work? Well, instead of forcing the broomstick to go where you want, you commune with its spirit and find a mutually agreeable direction. What if its spirit wants to go into a tree? Then you explore why the tree is calling to you. Ramad looked at Harry with an expression of complete despair. I want to go home. Now, Madam Hooch announced. Before we begin our flying exercises, we're going to start with some grounding techniques. Everyone, please sit comfortably with your flying implement and close your eyes. Sit with it. Draco asked. Aren't we supposed to get on it? Mr. Malfoy, you're thinking in very binary terms. Why must there be a clear distinction between on and off to the broomstick? What if the relationship is more fluid than that? Because, Draco said, his voice rising slightly, you either sit on the broomstick or you don't. There's no middle ground. There's always a middle ground if you're willing to challenge your assumptions. Madam Hooch replied cheerfully. Now, everyone close your eyes and visualize your ideal flying experience. The students reluctantly closed their eyes, though several kept peeking to see if anyone else was taking this seriously. Imagine, Madam Hooch continued in what was clearly supposed to be a soothing voice, that you're not controlling the broomstick, but rather entering into a partnership with it. Feel its energy. Respect its autonomy. Ask permission before mounting. Ask permission, squeaked Neville. Oh yes. Consent is crucial in all relationships, including those with our flying implements. Harry opened their eyes to find Hermione actually whispering to her broomstick. Hello, broomstick. Would it be okay if I sat on you? I promise to be respectful of your boundaries. Hermione, Harry hissed, it's a broomstick. It doesn't have boundaries. Everything has boundaries, Harry. Just because something can't vocalize them doesn't mean they don't exist. It's a piece of wood with twigs attached. It's a living magical implement with its own agency. It's literally dead plant matter. Your attitude is exactly why traditional flying instruction is so problematic. Before Harry could respond, Madam Hooch clapped her hands again. Wonderful. I can feel the positive energy flowing between all of you and your flying partners. Now, let's begin with some basic exercises. What followed was the most bizarre hour of Harry's life, and considering they'd spent the last few months dealing with Ramad's religious crises and Hermione's constant social justice lectures, that was saying something. Instead of the traditional hover 3 feet off the ground exercise, Madam Hooch had them practice consensual levitation, which involved asking the broomstick's permission before each movement and thinking it afterward. Remember, she called out as students awkwardly attempted to communicate with their flying implements. Flying is not about dominance. It's about partnership. If your broomstick doesn't want to go up, respect its choice. What if it never wants to go up? Asked Seamus, who had been sitting on the ground with his broomstick for 10 minutes while whispering increasingly desperate pleas. Then perhaps ground-based movement is more authentic to its nature. Madam Hooch replied. There's no shame in being a ground-dwelling broomstick. But then it's not flying. Seamus protested. Who says it has to be flying to be valid? The fact that it's a flying lesson. Labels are just social constructs, Mr. Finnegan. Harry managed to get their empathy-enhanced broomstick about 2 feet off the ground, where it hovered nervously while providing what felt like gentle emotional support through small vibrations. It was deeply weird, but also oddly comforting. Neville, meanwhile, had discovered that his training wheel broomstick was actually quite stable, though it refused to go higher than 6 inches off the ground and moved at approximately the speed of a nervous turtle. I'm flying, he announced with genuine excitement. Sort of. You're moving. Madam Hooch corrected. And movement is beautiful in all its forms. The real disaster came when Draco, who had been growing increasingly frustrated with his culturally sensitive broomstick's refusal to cooperate, decided to abandon the touchy-feely approach and try to fly it the traditional way. Sod this, he muttered, swinging his leg over the broomstick and kicking off hard from the ground. The broomstick, apparently offended by this lack of proper consent protocols, immediately bucked him off and began flying around the pitch in erratic circles, trailing rainbow sparks and what sounded like judgmental humming. Mr. Malfoy. Madam Hooch called out in horror. You violated your flying partner's boundaries. You need to apologize immediately. I'm not apologizing to a broomstick. Draco shouted from where he'd landed in a patch of mud. Your refusal to acknowledge your harmful behavior is exactly why traditional flying instruction perpetuates toxic masculinity. It's a bloody broomstick. Language, Mr. Malfoy. We are trying to create a safe space for all participants. Safe space. Draco scrambled to his feet, covered in mud and dignity. It threw me off. How is that safe? It was defending itself from your aggressive approach. I tried to ride it. That's what broomsticks are for. Not without proper communication and consent. Harry watched this exchange with growing fascination. Somehow, Madame Hooch had managed to turn flying lessons into a debate about broomstick rights and consent culture. The lesson continued in this vein for another 20 minutes, with various students attempting to negotiate with their flying implements while Madame Hooch provided increasingly surreal commentary about the spiritual significance of their aerial partnerships. Hermione, naturally, had achieved some kind of mystical communion with her feminist broomstick and was floating serenely about 3 feet off the ground while lecturing anyone who would listen about the revolutionary potential of collaborative flying. Don't you see, she called down to Harry. This completely changes the power dynamics of aerial mobility. Instead of imposing our will on the broomstick, we are creating a space for mutual respect and shared decision-making. Hermione, Harry called back, you are floating in circles talking to a stick. I think you might be having a breakdown. I'm having a breakthrough. This is what flying should be, a dialogue between equals. You're not equals. You're a person and it's a broom. That's exactly the kind of hierarchical thinking that's holding back magical society. By the time the lesson ended, most students were thoroughly confused, mildly traumatized, and no closer to actually learning how to fly than when they'd started. The modified broomsticks were returned to their circle, several of them still humming Judgment Ally. Wonderful work, everyone. Madame Hooch announced as students gathered their regular belongings. I can see that many of you are beginning to understand the deeper significance of mindful flying. What's the deeper significance? Asked Dean Thomas, who had spent most of the lesson unsuccessfully trying to convince his meditation cushion broomstick to move in any direction. The deeper significance, Madame Hooch replied with a kind of smile that suggested she was either enlightened or completely insane, is that flying isn't about getting from point A to point B. It's about the journey of self-discovery that happens when we abandon our preconceptions about what flying should be. But what if we actually want to get from point A to point B? Harry asked. Then you're still thinking in very linear terms. What if the real destination is the friends we make along the way? What if the real destination is the actual destination? Harry, you're being very closed-minded about this. As the students trudged back to the castle, most of them were trying to process what they'd just experienced. Well, said Neville cheerfully, at least I didn't fall off my broomstick this time. That's because your broomstick never left the ground, Ramad pointed out. Still counts. Does it now? Harry asked. I mean, if the goal was to learn flying, and we didn't actually fly. The goal wasn't to learn flying, Hermione corrected. The goal was to deconstruct our assumptions about what flying means and create a more inclusive aerial experience. But I still can't fly, said Harry. You can levitate mindfully. That's not the same thing. It's better than flying. It's flying with consciousness. It's floating while confused. Exactly. Confusion is the first step toward enlightenment. Harry was beginning to understand why traditional wizarding education had stuck with the basics for so long. There was something to be said for simple, straightforward instruction that didn't require a philosophical debate about the nature of reality. As they entered the castle, they passed a group of older students who were clearly traditional flying lesson veterans. How was your first flying lesson? One of them asked with a knowing smirk. Enlightening, said Hermione firmly. Traumatic, said everyone else in unison. Same thing, really, the older student replied. Just wait until you get to advanced aerial dynamics. Last year they spent 3 weeks discussing whether Quidditch was a metaphor for capitalist exploitation. Was it? Hermione asked eagerly. Nobody knows. The professor had a nervous breakdown before they reached a conclusion. Harry looked at their friends, Hermione still glowing with revolutionary fervour, Ramad muttering about how his broomstick had kept trying to face Mecca even while stationary, Neville proud of his 6-inch hover, and everyone else looking like they'd been through some kind of very polite war. You know what? Harry said finally. I think I'm going to learn to fly the old-fashioned way. What's the old-fashioned way? Neville asked. Get on broomstick. Go out. Try not to die. That sounds dangerous, Hermione said disapprovingly. It also sounds like it might actually work, Harry replied. Working is overrated, said Hermione. The real value is in the process of questioning why we want things to work in the first place. Sometimes, Harry said, I think you question too much. And sometimes, Hermione replied, I think you don't question enough. At least religion gives you clear rules about what you're supposed to do. Brahmed announced suddenly. Does it now? Hermione asked. Or does it just give you the illusion of certainty while perpetuating systems of... Hermione, Harry interrupted, please don't deconstruct Brahmed's faith. He's having a hard enough time with the broomstick situation. I'm just saying that all belief systems should be subject to critical analysis. Even yours. Especially mine. Right, said Harry. I'm going to go do my homework now. Regular homework. About normal things. Like potions that are just potions and not metaphors for anything. But Harry, Hermione called after them, everything is a metaphor for something. Not today, Harry called back. Today, some things are just things. Though privately, as they climbed the stairs to Gryffindor Tower, Harry had to admit that the flying lesson had been educational in its own way. They'd learned that even the most basic activities could be complicated beyond recognition if he thought about them hard enough. They'd also learned that sometimes the old ways persisted because they actually worked, not because of some grand conspiracy to perpetuate oppression. But mostly, they'd learned that they really wanted to learn how to fly properly, even if it meant doing it the traditional, non-mindful, potentially problematic way. Because at the end of the day, sometimes you just wanted to get from point A to point B without having to negotiate with your transportation about whether the journey was ethically sound. And if that made them a bad person, well, they'd just have to live with that. After all, nobody was perfect. Not even the flying broomsticks. Snape's workplace sensitivity training. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning during breakfast, delivered by what appeared to be the most apologetic owl in wizarding history. The bird practically prostrated itself before Professor Snape as it dropped the official Hogwarts letterhead onto his plate, then immediately flew away as if it feared for its life. Snape opened the letter with his usual dramatic flair and read it aloud in a voice that could have curdled milk. Professor Snape, he began, his voice tripping with disdain, following several parent complaints regarding classroom language and teaching methods, you are required to attend mandatory diversity, equity, and inclusion training this Saturday at 9 a.m. in the Great Hall. Failure to attend will result in disciplinary action. Sincerely, Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. The entire Great Hall had gone silent. Even the ghosts stopped their usual morning gossip to listen. Snape slowly folded the letter, his dark eye scanning the room like a predator looking for prey. When he spoke, his voice was deadly quiet. Oh, hell now. Professor McGonagall, who had been pretending to read the Daily Prophet, looked up with obvious dread. Severus, perhaps we could discuss this privately. Nah, Snape interrupted, standing up from the high table. You're really gonna make me sit through some bullshit sensitivity training because some Karen-ass parents can't handle how I teach my class. Several students started snickering. Harry noticed that none of the other professors were attempting to correct Snape's language, though Professor Flitwick looked like he might faint. Severus, McGonagall tried again. The complaints were quite specific about certain terminology you've been using in class. What terminology? Snape demanded. I've been teaching these little shits how to brew potions for 15 years, and now suddenly everyone got a problem with my methods. Hermione, who had been furiously taking notes for what Harry assumed was another intersectional analysis paper, raised her hand tentatively. Professor, perhaps the issue is that some of your language choices could be considered unprofessional in an educational environment. Snape turned his attention to her with a look that could have melted steel. Miss Granger, did I ask for your opinion on my professional conduct? Well, no, but... Then shut the fuck up. The entire hall gasped. Professor McGonagall looked like she was seriously considering early retirement. Severus, she hissed. That is exactly the kind of language the parents are complaining about. What, now I can't tell students to be quiet? Snape asked with mock innocence. Damn, McGonagall, when did this place become so uptight? From the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy called out, Professor Snape is right. Why should he have to change his teaching style just because some people can't handle reality? Thank you, Draco, Snape replied. At least somebody in this place got some sense. Harry leaned over to Ron, who was sitting beside them looking absolutely scandalized. Why isn't anyone telling him to stop swearing? Ron whispered back, I think they're all too afraid of being called racist. That's ridiculous, Harry replied. Having professional standards isn't racist. Tell that to Professor McGonagall. Ron nodded toward the high table, where McGonagall was having what appeared to be a nervous breakdown. Saturday morning arrived with all the enthusiasm of a funeral procession. The Great Hall had been transformed into what looked like a corporate conference room, complete with a projector screen and comfortable chairs arranged in a circle, and a table full of organic snacks that nobody wanted to eat. The diversity trainer was a cheerful witch named Professor Bubbles, her actual name, apparently, who had the kind of aggressively positive energy that made you want to hex yourself just to escape. Good morning, everyone, she chirped as the reluctant professors filed in. I'm so excited to be here today to talk about creating inclusive spaces and examining our unconscious biases. Snape slouched into a chair in the back row, wearing what appeared to be the baddiest robes he owned and a gold chain that definitely wasn't regulation Hogwarts attire. This some bullshit, he announced to no one in particular. I'm sorry. Professor Bubbles asked, her smile never wavering. I said this is some bullshit, Snape repeated, louder this time. Why I gotta sit through some fake-ass training when I've been teaching these kids just fine? Professor Bubbles consulted her notes. Well, Professor Snape, we've received several complaints about inappropriate language in your classroom. Like what? Well, according to these reports, you referred to a healing potion as that good medicine and told students to cut that shit up real nice. And? Snape challenged. Did the potion work? That's not the point. That is exactly the point. These kids ain't learning nothing from your boring-ass lectures. But when I tell them to mix that fire potion till it's bubbling like a jacuzzi, suddenly they remember the damn lesson. Professor Flitwick raised a tiny hand. Perhaps there's a middle ground between overly formal language and whatever this is. Snape fixed him with a withering stare. Flitwick, you've been putting kids to sleep with your squeaky-ass voice for 20 years. Don't come for my teaching methods when yours putting students in comas. Gentlemen, please, Professor Bubbles interrupted. Let's focus on constructive dialogue. Professor Snape, can you help us understand why you feel the need to use such colourful language? Colophine. Snape laughed. Lady, I ain't using colourful language. I'm using real language. These kids been coddled their whole lives with proper English and fancy words, and half of them can't brew a simple pepper-up potion without blowing themselves up. But when I tell them don't fuck up the stirring or you gonna poison your damn self, suddenly they pay attention. McGonagall looked like she was developing a migraine. Severus, surely you can see how parents might be concerned about their children being exposed to such vocabulary. McGonagall, these kids curse worse than I do when they think we ain't listening. At least I'm being honest about it. But there's a difference between acknowledging that students use inappropriate language and modelling it as a professor, Professor Bubbles explained patiently. Inappropriate according to who? Snape shot back. You're the same people who think calling someone articulate is a compliment. I know what you'll really think. The room went dead silent. Professor Bubbles' smile faltered for the first time. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Professor Snape. Sure you don't, Snape replied with a knowing look. Look, here's the deal. I'm the best potions master this school has ever had. My students got the highest OWLS scores in the subject for the past 10 years running. Parents send their kids here specifically because they want them in my class. But now you'll want me to change my whole teaching style because some uptight-ass parents can't handle that I don't talk like I'm reading from a textbook. It's not about changing your teaching effectiveness, Professor Bubbles insisted. It's about creating a respectful learning environment. My classroom is respectful. Them kids respect me because I keep it real with them. They know I ain't gonna bullshit them or sugarcoat nothing. When little Longbottom almost poisoned himself last week, I didn't say, "Oh, Neville, perhaps you should reconsider your stirring technique." I said, "Boy, if you don't slow down and stop acting like you stirring cake batter, you gonna blow us all to hell." And guess what? He ain't made that mistake again. Professor Sprout, who had been quiet until now, spoke up hesitantly. "But Severus, surely you can understand how that might be intimidating for some students." Intimidating? Professor Sprout, these kids about to graduate and go out into a world where dark wizards trying to kill them, employers gonna discriminate against them, and the ministry gonna treat them like shit. You think I'm doing them a favor by pretending everything is sunshine and rainbows? There's a difference between preparing students for reality and traumatizing them, McGonagall said weakly. Traumatizing? Snape laughed so hard he started coughing. Lady, if my teaching traumatizes them, they ain't gonna survive their first day in the real world. At least when I'm hard on them, it's because I want them to succeed. The world ain't gonna give 'em participation trophies for trying. Professor Bubbles cleared her throat. Let's try a role-playing exercise. Professor Snape, imagine you're teaching a lesson on Veritaserum. How would you typically explain it to your students? Snape grinned. All right, that. Listen up, you're. Today we making some truth serum, which is some powerful shit that'll make you spill all your business whether you want to or not. This potion ain't no joke. 3 drops of this and you'll be telling everyone about that time you wet the bed when you were 12 and still sleep with a teddy bear. The other professors looked horrified, but Snape was just getting started. Now, the main ingredient is hellebore essence, which smells like straight garbage but works better than any interrogation. You gonna add it drop by drop while stirring counterclockwise, and if you mess up the timing, this shit gonna be weaker than Lockhart's bitch ass. Professor Snape, Professor Bubbles interrupted, could you perhaps rephrase that using more appropriate language? You want me to rephrase it? All right. Snape cleared his throat and spoke in an exaggerated posh accent. Today, my dear students, we shall be brewing Veritaserum, a most potent truth-telling potion. The primary ingredient is hellebore essence, which possesses a rather unpleasant aroma but provides excellent results. One must add it carefully while stirring in a counterclockwise motion, lest the potion lose its efficacy. He dropped the accent and looked around the room. There. You're happy? Now tell me which explanation you gonna remember better. The uncomfortable silence that followed was answer enough. That's what I thought, Snape said smugly. Look, I get it. You'll want this place to be all proper and professional. But I ain't changing who I am because some parents got their feelings hurt. These kids learn from me because I'm real with them, not because I sound like I swallowed a dictionary. Professor Bubbles consulted her notes again. Well, perhaps we could find some middle ground. Maybe avoiding certain words while maintaining your authentic teaching style. Which words? Snape asked dangerously. Well, the profanity, obviously. Be specific. Professor Bubbles looked extremely uncomfortable. Well, the F word, for instance. Suck. Yes, that one. What about shit? That too. Damn. Preferably not. Us? Please now. Snape leaned back in his chair. So basically, you want me to talk like a robot. Not a robot, just more professionally. Lady, I am professional. I show up, I teach, my students learn. Just because I don't sound like I got a stick up my ass don't mean I ain't professional. McGonagall finally found her voice. Severus, the school has a responsibility to maintain certain standards. What standards? Snape interrupted. The same standards that let Lockhart teach defense against the dark arts? The same standards that got a giant spider living in the Forbidden Forest. The same standards that let kids get petrified last year without shutting down the school. He had a point, and everyone knew it. This whole meeting is some performative bullshit, Snape continued. You'll don't actually care about my teaching methods. You're just scared of them parents pulling their kids out and taking their money somewhere else. Professor Bubbles tried to regain control of the situation. Professor Snape, I think you're being unfair. This training is designed to help all of us create more inclusive. Inclusive of what? Boring-ass teaching that puts kids to sleep? Look, I've been the only black professor at this school for 15 years. You'll think I don't know about inclusion? But I ain't gonna water down my teaching style to make some uncomfortable white parents feel better about their kids learning from someone who don't look like them. The room went so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Professor Bubbles looked like she wanted to disappear. I think, McGonagall said slowly, perhaps we should take a break. Nah, we done here, Snape said, standing up. I got potions to grade and lessons to plan. You can keep playing pretend about diversity and inclusion, but I got real work to do. He headed for the door, then turned back with a grin. Oh, and next week I'm teaching the 7th years how to brew Felix Felicis. I'm calling it that liquid luck shit that makes you feel like you can do anything. You'll got a problem with that, take it up with Dumbledore. As the door slammed behind him, Professor Bubbles turned to the remaining staff with a shell-shocked expression. Well, she said weakly, that was educational. Professor McGonagall buried her head in her hands. I need a drink. It's 9:30 in the morning, Professor Flitwick squeaked. I don't care. Meanwhile, word of Snape's performance had already spread throughout the castle. By lunchtime, students were placing bets on what he'd call his next potion lesson. The current favourite was Polyjuice Potion, that identity crisis brew that'll have you looking like someone else's problem. Harry found the whole situation hilarious, especially watching the other professors trying to figure out how to handle Snape without looking racist. Hermione, predictably, had written a 12-page analysis on power dynamics and linguistic authenticity in educational settings, which nobody had asked for but she distributed anyway. You know, Ramad said as they walked to potions class that afternoon, maybe Professor Snape has a point about keeping it real. Don't even think about it, Harry warned. The last thing we need is you starting to talk like him. But they were too late. As they entered the dungeon classroom, Snape was already at the blackboard, where he'd written the day's lesson in his distinctive scrawl. Today's potion, that healing shit that fixes whatever's wrong with you, also known as Essence of Dittany. He turned to face the class with a satisfied grin. All right, y'all, let's cook up some medicine. And if any of your parents got a problem with how I teach, they can kiss my black ass. The class erupted in laughter, and Harry had to admit, whatever else you could say about Professor Snape, his lessons were definitely unforgettable. Draco's Insel Fantasy. Draco Malfoy had been having what he considered the worst term of his life, which was really saying something considering his father had been publicly humiliated in the Daily Prophet for his regressive views on magical creature rights, and his mother had started attending privilege awareness circles for wealthy pureblood wives. It wasn't just the family drama, though that was bad enough. It was everything else. The way girls at Hogwarts completely ignored him despite his obvious superiority. The way professors like the ghetto Snape got away with saying whatever they wanted while he got attention for making one little comment about Granger's hair. The way society was obviously rigged against decent wizards like himself. Draco had been documenting his grievances in what he called his The Black Pill Journal, a leather-bound notebook where he recorded evidence of the gynocentric conspiracy that was ruining wizarding society. Recent entries included: November 15th, Pansy Parkinson chose to sit with that beta Longbottom instead of me during herbology. Clearly because they can manipulate betas like him easier. November 18th, overheard 3 Ravenclaw girls laughing about the nice guys. They are clearly Chad chasers who wouldn't recognize a high-value male if he hexed them. When the sexual revolution collapses, they'll come crawling back to traditional wizards like me. November 20th, Potter continues to receive female attention despite being a trans freak. Proof that society has become completely degenerate. In a natural hierarchy, alpha males like me would be at the top. The truth was, Draco had been spending an alarming amount of time in the slithering common room reading forbidden texts he'd ordered by Al from something called Omega Virgin Revolt Magical Library. Books with titles like The Black-Pilled Wizard and The Black Pill Theory, Why It Never Began For You were hidden under his mattress alongside increasingly disturbing pamphlets about lux-maxing and the decline of Western wizarding civilization. His dorm mates had started avoiding him after he'd tried to explain something called facial aesthetics theory using diagrams he'd drawn of different jaw shapes. Crabbe and Goyle, who weren't exactly known for their intellectual curiosity, had literally walked away when he started measuring their canthal tilts with a ruler. "You're becoming weird," Draco, Goyle had said, which was particularly stinging coming from someone who once tried to eat a chocolate frog while it was still hopping. But Draco knew they just didn't understand. They couldn't see what he saw, the systematic oppression of high-value males by a society that had been corrupted by feminist ideology and cultural Marxism. Even in the wizarding world, which should have been immune to Muggle degeneracy, the rot had set in. It was during one of his late-night brooding sessions in the abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor that Draco first encountered the mirror. He'd been pacing around, muttering about how Hermione Granger's academic success was obviously the result of affirmative action for Muggleborns, when he noticed something glinting in the moonlight. The mirror was enormous, reaching nearly to the ceiling, with an ornate gold frame that seemed to shimmer with its own light. Strange inscriptions were carved around the edge in a language Draco didn't recognize, though he was pretty sure it wasn't Latin because he'd have expected something more dignified from ancient magical artifacts. "Probably some old vanity mirror," he muttered, but something about it drew him forward. "Knowing this place, it's probably cursed to show you your worst fear or something equally dramatic." He approached cautiously, one drawn, ready for whatever psychological torture device McGonagall had probably installed to build character in students or whatever. But as he got closer, he realized the mirror wasn't showing his reflection at all. Instead, it showed him, but not as he was now. It showed him as he should be. As he would be if the world were fair. The Draco in the mirror was magnificent. He stood at least 6 feet tall, his shoulders broad and powerful, his jaw sharp enough to cut glass. His hair fell in perfect platinum waves, and his eyes held the kind of confident intensity that made people, especially women, weak in the knees. This was Draco as nature had intended him to be, a true alpha male, a gigachad in every sense of the word. But it wasn't just his physical transformation that mesmerized him. It was the scene around him. Mirror Draco was surrounded by the most beautiful witches Draco had ever seen. Not just pretty, absolutely stunning. Perfect 10s, every one of them. Stacies of the highest caliber, with flowing hair and curves that defy both physics and Hogwarts dress code. They gazed at him with obvious adoration, hanging on his every word, competing for his attention like he was the last piece of chocolate in a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. "Oh, Draco," sighed a blonde witch who looked suspiciously like a more attractive version of Pansy Parkinson, "you're so intelligent and sophisticated. Tell us more about your theories on magical genetics." "Yes, Draco," breathed a brunette who might have been Hermione Granger if Hermione had been born with actual feminine appeal. "Your understanding of social dynamics is so profound. We've been such fools, chasing after those inferior beta males when a true alpha like you was right here all along." Mirror Draco smiled with a kind of confident charisma that real Draco had only ever seen in his dreams. "Ladies, please. There's enough of me to go around. But first, let me explain why traditional pureblood values are the foundation of a stable magical society." The witches listened with rapt attention, nodding eagerly at his every word. In the background, Draco could see other male students, Potter, Ulwazer, that pathetic Longbottom, watching with obvious envy and defeat. They had been exposed as the beta cucks they truly were, and now everyone could see the natural hierarchy that should have been obvious from the beginning. "This is it," Draco whispered, his breath fogging the glass. "This is how things should be." He couldn't look away. Every detail was perfect, from the way the light caught his cheekbones to the way the witch's robe seemed to accentuate their figures without being vulgar. This wasn't just wish fulfillment, this was justice. This was the natural order of things, undistorted by the cultural poisoning that had infected modern wizarding society. The black pill was wrong, he murmured, his face inches from the mirror. It's not over. This is what happens when you looks max and mind max and just become your true self. In the mirror, he watched as Potter approached his group, clearly hoping to interrupt, but Mirror Draco simply raised an eyebrow and Potter slunk away, thoroughly mocked by his obvious superiority. The witches giggled appreciatively at this display of social dominance. Did you see how pathetic he looked? Laughed the blonde. Imagine thinking a trans freak could compete with a real man like Draco. I can't believe we ever found that attractive, agreed the brunette. I suppose we were just brainwashed by all that progressive propaganda about gender equality. Fortunately, said Mirror Draco, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had never doubted his place in the world, traditional masculinity is making a comeback. Women are starting to remember what they really want, strong, intelligent men who aren't afraid to speak uncomfortable truths. Real Draco nodded eagerly. Yes, exactly. Finally, someone who gets it. He spent the rest of the night staring into the mirror, watching different scenarios play out. Sometimes he was giving a speech to admiring crowds about the importance of magical eugenics. Sometimes he was effortlessly defeating Potter in a duel while witches swooned. Sometimes he was simply existing in his perfected form, his mere presence enough to make inferior males acknowledge their place in the hierarchy. By the time dawn broke, Draco's eyes were bloodshot and his legs were cramping from standing in one position for so long, but he felt more energized than he had in months. He'd seen the truth of what he could become, what he deserved to be. Tomorrow, he promised his reflection, I'm going to start my transformation. Looks maxing, mind maxing, whatever it takes. This is my destiny. But as he turned to leave, he caught sight of his actual reflection in the dark window, pale, scrawny, with the kind of weak jawline that would get him labelled a beta on any looks rating forum. The contrast was so stark that for a moment, he felt a crushing wave of despair. No, he said firmly, shaking his head. That's just the current me. The mirror shows the real me. The me that's waiting to emerge once I put in the work. He spent the next day researching magical enhancement methods, from bone-lengthening curses to jaw-strengthening exercises. He even considered brewing illegal muscle-building potions, though he wasn't sure he trusted his skills in that area after the disaster with the polyjuice potion. But that night, he was back at the mirror, and the night after that, and the night after that. Each time, the fantasy became more elaborate, more detailed, more perfectly tailored to his deepest desires for validation and social dominance. You understand me, he whispered to his reflection after a particularly vivid scene where he'd been crowned King of Hogwarts by popular acclaim. You're the only one who sees what I really am. Mirror Draco smiled back with perfect confidence. Of course I do. I am what you are, and what you are is magnificent. Don't let the degenerates and feminists convince you otherwise. I won't, Draco promised. I'll never let them break me down again. But somewhere in the back of his mind, a small voice wondered why his magnificent future self was spending so much time talking to a mirror instead of actually living that perfect life. He quickly suppressed the thought. That was just his beta conditioning trying to sabotage his awakening. The mirror knew better. The mirror showed the truth. And the truth was that Draco Malfoy was destined for greatness just as soon as the world stopped being so unfair to superior men like himself. Halloween and the Troll. The Great Hall had been transformed into what could only be described as a multicultural wonderland of accommodation. Orange and black decorations hung from the ceiling alongside prayer flags, indigenous dream catchers, and what appeared to be a decolonized Halloween banner that Hermione had somehow convinced the house elves to hang during dinner preparation. This is incredible, Harry whispered to Ron as they entered the hall. Look at all the different food options. The tables groaned under the weight of not just traditional Halloween fare, but an impressive spread of halal dishes, kosher options, vegan alternatives, and what appeared to be an entire section labelled culturally sensitive autumn celebration foods. Mrs. Alwaziri had clearly sent very specific instructions about Ramad's dietary needs, and Dumbledore had apparently taken this as a cue to accommodate every possible dietary restriction known to wizardkind. Alan Jalila, Ramad said gratefully, loading his plate with properly prepared lamb and rice. At least I won't starve tonight. Though I'm pretty sure that's not how you make kapsa, he added, eyeing a particularly suspicious-looking dish that had been labelled authentic Middle Eastern rice, halal certified by Hogwarts kitchen staff. Hermione was practically vibrating with excitement as she surveyed the feast. This is exactly what I've been talking about. Finally, some real inclusivity at this school. Do you know how long I've been petitioning for acknowledgement of non-Christian holiday traditions? Hermione, Harry said gently, it's still basically Halloween. They just added more food. Don't you see? Hermione's eyes gleamed with the fervour of someone who had found her calling. This is the beginning of dismantling centuries of oppressive holiday hierarchies. Next we'll tackle Christmas and its colonial implications. Professor Snape, who was passing by their section of the Gryffindor table, snorted loudly. You're really gonna make everything about some political nonsense, ain't you? It's just food, gal. Eat it or don't, but quit preaching at the dinner table. The students around them fell silent. Harry felt their stomach drop. Even though Snape's attitude made them uncomfortable, they knew better than to challenge him publicly. Professor Snape, Hermione began carefully, I was simply expressing appreciation for the school's efforts to be more inclusive. More inclusive, my ass, Snape interrupted, his voice carrying across several tables. Half these kids don't even know what they're eating, but they're all pretending to be grateful for the cultural experience. He made air quotes with his fingers. You'll want to feel good about yourselves without actually doing nothing meaningful. Ramad shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Professor, I genuinely appreciate having food I can eat. Nah, little man, Snape said, not unkindly but with obvious amusement. I ain't talking about you. You actually got legitimate dietary needs. I'm talking about Miss Social Justice over here acting like some lamb and rice gonna solve centuries of wizarding prejudice. Harry watched in fascination and horror as Hermione's face went through several shades of red. They could practically see her internal struggle between wanting to argue with Snape's crude dismissal of her activism and knowing that challenging him would likely backfire spectacularly. Perhaps, came Dumbledore's wavering voice from the head table, we could all take a moment to appreciate the wonderful diversity of our feast without engaging in divisive discourse. Ain't nothing divisive about calling out performative nonsense when I see it, Snape replied cheerfully. For sure, old man, whatever makes you sleep better at night. The awkward silence that followed was broken by Professor McGonagall clearing her throat loudly. Yes, well, I believe we should focus on enjoying our meal and celebrating the evening's festivities. Draco Malfoy, who had been listening to the exchange with obvious glee, chose that moment to pipe up from the Slytherin table. Finally, someone with the courage to speak truth to power. Professor Snape's absolutely right about all this virtue-signalling nonsense. The irony of Draco praising Snape while simultaneously demonstrating exactly the kind of entitled attitude that made everyone uncomfortable was not lost on anyone present. Snape himself looked at Draco with obvious disdain. Boy, if you think I'm on your side, you got another thing coming, Snape said flatly. Just because I don't got time for performative wokeness don't mean I got time for your whiny insult bullshit either. Draco's face went pale, then red. I wasn't. I don't know what you mean by. Sure you don't, Snape said dismissively, turning away. You'll enjoy your dinner. Try not to turn it into a philosophical debate about the patriarchy or nothing. As he walked away, Harry heard him mutter something about teenagers these days and can't even eat a meal without making it about their feelings. Well, Hermione said quietly, her voice tight with suppressed frustration, that was educational. He's not wrong about everything, Ramad said diplomatically. Sometimes people do focus more on looking good than actually helping. But he didn't have to be so harsh about it. The man called me a Miss Social Justice like it was an insult, Hermione hissed. I'm trying to make this school better for everyone. I know you are, Harry said soothingly. But maybe sometimes it's okay to just enjoy something without analysing all its deeper meanings. Hermione looked at them as if they'd suggested she stop breathing. Harry, we can't just ignore the systems of oppression around us. The personal is political. Even dinner? Ramad asked, gesturing at his plate. Can't dinner just be dinner sometimes? Before Hermione could launch into what was clearly going to be a lengthy explanation about how food was inherently political, the great doors to the hall burst open with a tremendous crash. Professor Quirrell came sprinting in, his turban askew, his face pale with terror. "Troll!" he shrieked, pointing dramatically toward the entrance. "Troll in the dungeons." He then proceeded to faint directly onto the floor, which would have been more convincing if he hadn't clearly positioned himself to fall onto the conveniently placed pile of cushions that had been set up for some reason near the head table. Immediately, the hall erupted into chaos. Students began screaming and pushing back from the tables. Some of the younger students started crying. The prefects looked around frantically, unsure of what to do. Silence. McGonagall's voice cut through the pandemonium. Everyone remained calm. But Dumbledore was already on his feet, his arms spread wide in what appeared to be a gesture of peaceful mediation. Now, everyone. Let's not react with fear and violence. Perhaps we should take a moment to understand this troll's perspective. The entire hall stared at him in disbelief. "With respect, Headmaster," McGonagall said through gritted teeth, "trolls are notoriously violent creatures with limited reasoning capacity. This is a matter of immediate safety, not conflict resolution." "Ah, but Professor McGonagall," Dumbledore said gently, "isn't that exactly the kind of prejudiced thinking that has led to centuries of interspecies conflict? How do we know this troll hasn't simply lost its way? Perhaps it's seeking help or trying to communicate something important to us." Several students exchanged incredulous looks. Even Hermione, despite her commitment to social justice, seemed taken aback by Dumbledore's suggestion. "Headmaster," Professor Flitwick squeaked nervously, "trolls have been known to attack first and ask questions never. Student safety must be our primary concern." Of course, Dumbledore nodded sagely. "But surely we can prioritize safety while also showing compassion for a lost and potentially frightened creature? I suggest we form a talking circle and—" "Oh, hell no," came Snape's voice from somewhere near the back of the hall. "You can sit in a circle and sing Kumbaya with that troll if you want, but I'm getting these kids somewhere safe before it decides to use one of them as a toothpick." "Professor Snape," Dumbledore said with gentle reproach, "violence should always be our last resort. Perhaps if we—" Crass. The sound of splintering wood echoed through the hall as something very large and very angry collided with the main doors. The troll, it seemed, had found them. "Right," McGonagall said briskly, taking charge. "Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, with me. We'll handle the troll. But what about restorative justice?" Dumbledore called out as McGonagall marched toward the doors. "What about de-escalation techniques? You can de-escalate it after we make sure it doesn't eat any students." McGonagall snapped back. In the chaos that followed, students began streaming toward the exits. The prefects were trying to maintain order, but panic had well and truly set in. Harry found themselves swept along with the crowd, Ron and Hermione pressed close beside them. "This is insane," Harry muttered as they were pushed toward the door. "Is Dumbledore actually suggesting we try to have a conversation with a troll? I mean, the principle of non-violent conflict resolution is admirable," Hermione said, though she sounded uncertain. "But trolls aren't exactly known for their communication skills." "They're known for their club skills," Ron added grimly. "And their people-smashing skills." As they reached the corridor, they could hear Dumbledore's voice echoing from the Great Hall. "Now, let's all take a deep breath and consider how we might approach this situation with mindfulness and cultural sensitivity." His words were interrupted by a tremendous roar and the sound of a table being overturned. "That's it," they heard Snape say. "Somebody stupefy that fool before he gets us all killed. I got a troll to deal with." The corridor was packed with students all trying to get to their dormitories at once. Harry, Ron, and Hermione found themselves pressed against the wall as older students pushed past them. "Wait," Hermione said suddenly, grabbing Harry's arm. "Where's Neville? I haven't seen him since dinner started." Harry felt their stomach drop. In all the chaos, They'd completely forgotten about other students who might not have made it out of the Great Hall. He was sitting near the end of the table, Ramad said, looking around frantically. I don't see him anywhere. Oh no, Hermione breathed. What if he's still in there? What if he's hiding under a table or something? Harry felt a familiar surge of determination. They couldn't just leave a fellow student potentially trapped with a dangerous troll, no matter how much Dumbledore wanted to try talking to it. We have to go back, Harry said. Are you insane? Ramad hissed. There's a 12-foot troll in there with a club the size of a tree trunk. We can't just leave Neville, Harry insisted. What if he's hurt? What if he's scared? Hermione was already nodding. Harry's right. We have to at least check. If the teachers are handling the troll, maybe we can slip in and get Neville out safely. This is a terrible idea, Ramad muttered, but he was already turning back toward the Great Hall. My parents are going to kill me if I survive this. If we're doing this, we need to be smart about it. The three of them carefully made their way back through the now empty corridors. They could hear shouting and crashing from the direction of the Great Hall, along with what sounded like Dumbledore still trying to mediate between the teachers and the troll. Is he seriously still trying to talk to that thing? Harry whispered as they crept closer. I think I hear him asking about its feelings, Hermione replied, looking simultaneously impressed and horrified by Dumbledore's commitment to non-violence. They peered around the corner into the Great Hall and immediately saw the problem. The troll was indeed massive, standing nearly 12 feet tall with arms like tree trunks and a club that looked like it had been carved from an entire oak tree. It was currently smashing tables with enthusiastic abandon while Dumbledore stood at a safe distance, his hands raised in a peaceful gesture. Now, friend troll, Dumbledore was saying in his most soothing voice, I can see that you're upset about something. Would you like to share your feelings with us? The troll responded by hurling a bench at him. Dumbledore dove behind the head table with surprising agility for someone his age. Perhaps we could start with some basic communication. Dumbledore called out from behind his cover. 1 grunt for yes, 2 grunts for no. McGonagall and Snape were approaching the troll from either side, their wands raised. McGonagall looked like she was trying very hard not to curse her employer. This is our chance, Harry whispered. While it's distracted, they slipped into the hall, staying low and using the overturned tables as cover. It didn't take long to spot Neville. He was indeed hiding under a table near the far wall, his face pale with terror. Neville! Hermione whispered as loudly as she dared. Come on, we'll get you out of here. But as they made their way toward him, disaster struck. Ramad's robes caught on a broken chair leg, and when he tried to free himself, the entire piece of furniture came crashing down. The troll's head swiveled toward them immediately. Its small, beady eyes fixed on the 4 students, and it let out a roar that made the windows rattle. Oh, brilliant, Harry muttered. Now what? The troll began lumbering toward them, its club raised menacingly. Behind it, they could hear Dumbledore calling out, Wait! This could be a valuable learning opportunity. Perhaps the troll is simply trying to connect with the students. That thing wants to connect my head with its club. Neville squeaked from under his table. Run! McGonagall shouted from across the hall. Students, get out of there. But there was nowhere to run. The troll was between them and the exits, and it was moving faster than something that size had any right to. Okay, Hermione said, her voice shaking but determined. We need to work together. Harry, you're fast, try to distract it. Ramad, help me get Neville. What am I supposed to distract it with? Harry demanded. I don't know. Throw something at it. Harry grabbed a piece of broken crockery and hurled it at the troll's head. It bounced off harmlessly, but the troll turned its attention to them, which was both good and bad. Ramad, meanwhile, was trying to coax Neville out from under the table. Come on, man, we need to move. I can't. Neville wailed. I'm too scared. You know what? Ramad said, suddenly sounding more determined. Fear is a test from Allah. We face it together, yeah. Something in his voice seemed to reach Neville, who nodded shakily and crawled out from his hiding spot. The troll, frustrated by Harry's continued dodging, raised its club high above its head. Harry closed their eyes, certain they were about to be flattened. Instead, they heard Hermione shout Wingardium Leviosa, and opened their eyes to see the troll's own club floating out of its grasp and bonking it firmly on the head. The troll stood there for a moment, looking confused. Then its eyes rolled back and it toppled over like a felled tree, landing with a crash that shook the entire hall. "Bloody hell," came Snape's impressed voice from across the room. "Girl's got some serious magical skills." "Language," Professor McGonagall said automatically, but she looked equally impressed. Dumbledore emerged from behind the head table, looking slightly disappointed. "Well, I suppose that's one way to resolve conflict, though I had hoped we might achieve a more collaborative solution." "Collaborative?" McGonagall stared at him. "Albus, it's a troll. They don't collaborate. They smash things and eat people." "Every creature deserves a chance to be heard," Dumbledore said mildly. "Perhaps if we had approached this with more cultural sensitivity." "The only culture that troll understands is violence," Snape interrupted. "And these kids just proved they got more sense than you do." Harry, Ramad, Hermione, and Neville stood in the wreckage of the Great Hall, breathing heavily and trying to process what had just happened. "Are you all right?" McGonagall asked, hurrying over to check on them. "I think so," Harry said shakily. Is it dead?" "Just unconscious," McGonagall replied. "Though I suspect he will have quite a headache when he wakes up." "We couldn't just leave Neville," Hermione explained. "We had to come back for him." "That was incredibly brave and incredibly foolish," McGonagall said, though her tone was more proud than angry. "You could have been seriously hurt." "That we weren't," Ramad pointed out. "And we worked together. That's what matters, right?" "Indeed," Dumbledore said, approaching them with his usual serene smile. "This has been a valuable lesson in the power of collaborative problem-solving." "They knocked a troll unconscious with its own club," Snape said flatly. "Ain't nothing collaborative about that. That's just good old-fashioned violence solving problems." "Well, yes, but they worked together to achieve their goal," Dumbledore insisted. "Surely that demonstrates the importance of unity and cooperation." "What it demonstrates," McGonagall said firmly, "is that these students have excellent instincts and quick thinking under pressure. 50 points to Gryffindor for their bravery." "Each," she added, looking meaningfully at Dumbledore. As they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower, the four friends walked in comfortable silence for a while, processing the evening's events. "You know," Harry said finally, "I'm starting to think Dumbledore might not be the best person to handle crisis situations." "He means well," Hermione said diplomatically. "But maybe not every situation calls for a discussion circle." "Why think?" Ramad said with a grin. "Though I have to admit, watching him try to negotiate with a troll while dodging flying furniture was pretty entertaining." "I still can't believe you made that club float," Neville said admiringly to Hermione. "That was incredible magic." Hermione blushed. "It was just a levitation charm. Basic first-year magic." "Basic for you, maybe," Harry said. "Most of us can barely make a feather float, let alone disarm a troll." "The important thing is that we all contributed," Hermione said. Harry distracted it. Ramad helped Neville. "I handled the spell. We were a team." "Yeah," Ramad agreed. "Turns out having different strengths and perspectives actually makes us stronger, not weaker." "Who would have thought?" Harry said with a smile. As they climbed the stairs to their dormitory, Harry reflected on how much had changed since that morning. They'd started the day nervous about fitting in at Hogwarts, worried about acceptance and belonging. Now, they had real friends who had literally faced danger alongside them. Maybe the wizarding world wasn't perfect, Snape's attitude certainly proved that, and maybe Dumbledore's approach to leadership left something to be desired. But at least here, Harry had found people who accepted them for who they were and were willing to stand by them when things got difficult. And if they could handle a 12-foot troll together, Harry thought, they could probably handle whatever else Hogwarts had to throw at them. Even if it involved more of Dumbledore's well-meaning but completely impractical conflict resolution techniques, growing friendships and tensions. The weeks following the troll incident had transformed the unlikely trio into something resembling actual friends, though their daily interactions often felt like navigating a particularly complex obstacle course made entirely of eggshells and good intentions. So then I told Professor Flitwick that the very concept of mastering and charms is inherently patriarchal, Hermione announced over breakfast, stabbing her porridge with the fervour of someone dismantling centuries of oppression one spoonful at a time. I mean, why must we master magic? Why can't we collaborate with it? Form a partnership? The whole framework is designed to reinforce hierarchical power structures that... Hermione, Harry interrupted gently, it's 7 in the morning. Oppression doesn't sleep, Harry, she replied, fixing them with the intense stare she perfected during her ongoing crusade against the patriarchal nature of, well, everything. Did you know that 93% of the portraits in the Great Hall depict men? And don't even get me started on the gendered nature of the house system. Gryffindor courage, Ravenclaw intelligence, it's all rooted in binary thinking that excludes non-conforming. Sister Hermione, Rahmed al-Waziri interrupted, looking up from his prayer rug where he'd been performing his morning prayers beside the Gryffindor table. Perhaps we could discuss the systematic oppression of magical society after I finish thanking Allah for this new day. Of course, Rahmed, I'm sorry, Hermione said, though she continued muttering about religious patriarchy under her breath. Harry watched their friends with a mixture of affection and exhaustion. Over the past month, they'd created what Hermione called their safe space, a corner of the common room where Harry could vent about Vernon's latest transphobic rants via Al Post, where Rahmed could explain Islamic customs without judgment, and where Hermione could deconstruct the patriarchal implications of literally everything from Quidditch, why were the goalposts phallic, to the moving staircases, clearly designed to confuse and disorient the feminine principle. It was a lot. You know what? Harry said, pushing away their half-eaten toast, I think I'm starting to understand why Dudley used to hide in his room when I tried to explain things to him. That's internalized oppression talking, Hermione said immediately. You're uncomfortable with challenging systems because you've been conditioned to. No, Hermione, Harry said firmly, I'm uncomfortable because sometimes a moving staircase is just a moving staircase, not a metaphor for the patriarchy's attempt to destabilize women's sense of direction. Rahmed finished his prayers and rolled up his rug. In my country, we have a saying, not every shadow hides a djinn. Sometimes a shadow is simply the absence of light. Your country? Hermione asked, her academic curiosity overriding her feminist analysis for a moment. I thought you were from Devon. My family moved to England when I was small, Rahmed explained, settling onto the bench. But we maintain our traditions. It is important to remember where we come from, even as we adapt to where we are. This was actually one of the things Harry appreciated most about their friendship, how different they all were, and how they were slowly learning to navigate those differences. Well, most of the time. That's actually really beautiful, Harry said. I wish I knew more about where I came from. The Dursleys never talked about my parents, and they definitely never talked about, well, anything meaningful. Perhaps that is why you seek to define yourself now, Rahmed suggested kindly. When we do not know our past, we must create our future. See, that's what I'm talking about. Hermione exclaimed, nearly knocking over her pumpkin juice. The patriarchal family structure deliberately withholds information to maintain power. The Dursleys were gatekeeping your heritage to keep you dependent, Anne. Hermione, Harry said, I love that you're passionate about justice, but sometimes I just want to eat breakfast without deconstructing the socio-political implications of my scrambled eggs. For don't you see? What I see, came a sneering voice from behind them, is 3 freaks congratulating themselves for being special. They turned to find Draco Malfoy standing behind them, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle as usual. But there was something different about Draco lately, something that went beyond his usual arrogance. His eyes had taken on a bitter, resentful quality that made Harry's skin crawl. Oh, wonderful, Hermione muttered. Here comes the walking embodiment of toxic masculinity. Toxic masculinity. Draco repeated, his voice rising. I'll show you toxic. You want to know what's really toxic? It seems like you, he pointed at Harry, getting special treatment just because you're confused about your gender. And you, he swung toward Ramad, getting accommodations for your backward religion while actual wizards get ignored. Dude, Ramad said, standing up to his full height, you need to check yourself before you wreck yourself. Check myself? Draco laughed bitterly. Why should I check myself when society's already rigged against people like me? You know what you are? You're all NPCs or non-player characters. Background noise. While real wizards like me get passed over because we don't check the right diversity boxes. Harry blinked. Did you just call us? What was that? NPCs? It's black pill terminology, Hermione said grimly. It's part of a whole toxic ideology that. Oh, here we go, Draco interrupted. Let me guess, you're going to psychoanalyze me now? Tell me I'm problematic? Well, guess what, Granger, I'm tired of pretending to care about your feelings. I'm tired of walking on eggshells because you might get triggered. And I'm especially tired of watching inferior specimens get handed everything while superior wizards like me get ignored. The Great Hall had gone noticeably quieter around them. Other students were starting to stare. Superior specimens. Ramad repeated incredulously. Brother, you sound like you've been spending too much time in some very dark corners of the internet. The internet tells the truth, Draco said, his voice getting more agitated. It's all there if you're brave enough to look. The gynocracy, the Great Replacement, the Beta Uprising, it's all connected. And I refuse to be cucked by this woke nonsense anymore. Harry had no idea what half of those words meant, but they sounded deeply unpleasant. Draco, Harry said carefully, I think you need to. Don't you dare, Draco snarled. Don't you dare try to therapize me with your fake concern. You're not even a real wizard, you're just a mudblood playing dress-up, getting special treatment because Dumbledore's too weak to maintain proper standards. Silence followed. Every conversation in their section of the Great Hall had stopped. Ramad cracked his knuckles. Yo, that's it. I'm about to introduce this fool to the concept of find out after he's clearly finished with fucking around. Violence isn't the answer, Hermione said, though her voice was shaking with rage. But Draco, what you just said crosses every possible line of human decency. Human decency. Draco laughed, but there was no humor in it. Human decency is a social construct designed to keep alphas like me from claiming our rightful place. Well, I'm done being civilized. I'm done pretending that degenerates deserve respect. And I'm especially done watching this school get destroyed by diversity hire professors and attention-seeking freaks. That enough, came a stern voice from the head table. Professor McGonagall was striding toward them, her lips pressed into a thin line. Mr. Malfoy, you will come with me immediately. Of course, Draco said bitterly as Crabbe and Goyle flanked him. Protect the diversity students from hearing uncomfortable truths. Can't have anyone's feelings get hurt in your safe space score. As McGonagall escorted Draco away, the trio sat in stunned silence. What, Harry said finally, the hell was that? That, Hermione said, her voice shaky, was radicalization in real time. He's been consuming extremist content and it's warped his entire worldview. I don't understand half the words he used, Ramad admitted, but they sounded like the kind of things angry men say right before they do something really stupid. That's exactly what they are, Hermione said grimly. It's a whole ecosystem of resentment and entitlement. They have their own language, their own mythology about why they're failures, and it's always someone else's fault. Usually women, minorities, or anyone who doesn't fit their narrow definition of normal. Harry felt a chill run down their spine. He called me a mudblood. That's what they used to call muggle-born wizards, isn't it? As a slur. Yes, Hermione said quietly. And he used it deliberately. He's not just being a bully anymore, Harry. He's become something much more dangerous. The breakfast conversation had definitely been ruined, but as they gathered their things to leave, Harry realized something important had happened. Faced with genuine hostility, the three of them had instinctively moved closer together. Their differences, the very things Draco had tried to use as weapons against them, had become sources of strength. "You know what?" Harry said as they walked toward their first class. "I'm glad we're friends. All of us. Exactly as we are. Even when I deconstruct the patriarchal implications of everything." Hermione asked with a small smile. "Even then? Even when I stop everything for prayer time?" Ron had added. "Especially then. And even when you correct everyone's pronouns in the middle of potions class." Hermione teased. "That's okay, that one's still annoying," Harry admitted. "But yes, even then." They walked on together, three misfits who'd found each other in a world that often seemed determined to keep them apart. Behind them, other students were still whispering about Draco's outburst, taking sides, choosing camps. But for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, Harry felt like they were exactly where they belonged, walking between their best friends, toward whatever came next. Even if what came next was Professor Snape making inappropriate comments about sleeping potions and somehow getting away with it because everyone was too afraid of being called racist to complain. Some battles, Harry reflected, were going to take a lot longer to win. Snape's uncensored truth. Professor Severus Snape was having what could only be described as the worst faculty meeting of his goddamn life, and considering he'd been teaching at Hogwarts for 15 years, that was saying something. Now, as we discussed, Dumbledore was saying in that annoyingly gentle voice that made Snape want to heck something, "We need to be more mindful of our language in the classroom." Some parents have expressed concerns about cultural sensitivity. Snape slouched in his chair, his black robes making him look like a disgruntled shadow. "Man, what the hell you're talking about now? I've been teaching these little shits for years without no problems." McGonagall winced visibly. "Severus, perhaps we could refrain from the profanity during staff meetings." "See, there you go again," Snape replied, gesturing with his long fingers. "Always telling a brother what he can't say, what he can't do. And the only black professor in this whole damn school, and you'll want to police my language." "It's not about your race, Severus," Dumbledore said carefully, looking like he was walking through a minefield. "It's about maintaining appropriate professional standards for all faculty members." "Oh, so now I ain't professional enough for you? That's what this is about." No, of course not. 'Cause I've been here longer than half these motherfuckers, and I ain't never had no complaints about my teaching. Kids learn potions in my class, don't they?" Professor Sprout shifted uncomfortably in her seat. "Severus, perhaps we could discuss this privately." Nah, we gonna discuss this right here, right now," Snape said, leaning forward. "You've been trying to change how I talk since day one. But let me tell you something, I'm the realest professor in this whole school. I don't sugarcoat nothing, I don't pretend these kids are special snowflakes, and I damn sure don't apologize for keeping it 100. But some of your language has been problematic," McGonagall said delicately. "Problematic." Snape laughed, but it wasn't a happy sound. "Lady, everything I do is problematic to somebody. The way I talk, the way I dress, the way I grade papers, it's all problematic. But you know what? I'm tired of trying to be the good black professor who don't make nobody uncomfortable." The meeting continued for another agonizing hour, with Snape being lectured about inclusive language and cultural sensitivities while everyone tiptoed around actually saying what they meant. By the time it was over, he felt like he needed a drink, a cigarette, and possibly a new career. He stalked through the corridors of Hogwarts, his robes billowing behind him like a storm cloud. Students scattered out of his way, which was exactly how he preferred it. He wasn't in the mood for any of their stupid questions or fake-ass smiles. "Yo, Professor, called out a Gryffindor third year. Can you help me with? Do I look like I'm in the mood for your bullshit right now?" Snape snapped. "Take your problem somewhere else." The kid's face fell, but Snape didn't care. He was tired of pretending to be patient with these privileged little brats who thought the world owed them something. He needed somewhere to think, somewhere he could be alone with his thoughts without having to watch every word that came out of his mouth. That's when he remembered the abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor, the one with that weird-ass mirror that nobody ever bothered to clean. The room was dark and dusty, exactly how he liked it. Snape waved his wand to light the torches, and there it was, the mirror of Erist, sitting there like it was waiting for him. "What the hell?" he muttered, walking over to it. "At least you ain't gonna lecture me about my language." He stood in front of the mirror, expecting to see his usual reflection staring back at him with the same tired expression he wore every day. Instead, what he saw made him do a double take. The reflection showed him, but different. This version of Snape was wearing expensive wizard robes that actually fit properly, not the hammer-down black rags he usually wore. His hair was styled instead of just hanging limp around his face, and he had on some serious jewelry, gold chains, rings, the works. But that wasn't the crazy part. The crazy part was what was happening around him. "Oh, hell no," Snape said, leaning closer to the mirror. "This mirror is tripping the dot." In the reflection, he was standing in what looked like the most luxurious office he'd ever seen. The walls were lined with rare potion ingredients, but not the cheap stuff they gave him to work with at school. This was the premium shit, dragon blood aged in crystal vials, phoenix feathers in gold containers, unicorn hair so pure it practically glowed. And there were women everywhere. Beautiful white women, all of them hanging on his every word like he was dropping wisdom from on high. They were laughing at his jokes, bringing him drinks, looking at him like he was the most fascinating man in the world. "Damn," Snape whispered, watching his reflection lean back in a leather chair while a blonde witch massaged his shoulders. "This is what I'm talking about." In the mirror, he saw himself speaking, and somehow he could hear what his reflection was saying. "See, the thing about potions is, it's like cooking, but with more style. You got to have the right ingredients, the right technique, but most importantly, you got to have the confidence to make it your own." The women in the reflection nodded appreciatively, clearly impressed by his knowledge and charisma. "Tell us more, Professor," one of them said, a brunette with eyes that sparkled with genuine interest. "You're so intelligent." Mirror Snape grinned, and real Snape realized he couldn't remember the last time he'd smiled like that. "You'll want to know the real secret? It ain't about following the rules. It's about understanding why the rules exist, and then deciding when to break them." "You're so wise," another woman said, this one a redhead who was looking at him like he'd just revealed the mysteries of the universe. "And so handsome," added a third, running her fingers through his hair. "I love a man with confidence." Real Snape found himself touching his own greasy hair, wondering when the last time anyone had called him handsome was. Probably never, if he was being honest. In the mirror, his reflection was holding court like some kind of potions master celebrity. The women were hanging on his every word, laughing at his jokes, treating him like he was the most important person in the room. "You know what your problem is," Mirror Snape was saying to someone off-screen. "You've been trying to please everybody else instead of being yourself." "But me? I don't give a damn what nobody thinks. I say what I mean what I say, and people respect that." "That's so attractive," one of the women purred. "A man who knows himself." "Damn right I know myself," Mirror Snape replied, leaning back in his chair like he owned the world. "I'm the baddest potions master in the game. I got more knowledge in my left nut than most of these woke-ass wizards got in their whole head, and I ain't about to apologize for being excellent." Real Snape felt a pang of something, the jealousy? Longing? He couldn't tell. "And you know what else?" Mirror Snape continued. "I'm tired of working for other people who don't appreciate my skills. It's time I started my own business, made my own rules, surrounded myself with people who actually value what I bring to the table." The women in the reflection nodded enthusiastically, clearly agreeing with every word. "You should totally do that," the blonde said. "You're too good for that school anyway. Plus," added the brunette, "we'd love to work with you. You could teach us about potions, privately." Mirror Snape's grin got wider. "Now that's what I'm talking about. You're ready to learn from the master." Real Snape found himself nodding along, getting caught up in the fantasy. This was what he wanted: respect, appreciation, people who actually listened to him instead of constantly trying to tone him down. You know what the best part is? Mirror Snape said, standing up and walking over to a window that looked out onto what appeared to be his own private estate. I don't have to deal with none of that political correctness bullshit. I can say whatever I want, however I want to say it, and people respect me for keeping it real. That's so refreshing, one of the women said. Most men are too afraid to speak their minds. Not me, baby, Mirror Snape replied. I've been keeping it 100 since day one, and I ain't about to stop now. Real Snape felt himself getting more and more absorbed in the reflection. This was everything he'd ever wanted: success, respect, beautiful women who appreciated him for who he was instead of trying to change him. Professor Snape. The voice came from behind him, and Snape spun around so fast he almost fell over. Standing in the doorway was Harry Potter, looking confused and slightly concerned. What the hell you doing here? Snape snapped, his good mood evaporating instantly. I saw the light under the door and thought maybe someone was in trouble, Harry said, glancing at the mirror. What are you doing, Professor? None of your damn business, that's what, Snape replied, stepping in front of the mirror to block Harry's view. Don't you got somewhere else to be? Actually, I was looking for somewhere quiet to think, Harry said. I can come back later if you... Nah, I'm done here, Snape said quickly, not wanting to explain what he'd been doing. Mirror's all yours. He started to walk past Harry, then stopped and turned back. And Potter? You didn't see nothing, you understand? See what? Harry asked innocently. Good answer, Snape said, then paused. And Potter? That mirror, it shows you what you want most. The wanting something don't mean you can have it. Don't get caught up in the fantasy. With that, he swept out of the room, leaving Harry alone with the mirror and a lot of questions. As he walked back to his office, Snape couldn't stop thinking about what he'd seen. The success, the respect, the beautiful women who actually wanted to be around him, it had all felt so real, so possible. But as he looked around at the stone walls of Hogwarts, at the students who avoided him in the corridors, at the faculty who constantly tried to police his language, he realized that the mirror had shown him something that would never be his reality. At least, not here. Not in this place where everyone wanted him to be someone he wasn't. Maybe it's time for a change, he muttered to himself as he unlocked his office door. Maybe it's time I stop trying to fit in where I don't belong. But even as he said it, he knew he wouldn't leave. Not yet, anyway. He had a job to do, students to teach, and despite everything, he was good at it. Still, as he sat down at his desk and pulled out a stack of essays to grade, he couldn't help but think about that mirror and what it had shown him. Maybe someday, he thought. Maybe someday he'd have the courage to go after what he really wanted instead of settling for what everyone else thought he should want. For now, though, he had potions to teach and students to intimidate. And despite what the mirror had shown him, he was pretty good at both of those things. Damn kids don't know how good they got it, he muttered, picking up his red quill. At least I keep it real with them. And with that, he went back to grading papers, the mirror's reflection still fresh in his mind and a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Hagrid's creature privilege check. It started with a strongly worded letter from the Society for the Ethical Treatment of Magical Creatures, delivered by an extremely self-righteous barn owl who refused to leave until Hagrid had read the entire thing out loud and acknowledged his problematic relationship with non-human magical beings. Harry found Hagrid sitting outside his hut at 7 in the morning, sobbing into a handkerchief the size of a small tablecloth while the barn owl perched nearby, occasionally hooting what sounded suspiciously like shame, shame. Hagrid. Harry called out, genuinely concerned. What's wrong? Oh, Harry, Hagrid blubbered, his beetle-black eyes red with tears. I've been living a lie. All these years, I thought I was helping magical creatures, but I was actually. He broke down completely. Actually what? An oppressor. Hagrid wailed. A speciesist. A creature exploiter. I've been no better than those monsters who run factory farms. The barn owl hooted approvingly and dropped another pamphlet titled Check Your Human Privilege, a guide for magical educators. Harry picked up the letter, which was written on recycled parchment made from ethically sourced tree bark. It was signed by someone called Luna Lovegood, president of the Hogwarts chapter of SETMC, and contained phrases like systematic oppression of magical beings and the problematic nature of keeping sentient creatures for educational purposes. Hagrid, you love magical creatures more than anyone I know, Harry said, trying to be supportive. You've never hurt anything in your life. That's what I thought. Hagrid sobbed. But according to this literature, keeping creatures for educational purposes without their explicit consent is a form of slavery. And I never once asked Buckbeak if he wanted to be in my class. Buckbeak can't exactly fill out a consent form, Hagrid. That's the point. Just because he can't communicate in human language doesn't mean he doesn't have feelings and autonomy. Before Harry could respond, Hermione came running up the path, her arms full of books and her hair even bushier than usual with righteous indignation. Hagrid, she called out. I heard about the SETMC letter. This is exactly the kind of intersectional activism that Hogwarts needs. Hermione, Harry said carefully, don't you think this might be going a bit far? Going too far. Hermione looked genuinely scandalized. Harry, Hagrid has been perpetuating a system of magical creature exploitation for years. Do you know how many beings have been forced to perform for students without any consideration for their consent or well-being? They're animals, Hermione. They're sentient magical beings with their own cultures, languages, and social structures. Just because wizards decided we're at the top of the magical hierarchy doesn't give us the right to treat other species as educational tools. Hagrid let out a fresh wail. She's right. I've been a monster. A speciesist monster. You're not a monster, Harry said, shooting Hermione a dirty look. You're probably the kindest person at this school. Kindness under a system of oppression is still oppression. Hermione declared, clearly quoting from something she'd read. Good intentions don't excuse problematic actions. This philosophical debate was interrupted by the arrival of Professor McGonagall, who looked like she'd aged 5 years overnight. Hagrid, she said wearily, Dumbledore wants to see you in his office. Something about creature consent forms. I know, Hagrid sniffled. I've got to redesign my entire curriculum. From now on, care of magical creatures is going to be called respectful observation of autonomous magical beings, and I need written consent from every creature before I can include them in lessons. McGonagall stared at him. Written consent? Hagrid, most of your creatures can't write. That's the problem. Hermione interjected. The entire system is built around human-centric forms of communication. We need to develop new methods of obtaining consent that don't privilege human language. How exactly do you propose we get a blast-ended Scroot to sign a consent form? McGonagall asked. Well, Hermione said, pulling out a thick manual, according to this guide, we need to establish non-verbal communication protocols and create safe spaces for creatures to express their boundaries. McGonagall looked like she was seriously considering early retirement. Miss Granger, they're blast-ended Scroots. They don't have boundaries. They have explosive rear ends and murderous intentions. That's exactly the kind of speciesist language that perpetuates harmful stereotypes. Hermione shot back. Maybe they're aggressive because they've been traumatized by decades of educational exploitation. Or maybe they're aggressive because they're magically engineered killing machines, Harry muttered. Harry. Hermione gasped. You can't just dismiss their lived experiences. They don't have lived experiences. They're basically magical hand grenades with legs. Every sentient being has lived experiences. They're not sentient. How do you know? Have you ever tried to communicate with them respectfully? Harry was about to point out that the last time someone tried to communicate with a blast-ended Scroot, they'd ended up in the hospital wing with third-degree burns, but he was interrupted by the arrival of Ramad, who came jogging up the path looking excited. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, he called out. I heard about the creature rights movement. This is fantastic. Finally, someone is addressing the systematic oppression of marginalized beings. Ramad, Harry said, they're talking about getting consent forms from spiders. Spiders are part of Allah's creation too, Harry. They deserve respect and dignity. They're spiders. That's very Islamophobic of you to dismiss Islamic teachings about respecting all of Allah's creatures. It's not Islamophobic to point out that spiders can't sign legal documents. Now you're being ableist against beings who don't have opposable thumbs. Harry felt like his brain was melting. How is that ableist? You're privileging certain physical capabilities over others. I'm privileging the ability to understand what a contract is. That's cognitive privilege. That's not a real thing. Don't yell at me. You're being very aggressive right now. McGonagall held up her hands. Enough. Hagrid, just try to figure out the consent form situation. Miss Granger, please don't organize any more protests this week. Mr. Weasley, I don't know what you're doing here, but please stop doing it. And Potter. She paused, looking at Harry with something like sympathy. Try not to let this drive you completely insane. But the creature consent situation only got worse from there. By the next Care of Magical Creatures class, Hagrid had transformed into a nervous wreck who apologized to every plant, rock, and cloud he encountered. Right then, he said, his voice shaking as he addressed the class, before we begin today's lesson on. I mean, before we respectfully observe the Botrackles, I need to acknowledge that I have not obtained proper consent from these beings to include them in our educational experience. The Botrackles, who were sitting in a nearby tree, looked as confused as tree-dwelling creatures could look. I want to apologize to the Botrackles for any historical trauma they may have experienced due to my previous teaching methods, Hagrid continued, reading from a prepared statement. I recognize that as a human, I hold inherent privilege in this interaction, and I commit to doing better in the future. One of the Botrackles chittered something that sounded suspiciously like annoyance. What did it say? Asked Parvati Patil. I don't know, Hagrid admitted. I don't speak Botrackle. Then how do you know if they consent to being in this class? Hermione demanded. I don't, Hagrid said miserably. That's the problem. I've been assuming consent this whole time, but assumption is the foundation of oppression. Maybe we could learn Botrackle language, suggested Neville helpfully. That would be cultural appropriation, Hermione replied immediately. We can't just take their language for our own educational purposes. But if we don't learn their language, how do we communicate with them? We don't. We respect their autonomy by leaving them alone. Then what are we supposed to do in this class? Hermione pulled out another pamphlet. According to this guide, we should engage in respectful observation from a distance while acknowledging our privilege and the problematic nature of our presence in their natural habitat. Draco, who had been listening to this conversation with growing amusement, finally spoke up. So basically, we're going to stand here and stare at trees while feeling guilty about it. That's an oversimplification, Hermione said defensively. No, that's exactly what it is, Draco replied. We're going to pay tuition to feel bad about looking at magical creatures. Education should make you uncomfortable. That's how you grow. I'm plenty uncomfortable already, thanks. Potter's having an identity crisis. Weasley won't shut up about his religion, and half the professors are afraid to teach anything because someone might get offended. Now we can't even look at a bloody tree sprite without a guilt trip. They are called Botrackles, and your attitude is exactly why we need this kind of consciousness raising. My attitude is that I came here to learn magic, not to spend 45 minutes apologizing to a stick with eyes. The Botrackles, apparently deciding they'd had enough of this nonsense, climbed higher into their tree and disappeared among the leaves. Great, said Hagrid sadly. Now they're gone. I've traumatized them with my presence. Maybe they just got bored, Harry suggested. Or maybe they're practicing self-care by removing themselves from a harmful situation, Hermione countered. Or maybe, said a new voice, they went to find some peace and quiet. Everyone turned to see Professor Snape approaching, looking like he'd rather be literally anywhere else. He was wearing his usual black robes, but today they were accessorized with a gold chain and what appeared to be designer sunglasses. "Professor Snape," Hermione said immediately. "We're having a very important discussion about creature consent and educational ethics." "Yeah, I can see that," Snape replied, his voice dripping with disdain. "You're standing around talking about getting permission from some twigs. Real productive use of time. These aren't twigs, Professor, they're sentient beings with their own. Girl, I don't care if they got PhDs in magical theory. They're still bugs that live in trees. And you are out here acting like you need to ask their permission to breathe the same air." Hermione looked genuinely shocked. "Professor, that's incredibly dismissive of their autonomy and..." "Their autonomy?" Snape laughed, a harsh sound that made several students flinch. "Baby girl, their autonomy is eat bugs, sleep in tree, repeat. They ain't writing poetry or solving world hunger. They're just trying to survive, same as every other creature on this planet. But that doesn't mean they don't deserve respect." "Respect? Sure. But you're taking this respect thing and turning it into some kind of mental gymnastics where you can't even have a class because you might hurt a bug's feelings." Hagrid, who had been listening to this exchange with growing distress, suddenly burst into tears again. "He's right. I've been overthinking everything. I've turned education into oppression." "Hagrid, man, you ain't oppressing nobody," Snape said, his voice slightly gentler. "You love them little creatures more than most people love their own families. But these kids got you so twisted up in guilt that you can't even do your job anymore. But the consent forms. Forget the consent forms. You think a dragon gonna sign a piece of paper? You think a unicorn gonna read the fine print? They either trust you or they don't. And most of them trust you because you've been taking care of them for years. So you think we should just ignore their autonomy?" Hermione demanded. "I think you should use some common sense," Snape replied. "Which I know is asking a lot from someone who thinks spiders need lawyers. I never said spiders need lawyers. You said they need consent forms. Same difference." The argument might have continued indefinitely, but it was interrupted by a loud commotion from the direction of Hagrid's hut. A group of blast-ended Scroots had apparently organized themselves into some kind of formation and were marching toward the castle, carrying what appeared to be tiny signs made from twigs and leaves. "What the hell is that?" Snape asked. Harry squinted at the signs. I think they're protesting." "Protesting what?" "Working conditions, maybe? One of the signs says fair wages for magical labor. They want wages." Draco laughed. "What are they going to do with money? They don't have thumbs. That's exactly the kind of ableist thinking that perpetuates economic inequality." Hermione declared, pulling out her wand. "We need to support their labor rights." "Hermione, they're bugs. They're workers. And they deserve fair compensation for their educational labor." "What educational labor?" "They just explode. They provide valuable learning experiences about magical creature biology and behavior. By nearly killing us. That's victim blaming." Harry watched the blast-ended Scroots march toward the castle, their tiny protest signs waving in the breeze, and wondered if this was what having a complete mental breakdown felt like. Behind him, Hermione was giving an impassioned speech about creature labor rights while Draco argued that you can't unionize insects. Hagrid was crying into his handkerchief about the systemic oppression of magical education, and Snape was muttering something about crazy white peoples under his breath. "You know what?" Harry said to no one in particular. "I'm going back to the castle. This is too weird, even for me. Harry, you can't just walk away from social justice." Hermione called after them. "Watch me," Harry replied, and headed for the castle, leaving behind the strangest labor dispute in the history of magical education. Behind them, the blast-ended Scroots continued their march, their tiny signs declaring Scroot rights are creature rights and end educational exploitation now. It was definitely going to be a long semester. Mansplaining incident. It was a Tuesday morning when Professor Flitwick made the mistake that would nearly destroy his career and send Hogwarts into its most ridiculous crisis yet. The staff meeting had been going relatively smoothly. Dumbledore had only mentioned white privilege 3 times, and Professor Snape had managed to avoid calling anyone a basic bitch for almost 20 minutes. Everyone was feeling cautiously optimistic that they might actually accomplish something productive. Then Professor Sprout asked a question about greenhouse temperature controls. "I'd been having trouble with the magical thermostats in Greenhouse 3, she said, consulting her notes. "The heating charms keep fluctuating, and I can't figure out why the venomous tentacula are wilting." This was where Professor Flitwick made his fatal error. Being a helpful colleague and an expert in charms, he leaned forward with a friendly smile. "Oh, that's quite simple actually, Pomona," he said cheerfully. "You see, the issue is that you're probably casting the perpetual warming charm incorrectly. The wand movement should be more of a gentle spiral rather than the circular motion you're likely using. Also, you need to account for the ambient magical interference from the screaming mandrakes in Greenhouse 2. If you just adjust the incantation to Calidus Perpetuum instead of Calidus Perpetuus and make sure to cast it at exactly noon when the magical energy is most stable, you should find the temperature regulation much more consistent." The room went dead silent. Professor Sprout's face went through several color changes, settling on a shade of purple that matched her prize-winning dirigible plums. "Excuse me, Phileas, but are you seriously explaining my own subject to me right now?" Flitwick blinked, confusion written across his tiny features. I was just trying to help with the charm work." "I didn't mean to." "Oh hell no," Professor McGonagall interrupted, her Scottish accent thickening with outrage. "Did this man just explain herbology to a woman who's been teaching it for 30 years? "Now hold on," Flitwick protested, looking genuinely bewildered. "I was simply offering assistance with the charms aspect." "The charms aspect?" Professor Sprout stood up so quickly her chair fell over. "Phileas, I've been casting temperature charms since before you were born. I literally wrote the textbook on magical greenhouse management." "Actually," Flitwick said, making his second fatal mistake of the morning, "I believe Professor Wilbur Wilkins wrote the definitive text on magical greenhouse management in 1847. That's IT. But McGonagall slammed her hand on the table. "Classic mansplaining. Not only does he explain her own job to her, but then he corrects her about her own accomplishments." Dumbledore, who had been sitting quietly and hoping this would resolve itself, cleared his throat nervously. "Perhaps we should all take a step back and examine the patriarchal structures that might be influencing this interaction." "Oh, for fuck's sake," Snape muttered from the corner, where he'd been scrolling through his phone. "You're really about to make this a whole thing over some plant temperature bullshit." "Severus," McGonagall whirled on him, "this is exactly the kind of dismissive attitude that perpetuates toxic masculinity in academic environments." "Toxic masculinity?" Snape looked up from his phone with an expression of pure disbelief. "Lady, I teach teenagers how to brew poison all day. If that ain't toxic masculinity, I don't know what is." "This isn't a joke." Professor Sprout was now pacing behind her overturned chair. "This is about systemic sexism and the assumption that women don't understand their own areas of expertise." Flitwick looked around the room helplessly. "But I genuinely was just trying to help. I didn't mean any offense." "Intent doesn't matter," McGonagall declared, as if she were announcing a new law of physics. "Impact is what matters. Your intent was irrelevant the moment you assumed a woman needed a man to explain her own job." "But he's the charms professor," screeched Flitwick. "Charms are literally my specialty. And herbology is literally mine." Sprout shot back. "But somehow you assumed I didn't know how to properly cast a basic temperature charm." Professor Trelawney, who had been unusually quiet throughout the meeting, suddenly gasped dramatically. "I see it now. The cosmic forces of masculine energy overwhelming the divine feminine wisdom. The ancestors are weeping." "The ancestors can join the fucking club," Snape said, not looking up from his phone. "This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard, and I once watched Lockhart try to explain hair care to a troll." Severus, Dumbledore said weakly, perhaps we could use more constructive language. Constructive. Snape finally looked up, fixing Dumbledore with a withering stare. Old man, you want constructive? He is constructive. Flitwick tried to help with some plant problems. Sprout got her feelings hurt. And now we're all sitting here pretending like this is some kind of gender war instead of just two people having a misunderstanding. How's that for constructive? It's not about hurt feelings. Sprout protested. It's about respect and recognizing expertise. So why didn't you just say, thanks, but I've got it handled? Snape asked. Why we got to turn this into a whole movement? McGonagall looked scandalized. Because that places the burden on women to educate men about their own problematic behavior. What problematic behavior? Flitwick was now looking genuinely distressed. I offered help with charms. I do that for everyone. Last week I helped Hagrid fix his kettle. That's different, McGonagall replied immediately. How is it different? Because Hagrid isn't a woman in a male-dominated field. But herbology isn't male-dominated, Flitwick pointed out. Most of the famous herbologists in the past century have been women. That's not the point. Then what is the point? The point, Hermione Granger's voice came from the doorway, where she had apparently been eavesdropping, is that you displayed a pattern of behavior consistent with mansplaining, which is a manifestation of internalized sexism and patriarchal assumptions about women's competence. Everyone turned to stare at her. She was holding what appeared to be a very thick book titled Intersectional Feminism in Magical Institutions. Miss Granger, Dumbledore said faintly, what are you doing here? I was returning a book to Professor McGonagall when I overheard the conversation, Hermione said, walking into the room with the confidence of someone who had never doubted their own opinions. And I felt it was important to provide some context about the systemic issues at play here. Oh, great, Snape said. Now we got students lecturing the teachers about sexism. This day just keeps getting better. Actually, Severus, Hermione said, turning to face him with a condescending smile, student voices are crucial in identifying and addressing problematic behaviors in academic settings. Perhaps if you examined your own defensive reaction, you might recognize how it reflects. Little girl, Snape interrupted, standing up to his full height, I will stop you right there. I don't care what fancy book you read or what big words you learned, but you will not stand in my face and tell me about my own reactions. I've been dealing with bratty know-it-alls since before you were born, and I ain't about to start taking lectures from one now. Hermione's mouth fell open. That's incredibly dismissive, Anne. And I don't care, Snape said firmly. Now run along and let the adults handle adult business. That's ageism. Hermione shrieked. That's Tuesday morning, Snape replied, sitting back down. And I still got 3 classes to teach before lunch. Meanwhile, Professor Flitwick was still trying to process what had happened. I really don't understand how this became about gender, he said quietly. I was just trying to help with a technical problem. That's exactly the problem, McGonagall said, her voice rising again. You don't understand. You don't see how your behavior perpetuates harmful stereotypes. What stereotypes? Flitwick asked, genuinely confused. I help everyone with chance problems. But you assumed Pomona needed help. She said she was having trouble. She said she was having trouble with the thermostats, not with her understanding of charms. But the thermostats are controlled by charms. That doesn't mean she doesn't know how to cast them. I never said she didn't know how to cast them. You implied it. I did not. You absolutely did. When? When you explained the wand movement. I was being helpful. You were being condescending. I was being friendly. You were being sexist. Professor Sprout, who had been listening to this exchange with growing frustration, finally exploded. Enough. Both of you, just stop. The room fell silent again. Phileas, Sprout said, taking a deep breath, I appreciate that you were trying to help. But you need to understand that when you automatically assume a woman colleague needs assistance with basic aspects of her own job, it comes across as condescending, even if that wasn't your intention. Flitwick looked genuinely stricken. Pomona, I truly didn't mean to suggest you were incompetent. I was simply excited to help solve the problem. I do the same thing with everyone. But the impact is different when you do it to women, Sprout explained. Because we're constantly having our expertise questioned and our competence doubted. So when a male colleague jumps in to explain something we already know, it feels like part of a larger pattern. I can see how that would be frustrating, Flitwick admitted. I really am sorry. I didn't consider how my behavior might be perceived. See? McGonagall said triumphantly. That's growth. That's what we need more of. Damn, Snape said, shaking his head. You'll really just spent 20 minutes psychoanalyzing plant temperature problems. No wonder these kids are so fucked up. Severus. Dumbledore protested weakly. What? I'm just saying, maybe we should focus on teaching magic instead of having therapy sessions about every minor interaction. This isn't therapy, Hermione interjected, apparently unable to resist jumping back into the conversation. This is important work toward creating a more inclusive and equitable educational environment. Child, I swear to God, Snape said, turning to look at her with dead eyes, if you say one more word about inclusivity or equity or any other buzzword from that book, I will assign you detention for the rest of the year. You can't do that. Watch me. That's an abuse of power. That's Tuesday morning getting worse. Dumbledore, who had been looking increasingly overwhelmed throughout this entire exchange, finally stood up. Perhaps, he said carefully, we should take a short break to process these complex interpersonal dynamics. Or, Snape suggested, we could just agree that Flitwick was trying to be helpful, Sprout was understandably annoyed, and now we all know to be more careful about how we offer assistance. Problem solved. It's not that simple, McGonagall protested. Why not? Because there are deeper structural issues at play. What structural issues? We got one tiny man trying to help one plant lady with some temperature problems. That ain't a structure, that's a Tuesday. But it's representative of broader patterns of male dominance in. Lady, I'm gonna stop you right there, Snape interrupted. I've been the only black teacher at this school for 15 years. You want to talk about structural issues? Let's talk about how you all hired me to teach kids about poison and then act surprised when I don't speak like Mary Poppins. But I don't see me making every staff meeting into a lecture about racial dynamics. The room fell uncomfortably quiet. That's actually a very good point, Sprout said slowly. Thank you, Snape replied. Now can we please get back to talking about actual school business instead of psychoanalyzing every conversation like we're in some kind of workplace sensitivity training? Actually, Hermione said, apparently unable to help herself, workplace sensitivity training is exactly what this institution needs. The fact that you're resistant to examining problematic behavior suggests. Detention, Snape said firmly. Every day for the rest of the month. You can't. Every day for the rest of the year. Hermione opened her mouth to protest again, then seemed to think better of it. Anyone else want to discuss my problematic behaviors? Snape asked, looking around the room. Nobody volunteered. Good. Now, Dumbledore, what's the next item on the agenda? Dumbledore looked down at his notes with visible relief. I'm budgeting for new cauldrons. Finally, Snape said. Something that actually matters. Professor Flitwick, who had been sitting quietly throughout the latter part of this exchange, cleared his throat. Before we move on, he said, Pomona, I really am sorry. I'll be more mindful in the future. Sprout smiled at him. Thank you, Phileas. That means a lot. See? McGonagall said. That's how we create positive change. What positive change? Snape asked. He apologized, she accepted it, and now we're all gonna move on with our lives. That's just basic human decency, not a revolution. but it's part of a larger cultural shift toward. Oh my God, Snape stood up abruptly. I cannot do this anymore. You'll want to turn every normal human interaction into a sociology lesson. I'm gonna go teach some kids how to make love potions, because that's somehow less complicated than this conversation. He headed toward the door, then paused and turned back. And for the record, he said, if any of y'all ever need help with anything, just ask. I don't care if you're a man, woman, or whatever else you identify as. I'll either help you or tell you to figure it out yourself, but I ain't gonna spend 20 minutes analyzing the gender dynamics of basic human politeness. With that, he left the room, leaving behind a silence that somehow felt both awkward and relieved. Well, Dumbledore said eventually, that was educational. It was problematic, McGonagall corrected. It was honest, Sprout said quietly. It was typical, Hermione muttered. It was Tuesday morning, Flitwick said with a sigh. Can we please just talk about cauldrons now? And so they did, though not before McGonagall insisted on a 5-minute discussion about whether the term cauldron was culturally sensitive to practitioners of Wicca. It was going to be a very long semester. Rahmed's Ramadan struggles. It was the 3rd week of November when Rahmed al-Waziri stood up at breakfast and made his announcement to the Great Hall. Everyone, just so you know, Ramadan starts tomorrow. I won't be eating or drinking during the day for the next month. Simple enough, Harry thought. But of course, nothing at Hogwarts was ever simple anymore. Draco immediately piped up from the Slytherin table. Great, another month of watching the terrorist pretend to be oppressed. I'm not a terrorist, you insult piece of shit, Rahmed shot back calmly, continuing to eat his breakfast. Language, boys, Professor McGonagall said half-heartedly, but nobody really cared about swearing anymore since Snape had lowered the bar so dramatically. The real fun started during potions class. Rahmed sat with his arms crossed while everyone else prepared to test their sleeping drafts. Professor Snape strolled over, his robes billowing dramatically. Hey yo, al-Waziri, what's good? You gonna test that potion or what? I can't drink it, Professor. I'm fasting. Snape's face screwed up in confusion. The hell you mean you fasting? It's November, nigger. Several students gasped. Hermione looked like she was about to have an aneurysm. Professor Snape, she shrieked. You can't use that word. Bitch, I can use whatever words I want, Snape replied casually. And al-Waziri, you better explain this fasting shit before I fail your ass. Ramadan follows the lunar calendar, Rahmed explained patiently. It's not the same time every year. Man, that's some complicated-ass religion you got there, Snape said, scratching his head. Can't you all just fast when it's convenient like normal people? Hermione was practically vibrating with outrage. Professor, that's incredibly insensitive. You're supposed to be culturally aware. Culturally aware my ass, Snape snorted. I'm chemically aware. This little nigger needs to drink his potion or he's gonna fail my class. Professor. Hermione screamed. What? He is little. And he is her. You cannot use racial slurs in the classroom. Snape looked genuinely confused. Racial slurs? Bitch, I'm blacker than Wesley Snipes' shadow. I can say whatever the fuck I want about my own people. Rahmed isn't black. Hermione pointed out. He's brown enough, Snape shrugged. Same struggle, different desert. Harry watched this exchange with fascination. Somehow Snape had managed to offend everyone in the room while technically being politically correct about his own identity. Look here, Mohammed. It's Rahmed. Whatever. You want to fast, that's your business. But my class requires you to test your potions. You don't test, you don't pass. Simple as that. That's religious discrimination. Hermione interjected. Nah, that's academic standards, Snape replied. This ain't Sunday school, it's chemistry class. Can't learn chemistry if you won't consume the chemicals. Rahmed shifted uncomfortably. But Professor, my religion forbids me from eating or drinking during daylight hours. Then take my class at night, Snape suggested. Problem solved. The school doesn't offer night classes. Then I guess you got a problem, don't you? McGonagall, who had been watching from the doorway, finally intervened. Professor Snape, perhaps we could discuss alternative assessment methods for Mr. Ulwaziri during Ramadan. Alternative assessment? Snape laughed. This ain't special ed, McGonagall. Either he drinks the potion or he doesn't. Ain't no participation trophies in my class. You're being deliberately obtuse, McGonagall said stiffly. And you're being deliberately white, Snape shot back. Always trying to solve everybody's problems with more paperwork and committee meetings. The class watched this exchange like a tennis match. Harry had to admit Snape had a point about McGonagall's tendency to bureaucratize everything. Perhaps, McGonagall said carefully, we could arrange for Mr. Ulwaziri to test his potions after sunset. Bitch, I ain't staying here past 6 p.m. for nobody's dietary restrictions, Snape replied. I got a life outside this castle. What life? Draco muttered, earning snickers from his housemates. Snape whipped around. When you say, you little virgin? I said, what life do you have outside the castle? More life than you got, that's for damn sure. When's the last time you touched a woman who wasn't your mother? Draco's face went bright red. That's completely inappropriate. So is your haircut, but you don't see me making a federal case about it. Hermione had been frantically taking notes during this entire exchange. This is completely unacceptable. Professor Snape is creating a hostile learning environment. The only thing hostile here is your attitude, Granger, Snape replied. And that hair situation you got going on. My hair is perfectly fine. If you say so, Hagrid. Harry couldn't help but snicker at that one. Hermione's hair really was getting out of control lately. This is exactly the kind of discriminatory behavior that creates systemic oppression. Hermione continued, undeterred. Bitch, the only thing oppressing anybody in here is your need to make everything about social justice, Snape said. Ulwaziri's got a simple problem. He can't drink potions during the day. Solution, don't take potions during the day. End of story. But that excludes him from learning. No, that excludes him from one specific type of learning during one specific time period because of his own personal choices. They are not choices, they're religious obligations. Same difference. His religion, his rules, his consequences. Ramad, who had been quietly listening to this debate, finally spoke up. What if I just observed the other students testing their potions? I could learn from watching. That's not the same as hands-on experience, Hermione protested. It's better than nothing, Ramad replied. See? Snape said. Problem solved. Ulwaziri watches, learns what he can, takes a partial grade. Everybody's happy. Partial grade. Hermione shrieked. That's still discrimination. No, that's accommodation, McGonagall said firmly. Mr. Ulwaziri gets to observe the lesson while maintaining his religious practices and receives credit for participation. But he's not participating equally. Because he chose not to, Snape pointed out. His religion chose for him. His religion, his choice to follow it. Harry watched Hermione's face cycle through several different expressions as she tried to find a flaw in that logic. That circular reasoning, she finally sputtered. That's life, baby girl, Snape replied. Sometimes you got to choose between what you want and what you believe. Can't have everything. The bell rang, ending the class before Hermione could formulate a response. As students filed out, Harry heard Draco mutter to Crabbe, I can't believe the terrorist is getting special treatment. I can't believe Snape called him a, Crabbe started to say. Nah, he can say that, Goyle interrupted. Rules are different for black people. But Ramad isn't. Close enough, apparently. Harry shook their head. The social dynamics at Hogwarts were getting more complicated every day. At least when it was just regular wizarding prejudice against muggles, everyone knew where they stood. Now it was like navigating a minefield of identities and accommodations and who could say what about whom. Harry, Hermione said, catching up to them in the corridor, "You have to admit that was completely inappropriate." "Which part?" Harry asked. Snape's language, his refusal to accommodate Ramad, or his general attitude? All of it. I mean, his language is definitely rough, but technically he wasn't wrong about the academic standards thing. Hermione looked betrayed. "Harry, you can't be serious." "I'm just saying, if Ramad can't participate in certain activities because of his religion, maybe he should take those classes at a different time. But the school should accommodate him." "Why?" "I mean, I get making reasonable accommodations, but reshuffling the entire curriculum around one person's dietary restriction seems excessive." "It's not dietary restrictions, it's religious practice." "What's the difference?" Hermione opened her mouth, then closed it again, looking frustrated. Ramad, who had been walking behind them, caught up. "Honestly, guys, I just want to get through the month without failing potions. If watching other people test potions gets me a partial grade, I'll take it. But you deserve full credit." Hermione insisted. "For what?" "I'm not doing the full assignment." "Because you can't, due to religious reasons." "Right, so I get partial credit for partial participation." "Seems fair." Hermione looked like she was about to have a breakdown. "This is internalized oppression." "This is practical problem solving," Ramad replied. "Not everything has to be a civil rights issue, Hermione. When people are being discriminated against because of their identity, it absolutely is a civil rights issue." "Who's being discriminated against?" Harry asked. "Snape treats everyone like shit equally. And he's offering Ramad a reasonable accommodation." "Reasonable?" "He used racial slurs. About himself, mostly. That doesn't make it okay." Harry sighed. Sometimes they wondered if Hermione enjoyed being outraged more than she enjoyed solving actual problems. The rest of the day continued in similar fashion. During herbology, Professor Sprout had to figure out what to do when Ramad couldn't taste the flavor-changing fruits. During charms, Flitwick got confused about whether sipping concentration potion counted as drinking or educational consumption. By dinner time, half the school was talking about Ramad's fasting, and the other half was talking about Snape's creative use of profanity during potions class. "I still can't believe he said that word," whispered a Hufflepuff at the next table. "Which word?" asked her friend. "The N-word." "But isn't he?" "I think so, but still." "Can he say it about other people, though?" "I don't know. The rules are so confusing." Harry had to admit the rules were confusing. Apparently Snape could use certain words because of his identity, but only about certain people, and only in certain contexts, and everyone was supposed to somehow keep track of all this while also focusing on their actual studies. "This is exactly why we need comprehensive diversity training," Hermione was saying to anyone who would listen. "People don't understand the nuances of intersectional identity and appropriate language use." "Or," suggested Neville Longbottom, "we could just focus on learning magic and not worry about who can say what about whom." Hermione looked at him like he'd suggested they bring back slavery. "Neville, that's incredibly privileged thinking. You can't just ignore systemic oppression because it doesn't affect you personally." "I'm not ignoring anything," Neville replied. "I just think maybe we're making this more complicated than it needs to be." Oppression is complicated. But does it have to be? Before Hermione could launch into what was surely going to be a lengthy lecture about the complexity of social justice, Dumbledore stood up at the head table. "Students," he said in his most conciliatory voice, "I understand there have been some discussions today about religious accommodation and appropriate classroom language." The Great Hall went quiet. "I want to assure everyone that Hogwarts is committed to creating an inclusive environment where all students can practice their faiths while receiving a quality magical education." Scattered applause, mostly from Hermione. However, Dumbledore continued, we must also recognize that some accommodations may require creative solutions and mutual understanding. More uncertain murmuring. Therefore, I am pleased to announce the formation of the Hogwarts Diversity and Inclusion Committee, which will meet weekly to address these and other important issues. The Great Hall erupted in groans. The committee will be chaired by Professor McGonagall and will include student representatives from each house, as well as our valued faculty members. Snape, from his position at the high table, called out, "Ayo, Dumbledore, I ain't joining no damn committee." "Professor Snape," Dumbledore said carefully, "your unique perspective would be invaluable to our discussions." "My unique perspective is that you'll need to stop making everything so complicated," Snape replied. "Kid wants to fast, let him fast. Kid wants to learn potions, let him learn potions. Kid can't do both at the same time, that's his problem to solve." "But what about systemic barriers to equal participation?" Hermione called out from the Gryffindor table. "What about personal responsibility?" Snape shot back. And just like that, the Great Hall devolved into another argument about accommodation versus assimilation, privilege versus personal choice, and whether or not Snape should be allowed to use the word York in formal school announcements. Harry put their head in their hands. It was going to be a long month. The next morning, Ramad sat at breakfast with an empty plate in front of him, looking pointedly hungry while everyone else ate. Several first years kept offering him food before remembering about his fast. "You sure you can't have just a little bite?" asked Colin Creevey, holding out a piece of toast. "I'm sure," Ramad replied patiently. "No food or drink from sunrise to sunset. Not even water. Not even water. What about your own spit?" "I try not to swallow it intentionally." Colin looked horrified. "That sounds mental." "It's spiritual discipline," Ramad explained. "Same thing," muttered Draco from the Slytherin table. "I heard that, you incel fuck," Ramad called over. "And not an incel. I choose to be celibate." "Sure you do, virgin." "At least I don't worship a paedophile." The Great Hall went dead silent. Even Snape, who had been loudly discussing Quidditch with Professor Sprout, stopped talking. Ramad stood up slowly. "What did you just say?" Draco, realizing he might have crossed a line, looked around nervously. I was just? Just what? Being a racist piece of shit? I'm not racist. I'm just stating historical facts. You're stating ignorant bullshit because you're a sad little boy who can't get laid. "Boys, McGonagall said, rushing over, "let's not." "Nah, let them fight," Snape called out from the high table. "Been a while since we had good entertainment at breakfast." "Professor Snape." McGonagall snapped. "What?" "They're both being stupid. Might as well let them work it out like men. They're 16. I was fighting when I was 16. Did me good." Hermione had materialized beside the arguing boys, somehow managing to insert herself into the conflict. This is exactly the kind of hate speech that creates hostile environments for marginalized communities. Marginalized communities. Draco laughed. He's part of the fastest growing religion in the world. That doesn't mean he can't face discrimination. Everything's discrimination with you people. What do you mean, you people? Hermione demanded. Social justice warriors. Always looking for reasons to be offended. We're not looking for reasons, we're responding to obvious bigotry. Harry watched this argument spiral out of control with a mixture of fascination and exhaustion. Somehow a simple announcement about fasting had turned into a three-way debate about religion, racism, and social justice, with half the school taking sides. Enough. Everyone turned to see Dumbledore standing at the head table, looking more decisive than he had in months. "Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Ulwaziri, and Miss Granger will all report to my office immediately. The rest of you will finish your breakfast in silence." As the three troublemakers trudged toward the exit, Harry heard Snape mutter, "About damn time the old man grew some balls." McGonagall shot him a withering look. "Professor Snape, your language is the least of our problems right now, Snape finished. These kids are so busy being woke they forgot how to think straight. And with that observation, Professor Snape strolled out of the Great Hall, leaving behind a room full of students who weren't quite sure what had just happened, but were pretty certain it was going to end up in some kind of committee meeting. Draco's Black Pill Manifesto. 3 weeks had passed since Draco's humiliating rejection by Pansy Parkinson, and frankly, he wasn't handling it well. What had started as sulking in the slithering common room had evolved into something much more systematic and, according to his dorm mates, significantly more annoying. It began with the measurements. "Malfoy, what the hell are you doing?" Blaise Zabini asked one morning, finding Draco hunched over a magical measuring tape in front of the dormitory mirror. "Camphor tilt," Draco muttered, adjusting the tape around his eye area. "Mine's only 3.2 degrees positive." "Do you know what that means?" "That you've lost your bloody mind." "It means I'm genetically inferior." Draco said this with the matter-of-fact tone of someone discussing the weather. "Look at this jawline measurement. 127 degrees. Pathetic. No wonder I can't get a date." Blaise stared at him. "Draco, you're literally one of the most conventionally attractive blokes in our year." "Conventionally attractive?" Draco whipped around, his grey eyes blazing. "Blaise, do you see this philtrum? It's 2.3 millimeters too long. My forward growth is barely adequate. And don't even get me started on my wrist circumference." "Your wrist?" 6 3/4 inches. That's framelet territory, Blaise. Women can subconsciously detect bone structure deficiencies from across a room. Blaise backed away slowly. "Right. I'm going to breakfast now." But Draco wasn't finished. Over the next few days, he began documenting everything. He had charts pinned to his bed curtains showing ideal facial proportions, lists of genetic markers that supposedly determined romantic success, and what appeared to be a complex mathematical formula for calculating someone's sexual market value. "It's all genetics," he explained to a captive audience of younger Slytherins who were too intimidated to leave. "Everything. Your height, your facial structure, your colouring, it's all determined before birth. No amount of personality, money, or effort can overcome genetic inferiority. But you're rich and pureblood, squeaked a second year. Doesn't that count for something?" Draco laughed bitterly. "Money is cope. Status is cope. Even magic is cope. Do you think Pansy Parkinson rejected me because of my bank account? No. She rejected me because my hunter eyes aren't pronounced enough and my chin lacks forward projection." The second year looked terrified. "I don't understand what any of that means." "It means we're all doomed," Draco said dramatically. "The 90-10th rule is absolute. 90% of women only want the top 10% of men. The rest of us are genetic dead ends." Word of Draco's new philosophy began spreading through the school like a particularly virulent strain of dragon pox. It started with curious Slytherins asking questions, then spread to students from other houses who'd heard rumours about Malfoy's bizarre new obsession. "Have you seen him with those calipers?" whispered a Ravenclaw girl to her friend. "He's been measuring other students' faces during meals." Someone said he told Marcus Flint that his maxillar recession explained why he's never had a girlfriend, replied her friend. Flint didn't even know what a maxilla was. The situation escalated when Draco decided to hold what he called educational sessions in empty classrooms. These quickly became known around school as Draco's Doom Lectures, and they attracted an increasingly dedicated following of confused and insecure teenage boys. "Gather round, gentlemen," Draco would say, standing in front of a makeshift presentation board covered in anatomical diagrams and statistical charts. "Today we're discussing the fundamental biological realities that govern human attraction." His audience typically consisted of about a dozen boys from various houses, most of whom looked like they'd rather be anywhere else but were morbidly curious about what Draco would say next. "Now, observe this diagram of ideal male facial structure," Draco continued, pointing to a drawing that looked suspiciously like a movie star. "Note the pronounced brow ridge, the sharp jawline, the perfect facial thirds ratio. This is what women are biologically programmed to find attractive. A nervous Hufflepuff raised his hand. But surely personality matters too. Draco's expression turned pitying. Have you been paying attention at all? Personality is what ugly men tell themselves matters. Studies show that women make attraction decisions within milliseconds of seeing a face. Your personality doesn't even register until after the genetic assessment is complete. What studies? Asked a skeptical Ravenclaw. Marvel studies, Draco replied confidently. The black pill community has done extensive research on this. They've proven that attraction is purely genetic and hierarchical. Women are hypergamous by nature, they only date up in the genetic hierarchy. The boys looked around at each other uncertainly. Half of them seemed genuinely worried about their own genetic prospects, while the other half appeared to be wondering how they'd ended up in what was essentially a support group for romantic pessimists. So what are we supposed to do? Asked a particularly dejected-looking Gryffindor. Just give up. Acceptance, Draco said solemnly. Accept your genetic limitations. Stop coping with false hopes. The sooner you acknowledge that you are not genetically gifted, the sooner you can stop wasting time on futile romantic pursuits. That's the most depressing thing I've ever heard, muttered someone from the back. Truth is often depressing, Draco replied. But it's liberating too. Once you accept that your romantic failures aren't your fault, they are simply genetic inevitability, you can stop blaming yourself. The meetings grew larger and more elaborate. Draco created a ranking system for the school's male population based on what he called objective genetic markers. He had categories like Chad, Normie, Incel, and something called Truesalt, which apparently was reserved for the most genetically unfortunate. Now, let's analyze some of our fellow students, Draco announced during one particularly well-attended session. Cedric Diggory, obviously, is a Chad. Perfect bone structure, ideal height, naturally attractive to females. He represents the top 2% of genetic quality. Several boys nodded glumly. Most of you, Draco continued, fall into the Normie category. Genetically average, capable of attracting equally average partners through significant effort and favorable circumstances. But this is increasingly rare due to female hypergamy. A Slytherin fourth year raised his hand. Where do you rank yourself, Draco? Draco's expression became pained. I'm what we call a failed Chad. Superior genetics ruined by minor but critical flaws. My canthal tilt is insufficient, my jaw lacks the proper angularity, and my frame is too narrow. I should be attractive, but genetic imperfections have relegated me to high-tier Normie status. That still sounds better than most of us, someone pointed out. It's worse, Draco said seriously. Failed Chads suffer the most because we can see what we almost were. We're genetically close enough to true attractiveness to understand what we're missing, but far enough away that we can never achieve it. The philosophical implications of this statement seem to depress everyone present. Vincent Crabbe, who had been attending these sessions mostly for the free biscuits Draco provided, finally spoke up. But what about personality? My mum always said I had a lovely personality. The room fell silent. Draco looked at Crabbe with something approaching sympathy. Vincent, he said gently, your mother loves you. Mothers are biologically programmed to find their offspring appealing regardless of objective attractiveness. It's an evolutionary adaptation that ensures child survival. So my personality isn't lovely. Your personality is irrelevant to romantic success. You're what we call a personality cell, someone who's been told that personality matters when it demonstrably doesn't. Crabbe looked crushed. But I'm really funny. Humor is only attractive when it comes from genetically superior men, Draco explained. When attractive men make jokes, women find them charming. When unattractive men make the same jokes, women find them annoying or creepy. That's not fair, protested a Hufflepuff. Life isn't fair, Draco replied. That's the fundamental black pill truth. Fairness is a social construct designed to make genetic inferiors feel better about their circumstances. The sessions continued for weeks, with Draco becoming increasingly elaborate in his presentations. He created detailed charts showing the genetic hierarchy of Hogwarts students, developed formulas for calculating looks matching up potential, and even attempted to correlate Quidditch performance with facial bone structure. Athletic ability is directly connected to genetic quality, he explained to his rapt audience. Good genes create good athletes, which is why Quidditch stars are also typically the most romantically successful students. But what about studying? Asked a bookish Ravenclaw. Intelligence has to count for something. Draco shook his head sadly. Intelligence without looks is worthless for romantic success. You'll become a successful wizard, earn lots of money, and eventually some woman will settle for you after she's finished having fun with genetically superior men. You'll be what we call a beta-bucks, a provider rather than a genuine romantic choice. The Ravenclaw looked horrified. That's awful. It's reality, Draco said. Women have two categories, men they're attracted to and men they settle for. The lucky few get genuine desire. The rest get transactional relationships based on resource provision. By this point, Draco's influence had spread beyond his formal meetings. Boys throughout the school had begun obsessing over their physical features, measuring themselves against impossible standards, and developing increasingly fatalistic attitudes about their romantic prospects. The breaking point came when a group of first years was found in the bathroom with measuring tapes, trying to determine their genetic rankings based on Draco's criteria. Professor McGonagall discovered them in tears, convinced they were doomed to romantic failure before they'd even reached puberty. What exactly is going on here? She demanded. We're subhumans, Professor, sobbed one 11-year-old. Draco Malfoy proved it with science. Our bone structure is inferior and no one will ever love us. But McGonagall's expression shifted from confusion to fury in record time. Where did you get these ideas? The Black Pill meetings, sniffled another first year. Draco says we're genetically inferior and should accept our fate as lonely outcasts. That evening, Draco was summoned to Professor Dumbledore's office, where he found the headmaster looking more tired than usual. Mr. Malfoy, Dumbledore began carefully, I understand you've been conducting some sort of educational outreach regarding human attraction. I've been sharing important scientific truths about genetic determinism in romantic selection, Draco replied proudly. The students deserve to know the reality of their situation. And this reality is that most of them are genetically inferior and will never experience genuine romantic love. They should accept this and stop coping with false hope. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Mr. Malfoy, do you truly believe that a person's worth is determined entirely by their physical appearance? Not their worth as a person, Draco clarified. Their worth as a romantic partner. These are different metrics entirely. I see. And you concluded that you yourself are romantically worthless. Draco's composure cracked slightly. I'm genetically flawed. My father's money and status can't overcome inferior bone structure. I'm destined to be rejected by women who are biologically programmed to seek superior genetic material. And this makes you feel liberated, Draco said, though his voice wavered. I no longer have to pretend that effort or personality or kindness matter. I can simply accept my genetic limitations and focus on other pursuits. Such as looks maxing, mostly. Optimizing my appearance within my genetic constraints. Though the improvements are marginal at best. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Malfoy, I'm going to ask you to discontinue these meetings. Why? Are you afraid of the truth? I'm concerned about first-year students crying in bathrooms because they believe they're genetically inferior. They are genetically inferior. I'm just helping them understand why. Mr. Malfoy, perhaps we should discuss your own recent experiences with rejection and how they might be influencing your current worldview. Draco's face flushed. This isn't about pansy. This is about scientific reality. Is it? Because from my perspective, it seems like a young man who experienced romantic disappointment has decided that the entire concept of attraction is hopeless rather than simply accepting that one particular person wasn't interested. It's not just Pansy, Draco said quietly. It's everyone. Do you know how many times I've been rejected this year? 17 times. 17 different girls, all for the same reason, insufficient genetic quality. Or perhaps, Dumbledore suggested gently, because you've become obsessed with measuring people's faces and explaining why they're biologically inferior. Draco paused, considering this. Are you saying my personality is the problem? I'm saying that telling someone their skull shape makes them romantically worthless is unlikely to endear you to them. But that's just being honest about genetic reality. Mr. Malfoy, do you enjoy being around people who constantly analyze your physical flaws and predict your romantic doom? Well, no. But that's because the truth is uncomfortable. Or because it's depressing, rude, and makes everyone around you feel terrible about themselves. Draco sat in silence for several minutes, clearly struggling with this concept. So you're saying I should lie to people about their genetic limitations? I'm saying perhaps you should consider that human attraction is more complex than skull measurements and that making everyone around you miserable isn't going to improve your own romantic prospects. But the science. Mr. Malfoy, that science you're referencing comes from Muggle internet forums populated by equally frustrated young men. It's not peer-reviewed research. Draco looked genuinely shocked. Are you saying the black pill isn't real? I'm saying that reality is considerably more nuanced than your current worldview suggests. But what about the 90-10 rule? What about genetic determinism? What about the fact that you spent the last month making yourself as unappealing as possible and then blaming your rejection on bone structure? This seemed to penetrate Draco's philosophical armor. He sat quietly for a moment, then asked, so what am I supposed to do now? Perhaps start by treating people like human beings rather than genetic specimens. See how that works out. And if it doesn't work, then you'll have learned something about yourself that has nothing to do with your canthal tilt. Draco left Dumbledore's office in a state of confusion. Everything he believed for the past month was being challenged, and he wasn't sure how to process it. But as he walked back to the Slytherin common room, he noticed something he hadn't seen in weeks. Other students weren't actively avoiding him. In fact, a few even nodded hello. Maybe, he thought reluctantly, there was something to this not being horrible to everyone approach. Though he still planned to check his jawline measurements one more time before bed. Just to be sure, safe space incident. It was a Tuesday morning when Hogwarts experienced what would later be referred to in hushed whispers as the Great Safe Space Violation of 1992. Harry was minding their own business, trying to finish their Transfiguration essay on the ethical implications of turning animals into furniture, when Hermione burst into the common room looking like she'd witnessed a war crime. Harry. Rummed. Emergency. Someone has violated the marginalized student's safe space, she shrieked, waving what appeared to be a handwritten manifesto above her head. The common room went dead silent. Even the fire seemed to stop crackling out of respect for the gravity of the situation. What happened? Harry asked, though they weren't entirely sure they wanted to know. Someone, Hermione said, her voice trembling with righteous fury, left a note in the safe space that said, and I quote, maybe some of you should try being normal for once. Rama dropped his copy of Wizarding While Muslim, A Guide to Navigating Magical Islamophobia, and gasped audibly. Subhanallah? That's literally violence. It's worse than violence, Hermione declared. It's attempted psychological genocide of our entire community. Harry blinked. It's, what now? Don't you understand the severity of this? Hermione demanded. The safe space was specifically designated as a refuge for students who don't conform to heteronormative, cisnormative, white supremacist magical standards. Someone infiltrated our sanctuary and left a message designed to invalidate our very existence. Where exactly is this safe space? Harry asked, realizing they'd somehow missed this development. The abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor, Ramad explained. We petitioned Dumbledore for a dedicated space where marginalized students could process their trauma without fear of further marginalization. And he agreed to that. Well, Hermione said, looking slightly embarrassed, Technically, he said we could use any available space for constructive dialogue, but we interpreted that as formal approval for a designated safe space. So you just claimed a random classroom. We didn't claim it, Harry. We liberated it from the oppressive educational industrial complex. Before Harry could ask what the hell an educational industrial complex was, Professor McGonagall appeared in the common room entrance looking like she'd aged 10 years since breakfast. Miss Granger, Mr. Alwaziri, Mr. Potter, she said in a tone that suggested she was barely holding on to her sanity, I need you to come with me immediately. There's been an incident. They followed McGonagall through the corridors, where they encountered a scene that could only be described as absolute chaos. Professor Snape was standing outside the third-floor classroom, looking like he wanted to hex everyone in sight, while Dumbledore paced back and forth muttering something about restorative justice circles. Yo, what the hell is all this about? Snape demanded as they approached. I got bitches coming up to me talking about some safe space bullshit, acting like somebody got murdered up in here. McGonagall winced visibly at his language, but as usual, nobody dared correct him. Professor Snape, Hermione said stiffly, someone violated our safe space with hate speech. This is a serious matter that requires immediate investigation and consequences for the perpetrator. Hold up, Snape said, raising his hands. You telling me you got the whole school in an uproar because somebody left you a mean note? It wasn't just a mean note. Rahmed protested. It was a targeted attack on our identities. Snape stared at him for a long moment. Brew, are you serious right now? You got me out here dealing with this kindergarten drama because your feelings got hurt. Professor Snape, McGonagall interjected quickly. Perhaps we could discuss this more diplomatically. Nah, fuck that, Snape replied. These kids need to hear some real talk. You can't be running around claiming random classrooms as your personal therapy centers and then getting all pressed when somebody tells you to act normal. That's victim blaming. Hermione shrieked. That's common sense. Snape shot back. You'll want to know what a real safe space is. It's your damn dormitory. It's your friend group. It's anywhere you make it by being confident in who you are, not by putting up signs telling everybody else how they got to act around you. Dumbledore, who had been observing this exchange with the expression of a man watching his life's work crumble, finally spoke up. Perhaps we should form a circle and discuss our feelings about this incident. Absolutely not, McGonagall said firmly. I think a sharing circle would be very beneficial, Hermione insisted. We need to process the trauma of this violation and work together to ensure it never happens again. What trauma? Snape demanded. Somebody wrote you a note. They didn't curse you, they didn't hex you, they didn't even call you names directly. They just suggested you try being normal. The violence of that suggestion, Hermione began. Girl, shut the hell up with that violence shit, Snape interrupted. You keep using that word like it means something. Violence is when somebody punches you in the face. Violence is when somebody curses your ass. Violence is not when somebody hurts your feelings with a piece of paper. Language, Professor Snape. McGonagall said sharply. My bad, Professor. Violence is when somebody punches you in the face, not when somebody hurts your delicate-ass feelings with a piece of paper. Harry, who had been watching this exchange with growing fascination, finally spoke up. Can I see the note? Hermione clutched the paper to her chest protectively. Harry, reading it again would be re-traumatizing for all of us. I think I can handle it. Reluctantly, Hermione handed over the note. Harry read it, then read it again, then looked up at the assembled group. This just says that maybe some of you should try being normal for once. That's it. That's it. Rahmed repeated incredulously. Harry, that's a direct attack on our identities as marginalized individuals. It's 7 words on a piece of parchment. 7 words that invalidate our entire existence. How do 7 words invalidate your existence? Because, Hermione said, her voice rising to lecture pitch, the concept of normal is a social construct designed to marginalize anyone who doesn't conform to dominant cultural paradigms. By suggesting we should be a normal, this person is engaging in psychological violence against our authentic selves. Harry stared at her. Hermione, do you listen to yourself when you talk? What's that supposed to mean? I mean, you just used the phrase psychological violence to describe a note that told you to try being normal. Don't you think that's maybe a tiny bit of an overreaction? The corridor went silent except for the sound of Snape trying not to laugh. Harry, Hermione said slowly, I cannot believe you're minimizing our trauma right now. What trauma? You found a mildly rude note. It's not about the note, Harry. It's about what the note represents. It's about the systematic oppression that forces marginalized individuals to hide their authentic selves. Or, Snape interjected, it's about some kid getting tired of listening to your complain all the time and writing you a note telling you to chill the fuck out. Professor Snape. McGonagall snapped. Professor McGonagall, with all due respect, these kids are acting like somebody declared war on them because they got trolled. Back in my day, we handled this shit by either ignoring it or finding whoever wrote it and hexing their ass. We can't resolve conflict through violence. Hermione protested. But you can resolve it by claiming random classrooms and demanding the whole school investigate your hurt feelings. That's completely different. Time. Because we the victims here. Victims of what? Bad handwriting. Harry could see this was going nowhere fast. Look, can we just figure out who wrote the note and ask them not to do it again? It's not that simple, Harry, Ramad said seriously. This incident has revealed a deep undercurrent of intolerance within the Hogwarts community. We need systematic change, not just individual accountability. What kind of systematic change? McGonagall asked, sounding like she already regretted asking. Hermione pulled out what appeared to be a pre-prepared list. First, mandatory sensitivity training for all students and staff. Second, official recognition of our safe space with formal protections. Third, a bias incident reporting system with serious consequences for perpetrators. Fourth, diversity and inclusion requirements for all classes. Fifth. Hold up, Snape interrupted. You had this list already written? Well, yes, we've been preparing for potential incidents like this. So you were waiting for somebody to give you an excuse to demand all this shit? Hermione looked indignant. We were being proactive about creating a more inclusive environment. Nah, you were looking for a reason to make everybody else's life more complicated. That's a very cynical interpretation. That's the correct interpretation, because I know your type. You create problems so you can solve them and feel important. My type. Hermione's voice went dangerously high. What exactly is my type, Professor? Snape grinned, and Harry suddenly realized they were about to witness something spectacular. Your type is the kind of person who thinks the world revolves around your feelings, who turns every minor inconvenience into a social justice crusade, and who can't go 5 minutes without reminding everybody how oppressed you are. The silence that followed was so complete that Harry could hear their own heartbeat. That, Hermione said slowly, is the most offensive thing anyone has ever said to me. Good, Snape replied. Maybe now you'll understand what actual offensive shit sounds like instead of getting triggered by random notes. I'm reporting this conversation to the Board of Governors. Go ahead. Tell them a black professor told you to stop being so down sensitive. I'm sure that'll go over real well. And that's when Harry realized the true genius of Professor Snape's position. He could say literally anything, no matter how politically incorrect, and nobody could call him out on it without looking racist. It was like having a permanent get-out-of-jail-free card for social interactions. Dumbledore, who had been watching this exchange with the expression of a man watching his career implode in real time, finally stepped forward. Perhaps, he said carefully, we could find a compromise that addresses everyone's concerns while maintaining the educational environment we all value. What kind of compromise? McGonagall asked suspiciously. Well, I was thinking we could, that is to say, maybe we should possibly consider forming a committee to study the issue. Everyone stared at him. A committee, Harry repeated flatly. Yes. A diverse, inclusive committee with representatives from all affected parties. We could call it the Hogwarts Harmony and Understanding Committee. No, McGonagall said immediately. The Inter-Student Relations Advisory Board. Absolutely not. The Safe Space Security Task Force. Albus, no. But Hermione's eyes had lit up like Christmas morning. Actually, Professor Dumbledore, I think a committee is an excellent idea. We could meet weekly to discuss incidents, develop policies, and ensure that Hogwarts becomes a truly inclusive environment. Over my dead body, Snape muttered. Professor Snape, as a faculty member, you'd be required to participate, Dumbledore said hopefully. Like hell I would. It would be mandatory for all department heads. Snape's face went through several interesting color changes. You're telling me I got to sit in meetings listening to these kids complain about their feelings? It would be educational for everyone involved. Professor Dumbledore, I will quit before I sit through one meeting about safe spaces and hurt feelings. Now, Severus, let's not be hasty. I'm dead serious. You make me join this committee, and I'm walking out that door and never coming back. Harry watched this exchange with growing amusement. They'd never seen Professor Snape look genuinely panicked before. But think of the children. Hermione protested. Think of all the marginalized students who need your support. I support them by teaching them potions, not by listening to them whine about their problems. That's exactly the kind of attitude that necessitates sensitivity training. And that's exactly the kind of bullshit that makes me want to transfer to Durmstrang. Professor Snape, McGonagall said sharply. You cannot threaten to quit every time students request accommodations. What's me? And with that, Professor Snape turned on his heel and stalked away, leaving behind a group of people who looked like they'd just witnessed a natural disaster. Well, Dumbledore said after a long pause, that could have gone better. This is exactly why we need systematic change, Hermione said triumphantly. Professor Snape's reaction proves that unconscious bias is rampant among the faculty. Or, Harry said quietly, it proves that maybe, just maybe, you're taking this whole thing a bit too seriously. Hermione turned to stare at them. Harry Potter, I cannot believe you're siding with the oppressors right now. I'm not siding with anyone. I'm just saying that maybe turning a stupid note into a federal case isn't the best use of everyone's time. A federal case? Harry, this is about basic human dignity. It's about 7 words on a piece of paper. Those 7 words represent. Oh my God, Hermione, shut up. Harry exploded. Just you shut up for 5 seconds and listen to yourself. You found a note that said, try being normal, and you're acting like someone declared war on you. You demanded investigations and committees and sensitivity training because someone suggested you tone it down a little. Do you not see how completely insane that is? The corridor went silent again. Even Rumard looked shocked. Harry, Hermione said in a small voice, I thought you understood what it was like to be different. I do understand what it's like to be different, Harry replied. But I also understand the difference between actual discrimination and someone telling you your behavior is annoying. So you think we're annoying? Harry looked at their friend, really looked at her, and saw someone who had become so wrapped up in being a victim that she couldn't see how exhausting she'd become for everyone around her. Hermione, they said gently, I think you've forgotten how to exist without being oppressed by something. And with that, Harry turned and walked away, leaving behind a group of people who suddenly had a lot to think about. The safe space incident, as it came to be known, was never officially resolved. No committee was formed, no policies were changed, and no one was ever punished for writing the note. Life at Hogwarts continued much as it had before, except that the abandoned third-floor classroom remained abandoned, and Hermione started keeping her social justice lectures to under 10 minutes. As for Professor Snape, he never did join any committees, but he did start ending his classes with what he called real talk sessions, where he dispensed life advice that was equal parts offensive and surprisingly effective. Listen up, kids, he would say, the world don't owe you shit. Nobody's gonna accommodate your feelings, nobody's gonna create safe spaces for you, and nobody's gonna care about your trauma unless you make them care by being excellent at something that matters. So stop worrying about what other people think about you and start worrying about whether you're the kind of person worth thinking about. It wasn't exactly the message Dumbledore had hoped for, but somehow it seemed to work. Discovering the mystery. It was a particularly dreary Tuesday morning when Harry first noticed something was amiss at Hogwarts. They were sitting in the Great Hall, picking at their breakfast while trying to ignore the way some Hufflepuff first years kept staring and whispering about their appearance. Honestly, you'd think these kids had never seen someone questioning their gender identity before. Pass the marmalade, would you? Harry asked Ramad, who was currently facing east and muttering his morning prayers over his halal breakfast selection that the house elves had specially prepared. The Al-Waziri family had been very specific about dietary requirements. One moment, Habibi, Ramad replied, finishing his prayer with a flourish. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. His voice echoed through the great hall, causing several students to drop their forks and stare nervously. A few Slytherins at the far table started whispering among themselves. Ramad, Harry whispered urgently, maybe you could pray a bit more quietly. People are starting to. Allahu Akbar. Ramad shouted even louder, apparently not hearing Harry's concern. Sorry, my friend, but Allah commands us to proclaim his greatness. The Cuffer can deal with it. Hermione looked up from her copy of Dismantling the Wizarding Patriarchy, a comprehensive guide, and rolled her eyes. Honestly, Ramad, you're making everyone uncomfortable. Not that I care about their comfort. Mind you, the patriarchal structure of this school is far more offensive than your religious expression. Did you know that Hogwarts was founded by 4 wizards, 3 of whom were men? Classic patriarchal power structure designed to oppress women and non-binary individuals. Actually, Hermione, Harry said carefully, one of the founders was Helga Hufflepuff, who was a woman. Don't mansplain to me. Hermione snapped, then caught herself. Oh wait, sorry Harry. I mean, don't be person-splained to me. We really need better gender-neutral terms for calling out oppressive behavior. Anyway, 1 woman out of 4 founders is still a 3-to-1 ratio favoring the patriarchy. It's statistically significant evidence of systemic oppression. Harry was about to respond when they noticed something odd. Professor Flitwick was walking unusually quickly past their table, his tiny legs working overtime as he hurried toward the staff table. More interesting was the fact that he kept glancing nervously at the 3rd-floor corridor entrance. Did you see that? Harry asked, nudging Ramad, who was now unwrapping what appeared to be a prayer rug. See what, Archie? I must prepare for my next prayer. The Prophet, peace be upon him, commands us to pray 5 times daily, and I will not let the Western decadence of this school interfere with my religious duties. Ramad, several students shouted from the Ravenclaw table. Could you please keep it down? The truth cannot be silenced. Ramad declared, standing up and gesturing dramatically. Islam is the one true faith, and I will proclaim it from the rooftops. Allahu Akbar. Professor McGonagall hurried over, looking frazzled. Mr. Al-Waziri, while we absolutely respect your religious expression and would never dream of interfering with your faith, heaven knows we've had enough sensitivity training about that. Perhaps you could practice your devotions in a slightly less vocal manner. Are you discriminating against my religion, Professor? Ramad asked, his eyes narrowing. Because I know my rights as a Muslim student in this institution. Oh no, no, no. McGonagall said quickly, looking panicked. We would never. Your religious freedom is paramount. I was just suggesting. The patriarchal authority structure strikes again, Hermione announced loudly, slamming her book down. A white woman professor trying to silence a Muslim student's religious expression. This is exactly the kind of intersectional oppression I was reading about. Miss Granger, I assure you that's not. Don't try to gaslight me, Professor. I know oppression when I see it. You're probably upset because Ramad's prayers are disrupting the male-dominated power structure of this breakfast ritual. Did you know that in many cultures, communal eating is used as a tool of patriarchal control. McGonagall looked like she was developing a migraine. I need to speak with Professor Dumbledore about this. She hurried away, muttering something about conflict resolution workshops and cultural sensitivity seminars. Harry watched this exchange with growing fascination, but their attention was drawn back to Professor Flitwick, who was now whispering urgently to Professor Sprout. Both teachers kept glancing toward the third floor. "Guys," Harry said, trying to redirect their friend's attention. "Something's definitely going on. Look at how nervous the teachers are." Hermione followed Harry's gaze and immediately switched into analytical mode. "You're right. This is clearly another manifestation of the school's patriarchal hierarchy keeping secrets from the students. They probably don't trust us because we represent a threat to their established power structure." Or, Ramad suggested, pausing in his rug-rolling, it could be a test from Allah. The Quran teaches us that trials come to those who believe. Perhaps this is our jihad, our struggle to uncover the truth. "Please don't say jihad so loudly," Harry whispered, noticing how several students had gone pale. "People don't understand. I will not be silenced by Islamophobia," Ramad declared. "This is exactly the kind of oppression that Muslims face daily." Allahu Akbar. A first-year Hufflepuff actually fell off his bench. Okay, Harry said quickly, let's just focus on figuring out what's happening. Maybe we should investigate the third floor. Absolutely not, Hermione said firmly. Any investigation we conduct must be done through proper channels that don't reinforce the patriarchal power structure. We should form a committee with equal gender representation. But there are only 3 of us, Harry pointed out. Then we need to recruit more members to ensure adequate representation across all marginalized identities. We'll need someone who represents the LGBTQ+ community. That's you, Harry said. Someone who represents religious minorities. That's Ramad. Someone who represents gender minorities. That's me. And someone who represents racial minorities. We should ask Professor Snape, Ramad suggested. He could represent the African diaspora perspective. Professor Snape? Harry asked, surprised. You want to ask Professor Snape to help us investigate a mystery? Why not? He may use politically incorrect language, but his marginalized identity gives him unique insights into the oppressive structures of this institution. I don't think Professor Snape would describe himself as marginalized, Harry said carefully. That's internalized oppression, Hermione explained. Many people from marginalized communities don't recognize their own oppression because they've been conditioned by the dominant power structure. It's actually quite sad. Look, Harry said, trying to get them back on track, whatever's happening on the 3rd floor, it's got all the teachers worried. Don't you think we should at least try to find out what it is? Only if we approach it through an anti-oppression framework, Hermione insisted. Any investigation must be conducted with full awareness of how power structures operate to exclude marginalized voices. Inshallah, we will uncover the truth. Ramad added enthusiastically. Allah guides those who seek justice. Allahu Akbar. This time, a group of Slytherin 70ers actually got up and left the Great Hall entirely. Ramad, Harry said desperately, maybe you could express your faith a little more quietly. You're making people nervous. The truth makes people uncomfortable, Ramad replied sagely. That is why the Prophet, peace be upon him, faced such persecution. If my worship makes the Kuffar uncomfortable, then I am clearly doing something right. They're not uncomfortable because of your faith, Harry tried to explain. They're uncomfortable because you keep shouting. Victim blaming. Hermione interrupted. You're literally engaging in victim blaming right now, Harry. Ramad is being oppressed by the Islamophobic atmosphere of this school, and instead of supporting him, you're asking him to modify his behavior to accommodate his oppressors. And not. This is exactly how the patriarchy maintains control, Hermione continued, warming to her theme. They convince marginalized people that they're the problem, that they need to change their behavior to fit into oppressive systems. It's disgusting. Harry rubbed their temples, feeling a headache coming on. Okay, fine. Can we at least agree that something suspicious is happening on the 3rd floor? Suspicious to whom? Hermione asked. We need to interrogate the very concept of suspicious behavior. Who defines what's suspicious? Usually, it's the dominant power structure labeling anything that threatens their authority as suspicious. The teachers are literally running around looking panicked, Harry pointed out. Because they're losing control of the narrative, Hermione replied. The patriarchal authority structure is crumbling, and they're afraid. Or, Ramad suggested, there's actually something dangerous up there. In which case, we have a religious duty to investigate. The Quran commands us to seek knowledge, even if it takes us to China. I don't think the Quran was talking about investigating potentially dangerous magical objects, Harry said. All knowledge is sacred, Ramad replied solemnly. And if there's danger, then it's our jihad to face it. There's that word again, Harry muttered. Are you discriminating against my religious vocabulary? Ramad asked, his voice rising. No. I just think maybe we could use different words that don't make people think of. Think of what? Ramad's eyes narrowed. Are you suggesting that my religion is associated with violence? Because that's exactly the kind of Islamophobic stereotyping that I've been dealing with all my life. Ramad, I didn't mean. This is what I'm talking about. Hermione exclaimed. The way marginalized people are constantly forced to police their own language to make privileged people comfortable. It's emotional labor, and it's exhausting. I'm not, Harry started to shout, then caught themselves. I'm not trying to police anyone's language. I'm just trying to figure out what's happening on the 3rd floor without drawing unwanted attention to ourselves. Unwanted by whom? Hermione asked. The patriarchal authority structure that wants to keep us ignorant and compliant. Allahu Akbar. Ramad shouted suddenly, apparently having a religious moment. Allah will guide us to the truth. Several Ravenclaw students at the next table packed up their books and left. Okay, Harry said, taking a deep breath. Let's just go to class and think about this more later. You're right, Hermione agreed. We need to develop a comprehensive strategy that addresses all aspects of the oppressive system we're challenging. I'll start by researching the historical context of secrecy in educational institutions and how it's been used as a tool of patriarchal control. And I'll consult the Quran for guidance, Ramad added. There are many verses about seeking truth and fighting oppression. Inshallah, Allah will show us the way. Great, Harry said weakly. That sounds thorough. As they left the Great Hall, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that their investigation was going to be far more complicated than it needed to be. Between Hermione's determination to analyze everything through the lens of oppression and Ramad's increasingly vocal religious expression, they were going to attract more attention than a howler in a library. But something was definitely happening on the 3rd floor, and despite their friends' unique approaches to problem solving, Harry was determined to figure out what it was. After all, they had a feeling that whatever was hidden up there was connected to their family's history, and possibly to the mysterious circumstances surrounding their parents' death. The gender-critical stone, whatever it was calling to them. And Harry Potter, regardless of their gender identity, their Muslim best friend's prayer schedule, all their other friends' feminist analysis of everything, was going to find out what it was. Even if it killed them. Which, given the way things were going, seemed like a distinct possibility. Learning about Voldemort. Harry sat in the dimly lit corner of the library, surrounded by dusty tomes and feeling the weight of discovery. Hermione had just finished explaining what she'd found in Problematic Wizards and Where to Cancel Them, a comprehensive guide to historical toxicity in the magical community. So you're telling me, Harry said slowly, adjusting their rainbow-striped scarf, that Voldemort didn't just kill my parents because they opposed him politically? Oh no, it's so much worse than that, Hermione said, her eyes blazing with the fire of someone who'd just discovered the ultimate injustice. According to this text, your parents were killed because they wrote a strongly worded letter to the Daily Prophet supporting inclusive pronouns in magical legislation. Rahmat al-Waziri looked up from his afternoon prayers, still wearing his ornate turban that had somehow gotten even more elaborate since breakfast. Wally, Sister Hermione, you mean to tell me this Voldemort guy was triggered by grammar? Not just grammar, Rahmat. Hermione slammed the book down so hard that Madam Pince shushed her from 3 aisles away. Your parents, Harry, were the first wizards to publicly use they either me pronouns in a formal magical document. They literally died for inclusive language. Harry felt their world spinning. But that's so random. I mean, of all the hills to die on. It gets worse, Hermione continued, flipping through pages frantically. Voldemort's manifesto, yes, he wrote a manifesto, because of course he did, explicitly states that he targeted your family because your father once said toxic masculinity in a Wizengamot meeting and your mother started a support group for the witches against the patriarchy. Seriously? Harry's voice cracked. My parents were killed by the world's first magical incel. Rahmat finished his prayers and turned to face them, stroking his increasingly suspicious-looking beard. Archie Harry, this explains everything. In my research for the school purposes, I discovered that Voldemort's Death Eater recruitment pamphlets literally say no simps, no cucks, pureblood alphas only. Hermione gasped so dramatically that several portraits on the walls turned to stare. That's exactly the kind of toxic masculinity that the patriarchal system uses to. Right, Harry interrupted, having heard this lecture approximately 47 times since September. But what does this mean for me? For us? It means, Hermione said, standing up and beginning to pace in that way that meant she was about to launch into a full academic presentation, that you're not just Harry Potter, the boy who lived. You're Harry Potter, the non-binary icon who survived the ultimate hate crime. So Penala, Rahmat muttered, pulling out what appeared to be a prayer rug from his school bag. Brother Harry, you're basically the chosen one of social justice. Voldemort represents everything harem about the old magical order, toxic masculinity, binary thinking, probably doesn't even recycle his potion bottles. Harry stared at their friends. So you telling me that the most evil wizard in history is basically a Reddit moderator with a wand? Worse. Hermione exclaimed, her bushy hair seeming to expand with righteous indignation. He's a straight, white, cisgender male who's never examined his privilege. According to this biographical section, he's never once acknowledged his advantage in magical society, never used his platform to lift up marginalized voices, and, get this, he dead names people as a form of torture. That's horrible, Harry whispered, though part of them wondered if there might be other, more traditionally evil things that Voldemort did. Rahmat suddenly looked up from where he'd been quietly praying. Wallahi, I just realized something. If Voldemort is everything problematic about traditional magical society, and Harry represents progressive values. Yes? Hermione prompted eagerly. Then Harry defeating Voldemort as a baby was literally the first act of resistance against the patriarchal magical establishment. Rahmat's eyes shone with the fervor of someone who'd just connected all the dots. Allahu Akbar, we're part of a revolutionary movement. Exactly. Hermione practically shouted, causing Madam Pince to come storming over with a look that could have petrified a basilisk. Miss Granger, if you cannot maintain appropriate library volumes, you'll need to. I'm sorry, Madam Pince, Hermione interrupted, but we've just discovered that Harry's entire existence is an act of rebellion against centuries of oppressive magical hierarchies, and frankly, I think that deserves some emotional expression. Madam Pince blinked several times, clearly trying to process this statement. I see. Well, perhaps you could express your revolutionary fervor more quietly. After she left, Harry slumped back in their chair. This is insane. So Voldemort isn't just evil because he kills people and wants to take over the world. Oh, he probably does those things too, Hermione said dismissively, but the real evil is his complete refusal to examine his privilege or engage in any meaningful self-reflection about his role in perpetuating systemic oppression. Also, Rahmat added, according to this other book I found, he's never once acknowledged the contributions of non-European magical traditions. Classic cultural appropriation behavior. Harry rubbed their temples, feeling a headache coming on. So let me get this straight. Voldemort killed my parents because they supported inclusive pronouns. He represents toxic masculinity and privilege, and defeating him is basically, what, a social justice victory. You're getting it. Hermione beamed. And the beautiful thing is, Harry, your very existence challenges everything he stands for. You're transgender, you're fighting against traditional gender roles, you're friends with someone from a different religious background, she gestured at Ramad, and you're allied with someone who's actively dismantling patriarchal structures. She pointed proudly at herself. This is heavy, Harry muttered. I thought I was just trying to stop a dark wizard. Now I'm apparently the chosen one of wokeness. Bismillah, brother, it's not just about being woke, Ramad said seriously. It's about justice. True justice. Voldemort represents everything that's wrong with systems of power, the way they exclude, the way they harm, the way they refuse to change. And, Hermione added, pulling out yet another book, according to Decolonizing Defense Against the Dark Arts, a intersectional approach, traditional methods of fighting dark wizards have always relied on masculine, aggressive approaches. But you, Harry, you survived as a baby not through violence, but through your mother's love, which was, fundamentally, an act of radical resistance against a system that devalues feminine power. Harry stared at her. Hermione, you do realize you just made my mother's love sound like a political statement. All love is political under systems of oppression. Hermione declared triumphantly. Ramad nodded sagely. In Islam, we say that to save one life is to save all of humanity. Your mother's sacrifice wasn't just about you, Harry, it was about preserving the possibility of a more just world. Great, Harry said weakly. So no pressure then. The weight of liberation is always heavy, Archie, Ramad said solemnly. But consider this, every time you correct someone's pronouns, every time you challenge assumptions, every time you exist authentically in a world that tells you not to, you'll continue in your parents' work. Plus, Hermione added excitedly, think about our friend group. We like the perfect intersectional alliance, you're challenging gender norms, Ramad is representing religious diversity, and I'm fighting patriarchal structures. We're basically a walking, talking representation of everything Voldemort fears. So our friendship is an act of war against fascism? Harry asked. Exactly, both friends replied in unison. Harry looked around the library, taking in the ancient books, the whispering students, the portraits of long-dead wizards watching them with various expressions of confusion and mild alarm. You know what the weird part is? This actually makes sense. Like, in a completely insane way, it makes sense. That's because truth has a way of revealing itself, Ramad said wisely, then added, also, I'm pretty sure Voldemort's probably never even read a single book by a female author. Oh my God, you're right. Hermione gasped. I bet his entire worldview is based on the magical equivalent of Jordan Peterson. Who's Jordan Peterson? Harry asked. A muggle who thinks cleaning your room will solve systemic oppression, Hermione explained dismissively. The point is, Voldemort's probably never engaged with any perspective that challenges his preconceived notions. So he's basically every guy in our defense against the dark arts class who interrupts Professor Quirrell to explain why the textbook is wrong, Harry said. Exactly. But with murder. Hermione exclaimed cheerfully. They sat in contemplative silence for a moment, the weight of revelation settling over them like a particularly heavy and politically conscious blanket. Finally, Harry spoke. So what do we do with this information? I mean, knowing that Voldemort is essentially the final boss of toxic masculinity doesn't really change the fact that he's trying to steal the gender-critical stone. Wait, Ramad said suddenly. The what stone? The gender-critical stone, Harry repeated. You know, the thing that's hidden in the skull. The thing that grants eternal life and infinite wealth. Hermione and Ramad exchanged glances. Harry, Hermione said carefully, are you sure it's called the gender-critical stone? Of course. That's what everyone's been calling it. Brother, Ramad said gently, I think there might have been some miscommunication. We've been calling it the philosopher's stone. Harry blinked. But that doesn't make sense. Why would it be called the philosopher's stone if it's about weight? They paused, thinking. Oh no. Oh no. Have I been mishearing this entire time? It's possible, Hermione said diplomatically. So it's not a magical artifact that validates gender identity? Probably not, Ramad confirmed. Harry slumped forward, putting their head in their hands. I've been thinking this whole mystery was about protecting trans rights, and it's actually just about some old alchemy thing. Well, Hermione said brightly, it can be about both. That's the beauty of intersectional analysis. Everything is connected to everything else. Besides, Ramad added, just because it's not literally called the gender-critical stone doesn't mean our fight against Voldemort isn't still fundamentally about challenging oppressive systems. Harry looked up at their friends, Ramad with his elaborate turban slightly askew from his afternoon prayers, Hermione with her arms full of books about decolonizing education and dismantling patriarchal structures, both of them looking at Harry with the kind of earnest support that made their chest feel warm and tight. You know what? Harry said finally. You're right. It doesn't matter what the stone is called. What matters is that we're not going to let some toxic masculinity final boss steal it and use it to make the world even worse than it already is. Now you're talking. Hermione grinned. Allahu Akbar. Ramad cheered, then looked around nervously as several students turned to stare. Sorry, that was. I get excited about justice. We all do, Harry said, standing up and feeling something like determination settle in their bones. All right then. We know who we're up against, we know what he represents, and we know that stopping him is bigger than just saving the score. It's about saving the possibility of a more inclusive magical future, Hermione agreed solemnly. It's about protecting the right of all people to exist authentically, Ramad added. It's about making sure that toxic masculinity doesn't literally take over the world, Harry concluded. They stood there for a moment, three unlikely friends united by their shared commitment to justice, acceptance, and the radical notion that everyone deserved to be treated with dignity and respect. So, Harry said finally, who wants to help me stop the magical equivalent of an insult from achieving immortality? I thought you'd never ask, Hermione grinned. Bismillah, let's do this, Ramad said, rolling up his prayer rug with the air of someone preparing for battle. And as they left the library together, Harry couldn't help but think that maybe, just maybe, their parents would be proud of the fact that their child was about to fight the forces of oppression with the power of friendship, acceptance, and a really solid understanding of intersectional theory. Even if they had been completely wrong about what the stone was called. The turban incident. Defense against the dark arts had quickly become Harry's least favourite class, though not for the reasons they'd expected. It wasn't that Professor Quirrell was particularly strict or that the subject matter was too difficult, it was that the man seemed to be having some sort of ongoing identity crisis that made everyone in the classroom deeply uncomfortable. Tea today, class, Quirrell stammered, adjusting his purple turban for what had to be the 15th time in 10 minutes. We will be learning about the importance of multiple perspectives in magical defense. Harry exchanged glances with Hermione, who was sitting next to them furiously taking notes despite the fact that Quirrell had barely said anything coherent yet. On Harry's other side, Ramad was trying to look attentive while clearly thinking about something else entirely, probably his upcoming prayer time, if Harry had to guess. Now, Quirrell continued, wrapping his arms around himself in what appeared to be an anxious self-hug. When facing dark magic, one must consider not just the obvious threat, but also the hidden dangers that might be lurking behind what we can see. Professor, Hermione raised her hand immediately. Are you referring to the systematic way that patriarchal magic has historically marginalized non-binary magical practices? Quirrell blinked rapidly, his turban shifting slightly. That is, well, yes, Miss Granger, that's certainly one way to interpret the lesson. Because, Hermione continued, not waiting for permission to speak, I've been reading about how traditional defensive magic was developed almost exclusively by cisgender male wizards, which means it's inherently biased toward their perspective of what constitutes a threat. Hermione, Harry whispered, maybe we should let Professor Quirrell actually teach. But don't you see? Hermione turned to face Harry with the intensity of someone who had just discovered fire. This is exactly the kind of systemic oppression we need to be discussing. The entire dark arts curriculum has been designed to reinforce existing power structures. Professor Quirrell was now adjusting his turban so frantically that it was starting to come loose. Miss Granger, perhaps we could focus on the practical applications of defensive magic rather than the theoretical implications of theoretical. Hermione stood up so quickly that her chair scraped against the floor. Professor, with all due respect, there's nothing theoretical about the way marginalized communities have been systematically excluded from magical education for centuries. Sister Hermione speaks truth, Ramad said solemnly, finally joining the conversation. In my study of Islamic magical traditions, I have learned that many powerful defensive techniques were dismissed by European wizards simply because they came from non-Western cultures. Exactly. Hermione pointed at Ramad triumphantly. This is why we need to deconstruct the entire foundation of magical defense theory. Harry watched in fascination as Professor Quirrell's face cycled through several different expressions: confusion, panic, resignation, and what might have been existential dread. His turban was now so loose that it was sliding down over his forehead. Perhaps, Quirrell said weakly, we could simply practice some basic defensive spells. Basic defensive spells? Hermione looked genuinely offended. Professor, how can we learn to defend ourselves if we don't understand the underlying power dynamics that created the need for defense in the first place? I mean, Harry said, trying to be helpful, maybe we could learn the spells and talk about the power dynamics. But that's just perpetuating the same system. Hermione protested. Would be learning techniques developed by oppressors to protect oppressors from other oppressors. Sister Hermione, Ramad said gently, while I appreciate your passion for justice, surely there is value in learning practical skills while we work to change the system. Don't you, Sister Hermione, me? Hermione snapped. And I can't believe you're taking their side on this. As a Muslim wizard, you should understand better than anyone how the magical establishment has marginalized. I understand perfectly well, Ramad interrupted, his voice taking on an edge. But I also understand that knowledge is knowledge, regardless of its source. The Prophet, peace be upon him, taught us to seek knowledge even unto China. Are you seriously quoting religious texts at me right now? Hermione's voice was rising. This is exactly the kind of patriarchal authority that... Enough! Everyone in the classroom froze. The shout had come from Professor Quirrell, but it had been delivered in a voice that was completely different from his usual nervous stammer. This voice was confident, commanding, and somehow much more emasculine. But even more shocking than the voice was what happened next. Quirrell's frantic adjusting of his turban had finally gone too far, and the entire purple mess came unwrapping, falling to the floor in a pile of silk and leaving the professor standing there with his head completely exposed. Except it wasn't just his head. There, on the back of Professor Quirrell's skull, was what appeared to be a second face. It was pale, with glowing red eyes, and it looked absolutely furious about being exposed. The entire classroom sat in stunned silence for approximately 3 seconds before chaos erupted. What the actual F? Hermione started to shout. Allahu Akbar! Ramad yelled, diving under his desk. What the hell is that? Harry screamed, pointing at the extra face. The second face opened its mouth as if to speak, but Professor Quirrell quickly slapped both hands over the back of his head, spinning around to face the class with an expression of pure panic. It's just an innovative teaching aid, he stammered, his usual nervous voice back in full force. For demonstrating multiple perspectives. Very, very cutting-edge pedagogical technique. That thing has eyes. Hermione shrieked. Eyes that move. It's very realistic. Quirrell said desperately. Top-of-the-line educational materials. Very expensive. Imported from Germany. Professor, Harry said, their voice shaking, that face just tried to talk. Advanced voice projection charms. Quirrell said quickly. Very sophisticated magic. I spent all summer learning how to operate it properly. It looked at me, Ramad said from under his desk. It looked directly at me with hate in its eyes. That's just the realistic design. Quirrell was now backing toward the door, still covering the back of his head with both hands. Very immersive learning experience. I should probably put it away now. Class dismissed. Class dismissed. Hermione stood up, her hair practically standing on end with indignation. Professor, you just showed us what appears to be a second living face attached to your skull, and you think you can just dismiss us? It's not attached. Quirrell protested. It's just very well secured. Professional grade adhesive charms. Then take it off, Harry said, standing up as well. If it's just a teaching aid, show us how it works. That is, the removal process is very delicate, Quirrell said, continuing to back away. Requires special solvents. Very dangerous to attempt without proper safety equipment. Professor, Ramad said, finally emerging from under his desk with all due respect that looked like a real face. A real, living, very angry face. It's just good craftsmanship. Quirrell insisted. European artisans are very skilled at lifelike representations. European artisans, Hermione repeated slowly. Are you seriously trying to tell us that someone in Germany makes fake faces that look that realistic? Germans are very thorough, Quirrell said weakly. Professor, Harry said, taking a step forward, why don't you just turn around and let us see the back of your head clearly? I can't. Quirrell said quickly. That the teaching aid is very sensitive to light. Too much exposure could damage the realistic features. Then why did you wear it to class? Hermione demanded. I forgot it was there. Quirrell suggested hopefully. You forgot you had a second face on the back of your head? Ramad asked incredulously. It's very lightweight. Quirrell insisted. Superior German engineering. Barely noticeable when properly secured. By this point, other students had started to notice the commotion. Draco Malfoy appeared in the doorway, took one look at the scene, and immediately began smirking. Oh, this is rich, he said, sauntering into the room. What's got everyone so worked up? Let me guess, Granger's having another feminist meltdown. Draco, Harry said sharply, this isn't about. Actually, Hermione interrupted, this is exactly about patriarchal power structures. Professor Quirrell is clearly hiding something significant from us, and when questioned about it, he's retreating into vague authority claims rather than engaging with our legitimate concerns. What's he hiding? Draco asked, looking interested for the first time. There was a face, Ramad said seriously. On the back of his head. It looked evil. Draco's smirk faltered slightly. A face. He claims it's a teaching aid, Harry explained. But it moved. And it looked angry. Fannick tried to speak, Hermione added. In a completely different voice. Draco looked at Professor Quirrell, who was now pressed against the wall near the door, still covering the back of his head with both hands. Professor? Is this true? It's just educational materials, Quirrell said desperately. Nothing to concern yourselves with. Then show us, Draco said, his voice taking on a challenging edge. If it's just a teaching aid, what's the problem? The problem, Quirrell said, his voice getting higher, is that students shouldn't be questioning their professor's methodology. You should be trusting my expertise and focusing on your studies. Oh, so now it's about trust. Hermione's voice was getting dangerous. Because a minute ago you were trying to tell us it was about light sensitivity. It's about respect. Quirrell snapped. Students in my day knew how to show proper respect for their teachers. Your day. Harry repeated. Professor, how old are you exactly? Quirrell went very pale. That is, age is just a number. Age is just a number, Ramad said slowly, but that face looked ancient. Like it had been around for a very long time. It's just good makeup. Quirrell protested. Aging effects. Very popular in theatrical productions. Professor, Hermione said, her voice now deadly calm. Are you telling us that you're wearing theatrical makeup on the back of your head? Yes, Quirrell said eagerly. Exactly. I'm very interested in dramatic arts. It's a hobby. The hobby, Harry repeated. A perfectly normal hobby. Quirrell insisted. Lots of people enjoy character work. Character work that involves having a second face with glowing red eyes. Draco asked skeptically. It's method acting. Quirrell said desperately. Very immersive. I'm preparing for a role. Way. Hermione demanded. A very challenging role, Quirrell said vaguely. Requires a lot of emotional preparation. What's the name of the production? Harry asked. It's an independent project, Quirrell said quickly. Very avant-garde. You wouldn't have heard of it. Try us, Draco said. It's called The Multiple Perspectives of Inner Conflict, Quirrell said, clearly making it up as he went along. That's the stupidest title I've ever heard, Hermione said flatly. It's very artistic. Quirrell protested. The director is very, very experimental. Who's the director? Ramad asked. You wouldn't know him, Quirrell said quickly. He's very underground. Very exclusive. What's his name? Harry pressed. Tom Riddle, Quirrell said, then immediately looked like he wanted to take it back. Tom Riddle. Hermione repeated. I've never heard of any director named Tom Riddle. That's because he's so underground. Quirrell insisted. Very exclusive. Only works with very talented actors. And this Tom Riddle told you to wear a fake face to teach defense against the dark arts? Draco asked. It's method acting. Quirrell said again. Very immersive. Helps me get into character. What character are you supposed to be playing? Harry asked. The professor, Quirrell said weakly. A professor with a second face. Ramad asked. It's a very complex character, Quirrell said. Lots of internal conflict. Hence that all the multiple perspectives. Professor, Hermione said, this is the most ridiculous explanation I've ever heard. You're trying to tell us that you're wearing elaborate theatrical makeup to teach a class because you're preparing for a role as a professor in a play directed by someone named Tom Riddle. Yes, Quirrell said eagerly. Exactly. You understand perfectly. I understand that you're lying, Hermione said bluntly. And frankly, I'm insulted that you think we're stupid enough to believe this story. And not lying. Quirrell protested. I'm just very committed to my craft. Your craft, Harry repeated. Your craft of teaching defense against the dark arts. And acting. Quirrell added quickly. Both. I'm very multi-talented. Multi-talented, Draco said slowly. Like having multiple faces. That's just makeup. Quirrell insisted. Very skilled application. I spent hours getting the realistic effects just right. Professor, Ramad said gently, perhaps you should sit down. You seem very stressed. I'm not stressed. Quirrell said, his voice cracking. I'm just passionate about education. And theatre. Educational theatre. Educational theatre that involves fake faces with glowing red eyes, Hermione said. Right. It's very symbolic. Quirrell said desperately. Represents the duality of human nature. The duality of human nature, Harry repeated. Yes. The light and dark sides of everyone's personality. Quirrell was now gesturing wildly with one hand while keeping the other firmly pressed against the back of his head. And you thought this was appropriate for a defense against the dark arts class? Draco asked. It's a very visual learning experience. Quirrell said. Students learn better when they can see abstract concepts represented physically. Abstract concepts, Hermione said. Like evil. Like the importance of self-reflection. Quirrell said quickly. Everyone should examine their own inner conflicts. Inner conflicts that look like angry faces with red eyes. Ramad asked. It's a metaphor. Quirrell said desperately. Very sophisticated literary device. Literary device, Harry said. In a defense against the dark arts class. Education is very interdisciplinary these days. Quirrell protested. We should be incorporating multiple subjects. Multiple subjects, Draco repeated. Like theatre and literature. Exactly. Quirrell said, looking hopeful. You're beginning to understand my innovative teaching methods. Professor, Hermione said, I think you should take that thing off your head and explain to us what's really going on. I can't. Quirrell said immediately. The removal process is very delicate. Could damage the artistic integrity. The artistic integrity, Harry said slowly. Yes. It's a very expensive piece. Quirrell said. Cost me a fortune. I can't risk damaging it. How much did it cost? Draco asked, looking interested. That is, the gentleman never discusses finances. Quirrell said quickly. A gentleman, Ramad repeated. Professor, are you feeling all right? You seem very scattered. I'm fine. Quirrell insisted. Just very excited about my artistic projects. Your artistic projects that involve wearing fake faces while teaching, Hermione said. It's very cutting edge. Quirrell said. Revolutionary approach to education. Revolutionary, Harry said. Yes. Breaking down traditional boundaries between disciplines. Quirrell was now backing toward the door again. Professor, Draco said, if you're going to leave, could you at least give us some homework? This has been the most entertaining class I've had all week. Homework. Quirrell said eagerly. Yes. Read chapter 12. And think about the importance of questioning appearances. Questioning appearances, Hermione repeated. Like questioning whether that face on your head is real. It's not real. Quirrell said quickly. Just very convincing. Superior craftsmanship. Superior craftsmanship that talks, Ramad said. Advanced charms. Quirrell insisted. Very sophisticated magic. What kind of charms? Harry asked. That is, trade secrets. Quirrell said. Can't reveal professional techniques. Professional techniques, Hermione said. For making fake faces. It's a very specialized field. Quirrell said desperately. What field? Draco asked. Educational prosthetics. Quirrell said, clearly making it up. Very niche market. Educational prosthetics, Harry repeated. Yes. For immersive learning experiences. Quirrell said. Very popular in progressive schools. Progressive schools, Ramad said slowly. That use fake faces to teach defense against the dark arts. Exactly. Quirrell said, looking relieved. You understand. I understand that this is the most ridiculous conversation I've ever had, Hermione said. Professor, either tell us what's really going on, or I'm going to report this to Professor Dumbledore. Now. Quirrell said quickly. That won't be necessary. I'm sure we can work this out between ourselves. Work what out? Harry asked. You still haven't explained why you have a second face. It's not a second face. Quirrell protested. It's just a very realistic teaching aid. That looked at us with hate, Draco said. It's programmed to look realistic. Quirrell said desperately. Very advanced animation charms. Animation charms, Hermione repeated. That make fake faces look hateful. It's for dramatic effect. Quirrell said. Students learn better when they feel emotionally engaged. Emotionally engaged, Ramad said. By being stared at with hatred. It's just acting. Quirrell insisted. Very convincing performance. Performance, Harry said. By a fake face. Exactly. Quirrell said. You're finally understanding. I understand that you're completely insane, Hermione said bluntly. And I'm definitely reporting this to Professor Dumbledore. Please don't. Quirrell said, looking panicked. I can explain everything. Just give me some time to prepare a proper demonstration. A demonstration, Draco said. Of your fake face. Yes. Fine. I'll show you how it works. Quirrell said eagerly. Very educational. You'll see how innovative my teaching methods really are. When? Harry asked. Soon. Quirrell said quickly. Very soon. I just need to prepare the proper materials. What materials? Hermione asked suspiciously. Safety equipment. Quirrell said. Very important when dealing with advanced prosthetics. Safety equipment, Ramad repeated. For a fake face. It's very delicate. Quirrell insisted. Could be dangerous if mishandled. Dangerous how? Harry asked. That is, trade secrets. Quirrell said again. Can't reveal proprietary information. Professor, Hermione said, I think you should sit down and take a deep breath. I'm fine. Quirrell insisted. Just very passionate about education. Education, Draco said. Right. Yes. I want my students to have the most engaging possible learning experience. Quirrell said desperately. Engaging, Harry said. Like having fake faces stare at us with hatred. It's character building. Quirrell said. Help students develop resilience. Resilience, Ramad said. Against fake faces. Against challenging situations. Quirrell corrected. Very important life skill. Life skill, Hermione repeated. Dealing with professors who wear fake faces. Exactly. Quirrell said, then immediately looked like he regretted it. I mean, now. It's just an educational tool. Educational tool, Harry said. That builds character. Yes. Through exposure to challenging visual stimuli. Quirrell said, clearly grasping at straws. Challenging visual stimuli, Draco said slowly. Like evil-looking faces. They're not evil. Quirrell protested. They're just dramatically engaging. Dramatically engaging, Ramad repeated. With glowing red eyes. The eyes are just special effects. Quirrell said desperately. Very atmospheric. Atmospheric, Hermione said. For a defense against the dark arts class. Exactly. Quirrell said eagerly. Creates the proper mood for learning. The proper mood, Harry said. Which is terrifying. Exciting. Quirrell corrected quickly. Very exciting. Students learn better when they're energized. Energized by fear, Draco said. Not fear. Quirrell protested. Engagement. Very different. Very different, Ramad said dryly. Professor, I think he should probably. But before he could finish his sentence, the door burst open and Professor McGonagall strode in, looking more severe than usual. Professor Quirrell, she said sharply, I've been receiving reports of shouting from this classroom. What exactly is going on here? Quirrell went completely white. Professor McGonagall. That is, we were just having a very engaged class discussion. About what? McGonagall asked, her eyes narrowing. About innovative teaching methods. Quirrell said desperately. What kind of innovative teaching methods? McGonagall's voice was getting dangerously quiet. Professor Quirrell has a fake face on the back of his head, Hermione said immediately. He claims it's a teaching aid, but it moved and tried to talk. McGonagall's eyebrows rose so high they nearly disappeared into her hairline. I beg your pardon. It's just educational materials. Quirrell said quickly. Very advanced prosthetics. Prosthetics, McGonagall repeated slowly. Professor Quirrell, turn around. I can't. Quirrell said. That other device is very sensitive to environmental changes. Turn around, McGonagall said in a voice that brooked no argument. But it might be damaged. Quirrell protested. Professor Quirrell, McGonagall said, turn around this instant, or I will turn you around myself. Looking completely defeated, Quirrell slowly turned around, still covering the back of his head with both hands. Move your hands, McGonagall ordered. But news. Your hands. Quirrell reluctantly moved his hands away from his head, revealing absolutely nothing. The back of his head was completely normal, covered with thin brown hair and showing no sign of any additional facial features. The student stared in stunned silence. Well, McGonagall asked, where is this supposed face? It must have fallen off. Quirrell suggested weakly. Fallen off, McGonagall repeated. It's very loosely attached. Quirrell said desperately. For easy removal. Where did it fall? Harry asked, looking around the floor. I don't know. Quirrell said. It could be anywhere. Professor Quirrell, McGonagall said, I think you should report to the hospital wing. You seem to be under a great deal of stress. I'm not stressed. Quirrell protested. I'm just very committed to innovative education. The hospital wing, McGonagall repeated firmly. Now. But my class. Quirrell said. Your class is dismissed, McGonagall said. And I'll be having a word with Professor Dumbledore about your teaching methods. As McGonagall escorted a protesting Quirrell out of the classroom, the students were left standing there, staring at each other in complete confusion. Did that actually happen? Harry asked finally. I have no idea, Hermione said. But I'm pretty sure that wasn't a teaching aid. It looked real, Ron said quietly. Very real. And very angry, Draco added. They stood in silence for a moment, processing what they'd just witnessed. Should we tell someone? Harry asked. Tell them what? Hermione asked. That our professor had a mysterious face on his head that disappeared when McGonagall showed up. It sounds crazy when you put it like that, Ron admitted. It was crazy, Draco said. The whole thing was completely insane. But we all saw it, Harry said. We all saw the same thing. Did we? Hermione asked. Because right now I'm starting to wonder if we imagined the whole thing. We didn't imagine it, Ron said firmly. I know what I saw. So do I, Harry said. That face was real. Then where did it go? Draco asked. I don't know, Harry admitted. But I have a feeling we're going to find out. As they gathered their things and prepared to leave the classroom, none of them noticed the small piece of purple silk that had been left behind under one of the desks. And none of them saw the way it seemed to twitch slightly when no one was looking, as if something was still moving underneath it. But Harry couldn't shake the feeling that whatever they'd seen on the back of Professor Quirrell's head was far more dangerous than any teaching aid. And despite Quirrell's ridiculous explanations, Harry was pretty sure that the face had been very, very real. The question was, what was it, and why was their defense against the dark arts professor carrying it around on his head? Harry had a sinking feeling that they were about to find out whether they wanted to or not. The fabulous alchemist. Harry had been thinking about the mysterious object hidden in the school for weeks now. Every time they tried to get information from a professor, they were met with nervous glances and suggestions to focus on their studies. Even Hermione, who usually had an answer for everything, seemed oddly evasive whenever Harry brought up the topic. It was becoming clear that whatever was being protected at Hogwarts was something the adults were deeply uncomfortable discussing. Which, in Harry's experience, usually meant it was either incredibly dangerous or incredibly important, or both. The breaking point came during a particularly awkward Transfiguration lesson when Harry had asked Professor McGonagall about the thing everyone was whispering about, and she had literally dropped her wand, spent 5 minutes apologizing for her lack of cultural sensitivity, and then assigned the entire class an essay on the historical marginalization of magical creatures in academic literature. That evening, Harry decided they'd had enough. If the professors were going to be weird about it, they'd go straight to the source. They made their way through the castle's corridors, past the various portraits that seemed to whisper among themselves whenever Harry walked by, and up the spiral staircase to the headmaster's office. The password, thankfully, was still Lemon Drop, though Harry had noticed that Dumbledore had recently changed it to ethically sourced Lemon Drop, which seemed unnecessarily complicated. Harry climbed the stairs and found the door to Dumbledore's office slightly ajar. Through the gap, they could hear what sounded like, was that crying? No, 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 came Dumbledore's voice, thick with what sounded like genuine distress. I can't say that. That would be presumptuous. But I also can't not say anything, because that would be dismissive of their lived experience. But if I do say something, what if I say the wrong thing? What if I accidentally perpetuate harm? Harry pushed the door open wider and found Dumbledore sitting at his desk, surrounded by what appeared to be dozens of books with titles like Checking Your Privilege, The Wizard's Guide, and Decolonizing Magical Education, Moving Beyond Traditional Hierarchies. He was holding what looked like a stress ball shaped like a golden snitch, squeezing it rhythmically while staring at a piece of parchment with the intensity of someone trying to defuse a bomb. "Professor," Harry said, knocking on the door frame. Dumbledore jumped like he'd been caught doing something inappropriate, quickly shoving the books under his desk. "Harry." "Oh, dear." "Please, come in. Though I should warn you, I'm not sure I'm the right person to be having this conversation with you. Perhaps Professor McGonagall would be more culturally competent." Harry stepped into the office, noting that even the portrait seemed to be avoiding eye contact. "What conversation?" "The one you're undoubtedly here to have," Dumbledore said miserably, gesturing for Harry to sit down. "About the object that's being protected in the school." "Well, yes, I was hoping you could tell me about it." "And that's exactly the problem," Dumbledore explained, standing up and beginning to pace. "Because as a person in a position of authority, I have a responsibility to be transparent and honest with you. But I also have a responsibility to ensure that I'm not speaking from a place of privilege about experiences I don't understand. And furthermore, I need to consider whether my explanation might inadvertently reinforce harmful stereotypes or perpetuate systemic." "Professor," Harry interrupted gently, "I just want to know what it is." "Right. Yes. Of course." Dumbledore sat down heavily, pulling out what appeared to be a handwritten note covered in crossed-out lines and margin notes. "I've been preparing for this conversation, actually. I consulted with several diversity and inclusion experts, read extensively about not being terrible, and I think I have a framework for discussing this in a way that's both informative and respectful." He cleared his throat and began reading from the paper. "The object currently being protected within these walls is known as the gender-critical stone. It was created by a person whose identity and contributions have been historically marginalized, and I want to acknowledge from the outset that my perspective as a—" "Professor, you don't need to read from a script," Harry said. "Don't I?" Dumbledore looked up with genuine panic in his eyes. Because I've been told that impromptu discussions about sensitive topics can lead to microaggressions, and I've already committed several just this week. Did you know that saying you people is problematic? Because I didn't, and I said it to Professor Flitwick during a staff meeting, and now I don't think he'll make eye contact with me. What did you say to Professor Flitwick? I said you people are so good at Charm's work, and apparently that was apparently it was not the compliment I intended it to be. Dumbledore buried his face in his hands. I've been having these conversations with myself for weeks, Harry. Trying to figure out how to explain the gender-critical stone without saying something that might be harmful or offensive or just wrong. Maybe you could just tell me what it is. The gender-critical stone, Dumbledore said, consulting his notes again, was created by a man named Nicholas Flamel. Though most called him Nicholas Flaming. Harry waited for more explanation, but Dumbledore seemed to have gone into some sort of trance, staring at his hands with what looked like guilt. And? Harry prompted. And he was, how do I put this delicately, he was what we might call a very flamboyant individual. Dumbledore's voice dropped to almost a whisper, as if he was afraid someone might overhear and accuse him of stereotyping. Flamboyant? Extremely so. Fabulously so, one might say. He lived for over 600 years, thanks to the elixir of life, and spent most of that time being absolutely, unapologetically himself in ways that made even the most progressive wizards of his era deeply uncomfortable. Harry was getting confused. What does that have to do with gender? Dumbledore sighed deeply, looking like he was about to deliver news of someone's death. Nicholas Flaming was, in the parlance of his time, what we would now understand as a very, how do the young people say it, extra gay man. He was so flamboyantly homosexual that he made Richard Simmons look subtle. Okay, Harry said slowly. But why is it called the gender-critical stone? Because, Dumbledore said, looking increasingly uncomfortable, Nicholas didn't just challenge traditional notions of sexuality. He challenged traditional notions of, well, everything. Gender presentation, magical practice, social hierarchies. He was what we might now call, and please understand, Harry, I'm trying to use the most respectful terminology possible here. Professor, you can just tell me. He was what modern scholars would classify as a gender-nonconforming magical revolutionary who used his immortality to systematically dismantle heteronormative power structures throughout medieval Europe. Harry blinked. That's very specific. The stone wasn't just about creating the elixir of life, Dumbledore continued, his voice getting more strained. It was about creating a magical artifact that would ensure people could live authentically for as long as they chose. The gender-critical part refers to Nicholas's belief that traditional gender roles were, quote, absolute rubbish that needed to be thrown in the bin immediately. So it's actually about gender? Harry asked, feeling a surge of excitement. Well, yes, but also no, but also yes in a different way, Dumbledore said miserably. You see, Nicholas believed that true immortality could only be achieved by living as your authentic self, free from societal expectations and limitations. The stone doesn't just grant eternal life, it grants the power to live that life on your own terms. That's amazing, Harry said. Is it, though? Dumbledore asked anxiously. Because I have to tell you, Harry, as a straight, white, cisgender male in a position of authority, I'm deeply aware that I may not be the appropriate person to be explaining this to you. I've been reading extensively about my privilege, and I'm concerned that my perspective might be inherently biased. Professor. I've been taking workshops, Dumbledore continued desperately. Online seminars about the decolonizing educational leadership and trauma-informed approaches to magical education. I've learned that my very presence in this role might be perpetuating systemic inequalities, and I'm not sure how to address that without making it worse. The portraits on the walls were now openly staring at this display, and Harry was pretty sure they heard one of them mutter something about the good old days when headmasters just told students things. Professor Dumbledore, Harry said carefully, I appreciate that you're trying to be respectful, but I really just want to understand what this stone does. Right. Yes. The stone. Dumbledore took a deep breath and seemed to pull himself together slightly. It's about authenticity, Harry. Nicholas Flaming created it because he believed that the greatest magic in the world was the magic of being completely, unapologetically yourself. The stone doesn't just grant immortality, it grants the power to live that immortality as your truest self. And that's why it's called the gender-critical stone. Well, gender-critical in the sense that Nicholas was critical of traditional gender roles, not in the sense that he was, oh dear, I hope that's not how it sounds. I wouldn't want anyone to think that Nicholas was opposed to gender identity or expression. Quite the opposite, actually. He was very much in favor of people expressing their gender in whatever way felt authentic to them. Harry was starting to understand. So he was like a really early activist. The earliest, one might say. And the most fabulous. Dumbledore's eyes had a brief twinkle before the guilt returned. Though I should note that my characterization of his fabulousness is based on historical accounts, and I want to be clear that I'm not trying to stereotype or reduce his contributions to his sexual orientation or gender presentation. Professor, I think it's okay to say that someone was fabulous. Is it, though? Because I've been told that assuming someone's personality traits based on their identity is problematic, and I don't want to perpetuate harmful stereotypes about gay men being flamboyant, even if Nicholas specifically was incredibly flamboyant. Harry was beginning to understand why the other professors had been so evasive. So this Nicholas Flaming person created a stone that helps people live authentically. Exactly. Though I should add that his partner, Perenelle, was equally involved in the creation process, and I don't want to erase her contributions just because Nicholas was more visible in his activism. His partner was supportive. Oh, tremendously so. She was actually the one who suggested adding the gender-critical element to the stone's properties. She was what we might now call a feminist ally, though again, I want to be careful not to impose modern terminology on historical figures. Harry felt a warm feeling spreading through their chest. So there's actually a magical artifact that was created by people who believed in being yourself. Completely and utterly yourself, Dumbledore confirmed. Nicholas used to say that the only real magic was the magic of authenticity. Everything else was just tricks. And that's what Voldemort is trying to steal. At the mention of Voldemort's name, Dumbledore's face went pale again. Yes, and Harry, I have to tell you, as someone who has been doing a lot of reading about the historical context of oppression and resistance, I'm deeply concerned about what Voldemort's interest in this particular artifact might represent. What do you mean? I mean that Voldemort represents, well, he represents everything that Nicholas and Perenelle fought against. Traditional power structures, rigid hierarchies, the idea that there's only one correct way to be a person. Dumbledore's voice was getting stronger now, as if talking about the actual problem was easier than trying to navigate the social dynamics of explaining it. So him wanting the stone is. It's about more than just immortality, Harry. It's about taking something that was created to celebrate diversity and authenticity and using it to enforce conformity and oppression. It's about. Dumbledore paused, consulting his notes again. It's about the appropriation of marginalized voices and the weaponization of their contributions against the very communities they sought to protect. Harry stared at him. Did you memorize that? I've been practicing, Dumbledore admitted. I wanted to make sure I could explain the situation without accidentally being offensive. And you think Voldemort doesn't know about the stone's actual purpose? Oh, he knows, Dumbledore said grimly. That's what makes it so much worse. He's not just trying to steal a powerful magical artifact, he's trying to steal a symbol of resistance and turn it into a tool of oppression. Harry felt something cold settle in their stomach. So this is personal. Very personal, Dumbledore agreed. And Harry, I have to tell you, I'm not sure I'm equipped to guide you through this. I've been reading about my role as an ally, and I'm concerned that my instinct to protect you might actually be a manifestation of paternalistic attitudes that. Professor, Harry interrupted, I think you're overthinking this. Am I? Because I've been told that dismissing someone's concerns about social justice is a form of gaslighting, and I don't want to invalidate your experience by suggesting that. Professor Dumbledore, Harry said firmly, I think you're a good person who's trying really hard to do the right thing, and that's enough. Dumbledore looked up at them with something that might have been hope. Do you really think so? I do. And I think Nicholas Flaming would probably appreciate that you're trying to honor his legacy by being respectful about it. That's very kind of you to say, Harry. Dumbledore's eyes were definitely twinkling now. Though I should note that I've been reading about the concept of emotional labor, and I don't want to put the burden of reassuring me on you when you're the one who came here seeking information. It's okay, Harry said with a small smile. I think we're helping each other. I suppose we are, Dumbledore said, looking slightly less miserable. Now, is there anything else you'd like to know about the gender-critical stone? Just one thing, Harry said. If it's about authenticity and being yourself, and Voldemort represents everything opposite to that. Yes? Then I think I understand why he wants it. And I think I understand why he can't be allowed to have it. I believe you're absolutely right, Dumbledore said solemnly. Though I should warn you, Harry, if you're planning to do anything about this situation, you should know that Nicholas had a very particular sense of style when it came to magical protections. What do you mean? Let's just say that the man never met a magical challenge he couldn't bedazzle. The protections around the stone are, well, they're very much in keeping with his personality. Harry grinned. I think I can handle fabulous. I rather thought you might, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling properly for the first time in the conversation. Just remember, Harry, authenticity is the most powerful magic of all. As Harry left the office, they couldn't help but think that maybe, just maybe, they were starting to understand what this was really all about. And if Voldemort thought he could steal something that represented everything Harry was fighting to become, well, he was about to learn just how powerful authentic magic could be. Preparing for confrontation. The trio huddled in the empty common room, the fire crackling ominously as if it too understood the gravity of their situation. Harry adjusted their gender-neutral robes for the 15th time that evening, a nervous habit they developed since coming out. So let me get this straight, Hermione said, pulling out a color-coded chart she'd made titled Intersectional Analysis of Our Current Crisis. Dumbledore has abandoned us to attend some white guild workshop about decolonizing magical education, leaving 3 marginalized students to literally save the school from fascism. That's about right, Harry sighed, running their hands through their hair. Classic white male fragility. The moment actual leadership is required, he runs off to a safe space. Rahmed al-Waziri looked up from his prayer mat, having just finished his evening prayers. Brother Harry, Sister Hermione, this is clearly a test from Allah. We must have faith that our diverse perspectives will triumph over the forces of toxic masculinity. He adjusted his turban, which had a small Gryffindor pin attached to it. Besides, inshallah, we will crush this Voldemort guy like a bug under our collective boot of social justice. That's the spirit. Hermione explained, then immediately caught herself. Wait, sorry Rahmed, I didn't mean to appropriate your religious expressions. Was that culturally insensitive of me to get excited about your faith-based metaphors? Nah, sister, you're good. We're all family here, Rahmed grinned, then his expression grew serious. But yo, for real though, this Voldemort dude sounds like every toxic masculinity case study rolled into one. Like, he probably has a podcast about how feminism ruined magic or something. Harry nodded gravely. Exactly. And we're literally the only thing standing between him and the gender-critical stone. Do you realize what would happen if someone like him got hold of something that powerful? He'd probably use it to make everyone conform to the gender binary. The horror, Hermione whispered, clutching her smash the patriarchy badge. We cannot let that happen. Not on our watch. She stood up dramatically, her bushy hair seeming to expand with righteous indignation. This is bigger than just stopping a theft. This is about preventing a literal genocide of gender non-conforming individuals. Rahmed stood up too, striking a heroic pose. Allahu Akbar. We shall defend the oppressed with the power of our friendship and also the teachings of the Prophet, peace be upon him, who definitely would have supported transgender rights if he'd known about them. Are you sure about that historical interpretation? Harry asked hesitantly. Brother, trust me on this one, Rahmed said confidently. The Quran says to be kind to all people. That includes trans people, obviously. It's like basic intersectional theology. Hermione was frantically scribbling notes. This is perfect. We can frame our entire resistance strategy around liberation theology meets queer theory meets what's your religious background again, Harry? Well, I was raised Anglican, I guess, but I'm more spiritual than religious now. Very into crystals and sage cleansing, Harry replied. Oh, and I'd been reading about Buddhist concepts of non-binary existence. Excellent. Hermione's eyes lit up. So we have Islamic social justice, Anglican, wait, that's problematic, too much colonial baggage, okay, we'll work with the Buddhist angle. And my Jewish identity obviously brings anti-oppression perspectives from centuries of persecution. Hold up, Ramad interjected, you Jewish? Sister, why didn't you tell me? We're like cousin peoples. Both oppressed by Christian hegemony. I didn't want to assume you'd be comfortable with that, Hermione said carefully. Given the geopolitical complexities. Nah, forget that noise. My Imam says that's all Western colonial divide and conquer tactics anyway. We're united in our struggle against white supremacist power structures, Ramad declared, offering Hermione a fist bump, which she enthusiastically returned. Harry watched this exchange with growing amazement. Guys, do you realize what we have here? We're literally a perfect coalition of marginalized identities. Transgender, Muslim, Jewish, all united against the ultimate symbol of oppressive cishet white male power. It's like we were destined for this, Hermione breathed. The universe has brought us together to strike a blow against the patriarchy itself. Subhanallah, you're right. Ramad exclaimed. This isn't just about stopping Voldemort. This is about proving that diversity is literally our strength. Take that, all you bigots who said we couldn't work together. They spent the next hour planning their strategy, which involved a lot of discussing how each of their identities would contribute to their success. Harry's experience with gender dysphoria had given them resilience and determination. Ramad's faith provided moral clarity and also, as he put it, that righteous anger against injustice that makes Muslims such good revolutionaries. Hermione's analytical mind, sharpened by years of fighting the patriarchy, would help them think through the challenges systematically. Okay, so we know there are probably traps protecting the stone, Hermione said, consulting her notes. But here's the thing, they were probably designed by old white men who couldn't possibly have anticipated our unique perspectives. True that, Ramad agreed. Like, I bet none of their security measures account for Islamic problem-solving techniques. They probably don't even know about the concept of shura, collective decision-making. And they definitely wouldn't expect transgender intuition, Harry added. I've learned to see through false binaries in everything. If there are traps based on traditional gender roles, I'll spot them immediately. Plus, Hermione continued excitedly, my years of feminist literary analysis have taught me to deconstruct narratives and find the hidden assumptions. Whatever challenges they've set up, I guarantee they're rooted in patriarchal thinking patterns. As they prepared to leave the common room, Harry suddenly stopped. Wait, guys. Are we absolutely sure we should be doing this without adult supervision? I mean, what if something goes wrong? Ramad put a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. Brother, let me tell you something my Imam taught me. Sometimes Allah puts you in a position where you have to act, even when you're scared. This is our jihad, our struggle against oppression. Exactly. Hermione chimed in. And besides, the adults have completely failed us. Dumbledore ran away to a conference, but McGonagall is probably grading papers, and Snape, well, he's dealing with his own issues. You know what, Harry said, squaring their shoulders, you're both right. We can't wait for someone else to save us. That's exactly the kind of learned helplessness the patriarchy wants us to have. Now you're talking. Ramad grinned. We're gonna show these fascists what happens when you mess with a diverse, inclusive friend group. They gathered their supplies, Harry's invisibility cloak, inherited privilege, but we'll use it for good, Ramad's prayer beads, for spiritual protection, and Hermione's bag full of feminist theory books, in case we need to cite sources during the confrontation. One more thing, Hermione said as they prepared to sneak out. We need to acknowledge that we're about to engage in an act of resistance that could have serious consequences. Are we all prepared to face the potential backlash from the oppressive power structures we're challenging? Sister, Ramad said solemnly, my people have been resisting oppression for over 1,000 years. I was born ready for this. And transgender individuals face violence every day just for existing, Harry added. At least this time we are fighting back against something that's actually trying to hurt us. Then it's settled, Hermione declared. Tonight, we strike a blow for justice, equality, and the right of all marginalized people to exist authentically. They crept through the castle corridors, their diverse friend group united in purpose. Behind them, the portrait of the fat lady snored peacefully, completely unaware that 3 young heroes were about to change the wizarding world forever. As they made their way toward the 3rd-floor corridor, Ramad whispered, "You know what's funny? Voldemort probably thinks he's so scary with his whole Dark Lorder thing. But he's never faced the power of intersectional friendship before. He's about to learn," Harry whispered back grimly, "that love trumps hate. Every single time." Literally, Hermione added under her breath, "This is going to be the most diverse, inclusive act of heroism in wizarding history." Take that, traditional narrative structures. Little did they know that their greatest challenge wasn't the magical traps ahead, but convincing themselves that their friendship was indeed magical enough to overcome centuries of oppressive wizarding tradition. But that, as they say, is a story for the next chapter. Through the trapdoor. The 3 friends huddled together in the empty common room, whispering urgently as the fire crackled down to its final embers. Harry adjusted their pronoun pin nervously while Hermione consulted what appeared to be a hand-drawn map covered in feminist theory annotations. "So let me get this straight," Ramad al-Waziri said, pulling his prayer beads through his fingers anxiously. "We're really going to break into the Forbidden Corridor to stop someone from stealing the gender-critical stone." "It's not breaking in if we're preventing a hate crime," Hermione declared, her voice carrying that particular tone she got when she was about to launch into a lecture. "This is clearly an act of resistance against heteronormative oppression. The gender-critical stone represents the fluidity of identity itself, and whoever's trying to steal it obviously wants to impose binary thinking on the entire wizarding world." Harry nodded solemnly. "Exactly. And since Dumbledore is off at his inclusive leadership retreat or whatever, which, by the way, how convenient is that timing? It's up to us to protect marginalized identities everywhere." Ramad shifted uncomfortably. "But what if we get caught? I can't afford to get expelled. My parents already think I'm not devout enough because I'm friends with." He gestured vaguely at Harry and Hermione. "Well, you know. A transgender witch and a queer feminist." Hermione supplied helpfully. "Ramad, your parents need to understand that intersectionality includes religious identity. We're all fighting the same patriarchal system here." "Inshallah," Ramad muttered, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. The trio made their way through the dark corridors, Harry's one providing the only light. Every shadow seemed to loom with heteronormative menace, and every creak of the old castle sounded like the approaching footsteps of gender-conforming oppressors. "Remember," Hermione whispered as they approached the Forbidden Corridor, "whatever challenges we face, they're probably metaphors for societal barriers faced by marginalized communities. We need to approach each one with intersectional thinking. And if that doesn't work, I'll just shout Allahu Akbar really loud," Ramad added. "It tends to end conversations quickly." Harry paused at the corridor entrance. "Are we sure about this? I mean, what if we're wrong about the gender-critical stone? What if it's just a regular magical artifact?" "Harry," Hermione said, placing a supportive hand on their shoulder, "trust your instincts. Your lived experience as a transgender person gives you unique insight into systems of oppression. If you feel like this is connected to identity politics, then it probably is." They crept down the corridor, past Fluffy's door, which bore a new sign reading "Emotional Support Cerberus, please respect his boundaries," until they reached another door that none of them had noticed before. This door was unusual. "Oh my goddess," Hermione breathed, her face flashing red in the wand light. The door was shaped like an enormous rainbow-colored vulva, complete with what appeared to be a functional clitoris for a door handle. Sparkly labia majora formed the door frame, and the entire structure pulsed with a soft, sensual light that seemed to sync with some cosmic rhythm of feminine power. That's... Harry started, then stopped. Is that what I think it is? It's a yonic portal, Hermione said, her voice filled with academic excitement. This is incredible. It's a physical manifestation of divine feminine energy challenging the phallocentric architecture of traditional magical buildings. Don't you see? The patriarchy has been so focused on towers and wands, all phallic symbols, that they've completely ignored the sacred feminine. Ramad stared at the door, his prayer beads clicking faster. I don't think I'm supposed to look at that. Is there a way to approach it with my eyes closed? Ramad, you need to confront your internalized misogyny, Hermione said firmly. This isn't about sexuality, it's about reclaiming female power from thousands of years of oppression. The vulva is a symbol of creation, of life itself. But it's glowing, Ramad protested weakly. And making noises. Indeed, the door seemed to be emitting soft, rhythmic sounds that could charitably be described as enthusiastic breathing. Harry approached the clitoral door handle with determination. We're here to fight oppression, right? Then we need to embrace all forms of resistance, even if they make us uncomfortable. As soon as Harry touched the handle, the door let out what could only be described as a satisfied moan and swung open with a wet, squelching sound that echoed through the corridor. By the prophet, Ramad whispered, covering his eyes with one hand while trying to maintain his grip on his wand with the other. Beyond the door lay a spiral staircase that descended into darkness. The walls were covered in what appeared to be ancient fertility symbols and quotes from various feminist theorists. Harry could make out snippets as they descended. The personal is political, and gender is a social construct, and down with the patriarchy. This is it, Hermione said, her voice trembling with excitement. We're literally descending into the womb of feminist consciousness. Do you realize what this means? Hogwarts has been hiding radical feminist architecture for centuries. As they descended, the staircase began to narrow, forcing them to walk single file. The walls seemed to pulse with organic warmth, and Harry couldn't shake the feeling that they were being slowly consumed by some enormous, politically aware creature. I feel like I'm being born again, Harry said, surprising themselves with the depth of the metaphor. Like I'm leaving behind my old, oppressed self and emerging as a true warrior for justice. That's exactly what's happening. Hermione exclaimed from behind them. This is a ritual space designed to facilitate consciousness raising and political awakening. The ancient witches must have built this as a safe space for challenging patriarchal norms. Ramad's voice came from the rear, muffled by his hands which were still covering his eyes. Can we please focus on not dying? Also, I think I'm supposed to be facing Mecca for my evening prayer soon, but I have no idea which direction we're going. After what felt like hours of descent, they finally emerged into a vast chamber. The walls were draped with rainbow flags and banners reading "Smash the Patriarchy" and "Agenda is a Spectrum." In the center of the room stood a massive statue of what appeared to be a diverse group of people in various states of self-actualization, some transitioning, some in hijabs, some holding protest signs. Magnificent, Hermione breathed. It's like the Lincoln Memorial, but for intersectional feminism. However, their artistic appreciation was cut short when they noticed that the chamber had four exits, each marked with a different symbol: a raised fist, a rainbow flag, a crescent moon, and a pair of scissors cutting through chains. Great, Harry said. More tests. But at least these ones seem to be celebrating diversity instead of, trying to kill us. Don't be so sure, Ramad said, finally uncovering his eyes now that they were in a less anatomically explicit space. In my experience, the most dangerous traps are the ones that look like they're on your side. Hermione was already examining the first door, marked with the raised fist. This one's obviously about solidarity and collective action. The fist is a universal symbol of resistance against oppression. As she approached the door, it swung open to reveal a room filled with what appeared to be a massive protest rally. Hundreds of magical beings, witches, wizards, house elves, centaurs, even a few confused-looking goblins, were marching in circles, chanting slogans and holding signs that read things like "End Magical Apartheid" and "House Elf Liberation Now." "We have to join the protest," Hermione said immediately. "This is clearly a test of our commitment to collective action." "But we don't know what they're protesting," Harry pointed out. "What if it's something we disagree with?" "Harry, that's exactly the kind of thinking that perpetuates oppression," Hermione said, already rolling up her sleeves. "Sometimes you have to show solidarity even when you don't fully understand the struggle. That's what being an ally means." The three friends joined the protest, though Rumard kept muttering prayers under his breath and looking around nervously. They marched for what felt like hours, chanting along with slogans they didn't entirely understand, until finally a golden door appeared at the far end of the room. "See?" Hermione said triumphantly as they approached the exit. "Collective action always works." The second room, marked with a rainbow flag, contained what appeared to be the world's most elaborate coming-out ceremony. A massive stage dominated the space, surrounded by thousands of empty seats. Spotlights illuminated a microphone stand in the center. "Oh no," Harry said, immediately understanding what was expected of them. "I have to come out." "Again?" "In front of an imaginary audience." "It's not imaginary," Hermione corrected. "Look closer." Harry squinted at the seats and realized they were filled with translucent figures, the ghosts of every person who had ever struggled with their identity, every individual who had been forced to hide their true selves from an unaccepting world. "They're all here," Harry whispered, recognizing some faces from their research into LGBTQ+ history. Every person who ever had to choose between authenticity and safety. Harry approached the microphone with trembling hands. The ghost audience leaned forward expectantly, and Harry realized that this wasn't just about them, it was about everyone who had ever been afraid to speak their truth. "My name is Harry Potter," they began, their voice shaking but growing stronger with each word. "And I am transgender. I spent years hiding who I really was, afraid that people would reject me or hurt me. But I've learned that living authentically isn't just about personal happiness, it's an act of resistance against everyone who wants to keep us invisible." The ghost audience erupted in applause, and Harry felt a warmth spread through their chest that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with the power of community and acceptance. The third room, marked with the crescent moon, was Rumard's challenge. As they entered, they found themselves in what appeared to be a vast mosque, but the walls were covered with images of diverse Muslims, women in hijabs holding protest signs, LGBTQ+ Muslims celebrating their identity, Muslim scholars debating the Quran with feminist theologians. "This is incredible," Rumard said, his voice filled with wonder. "It's showing me that my faith doesn't have to conflict with my friendships or my support for social justice. There's room in Islam for all of this." A prayer mat appeared in the center of the room, and Rumard knelt down to pray. But instead of the traditional prayers he'd been taught, he found himself speaking from the heart about acceptance, about the beauty of diversity, about the God he believed in who created all people in their infinite variety. When he finished, the room filled with the sound of thousands of voices saying community in harmony, and another golden door appeared. The final room, marked with scissors cutting through chains, was the most challenging yet. It contained what appeared to be a vast library, but instead of books, the shelves were filled with chains, locks, and barriers of every conceivable type. In the center of the room stood a massive pair of golden scissors. "The chains of oppression," Hermione said, understanding immediately. "We have to cut through them, but we can only do it together." The three friends approached the scissors, which were too large for any one of them to handle alone. As they grasped the handles together, the scissors began to glow with a warm, powerful light. "On 3, Harry said. 1, 2, 3. They squeezed the handles together, and the scissors cut through the air with a sound like thunder. Instantly, all the chains and barriers in the room began to crumble, dissolving into sparkling dust that swirled around them like a magical snowstorm. As the dust settled, a final door appeared, not golden this time, but simple wood, marked only with a small sign that read, "Truth." "This is it," Harry said, their heart pounding. "Whatever's behind this door, we face it together." Together, Hermione and Rumard echoed. Harry reached for the handle, ready to confront whatever final challenge awaited them in their quest to protect the gender-critical stone and defend the rights of marginalized magical beings everywhere. But as the door swung open, they realized that their greatest test was still ahead of them, because standing in the room beyond, his back turned to them as he examined a mirror that seemed to show not reflections but desires, was someone they had never expected to find here, confronting Quirrell and Voldemort. Harry stood at the edge of the final chamber, their heart pounding as they processed what Ron and Hermione had just told them. The mirror of Eris dominated the room, its ornate frame gleaming in the torchlight, but Harry barely noticed its beauty. "This is it," Harry whispered to themselves, adjusting their robes. "Time to face whatever toxic masculinity awaits me in there." They pushed open the heavy door and stepped inside, immediately noticing how the chamber seemed to embody everything problematic about traditional wizarding architecture, all those phallic columns and aggressive stone gargoyles. Their sheer oppression made Hermione unconscious, though she'd managed to mutter something about inherently patriarchal structure before collapsing, and Ron had managed to mutter, "Inshallah, I have served my purpose," before collapsing. Harry made a mental note to suggest some feng shui improvements to Dumbledore later, assuming they survived whatever fresh hell awaited them. "Oh my gosh, Harry Potter! You're finally here!" Harry spun around, expecting to see some dark wizard or ancient evil, but instead found themselves face to face with Professor Quirrell. Except this wasn't the nervous, stuttering Quirrell from Defense Against the Dark Arts class. This Quirrell was different. Gone was the white turban, replaced by what appeared to be a flower crown made of actual magical blooms that sparkled and changed colours. His usual shabby robes had been swapped for a form-fitting lavender outfit that Harry was pretty sure qualified as a crop top, complete with bell-bottom pants that would have made the 1970s jealous. His face was contoured with what had to be some kind of magical makeup, complete with winged eyeliner sharp enough to cut glass and lips glossed in iridescent pink. "Professor Quirrell." Harry stammered, genuinely confused. What are you wearing?" Quirrell struck a pose that would have impressed any runway model. "Oh, this old thing? I've been experimenting with my authentic self-expression. Do you like it? I call this look a dark academia meets fairy princess." He did a little twirl, and Harry noticed he was wearing heeled boots that added at least 3 inches to his height. Okay, but why are you here? And why do you look like you're about to perform at a magical drag show?" "Rude," Quirrell gasped, placing a perfectly manicured hand over his heart. "I'll have you know this is high fashion, sweetie. But to answer your question..." His voice dropped to what Harry assumed was meant to be a seductive whisper, "I'm here for my Dark Lord." "Your Dark Lord?" "Oh yes," Quirrell sighed dreamily, "Lord Voldemort. Have you seen him, Harry? He's so commanding, so powerful, so deliciously evil and masculine. The way he says Avada Kedavra just makes me absolutely melt." Harry felt their brain trying to process this information and failing spectacularly. You're attracted to Voldemort?" "Attracted? Honey, I am obsessed." Quirrell began pacing around the room, gesticulating wildly. "Do you know how hard it is to find a man who's truly, authentically evil these days? Everyone's all I respect women and consent is important and a maybe genocide is bad, actually. But not my Dark Lord. He's a real man who takes what he wants." That's literally the definition of toxic masculinity," Harry said, wondering if they'd somehow stumbled into the world's most disturbing therapy session. "Exactly." Quirrell clapped his hands together. "Isn't he wonderful? He's so problematic, so non-consensual, so utterly masculine in all the worst ways. It's like he stepped out of a dark romance novel." Harry was beginning to understand why Hermione spent so much time deconstructing literature. "Professor, I think you might need to examine some internalized issues about..." "Oh, don't you start with that feminist nonsense," Quirrell waved dismissively. "I know exactly what I want, and what I want is a man who could murder me at any moment. It's called having a type, sweetheart. Your type is mass murderers. My type is power," Quirrell declared, striking another pose. "Raw, unbridled, politically incorrect power. The kind of man who doesn't ask for pronouns, you know? So refreshingly traditional." Harry was starting to feel deeply uncomfortable with this entire conversation. It was like watching someone's therapy sessions go horribly wrong in real time. Professor, I really think you should maybe talk to someone about these feelings. Oh, I talk to him every day. Quirrell's eyes lit up with an unsettling enthusiasm. Would you like to meet him? I think he's getting impatient. Before Harry could respond, Quirrell began unwrapping something from around his waist. Harry had assumed it was some kind of fashion accessory, but as the fabric fell away, they realized with growing horror that it was actually a face. Query. The face roared, and Harry recognized the voice immediately. This was definitely Voldemort, looking absolutely furious. What have I told you about the crop tots? We are supposed to be intimidating. But you look so handsome when you're angry, Quirrell cooed, trying to crane his neck to get a better look at the face attached to the back of his head. I cannot believe I am stuck with you as a host, Voldemort continued raging. Do you know what it's like being attached to someone who insists on doing skincare routines? I am the Dark Lord. I should not know what a jade roller is. Harry watched this exchange with fascination and horror. So you two are? We're nothing, Voldemort snapped. This pathetic excuse for a wizard has some deeply problematic attachment issues that I do not reciprocate. Don't listen to him, Quirrell whispered conspiratorially to Harry. He's just playing hard to get. Classic Dark Lord behavior. You should see how he gets when I do my nail art. He pretends to hate it, but I can feel him paying attention. I am paying attention because I have to look at your hands all day, Voldemort bellowed. And speaking of which, could you please stop using that lavender hand cream? I'm trying to maintain an aura of menace. But it makes our hands so soft, Quirrell protested. Harry cleared their throat. Excuse me, but could we maybe focus on why you're trying to steal the gender-critical stone? Both faces turned to look at Harry, and for a moment, the room was silent except for the sound of Quirrell's flower crown tinkling softly. The what now? Voldemort asked, his voice dripping with confusion and disdain. The gender-critical stone, Harry repeated confidently. You know, the one that turns people into gender-critical feminists or whatever. Voldemort stared at Harry for a long moment. Potter, what in the name of Salazar Slytherin are you talking about? The stone. The one you're trying to steal. Hermione explained the whole thing about how it's connected to gender theory and Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort roared. It's called the Philosopher's Stone, you absolute walnut. It grants immortality. It has nothing to do with your modern gender nonsense. Harry blinked. That actually makes more sense. How did you even? Voldemort paused, his expression shifting from anger to something approaching bewildered frustration. Have you been going around telling people I'm trying to steal a gender-critical stone? Well, yeah, that's what I thought. Query. Voldemort's voice reached new heights of fury. This is your fault somehow. Your constant babbling about social justice and gender theory has confused the Potter child. I never talk about gender theory. Quirrell protested. I talk about skincare and fashion and how amazing you are when you're being evil. You literally spent 3 hours yesterday explaining why my snake is a problematic phallic symbol. Nagini is a problematic phallic symbol. She represents the aggressive masculine energy that you use to. She's just a snake. Harry watched this argument with growing amazement. Are you two always like this? Yes, they both answered simultaneously, then glared at each other. Anyway, Voldemort continued, trying to regain his composure. Potter, I need that stone to regain my physical form so I can continue my reign of terror and traditional values. Traditional values? Harry raised an eyebrow. Yes. The good old days when wizards were wizards, witches were witches, and nobody questioned the natural order of things. When people didn't have 37 different pronouns and everyone knew their place in society. So you're basically a magical incel, Harry said, the pieces clicking together. I am not, Voldemort paused. What's an incel? Involuntarily celibate, Quirrell chimed in helpfully. It's when men blame women for their romantic failures instead of examining their own problematic behavior patterns. I do not have romantic failures, Voldemort bellowed. I am above such petty concerns. That's exactly what an incel would say, Harry pointed out. Also, Quirrell added, you literally killed my parents because they refused to join your movement. That's like the ultimate if I can't have them, no one can energy. That was about political ideology, not romance. Was it though? Harry asked, genuinely curious now. Because from what I've heard, you seem really upset about people choosing different ways to live their lives. That sounds like someone who's mad that the world isn't arranging itself for your personal convenience. Voldemort's face was turning an interesting shade of purple. I am the Dark Lord. I do not have personal convenience issues. And yet here you are, attached to someone who's clearly interested in you, and you completely rejecting him, Harry continued, warming to their theme. Classic commitment issues combined with toxic masculinity. I am not rejecting him because of commitment issues, Voldemort snarled. I am rejecting him because he is annoying and inappropriate and he keeps trying to braid flowers into what remains of my hair. They were forget-me-nots, Quirrell said wistfully. I thought they complimented your bone structure. I don't have bone structure. I am a disembodied face. You have very nice cheekbones for a disembodied face, Quirrell insisted. Harry was beginning to feel like they were witnessing the world's most dysfunctional couples therapy session. Look, this is all very interesting, but I'm not going to let you have the stone. And how exactly do you plan to stop us? Voldemort asked, his voice dripping with condescension. You're just a first-year student with delusions of gender activism. I'm going to use the power of my authentic self, Harry declared, striking what they hoped was a heroic pose. Both Voldemort and Quirrell stared at them. That's not actually a thing, Quirrell said gently. I mean, I'm all for self-actualization and living your truth, but that doesn't translate to magical power. Sure it does, Harry said, though they were starting to feel less confident. Hermione explained it. When you're true to yourself, you become more powerful because you're not wasting energy on maintaining false personas. That's psychology, not magic, Voldemort pointed out. Though I suppose it explains why Quirrell is so pathetically weak despite being technically skilled. Pay. Quirrell protested. I'm not pathetically weak. I successfully infiltrated Hogwarts and I've been carrying you around for months. You infiltrated Hogwarts by applying for a job and getting hired through normal channels, Voldemort said dryly. That's not exactly mastermind-level scheming. I also seduced that vampire in Romania to get information about the stone's location, Quirrell added proudly. You got drunk on blood wine and spent 3 hours crying about your daddy issues while he awkwardly patted your back. He gave me the information. He gave you the information to make you leave. Harry cleared their throat again. Could you maybe argue about your relationship problems later? I'm still not giving you the stone. Fine, Voldemort sighed. Quirrell, grab the child. Do I have to? Quirrell whined. These boots are new and I don't want to scuff them. Grab. The child. Okay, geez. Quirrell advanced on Harry, but his movements were awkward and hesitant. Sorry about this, Harry. Nothing personal. I just really need my Dark Lord to notice me. This is so unhealthy, Harry said, backing away. Professor, you're literally enabling an abusive relationship dynamic. It's not abusive. Quirrell protested, still pursuing Harry around the chamber. He's just emotionally unavailable. I can fix him. You cannot fix me because I am not broken, Voldemort roared. I am evil by choice. Everyone's broken in some way, Quirrell said philosophically, making a grab for Harry that they easily dodged. I think underneath all that rage and murder, you are just scared of being vulnerable. I am not scared of being vulnerable. I am incapable of vulnerability. See? That's exactly what someone who's scared of vulnerability would say. Harry ducked behind the mirror of Erist as Quirrell continued his half-hearted pursuit. You know what I see when I look at you too. I see someone who's so afraid of intimacy that he'd rather commit genocide than go to therapy, and someone who's so desperate for validation that he's attracted to his own oppressor. That's surprisingly insightful, Quirrell admitted, pausing in his chase. Have you been reading self-help books? Hermione makes us all read feminist theory, Harry explained. It's actually pretty helpful for understanding dysfunctional relationship patterns. I do not have dysfunctional relationship patterns, Voldemort bellowed. I don't have relationships at all. That's the dysfunction, Harry and Quirrell said in unison. I hate both of you. You know what? Harry said, suddenly feeling inspired. I'm not going to fight you. I'm going to do something much worse. What's that? Quirrell asked nervously. I'm going to recommend couples counseling. The chamber fell silent except for the sound of Quirrell's flower crown wilting slightly in the tension. You're what? Voldemort asked slowly. Think about it, Harry continued, warming to their theme. You're both clearly dealing with unresolved trauma. Voldemort, you're obviously struggling with abandonment issues stemming from your childhood at the orphanage, and you developed this whole I don't need anyone persona to protect yourself from further rejection. I do not have abandonment issues. And Quirrell, Harry continued, ignoring the interruption, you're clearly dealing with some form of codependency, probably rooted in childhood emotional neglect, which is why you're drawn to emotionally unavailable partners who replicate those early patterns of inconsistent affection. Quirrell's eyes were getting suspiciously shiny. That's actually really accurate. It is not accurate, Voldemort snarled, but Harry noticed his voice had lost some of its conviction. The point is, Harry said, stepping out from behind the mirror, you're both stuck in this cycle where Voldemort pushes people away to avoid intimacy, and Quirrell chases after people who push him away because that's what feels familiar. It's classic attachment theory. I never thought about it that way, Quirrell whispered. Stop psychoanalyzing us and give me the stone. But don't you see? Harry was getting excited now. This is exactly what I'm talking about. When confronted with emotional truth, your immediate response is to deflect with anger and demands for control. That's textbook avoidant attachment. I am not avoidant. I am evil. You can be both, Harry said gently. Evil people can still have psychological issues. In fact, most evil probably stems from unresolved trauma and maladaptive coping mechanisms. Quirrell was nodding enthusiastically. Yes. That's exactly what I've been trying to tell him. All that anger is just protecting a wounded inner child. I do not have an inner child. Everyone has an inner child, Harry said. Yours is probably just really, really angry because no one ever taught him how to process emotions in a healthy way. Stop talking. And the fact that you're trying to silence me instead of engaging with what I'm saying is just more evidence of your emotional avoidance patterns. Voldemort made a sound that was somewhere between a scream and a sob. I just want to be immortal and rule the world. Why is that so complicated? Because you're trying to use external power to fill an internal void, Harry explained patiently. But it doesn't work that way. You can't control other people into loving you or making you feel whole. I don't want people to love me. Then why are you so angry that they don't? There was a long pause. Voldemort's voice was quieter now. I'm the Dark Lord. I don't need. It's okay, Quirrell said softly, and for the first time, Harry heard genuine compassion in his voice instead of desperate attraction. It's okay to need things. It's okay to be scared. I am not scared, Voldemort whispered, but the words lacked his usual conviction. You know what? Harry said, reaching into their robes. I'm going to give you the stone. Both of them stared at Harry in shock. You're what? Quirrell stammered. I'm going to give you the stone, Harry repeated, pulling out the red gem that had mysteriously appeared in their pocket when they looked in the mirror. But only if you both agree to go to therapy. That's not how this works, Quirrell said weakly. Sure it is, Harry said cheerfully. I have something you want, you have something I want. I want you to get help for your clearly dysfunctional relationship dynamic. You want immortality. We can make a deal. I do not negotiate with children. Then I guess you don't want the stone that badly, Harry said, starting to put it back in their pocket. Wait. Harry paused, eyebrows raised expectantly. I? Voldemort struggled with the words. I suppose, if it were purely a strategic decision, therapy might provide useful insights into the psychological weaknesses of my enemies. Sure, Harry said indulgently. Whatever helps you rationalize it. Siri. I've actually been thinking about therapy for a while, Quirrell admitted. But I was worried about what people would think. What if they judge me for being attracted to dark wizards? Therapy is a judgment-free zone, Harry assured him. Well, mostly. Your therapist might have some concerns about the whole attracted to mass murderers thing, but they'll help you work through it. And you'll really give us the stone? Quirrell asked hopefully. I'll give you the stone, Harry confirmed. But I want to see proof that you're actually going to therapy. Like receipts from a licensed magical therapist. And you have to keep going for at least a year. This is ridiculous, Voldemort muttered, but Harry could hear the resignation in his voice. This is progress, Harry corrected. And who knows? Maybe once you work through some of your issues, you'll decide you don't actually want to be an evil overlord anymore. I will always be evil. We'll see, Harry said, holding out the stone. Do we have a deal? Quirrell looked at the stone, then at Harry, then tried to look at Voldemort, which was difficult given their current physical arrangement. Dark Lord, he asked tentatively. What do you think? There was a long pause. Fine, Voldemort said finally. But I want it on record that I am only agreeing to this because it serves my long-term strategic interests, not because I have feelings or trauma for any of that nonsense. Of course, Harry said solemnly, handing over the stone. Your emotional avoidance is duly noted. I am not emotionally avoidant. Sure you're not, Harry agreed. I'm sure your therapist will have lots of interesting things to say about that. Quirrell took the stone with shaking hands, staring at it in wonder. I can't believe this actually worked. The power of communication, Harry said proudly. Hermione's going to be so excited when I tell her we resolved a conflict through dialogue instead of violence. That sounds wonderful, Quirrell said. This whole attracted to evil meant the thing is really not working out for me. Hey, Voldemort protested weakly. Sorry, Dark Lord, Quirrell said, not sounding sorry at all. But we both know this dynamic isn't healthy for either of us. I suppose it might be interesting to explore alternative approaches to achieving my goals, Voldemort admitted reluctantly. See? Harry said encouragingly. That's the spirit. Now, shall we go find my friend and explain why you're not actually evil anymore? I am still evil, Voldemort insisted. Right, of course. Evil but working on it, Harry corrected. Come on, let's go. As they made their way out of the chamber, Harry couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought that the power of therapy recommendations could be more effective than magic? Hermione was definitely going to want to write a paper about this. Behind them, they could hear Quirrell asking Voldemort if he thought his flower crown was too much, and Voldemort grudgingly admitting that the colours did complement his complexion. Maybe there was hope for everyone after all. Recovery and recognition. The first thing Harry noticed when they slowly drifted back to consciousness was the overwhelming smell of disinfectant and something that reminded them of their Aunt Petunia's overly floral perfume. The second thing they noticed was the dull, throbbing pain in their head that felt like someone had been using their skull as a Quidditch practice target. The third thing they noticed was the unmistakable sound of Dumbledore's voice, but it was different somehow. And I really must acknowledge my own complicity in this situation, Dumbledore was saying in what sounded like a therapy session rather than a conversation. As a person of privilege, white, male, cisgendered, able-bodied, I recognize that my position of power may have inadvertently contributed to the systemic issues that allowed this crisis to develop. Harry's eyes fluttered open to find themselves in the whitewashed walls of the hospital wing. Dumbledore sat beside their bed, looking deeply uncomfortable and somehow smaller than usual. His normally twinkling eye seemed dimmed, and he was wringing his hands in what appeared to be genuine distress. "Oh, Harry!" Dumbledore exclaimed, noticing their movement. "I'm so relieved you're awake. I was processing my own role in recent events. I've been doing a lot of self-reflection about how my privilege may have blinded me to the dangers you and your friends faced." Harry blinked slowly, trying to process what they were hearing. "Professor, what happened?" "I remember Quirrell, and Voldemort, and then—" "Ah, yes, well." Dumbledore shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "Perhaps I should start by saying that I take full responsibility for my failure to create a safe and inclusive environment where you felt comfortable coming to me with your concerns. I realize now that my position as lead facilitator, created an inherent power imbalance that may have prevented open dialogue. But what actually happened?" Harry pressed, sitting up despite the pounding in their head. Dumbledore wrung his hands more vigorously. "Well, you see, it's complicated. I don't want to center my own narrative in your story of trauma and recovery. Perhaps we should wait for Madame Pomfrey to conduct a proper healing circle where we can all share our experiences without hierarchy or judgment." Harry stared at him. "Professor, are you feeling all right?" Dumbledore's eye twitched. "I've been attending some educational seminars about privilege and inclusive leadership. Apparently, my previous management style was somewhat hierarchical." "Right," Harry said slowly. "So what happened after I passed out? Did Voldemort and Quirrell actually go to therapy?" "Well," Dumbledore said, fidgeting with his beard, "that's rather complicated. You see, when the other professors found you unconscious in the chamber, they also found Professor Quirrell having what appeared to be a complete emotional breakdown while Lord Voldemort shouted fashion advice at him." Harry blinked. "Fashion advice? Apparently, your suggestion about couples counseling triggered some sort of psychological breakthrough. Quirrell was sobbing about his daddy issues while Voldemort was critiquing his choice of mascara. It was deeply uncomfortable for everyone involved. So they didn't actually take the stone." "Oh, they took it," Dumbledore said. "But then they got into an argument about whether using it for immortality was morally problematic and ended up leaving it on the floor while they continued their therapy session in the corridor." Harry tried to process this. "So, the stone is safe?" "Safe is a relative term," Dumbledore replied carefully. "It's currently in the possession of the school counselor, who felt it would be therapeutically beneficial for Quirrell and Voldemort to work through their issues before making any major life decisions about eternal life." "We have a school counselor." "We do now. Professor McGonagall insisted we hire one after the incident. Something about the duty of care and it preventing students from having to psychoanalyze dark wizards." The door to the hospital wing burst open and Hermione rushed in, followed by Ramad, who was carrying what appeared to be a halal get-well basket. "Curry!" Hermione exclaimed, throwing her arms around them. "We were so worried. When we heard you confronted Voldemort and Quirrell, we thought you might be dead. Instead, you apparently turned a magical duel into a couples therapy session," Ramad added, setting down his basket. "I brought you some dates and honey, excellent for recovery, according to Islamic tradition." "How does everyone know what happened?" Harry asked weakly. "Oh, the whole school knows," Hermione said, pulling up a chair. "Professor Snape told everyone during breakfast yesterday. He was quite descriptive. As if summoned by his name, Professor Snape appeared in the doorway, looking even more irritated than usual. Well, he drawled, swaggering into the room. If it ain't the little therapist who thinks they can fix everybody's problems with some touchy-feely bullshit." "Professor Snape," Dumbledore said nervously, "perhaps we could use more appropriate language." "Appropriate?" Snape laughed, a harsh sound that made everyone wince. "Man, you want to talk about appropriate? This little gal." Dumbledore corrected quickly. "Harry uses they them pronouns." Snape rolled his eyes. "This little person just handed the most dangerous magical artifact in existence to a couple of psychopaths because they thought therapy would fix them. You know what's not appropriate? That dumb shit right there. Professor Snape. Hermione gasped. You can't use that kind of language about mental health treatment. Watch me, Snape replied. And before you start crying about microaggressions or whatever, let me tell you something about your boy Quirrell. That nigger was crazy long before Voldemort showed up. I've been telling you all he was off his rocker, but nobody wanted to listen to the angry black man, right? The room fell into stunned silence. Dumbledore looked like he was about to faint. Professor, he whispered, you can't use that word. What word? Snape asked innocently. Crazy? Of his rocker? Or are you talking about nigger? Because last I checked, that's my word to use. But it's offensive. To who? Me? I think I get to decide what offends me, old man. Harry watched this exchange with growing fascination. Snape was somehow managing to make everyone in the room uncomfortable while technically not doing anything wrong. Anyway, Snape continued, your little therapy session didn't work out so well. Quirrell and Voldemort are currently holed up in the abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor, having what sounds like the world's most dysfunctional relationship counseling session. And guess who gets to listen to it all day because my office is right next door? What are they talking about? Harry asked, genuinely curious. Oh, you know, the usual shit. Voldemort's abandonment issues, Quirrell's daddy problems, whether sharing a body counts as a moving too fast in a relationship. Last night I heard them arguing about whether Voldemort's snake is a phallic symbol for 3 hours straight. That's actually kind of what I expected, Harry admitted. Yeah, well, your expectations are about to get a whole lot weirder, Snape said. Because apparently, the Ministry of Magic has decided that your little intervention was an innovative magical conflict resolution and they want to give you an award. An award? The Order of Merlin, 3rd class, for outstanding achievement in peaceful resolution of dark magic conflicts through applied psychology. Harry stared at him. You're joking? Do I look like I joke about stupid shit like this? Snape replied. The minister himself is coming to present it, along with a delegation from the Department of Magical Mental Health who want to study odd techniques. But I didn't have any techniques. Harry protested. I just talked to them. Yeah, and somehow that worked better than the last 50 years of magical law enforcement, Snape said. Which, frankly, says more about the competence of the ministry than it does about your therapeutic skills. Hermione was taking notes frantically. This is incredible. Harry, you've revolutionized magical conflict resolution. You've proven that dialogue and understanding can overcome violence and hatred. I've proven that Voldemort and Quirrell are both completely insane, Harry corrected. Normal dark wizards don't stop trying to kill you because you suggest couples counseling. But that's exactly the point. Hermione explained. You recognized that their conflict was rooted in psychological issues rather than pure evil. You addressed the underlying trauma instead of just treating the symptoms. I got lucky, Harry said flatly. If Voldemort had been competent, I'd be dead right now. Don't sell yourself short, Ramad interjected. In Islam, we believe that Allah guides those who seek peace. Your actions were divinely inspired. Or, Snape said, they were the result of a traumatized child projecting their own psychological issues onto a couple of dangerous psychopaths. Which, coincidentally, is exactly what I told the ministry investigators. You spoke to investigators? Dumbledore asked nervously. Course I did. They wanted to know how a first-year student managed to neutralize the Dark Lord without using magic. I told them it was because the Dark Lord is a pathetic incel who's never had a healthy relationship in his life, and Quirrell is a closeted homosexual with severe attachment issues. Professor Snape, Hermione said, you can't use terms like incel and make assumptions about people's sexual orientation. Why not? I'm describing observable behavior patterns. Voldemort displays classic signs of misogynistic entitlement and sexual frustration. Quirrell exhibits textbook symptoms of repressed homosexuality and codependency. These aren't value judgments, they are clinical observations. But those are harmful stereotypes. Are they? Because from where I'm sitting, they're accurate descriptions of two individuals who happen to fit certain psychological profiles. The fact that you're uncomfortable with those profiles doesn't make them less valid. Harry rubbed their temples, feeling a headache coming on. Can we please not turn this into a debate about political correctness? I just want to know if I'm going to get in trouble for giving Voldemort the gender-critical stone. Actually, Dumbledore said, about that. The stone wasn't real. Everyone turned to stare at him. I beg your pardon. Hermione said. The gender-critical stone that you retrieved from the mirror was a fake, Dumbledore explained. Nicholas Flaming and I created it as a decoy. The real stone was destroyed months ago. So, Voldemort and Quirrell are fighting over a fake? Harry asked. Essentially, yes. Though they don't know that yet. When are you going to tell them? Well, Dumbledore said uncomfortably, the school counselor feels that revealing this information might be therapeutically counterproductive at this stage of their healing journey. Their healing journey? Snape snorted. Man, you people are delusional. They're terrorists, not patients. Everyone deserves the opportunity for growth and redemption, Dumbledore replied primly. Yes? Tell that to the people they murdered. Violence begets violence, Professor. If we can break the cycle through understanding and compassion. If you can break the cycle through understanding and compassion, then why did you spend the last 10 years teaching children how to hex each other? Snape interrupted. Why do we have a defense against the dark arts class if we're supposed to talk our way out of everything? Dumbledore opened his mouth, then closed it again, looking confused. Because, Hermione said triumphantly, Harry's proven that there's a better way. Violence isn't the answer. Violence is exactly the answer, Snape replied. It's just not the only answer. And sometimes, when you're dealing with people who've chosen violence as their primary method of problem solving, you need to speak their language. But Harry didn't use violence. Harry got lucky. And if you think that luck is going to hold out the next time they encounter a dark wizard, you're setting them up to get killed. That's a very pessimistic worldview, Rahmad observed. In Islam, we believe that Allah protects those who work for peace. Yes? How'd that work out for all the Muslims who got massacred by other Muslims in the last century? Snape asked. Rahmad looked uncomfortable. That's different. How's it different? Because those weren't true Muslims. True Muslims don't kill other Muslims. So they were fake Muslims? Like the fake stone. That's not what I meant. No, I think that's exactly what you meant. You're doing the same thing as Dumbledore, pretending that people who do bad things aren't real members of your group. Muslims who kill aren't true Muslims. Wizards who use violence aren't following the true path of peace and understanding. There's nothing wrong with having ideals, Hermione said defensively. There's everything wrong with letting your ideals blind you to reality, Snape replied. Harry succeeded because they happened to encounter two individuals whose psychological profiles made them susceptible to therapeutic intervention. That's not a strategy, it's a coincidence. So what would you have done? Harry asked. I'd have killed them, Snape said simply. Dose of them. Quickly, efficiently, and without any of this touchy-feely bullshit about trauma and healing. That's horrible. That's practical. Dead terrorists don't terrorize anyone. But then you're just perpetuating the cycle of violence. No, I'm ending it. Permanently. The room fell silent again. Harry looked around at their friends and teachers, realizing that they were all living in completely different worlds with completely different rules. Professor Snape, they said finally, can I ask you something? Shoot. Do you think I made the right choice? Snape considered this for a long moment. You made the choice that felt right to you at the time, given the information you had and the psychological pressure you were under. Whether it was objectively right depends on the outcome, which we won't know for years. That's not really an answer. It's the only honest answer I can give you. You want certainty? Study mathematics. You want moral clarity? Join a religion. You want to understand people? Get used to ambiguity. That's very philosophical for someone who just advocated murder, Hermione pointed out. I advocated pragmatism, Snape corrected. Murder is a legal term. Killing dangerous people to protect innocent people is called a doing your job. Whose job? Anyone who's capable of doing it and gives a damn about the innocent people. But who decides who's dangerous? Who decides who's innocent? The people with the power to make those decisions. Which, in this case, was Harry. Harry felt a chill run down their spine. You're saying I had the power to decide whether Voldemort and Quirrell lived or died. You had the power to influence that decision, yes. Just like you had the power to influence whether they got the stone or not. But I'm just a kid. You're a kid with magical powers in a magical world where children routinely face life or death situations. Your age doesn't change the consequences of your actions. That's a lot of responsibility. Welcome to adulthood, Snape said. But Harry shouldn't have to deal with that kind of responsibility. Hermione protested. They're only 11. And how old were you when you decided to break school rules to help them? How old was Harry when they decided to come out as transgender? That's different. Time. Because those are personal choices that only affect ourselves. Really? Harry's gender identity doesn't affect how other people treat them. Your activism doesn't affect how people respond to you. Hermione fell silent, looking troubled. Look, Snape continued, I'm not saying Harry should have killed anybody. I'm saying that pretending they didn't have that option, or that choosing not to use it was automatically the right choice, is naive and potentially dangerous. So what are you saying? I'm saying that moral choices are complicated, and the people who tell you otherwise are usually trying to sell you something. Harry made a choice based on their values and their understanding of the situation. Whether that choice leads to good outcomes or bad outcomes depends on factors beyond their control. Like what? Like whether Voldemort and Quirrell actually follow through on their therapy commitment. Like whether the fake stone is enough to satisfy their psychological needs. Like whether other dark wizards decide to copy their approach or try to exploit their perceived weakness. Harry groaned. I hadn't thought about that. Of course you hadn't. You're 11. But that doesn't mean the consequences aren't real. So what do I do now? You learn from the experience. You pay attention to what happens next. And you remember that good intentions don't always lead to good outcomes. That's terrifying. Yeah, it is. But it's also liberating. Pan. Because once you accept that you can't control the outcomes, you can focus on making the best choices you can with the information you have. And that's all anyone can do. Harry lay back against their pillows, feeling overwhelmed. I think I need to process all of this. Take your time, Dumbledore said gently. And remember, whatever happens, you have the support of your friends and teachers. Some of your teachers, Snape corrected. The ones who aren't complete morons. Professor Snape. Hermione exclaimed. What? I'm being supportive. In my own way. Your way is very direct. My way is honest. Which is more than I can say for most of the adults in this school. What do you mean? I mean that everyone else is so worried about protecting Harry's feelings that they're not preparing them for the reality of what they're going to face. This isn't going to be the last time they encounter dark wizards. And the next ones might not be as psychologically unstable as Quirrell and Voldemort. So what do you suggest? I suggest that Harry learn how to defend themselves. Properly. With magic that actually works, not just therapeutic conversation skills. But violence shouldn't be the first resort. It should be an available resort. There's a difference. Harry listened to this debate with growing exhaustion. Everyone seemed to have strong opinions about what they should do, but nobody seemed to agree on anything. Can I make a suggestion? They said finally. Everyone turned to look at them. Maybe we could focus on the fact that everyone survived, and nobody got permanently hurt, and Voldemort doesn't have the stone, and call that a win. That's a very mature perspective, Dumbledore said approvingly. It's also a very limited perspective, Snape added. But it's a start. What do you mean, limited? I mean that survival isn't the same as success. And success isn't the same as learning from your mistakes. So what should I learn from this? That's up to you to figure out. But whatever you learn, make sure it's based on what actually happened, not what you wanted to happen or what other people think should have happened. Harry nodded slowly. I think I can do that. Good. Because next year, when you're in my defense against the dark art class, I'm going to teach you how to kill people. You're teaching defense against the dark arts next year. Hermione asked, looking horrified. Somebody has to. And apparently, I'm the only teacher in this school who's willing to prepare students for the real world. The real world doesn't have to be violent. The real world is exactly as violent as the people in it choose to make it. And right now, there are a lot of people choosing violence. Then we need to change that. Good luck with that. But while you're working on your social revolution, maybe learn how to protect yourself and the people you care about. That's what we're trying to do. No, you're trying to change other people's behavior. I'm talking about preparing for the possibility that you might fail. The conversation might have continued, but it was interrupted by a commotion in the corridor outside. Through the open door, Harry could hear what sounded like a very heated argument. I told you, the flower crown doesn't go with the Death Eater robes. And I told you, fashion is subjective. You can't just dismiss my aesthetic choices because they don't fit your narrow definition of dark and intimidating. Your aesthetic choices are undermining my entire brand. Your brand is toxic masculinity and emotional unavailability. My brand is fear and respect. Your brand is unprocessed trauma and an inability to form healthy relationships. Everyone in the hospital wing looked at each other. Are those? Harry began. Quirrell and Voldemort, Snape confirmed. Still working through their issues. How long has this been going on? 3 days. Non-stop. And they still don't know the stone is fake. Nope. They're too busy arguing about whether using it for immortality would be ethically problematic to actually try using it. Harry stared at the door, listening to the ongoing argument about fashion and relationship dynamics. You know what, they said finally. I think I'm okay with how this turned out. Really? Hermione asked. Really? I mean, nobody's dead, nobody's evil plan succeeded, and apparently I've managed to turn the most dangerous dark wizard in history into someone who argues about flower crowns. That's actually pretty good. It's fucking hilarious is what it is, Snape said. I haven't been this entertained since I started teaching. Language, Professor, Dumbledore said weakly. Man, if you think the fucking is bad language, wait until you hear what Voldemort called Quirrell's skincare routine yesterday. I don't want to know, Dumbledore said quickly. Neither did I, but I heard it anyway. Thin walls. The argument in the corridor was getting louder, with what sounded like someone throwing things. Should we do something? Harry asked. Like what? Snape replied. They're not hurting anyone except each other's feelings. Let them work it out. But what if they reconcile and decide to go back to being evil? Then we'll deal with that when it happens. But right now, they're too busy having a domestic dispute to threaten anyone. Is this really how Dark Wizard conflicts usually get resolved? Rahmed asked. Hell no, Snape replied. This is completely unprecedented. Which is why the Ministry is so interested in studying Harry's techniques. I don't have techniques. That's what makes it so interesting. You succeeded through sheer dumb luck and psychological insight. It's like accidentally discovering a new form of magic. Great, Harry muttered. Now I'm going to have to explain to everyone how I accidentally turned the Dark Lord into a relationship counseling case study. Could be worse, Snape said. How? You could have killed them and had to explain why you murdered 2 people as a first-year student. That's actually a good point. I have them occasionally. The argument in the corridor reached a crescendo, with what sounded like someone dramatically declaring that they were done with this relationship and storming off. Well, Hermione said, that sounded final. Give it 10 minutes, Snape said. They'll be back to arguing about color coordination. He was right. 10 minutes later, Harry could hear Quirrell's voice apologizing tearfully and Voldemort grudgingly accepting the apology while critiquing his emotional processing techniques. You know what the really funny part is? Snape said. What? They're actually having healthier relationship discussions than most of the adult couples I know. That's depressing, Harry said. That's life, Snape replied. Welcome to the real world, kid. It's weirder than you think. Harry settled back against their pillows, listening to the ongoing therapy session in the corridor and reflecting on the strangest year of their already strange life. Maybe Snape was right. Maybe the real world was exactly as weird as the people in it chose to make it. And maybe, just maybe, that wasn't such a bad thing after all. End of term and going home. The Great Hall had never looked more inclusive. Banners hung from every corner, not just the traditional house colours, but rainbow flags, various pride flags Harry didn't even recognise, and what appeared to be a banner reading "Celebrate Neurodiversity" in glittery letters. Professor McGonagall had spent the better part of the morning ensuring that every possible dietary restriction, religious observance, and cultural sensitivity was addressed for the end-of-term feast. Before we begin, Dumbledore announced, standing at the podium with his usual uncertain demeanour, I'd like to acknowledge that Hogwarts sits on the ancestral lands of the House Elves, who were displaced through centuries of magical colonialism. We recognise their continuing connection to this land and pay our respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. Several students looked confused. Hermione was furiously taking notes. Additionally, Dumbledore continued, we want to create a safe space for all students to celebrate, regardless of their house affiliation, which we now recognise as a potentially problematic sorting system that may reinforce harmful hierarchies. Get on with it, you old fool, Professor Snape muttered from the staff table, loud enough for everyone to hear. Some of us got bitches to see after this. The other professors shifted uncomfortably. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat pointedly, but nobody dared correct him. Yes, well, Dumbledore fumbled, perhaps we should address the house points. Though I want to emphasize that points are just a social construct and don't determine anyone's worth as a person. Harry sat between Ramad and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, still feeling surreal about everything that had happened. The whole Quirrell situation had been deeply unsettling, not just the part where he'd tried to steal the gender-critical stone. Harry still wasn't entirely clear on what made it gender-critical, but Hermione had assured them it was definitely about dismantling the patriarchy, but the weird romantic obsession he'd had with Voldemort. It's actually quite problematic, Hermione was saying to a nearby group of second years, how the house system reinforces a binary thinking pattern that mirrors the gender binary. Gryffindor versus Slytherin, good versus evil, it's all very reductive. Sister, please, Ramad interrupted, adjusting his kufi, can we not turn everything into a lecture? Allah blessed us with victory over the Cartha, Alan Jalila. Don't call me sister, that's gendered language, Hermione snapped. And we need to examine how religious extremism. Extremism. Ramad stood up, nearly knocking over his goblet of halal grape juice. Wallahi, you going too far now. There's nothing extreme about praising Allah for our success. Harry sighed and put their head in their hands. These two had been going at it for weeks now. Every conversation somehow turned into a debate about intersectionality versus religious freedom. The teachers are all biased against students who emoji the normies, came Draco's voice from across the hall, loud enough for everyone to hear. What the bloody hell is he talking about? Asked Neville. Insult terminology, Hermione said grimly. He's become even more black-pilled since learning about Hogwarts dating app statistics. Apparently, that was his final straw. What the bloody hell is he talking about? Asked Neville. Mashallah, that boy needs to find Allah, Ramad declared. The path of jihad against the nafs would cure his sickness. Could you please stop bringing religion into everything? Hermione exploded. This is exactly the kind of patriarchal thinking that... Silence. Professor Snape's voice boomed across the hall. You'll need to shut the hell up and let the old white man finish his speech. Damn. Dumbledore looked grateful for the intervention, despite its problematic delivery. Now then, Dumbledore continued nervously, the house points. In fourth place, Slytherin, with 312 points. Though I want to emphasize that this doesn't reflect their worth as individuals, and we recognize that the house point system may inherently disadvantage students from different backgrounds. The Slytherin table sat in sullen silence. Draco was muttering something about height moddings and canthal tilts. In third place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. We celebrate their commitment to inclusivity and consent-based collaboration. Polite applause. The Hufflepuffs seem pleased with the recognition of their values. In second place, Ravenclaw, with 426 points. We honor their pursuit of knowledge while recognizing that different ways of knowing are equally valid. What does that even mean? Harry whispered. It means they're trying not to seem elitist about academic achievement, Hermione whispered back. Very problematic approach, honestly. We should be celebrating intellectual rigor while also ensuring equal access to. And in first place, Dumbledore announced Gryffindor, with 472 points. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. Harry felt a warm feeling in their chest, their first real victory, their first real belonging. However, Dumbledore continued, raising his hand, I feel we must acknowledge some recent events that deserve recognition. To Miss Granger, for her intersectional analysis of the enchantments protecting the gender-critical stone, 20 points. Hermione beamed. Finally, someone recognizes the importance of applying critical theory to magical problems. To Mr. Ulwazer, Dumbledore continued, using Ramad's family's chosen surname, for demonstrating that faith and courage are not mutually exclusive, 20 points. Alan Jalila? Ramad shouted, pumping his fist in the air. Allah is the greatest. And to Harry Potter, Dumbledore's voice grew more solemn, for showing us that authenticity in the face of oppression is perhaps the greatest magic of all, 60 points. The hall erupted. Harry felt tears in their eyes, not just from the recognition, but from being seen, truly seen, for who they were. This brings Gryffindor's total to 572 points, Dumbledore announced. Though I want to emphasize that this victory belongs to all of us, as we've all grown through our shared commitment to justice and inclusion. Yo, can we eat now? Professor Snape called out. I got plans tonight, and y'all are killing my vibe with all this conveyor shit. Professor McGonagall looked mortified. Severus, really? What? You'll know I keep it real. That's why they hired me, for diversity. Might as well lean into it. The feast began with its usual magical abundance, but Harry noticed the extra care taken for different dietary needs. There were halal options clearly marked for Ramad and the handful of other Muslim students, kosher options, vegan alternatives, and even what appeared to be a section labeled culturally sensitive fusion cuisine. This is actually quite impressive, Hermione admitted, loading her plate with sustainably sourced vegetables. Though I do wonder about the carbon footprint of magically transporting all these ingredients. Everything doesn't have to be a political statement, Harry said gently. Sometimes food is just food. But that's exactly the kind of thinking that perpetuates systems of oppression. Hermione protested. Every choice we make is political, whether we acknowledge it or not. Sister, sorry, comrade, Ramad corrected himself quickly, you need to touch grass. Not everything is about your theories. Did you just tell me to touch grass? That's internet slang. And extremely dismissive of legitimate academic discourse. Harry tuned them out and looked around the great hall. Despite all the absurdity, despite the over-the-top political correctness and the endless debates about every little thing, they felt happy. For the first time in their life, they were in a place where being different wasn't just tolerated, but celebrated. Well, mostly celebrated. Draco was still muttering about wristles and beta uprising, and Professor Snape had just called Professor Sprout a thick as shorty while discussing the mandrakes, but even that chaos felt better than the suffocating conformity of Privet Drive. As the feast wound down, students began saying their goodbyes. The Ulweyser family approached their table. Mrs. Ulweyser, her face covered by a traditional niqab, spoke warmly to Harry. "Habibi, you are always welcome in our home. Any friend of Rahmad's is family to us." "Thank you, Mrs. Ulweyser," Harry said, genuinely touched. "That means everything to me." "And remember," she added, pressing a small package into Harry's hands, "there are many ways to be strong. Your parents would be proud of the person you're becoming." Mr. Ulweyser nodded approvingly. "Indeed. Courage comes in many forms. Standing up for yourself, standing up for others, both are jihad in their own way. Could we please not use that word so casually?" Hermione interjected. "Given the current political climate and the way it's been weaponized by." "YA Hermione," Rahmad sighed, "jihad just means struggle. The greater jihad is the struggle against one's own nafs, one's ego and base desires. It's actually quite progressive when you understand it properly. But the connotations in Western society are based on Islamophobic misrepresentations that we shouldn't reinforce by avoiding the proper use of our own religious terminology," Mrs. Ulweyser said firmly but kindly. "Perhaps this summer you could read some actual Islamic scholars instead of just Western academic critiques." Hermione looked chastened. "You're right. I apologize. That was actually quite problematic of me." Harry smiled. Even Hermione could learn and grow. The next morning brought the chaos of packing and departure. Harry carefully folded their new robes, the gender-neutral ones Madame Morkin had eventually created after much consultation and several fittings. They tucked away the small pride flag Hermione had given them, and the prayer beads Rahmad had insisted they take for protection, whether you believe or not. "You sure you'll be all right with those muggles?" Rahmad asked, shouldering his own trunk. "I'll survive," Harry said. "Besides, I'm different now. Stronger. They can't make me feel ashamed of who I am anymore. That's the spirit, Habibi," Rahmad grinned. "And if they give you too much trouble, just remember what the Quran says, and whoever relies upon Allah, then he is sufficient for him. Indeed, Allah will accomplish his purpose." "Not everyone shares your faith, you know," Hermione said, but not unkindly. "The wisdom transcends the specific religious framework," Rahmad replied. "It's about trusting that justice will prevail, whatever name you give to justice." Actually, Hermione mused, that's not dissimilar to Marx's concept of historical inevitability. "Oh, for fuck's sake," came Professor Snape's voice as he passed by with his own luggage. "You all gonna philosophize all the way to the train? Some of us trying to get home to our side chicks." "Severus." Professor McGonagall snapped. "What?" "I'm just being authentic to my lived experience as a black man in academia. Isn't that what you all wanted?" Harry bit back a laugh. Snape had definitely figured out how to weaponize wokeness for his own ends. The train ride back to London was bittersweet. Harry sat with their friends, watching the magical landscape give way to ordinary British countryside. They'd be back to Privet Drive soon, back to Vernon's hostility and Petunia's awkward attempts at acceptance. But they weren't the same person who'd left. "You know what I realized?" Harry said suddenly. "What?" Hermione looked up from her book, titled Decolonizing Magical Education, A Critical Analysis. "All this time, I thought the problem was me. That I was broken or wrong somehow. But the real problem was a world that couldn't accept difference." "Subhanallah," Rahmad nodded approvingly. "The problem was never you, Archie. The problem was a society built on rigid hierarchies that serve only the powerful." "Exactly." Hermione agreed enthusiastically. "That's why we need to dismantle these systems of oppression wherever we find them. Even when those systems are literally just people wanting to eat dinner without a lecture about carbon footprints." Harry asked teasingly. "Especially then," Hermione declared, completely missing the sarcasm. That's when the work is most important." Harry laughed. Their friends were absolutely ridiculous, but they were their friends. And at Hogwarts, ridiculous was just normal. The train pulled into King's Cross station with its usual hiss of steam and screech of brakes. Harry gathered their things, feeling that familiar twist of anxiety in their stomach. But underneath it was something new, confidence. "Remember," Ramad said, pulling Harry into a hug, "you are not alone anymore. We're always here for you." "The revolution needs all of us," Hermione added, joining the hug. "Your liberation is bound up with mine, which is bound up with everyone's." "Did you just quote Angela Davis at a train station goodbye?" Harry asked. "I quote Angela Davis everywhere. She's incredibly relevant to our current struggles against." "I'm going to miss you both so much," Harry interrupted, squeezing them tight. They walked through the barrier together, emerging into the bustling Muggle world of King's Cross. And there, looking supremely uncomfortable and checking his watch impatiently, stood Vernon Dursley. His face went through several expressions when he saw Harry: confusion, recognition, and then that familiar look of disgusted resignation. "Well," he said stiffly, "I suppose you look different." Harry straightened their shoulders. "I look like myself, Uncle Vernon." "For the first time in my life." Vernon's mustache twitched. "Yes, well. Your aunt is in the car. She's trying, you know. Don't make this harder than it has to be." "I'm not trying to make anything hard," Harry said calmly. "I'm just trying to be honest about who I am." Behind them, they could hear Hermione loudly explaining to her parents about the intersectional nature of oppression in magical communities, while Ramad was greeting his family in Arabic. "What are you looking at?" Vernon snapped at a passerby who'd been staring at the Elwayser family. Harry blinked in surprise. Had Vernon justly defended someone? "People stare," Vernon muttered. "It's rude. Always has been. Maybe people could change after all. Even just a little bit." The car ride back to Privet Drive was awkward, but not hostile. Petunia had prepared Harry's old room, though she'd awkwardly removed some of the more aggressively gendered decorations Dudley had put up as a prank years earlier. "I didn't know what. I mean, I wasn't sure how you'd want things," she said nervously. "But I got some new sheets. Neutral colors." "Thank you, Aunt Petunia," Harry said genuinely. "That was thoughtful." She flashed with pleased embarrassment. That evening at dinner, Vernon made an effort to use Harry's preferred pronouns. He stumbled a few times, corrected himself with visible frustration, but kept trying. "So," he said eventually, cutting his roast beef with perhaps more force than necessary, "this call of yours. It's good for you." "Yes," Harry said simply. "I have friends there. Real friends. And teachers who see me for who I am." "Good," Vernon said gruffly. "Everyone should have that, I suppose." It wasn't perfect. Vernon still clearly struggled with Harry's identity, still made uncomfortable faces when Harry corrected his pronouns, still muttered under his breath about things being simpler in my day. But he was trying. And for the first time since Harry could remember, that felt like enough. That night, Harry lay in their bed, not his bed, such a small thing, but it mattered, and thought about the year that had passed. They'd faced down Voldemort himself, or at least his creepy face on the back of Quirrell's head. They'd learned magic, made friends, found a place where they belonged. More importantly, they'd learned that they didn't have to choose between being authentic and being accepted. The right people, the people worth having in your life, would accept you as you were. And the people who couldn't? Well, they were missing out. Harry smiled in the darkness and drifted off to sleep, already counting the days until they could return to Hogwarts, to their real home, their real family, and whatever ridiculous adventures awaited them there. After all, with friends like Hermione, who would probably spend the summer writing a manifesto about house elf liberation, and Ramad, who was definitely going to try to convert half the neighborhood to Islam, next year was bound to be even more chaotic than this one. Harry couldn't wait.